Perhaps the impression he left on me was not particularly profound, yet the more I engaged with him, the more I felt a fluttering in my heart. My captivating old professor exudes the allure of a mature man in an almost intangible manner. He consistently envelopes himself in darkness, regarding the light with his indifferent, frigid gaze. "Sir, I am fond of you. Sir, grant me a hug, please. Sir, your eyes are truly beautiful. Sir, do not fear me. Sir, trust me. Sir, I shall return." Chapter 1. I'm still alive. I can no longer see. This is an exceedingly dire situation, yet it is not as dreadful as it may seem. It is likely that this sensation of coldness signifies my impending demise. It feels akin to plunging into an icy abyss, my blood congealed, and the frigid water saturating my entire being. It is unbearably cold. I sense that a considerable amount of time has passed. Yet why have I not perished? My mind still has the capacity to ponder my current predicament. Or perhaps I have indeed succumbed to death, and this is the state of my demise. Although it is somewhat chilly, I find it bearable. It is infinitely preferable to the stifling monotony of a life spent in repetitive drudgery. At the very least, I am spared the burden of overtime. Suddenly, a small aperture appears before me, emanating a blinding light that compels me to shut my eyes. In truth, I had always believed my eyes were closed. Had it not been for the overwhelming brightness, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that I had been gazing wide-eyed all along. I perceive the small opening expanding, drawing nearer, or perhaps it is I who am irresistibly being pulled towards it, ultimately succumbing to a powerful force that engulfs me. A radiant light envelopes me, yet I am rendered incapable of discerning anything. The monochrome world transforms with new imagery, compelling me to widen my eyes in astonishment at the scene before me. Initially, I am taken aback by my revival. The sensation of my feet upon solid ground feels strikingly real, and then I am further astonished to find myself in an entirely unfamiliar locale. The throngs of passers-by around me seem oblivious to my sudden appearance, perceiving neither my presence nor my voice. It is as if I am invisible to them. They converse in a language unfamiliar to me, yet strangely, I comprehend every word. I can clearly see that they speak in a foreign tongue. I cannot recall ever mastering a foreign language so thoroughly as to grasp the intricate details of several rapid exchanges. Damn Merlin, we must hurry. There are muggles all around. I find myself somewhat bewildered as I appear to understand the lady's words, though it seems I do not fully comprehend them, particularly the term muggle. Hurry up, Fred. Their peculiar dialogue draws me in, prompting me to take a few steps closer. I overhear a pair of identical individuals, one of whom was an expression of discontent, expressing with a tone of dissatisfaction. "Please, Mom, I am Fred. You have never recognized us correctly. Twins, how marvelous. I seldom encounter twins. Oh, my dear, I am truly sorry." One of the twins, presumably Fred, pushes a cart brimming with items toward a wall. I fail to comprehend why they're gathered around the wall. After all, trains traverse the tracks. Surely, they cannot mistake the wall for a door? Fred turned back, wearing a self-satisfied expression, and playfully remarked, "Apologies, Mother, you have mistaken him. He is indeed Fred." With that, he dashed toward the wall. I had already begun to envision the horrific scene of overturned carriages and scattered bodies, yet he simply passed through. He penetrated the wall. I was bewildered, gazing as one by one they vanished, while none amongst the crowd exhibited any sign of confusion. Is this truly normal? Is this heaven or hell? Perhaps it is I who am the anomaly. Excuse me. A bespectacled little boy approached, pushing a cart laden with items towards the lady who had uttered the word muggle. He appeared somewhat shy and flustered, inquiring, "May I ask, how do I? Are you heading to the Hogwarts Express?" "Oh, my poor child, you are without an escort." The lady was quite amiable, smiling as she entrusted him to another individual, who, well, must have been her child. She then turned her gaze towards me. A sense of foreboding washed over me, and I instinctively began to retreat. I was uncertain if they were apparitions, but my natural wariness compelled me to maintain distance from these indistinct individuals. "Oh, look, I've discovered another little lost soul. Just like you. He has no one to accompany him." She beamed at me enthusiastically, disregarding my discomfort as she grouped me with the shy, bespectacled boy. "Come along, children. He will guide you inside." "No, I did not wish to collide with the wall, as I was unaware whether I possessed the same extraordinary ability to traverse solid barriers. Yet, against my will, I and the timid boy were ushered into the wall. When a new train station materialized before me, I was engulfed in disbelief. At this juncture, contemplating philosophical quandaries seemed rather tardy. I perhaps had begun to grasp the nature of this place. One thing was certain. It was a realm imbued with magic. My conjecture arose from the sight of a wooden stick in my possession. But what if this were merely a role-playing game? Yet could role-playing encompass such astonishing wall-passing abilities? The train emitted a mournful whistle, and after a moment's hesitation, I stepped onto the bustling train. The door closed behind me, and I stood at the entrance, uncertain of my next move, merely observing the parents lingering outside, reluctant to part from their children. Meanwhile, the group of individuals who ought to be heading to school erupted into raucous merriment upon leaving their parents. Their exuberance filled the train with a cacophony of voices, overwhelming to my senses. I scrutinized their movements, noticing they casually selected seats before introducing themselves to one another. I was reluctant to remain standing like a fool, so I made my way down the corridor, seeking an unoccupied space to sit, but evidently I was unsuccessful. There were indeed throngs of people. I could even see a compartment filled with numerous individuals. Did they not feel crowded? I quietly retreated, searching for a quieter corner to linger, as I lacked the enthusiasm to inquire if another person could squeeze into an already packed compartment. Suddenly, an unsightly toad leapt onto the glass before me, startling me with its grotesque appearance. Reflexively, I recoiled and tumbled into a compartment. Unfortunately, their table was laden with food, and I found myself sprawled across it. They, too, were startled by my abrupt entrance, rising in a flurry of panic. I momentarily lost my composure, taking a moment to extricate myself from the table, my gaze falling to the scattered food upon the floor. I lowered my head and began to sincerely apologize. I am truly sorry. One of them, who was picking up the fallen food, and another who helped me stand on the opposite side, reassured me. It's all right. We understand it was unintentional. Hey, I've seen you before. Someone has seen me? I pondered with a sense of strangeness. I had not even seen myself. After all, I believed I was 25 before I was to meet my demise. This current body clearly did not align with my actual age, appearing as a mere child. I was even unaware of my present name, bewilderedly accompanying this unknown journey aboard the train. I lifted my lowered head to discover, oh, indeed it was a familiar visage, the shy, bespectacled boy. The timid boy seemed to light up upon seeing a companion, extending his hand in introduction. Hi, it's wonderful to see you again. My name is Harry Potter. What is yours? Chapter 2. Hogwarts. I gazed at the child's outstretched hand, tender yet marked by calluses that spoke of arduous labor. He was a diligent child, perhaps accustomed to assisting his parents with household chores. Wait, what did he say his name was? Harry Potter? I was uncertain of my expression, but it was evident that Harry Potter perceived a hint of indifference in me. He hesitated, moving his lips before finally articulating his name. Yes, I am Harry Potter. Fleeting memories flickered in my mind. Though somewhat surreal, they seemed manageable compared to the extraordinary events I had already experienced. I reached out my hand and clasped his. Hello. It is a pleasure to meet you. Noticing my subdued response, Harry scratched his head in confusion. I managed to smile. I ought to extend warmth to a young boy burdened by fate. Oh, I sincerely apologize. My toad has gone missing. Suddenly, a figure burst into the scene. I turned to see a small child, already donned in what appeared to be Hogwarts attire, with a round face and prominent front teeth, looking rather daft. He seemed easily impressionable. Another child emerged, a girl with cascading waves of hair. I admired her vibrant red locks, marveling at their lushness. I instinctively reached for my own hair, but restrained myself, not wishing to appear peculiar. Have you seen my toad? It's quite an intimidating creature and is Neville's beloved pet. We must find it, or Neville will be terribly distressed. She spoke rapidly, her youthful face adopting a serious demeanor as she endeavored to project reliability. Oh, how rude of me. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Hermione Granger. And you are? The girl lifted her chin slightly, gesturing towards the seeker of the toad, adding, he is Neville Longbottom. Finally, another boy in Harry's compartment, who had been scavenging for snacks on the floor, stood up. Placing his findings on the table, he turned to us, his excitement palpable. Hi, I'm Ron Weasley. Delighted to meet you. I glanced at him. He radiated enthusiasm. Ron produced his wand, blinking eagerly as he proclaimed, would anyone like to see the spell I've learned? It will turn my pet rat yellow. I've practiced for ages. As I observed the wand in his hand, I thought instinctively of the one tucked at my waist. I was uncertain if I was indeed a wizard, yet I was unmistakably within the realm of magic. Furthermore, I was oblivious to my identity, having forgotten my name. I felt a sense of disorientation. Had I traversed into this world? It appeared so, for I had become a child, my voice a soft echo of innocence. Then what of the soul that inhabited this body? Had it perished? Shouldn't it have been me instead? A few children, brimming with excitement, gathered around the wand, eager to perform magic. Having never witnessed such wonders, I observed from a distance. Ron's rat, or rather his pet, seemed to be jolted before it leapt. But nothing more transpired. Evidently, the attempt had failed. The rat, seemingly unperturbed, resumed its quest for food. I struggled to comprehend why one would keep a rat, let alone name it. Perhaps my perspective differed from theirs. I found rodents distasteful. Their bodies reeked of refuse, and they would pilfer from the only rice jar in my home. I cast a disdainful glare at the rat, which appeared to sense my hostility and turned to meet my gaze. It was as if it were human. My aversion deepened. Perhaps my expression was too unwelcoming, as the rat seemed startled and scurried to a less conspicuous spot to continue eating. I departed from their compartment and wandered the aisles. The journey was long, with trees, rivers, and mountains retreating behind me, lush greenery and shimmering waters reflected in my eyes, drawing me into their beauty. It was breathtaking. I yearned to leap into the scenery. Perhaps perishing in such a stunning place would be a delightful fate. I pressed my hand against the window, astonished to discover it was operable. Excitedly, I attempted to thrust myself through the opening. However, I was thwarted as a hand yanked me back. Regret washed over me as I watched the scenery recede. In the next instant, darkness enveloped everything. We had entered a tunnel. Fool, did your family not warn you against leaning out so recklessly? I lowered my gaze, contemplating that had I not been pulled back, I might have lost my arm, or worse, my head. My silence only fueled the ire of my rescuer, who shoved me with irritation. Get out of the way. I'm coming through. I glanced up to see him, his platinum hair gleaming under the light, radiating an air of aristocracy. He strode ahead, flanked by two other children, resembling bodyguards in their demeanor. He exuded an intimidating presence. Yet I mused that he was a good boy. After all, he had pulled me back in my moment of peril, had he not? The beautiful landscape re-emerged from the darkness, once again revealing itself to me. I pondered that perhaps the rightful owner of this body was indeed a young wizard. As indicated by the wand at my side, I listened to the train's rhythmic hum, unaware of how much time had passed. Those children had donned matching uniforms, and as I glanced down, I was bewildered to find that I too had somehow changed into Hogwarts attire. I had not noticed when it occurred, and the others seemed oblivious to my transformation. How marvelous! I felt an odd sensation, as if this world were guiding me toward Hogwarts. I was uncertain of the events transpiring around me, yet a troubling thought lingered. I did not know my own name. I stood waiting, anticipating the train's arrival. Slowly, it approached the station, and I followed the throng of children out the door into the twilight. As I surveyed my surroundings, I realized we were in a remarkably remote location. There were no power lines, no houses in sight. A towering figure stood before us. Welcome to Hogwarts, little ones. I am your guide. You may call me Hagrid. Ha! I shall escort you to Hogwarts, so do try to keep up. He seemed aware of his imposing stature, his voice rising and falling dramatically, occasionally winking at the young wizards. I observed his beard and wondered how one could maintain such a lengthy and unkempt beard without it being bothersome while eating. Personally, I imagined it would complicate even the simplest of tasks, like washing one's face. Yet, given Hagrid's somewhat unkempt appearance, I surmised he might not be overly concerned with such matters. Perhaps he had never washed his face at all. Chapter 3. The Sorting Hat. I followed the procession slowly, boarding a small boat. Indeed, a vessel that could accommodate only 2 individuals. And I found myself curious as to how the towering figure managed to embark upon this diminutive craft without it capsizing. I lingered at the rear, eventually joining another person aboard. The water's surface was a murky black, rendering everything indistinct, and I held a torch in my hand. Ah, the torch. I would have much preferred a flashlight or a lantern instead. The boat glided along autonomously, and Hagrid did not cause it to overturn, despite the small craft bearing an undue burden. I gazed into the inky depths, attempting to discern something hidden beneath. I fancied that the creatures below might be extraordinary. Perhaps there were perilous beasts lurking, akin to those unleashed into a moat, but this was the realm of magic. Who knew what enchanted mermaids or piranhas might dwell below? Or perhaps immense serpents or water-spouting dragons. I beheld nothing, for it was indeed too dark. The flickering light, swayed by the wind, rendered even my own reflection nearly unrecognizable. Yet, I could still distinguish my own visage beneath the water. It was my face, though it appeared as it had in my childhood. A sense of disorientation washed over me. Upon disembarking, I ascended a staircase, which proved somewhat steep and winding. I had no doubt that if I were to proceed another few steps, I might well be knocked senseless. Perhaps due to my inattentiveness, I found myself moving from the last row to the front. I caught sight of a few familiar faces. To my right stood Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger. To my left was the platinum-haired boy who had given Harry a nudge. I quietly took a step back. The only option available to me, as the space behind was already filled with others. An elderly woman adorned with a pointed hat stood at the pinnacle of the staircase. Her voice resonated with authority as she welcomed the young wizards to Hogwarts. I am the Professor of Transfiguration, and you may call me Professor McGonagall. Before your official enrollment, we must conduct a sorting ceremony, which will determine your house affiliation. Remain quiet and await my instructions. I trust you will not run about. Upon finishing her address, her piercing gaze swept over each young wizard from her elevated position before she turned and entered. In my recollection, the enrollment process typically transpired within a classroom. This was my first experience standing upon the staircase. It appeared the rumors held true. Our boy who had miraculously survived, Harry Potter, had indeed come to Hogwarts alongside us. Suddenly, the platinum-haired boy's voice pierced the air, marking the beginning of his speech amidst the hushed crowd. His words incited a stir of curiosity and astonishment regarding Harry Potter's presence. Harry Potter was a figure of great renown, as evidenced by the reactions all around. The platinum-haired boy leaned casually against the railing, a posture I deemed precarious, as any misstep could easily lead to an unfortunate tumble. Yet, my concerns proved unwarranted. He remained unscathed, a smirk playing on his lips. "This is Goyle, and this is Clark," he declared, tilting his chin with a confidence that bordered on arrogance as he brushed past me to confront Harry Potter directly. He towered over Harry, slightly bowing his head to assert a commanding presence. "I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." His pride in his surname was palpable, evident in the emphasis of his tone. I now knew his name, Malfoy Draco Malfoy. "Draco," I murmured, my voice inadvertently loud enough to draw the attention of both Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter. Ron Weasley, who had been preparing to laugh, instinctively glanced over as well. No one would utter a given name unless they shared an exceptionally close relationship. "What a lovely name. Your parents must hold you in great affection," I remarked. Draco initially furrowed his brow, but raised an eyebrow at my latter comment. "Thank you. But we are not on such intimate terms as to use first names." I nodded, sincerely apologizing my apologies. Draco scoffed and turned back to Harry Potter, extending his hand. I presumed Harry was discerning enough to know what manner of person could become his friend. Harry regarded Draco Malfoy's hand, hesitating for a moment before finally grasping it. "I will observe you," he replied. "Thank you for your concern." Satisfied with Harry's response, Draco smiled. "Good luck, Harry Potter." Just as he finished speaking, Professor McGonagall approached with elegant strides. She cast a glance at Draco standing at the forefront, then at Harry, ensuring no bullying was occurring before her brow relaxed. Draco returned to his position, raising an eyebrow and wearing a proud smile as he passed by me. "Line up, young wizards, and follow me into the hall," Professor McGonagall instructed, turning to lead us into the grand chamber. As the doors swung open, an ancient and mysterious aura enveloped me, and I stepped inside in a state of bewilderment. I pondered whether, had I not possessed magical abilities or received the exclusive owl letter from Hogwarts, I would have been expelled upon discovery. Perhaps so, but before being banished, I could steal a final glance at this enchanting place. Above, numerous white candles floated, illuminating a ceiling that revealed a beautiful, starry sky. I marveled at the notion of an open hall. What would happen if it rained? Would one require an umbrella or a raincoat? The imagery was breathtaking, with tables laden with platters below. Perhaps this was also a dining hall. Eating while holding an umbrella. What a picturesque scene. As I made my way along the aisle, I noticed students seated on either side, appearing to be upperclassmen, all adorned in the same attire as I. The sole distinction lay in the emblems displayed upon their chests, which varied among the four tables: red, blue, yellow, and green, depicting a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent. I surmised that this was likely the sorting into houses that awaited us. Looking ahead, I overheard murmurs regarding a tattered hat placed upon a chair, which, when donned, would dictate our house assignments. Due to my deliberate pace, I found myself amidst a throng of individuals. Scanning my surroundings, I observed the adults, professors, seated upon an elevated platform. They appeared quite aged, and among them was one with particularly distinctive features. Perhaps due to some physical ailment, both of his arms were notably short. The individual at the center was the headmaster, whom I heard referred to as Dumbledore, and he seemed to exude a kind and gentle demeanor, a benevolent elder. To his right sat a younger man, presumably wearing a hat, whose gaze remained fixed ahead, likely monitoring which students were sorted into which houses. Next to him was a figure cloaked entirely in black. His nose was prominent, his complexion pale, and his hair shone with an unkempt sheen, suggesting a lack of recent washing. I gazed at him, and as he sat upright, he suddenly turned his head, locking eyes with mine. Perhaps my prolonged gaze had drawn his attention. His brow furrowed, and he shot me a displeased glare. I found his lips quite appealing, forming an M shape. He would surely look striking when he smiled. Chapter 4. My name. I was not intimidated by his stare. The professor's frown deepened, seemingly displeased with my reaction. He turned away, no longer regarding me, and I found it somewhat amusing. Hermione Granger. Gryffindor. Ron Weasley. Gryffindor. Harry Potter. Gryffindor. Draco Malfoy. Slytherin. Hufflepuff. Ravenclaw. I found myself in a state of drowsiness, the waiting process proving to be exceedingly tedious. As individuals gradually departed, they were sorted by the mere calling of their names, and I feared I might be the last. Yet, my thoughts lingered on the unsettling possibility that my name might not even be called. Wuggacaven. Professor McGonagall glanced around, noticing no one approaching, and called out once more, Wuggacaven? After a brief pause, still, no one stepped forward. A sudden silence enveloped the hall. I wondered in a daze if this absent little wizard had perhaps missed the Hogwarts Express, now weeping on the platform, lamenting their tardiness as they gazed at the empty tracks. Until the few remaining young wizards turned their gazes towards me. I stood there, bewildered and motionless. Professor McGonagall glanced at her paper, then back at me. Wuggacaven? I sluggishly pondered. Could that possibly be my name? I tilted my head, attempting to mask my confusion. Professor McGonagall inquired, "What is your name?" I looked up at her and shook my head. I did not know. A moment of silence ensued. Then the entire hall erupted in laughter, seemingly amused by my claim of forgetting my own name, perhaps thinking I was merely pretending to be foolish. Professor McGonagall frowned, waved her hand, and commanded, "Come forward." Complying, I approached, and the hat was placed upon my head. To my astonishment, I heard the hat speaking to me, as it seemed to analyze my character. Lacking enthusiasm for life, devoid of courage to face reality, without a thirst for knowledge, and thus incapable of fostering honor and unity, yet you possess ambition, pure blood. I know precisely where you belong. Slytherin. The hat was lifted, and I stood up, glancing back at it. Ambition? I made my way down to the table representing Slytherin. Eventually, all were sorted. With a grand gesture, Professor Dumbledore summoned forth a plethora of food upon the previously empty plates. I stole a few glances, perhaps still surprised that I had truly remained. Wuggacaven? I mused internally. Yes, I could scarcely believe my name comprised 4 syllables, and I was uncertain whether it truly belonged to me. Beside me sat a platinum-haired boy, Draco Malfoy, who appeared equally surprised at the arrival of yet another Slytherin. He displayed the scant enthusiasm he possessed. "So your name is Wuggacaven. Welcome to Slytherin, a wise choice indeed." It struck me as peculiar that I was called Wuggacaven. "Hello, Draco Malfoy," I said, directing my gaze towards him, his small stature and haughty demeanor endearing in their own right. "I admire your hair color." Draco Malfoy beamed with pride. "Of course, it runs in the family, a symbol of the Malfoys. You truly have an eye for quality." Tentatively, I grasped the knife and fork before me, attempting to serve myself from the array of food. Yet, clearly unaccustomed to such utensils, I clumsily allowed some food to slip off and land outside my plate. I stood frozen for a moment, using my fork to retrieve the fallen morsel and cautiously placing it in my mouth. It was a succulent piece of meat, which I chewed for an eternity before swallowing. I resumed my attempts at cutting the meat, the result of my inexperience being that while others had finished their meals, I was still grappling with my initial portion. I had consumed only a few bites. Yet the prefects from the various houses had already begun organizing us to find our dormitories. Slytherin students were relatively few, while Gryffindor and Hufflepuff boasted the largest numbers, with Ravenclaw following closely behind. Having eaten little, I seized a few desserts to carry with me, trailing slowly at the end of the line, munching as I descended. The temperature visibly dropped, and I felt increasingly cold. I could scarcely imagine how I would fare in the dormitory. Upon entering, I discovered it was even colder than anticipated. Devoid of any natural light, illuminated solely by small lamps casting a faint glow. The dormitory was spacious, containing only 2 beds. Perhaps I was the last to arrive, leaving me with a room entirely to myself, an unexpected solace. The bedding was all provided, which relieved me considerably, for one could hardly expect a person with empty hands to conjure forth a bed from thin air. Alas, I had forgotten a toothbrush, toothpaste, and washcloth, not to mention shower gel and shampoo. I surveyed my surroundings, rubbed my arms for warmth, removed my shoes, and burrowed into the blankets. I felt so cold, the weight of fatigue enveloping me, and I succumbed to slumber almost instantly. Upon awakening the next day, I struggled to discern between day and night. Yet my subconscious urged me to attend class. The corridor was long, and I lost track of time as I ascended countless steps and turned numerous corners before finally spotting the classroom door. As I entered, I was met with the sight of a man clad entirely in black, who immediately turned his attention towards me. He furrowed his brow, his expression dark. "Mr. Wuggehaven, as a newcomer, you ought not to be in a fifth-year classroom," he remarked with a tone that dripped with disdain, mocking my intrusion into his class. I felt at a loss, stammering an apology. I recognized this man. He was the head of Slytherin House, and I had often overheard students discussing his temperament and appearance. They claimed he favored his house's students and held a particular disdain for Gryffindor, describing him as a greasy, brooding old bat. Old. I couldn't help but glance at him. Perhaps he was slightly aged, yet he appeared quite youthful. Greasy? Surely, as the headmaster, he was too occupied to focus on his appearance. I now found myself in dire need of assistance, as I had likely been late for an extended period. "Professor, I seem to have lost my way. Could you direct me to Professor McGonagall's classroom? I am on the verge of missing Transfiguration." Upon hearing my words, the headmaster's expression darkened further. I sensed the reason behind it. He was undoubtedly concerned about house points, and my tardiness on the very first day of class would surely result in a deduction. "Mr. Wuggehaven." He stormed towards me, his black robes billowing dramatically, his wand brandished threateningly, as if to poke my face. What an honor. The busy potions professor is now obliged to sacrifice his precious class time to guide a student who overslept. His words were sharp and cutting, prompting me to instinctively take a step back, bowing my head. Yes, I had indeed overslept, wasting the professor's time. I truly ought to acquire an alarm clock to place by my bedside. The headmaster appeared exceedingly furious, his jaw clenched tightly. Perhaps it was only due to my status as a student of his house that he refrained from deducting points outright. Suddenly, he bent down, leaning intimidatingly close to me, constricting my breath. "And congratulations, Mr. Wuggehaven. You have earned yourself a month of mandatory labor on the very first day of school." With that, he seized my collar, practically dragging me to the door of Professor McGonagall's classroom, tossing me inside with a palpable impatience before departing. My clothing was slightly disheveled. Professor McGonagall observed me as I was unceremoniously thrust into her classroom. I lowered my head, feeling apologetic. "I am truly sorry, Professor McGonagall. I overslept and lost my way." Professor McGonagall cast a glance at me, her eyebrow elegantly arched, and with a tone of gentle consolation, she replied, "It's quite all right, dear. I shall only deduct 5 points from your house. I hope you learn a lesson from this." I could already envision the expression on the headmaster's face, who was exceedingly particular about points, upon discovering that I had caused Slytherin to lose 5 points on the very first day of school. His countenance would surely darken with displeasure. Resigned, I took a seat in an empty spot. Chapter 5. The absence of textbooks. Surely, nothing could be worse than this. Could it? Alas, there was. I possessed no textbooks. While my peers diligently perused their books for information, I was left staring blankly at my barren desk, fixated on my solitary possession, a wooden stick. It should be referred to as a wand. Upon noticing my plight, Professor McGonagall approached me and inquired gently, "Oh, my child, have you forgotten to bring your textbooks?" I pressed my lips together. Admitting that I had forgotten would imply I could continue to feign ignorance in future classes. It was patently impossible to keep forgetting. Thus, I resolved to speak the truth. "I apologize, Professor McGonagall, I do not have a textbook." My admission left her momentarily speechless. "I truly hope you are jesting, Mr. Cavendish, for no young wizard would neglect to procure their materials before the commencement of school. And what of your quill?" Embarrassed, I buried my head lower, for apart from my stick and the clothes on my back, I possessed nothing else. "I am sorry." Professor McGonagall seemed to be encountering such a situation for the first time. She sighed. "Very well, Mr. Cavendish, perhaps I can lend you a quill and some paper." Thank you. I stammered, grateful for her generosity, for at least it afforded me the appearance of being a student. What could possibly be worse than this? Indeed, there was more. The next lesson was potions, which happened to be taught by my head of house. I had heard from the upperclassmen that his name was Severus Snape. Severus sounded rather pleasant, yet simultaneously, it filled me with dread, for I also lacked a textbook. As Professor Snape strode purposefully to the podium, I felt the tension mounting within me. Goodness, it had been years since I graduated, and now, here I was, embarking on a new academic journey, filled with uncertainties in a world of magic that I might scarcely comprehend. It felt akin to a matter of life and death. Professor Snape surveyed us with a disdainful gaze, his eyes sharp and aggressive. "I do not require you to mindlessly wave your wands. In my classroom, I shall teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. But you must ensure that your minds are not cluttered with the thoughts of a dim-witted troll." His opening remarks were laden with pressure, drawing the attention of all young witches and wizards, except for Harry Potter, who was busy noting down the key points with a quill. I thought there was nothing substantial to note, It was evidently a mere initiation into the new students. That Harry Potter must have stepped into a pitfall. I observed Professor Snape's gaze linger on Harry Potter, his eyes filled with discontent, and his tone slowed. Hermione Granger, noticing Snape's displeasure, hurriedly nudged Harry's arm. Only then did Harry realize he was under Professor Snape's scrutiny, those dark, brooding eyes upon him. Well, look who we have here. The illustrious savior, Potter. It is evident you are quite famous. Perhaps you ought to know that fame does not exempt you from attending class. Given your confidence, Mr. Potter, why not enlighten us with an answer to my question? Surely, for someone of your renown and exceptional capabilities, it should be a simple task. Harry, his expression a mixture of anxiety and resignation, stood up, unable to provide an answer, having not prepared for the lesson. I was in the same predicament, after all. I had not prepared since I lacked a book. Perhaps if I remained inconspicuous, I could evade Professor Snape's notice for a while longer. If powdered daffodil bulbs are added to the juice of wormwood, what would be the result? Professor Snape posed the question with practiced ease. Harry furrowed his brow and shook his head. Hermione Granger quickly raised her hand, appearing to know the answer, her arm elevated high, desperate to capture Snape's attention. Yet, Snape did not grant her the courtesy of a glance. He immediately asked another question. So tell me, Mr. Potter, where would you go to procure a piece of bezoar? Harry shook his head again. Snape continued, and what is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? Harry, still at a loss, could only shake his head. The surrounding students were captivated by the unfolding drama, and Harry, caught in a web of embarrassment and frustration, finally spoke. Why don't you ask Hermione? She has been raising her hand the entire time. With a cold smirk, Snape disdainfully articulated the answer to his own question. I watched his lips move, their elegant shape imbued with strength and curvature as he spoke. The powdered daffodil root and wormwood create a highly potent sleeping draught known as the draught of living death. Bezoar is a stone extracted from the stomach of a goat and possesses remarkable antidotal properties. As for aconite and wolfsbane, they are indeed one and the same. Both referred to as monkshood. Snape slowly retreated, casting a scathing glance at Harry. It appears that the great savior, Mr. Potter, your fame does not correlate with an increase in intellect. His piercing gaze then swept over Hermione Granger, and you, Miss Granger. Perhaps my classroom does not require the presence of a self-proclaimed prodigy. If you consider yourself so exceptional, then perhaps you ought to leave the spotlight. I cautiously raised my head, observing the dazed expressions of those whom Snape's venomous remarks had struck. My heart ached for the two unfortunate souls. The mingling of praise and scorn had surely shattered their fragile spirits. So, why have you not committed all this knowledge to memory? I turned my head, and as I locked eyes with those hollow, icy orbs, the alarm bells of caution rang loudly within me. Ah, it was my turn, I understood. Perhaps a fainting spell would suffice? Snape shot me a sharp glare and spoke with a tone that brooked no argument. Mr. Cavendish, unless you intend to foolishly wave your wand about in class, performing like a dim-witted troll, kindly stow your wand in your pocket or at your waist. Without hesitation, I tucked the stick into my waistband, my movements so swift that I accidentally jabbed myself in the side. Truth be told, it stung a bit. Professor Snape approached my desk, his gaze falling upon the emptiness before me, save for a blank notebook. Well, it seems Mr. Cavendish has managed to memorize the entirety of the potions compendium, so self-assured that he requires no textbook to recall the names and effects of the various herbs. I braced myself, fearing that Professor Snape might bestow upon me a mocking compliment. I stood up abruptly. I apologize, Professor Snape. My voice lowered, for I had not forgotten that I was a Slytherin, in the presence of the potions master and head of house, Professor Snape. Perhaps if our lack of textbooks was discovered, it would bring shame upon Slytherin and disgrace to Professor Snape. I do not have a textbook. Snape paused, seemingly amused by the statement. I had no choice but to reiterate that I had not deceived him when I arrived. I possessed nothing but the clothes on my back and a wooden wand. I did not deceive you, Professor Snape. Snape narrowed his eyes, as if genuinely contemplating the veracity of my words. In light of your honesty, Slytherin earns 5 points. I opened my mouth, momentarily taken aback. Points just deducted were now being restored? How miraculous. However, upon observing the disdainful expression on Snape's face, I quickly realized there was no miracle at play. It was merely Professor Snape engaging in a charade, and I was but a mere pawn in this emotionless game of points. Although I was not particularly concerned about house points, I found the sensation of relaxation quite pleasant. Chapter 6. Professor Snape's book. Though I had not lost points, I was acutely aware that this was not due to my own merit, but rather the accomplishment of Slytherin House. I felt a modicum of relief, at least for the moment, as I had not incurred any penalties for annoying the professor. The first potion class focused on familiarizing ourselves with the properties and names of herbs. As I hesitated, contemplating whether to borrow a book from the person beside me, the unfriendly potions master, Professor Snape, once again strode past me. His towering figure obscured my view, leaving me only with a glimpse of his long, straight legs. I could scarcely imagine how handsome he would appear in a suit. Lost in my thoughts, Professor Snape's large hand forcefully slammed an immensely thick book onto my desk. It felt less like a mere placement and more like an expression of his frustration directed at my head. His voice, cold and cutting, echoed from above. Perhaps Mr. Caven will return it to his potions master before class concludes. After all, while I can memorize the textbook entirely, there are countless equally brilliant minds who are undoubtedly coveting the meager collection of books possessed by the potions master. His voice was deep, reminiscent of a musical instrument, although I regrettably could not recall its name, only that it resembled a large horn. It was grand and steady, much like the resonance of Professor Snape's own voice. I found myself staring blankly at the book before me, perhaps a manifestation of the professor's sense of responsibility. Yet, I felt a flicker of concern, an emotion I had not experienced in quite some time. Wait, why did I say in quite some time? I lowered my head and expressed my gratitude before Professor Snape departed. Thank you, Professor Snape. He did not acknowledge my meager display of appreciation, his back remaining impassive as he walked away. I opened the book, recalling the page number Professor Snape had instructed us to turn to. Magic is indeed wondrous, as is the study of potions. However, my enthusiasm for it was lacking. Initially, I contemplated sharing the book with someone nearby to appear engaged, to assure the professors that their efforts were not in vain. At the very least, I was feigning attentiveness in class. Yet, as I observed the worn pages before me, already creased from previous use, a desire to study diligently began to blossom within me. The book was now in my hands, and I had no reason not to commit myself to serious study. I might as well treat it like a storybook, though I couldn't promise I would remember everything. The weight of the book was daunting, and the vast knowledge it contained threatened to overwhelm me. I doubted I could retain much of it. Yes, that was indeed my belief, but as I examined the densely annotated markings, I was momentarily stunned. The detailed analyses and summaries, so thorough that even the clumsy oaf Professor Snape had mentioned could comprehend them, left me in awe. What was this? It was akin to a devastating blow from an academic prodigy. I found myself in a quandary. Thanks to these annotations, I had easily recognized a particular herb. Understanding its origins, the duration of its soaking, the timing of its harvest, when to add it to the cauldron, and what it should be paired with to enhance its efficacy, all from the notes provided. I couldn't fathom how a struggling student would transform upon acquiring this book. Perhaps their life would take on a new name, such as from picking up a genius's notes to becoming a prodigy, or one notebook leading me to the pinnacle of success. Or perhaps my secret weapon was simply this tattered book. Well, I might have been overthinking things. As I felt a chilling gaze settle on my back, I realized I had been lost in thought. It undoubtedly drew the ire of Professor Snape. I had no idea how I sensed his gaze so acutely, but I instinctively knew it was him. Had I awakened a necessary skill from my journey through time? Some form of perceptive superpower? If that were the case, it would be better not to have it at all. After all, Professor Snape's gaze was icy enough to send shivers down my spine. I couldn't help but internally lament, please don't look at me. I genuinely feel cold and can hardly breathe. Though it seemed exaggerated, I truly meant it, for I was the one under scrutiny. Thankfully, that piercing gaze finally shifted away. I exhaled in relief, instinctively glancing back at the source of that icy presence. He stood sideways, and I caught a glimpse of his profile, noting that his nose was indeed larger and more prominent than that of an ordinary person. The slight downturn of his lips suggested an unsatisfactory mood. Yet I found myself captivated, unable to look away, regardless of whether his lips curled upward or remained flat. I could not discern whom he was staring at, as my curiosity did not extend that far. Perhaps I had gazed for too long, for he suddenly turned his head, and I noticed his short hair being tousled by the motion. Maybe I should withdraw my gaze, but I did not. I was uncertain of my own thoughts. Perhaps this world was indeed extraordinary. Reflecting on my sensation of being scrutinized by Professor Snape, I mused that perhaps any wizard I gazed upon would feel the same. I could attribute this to the heightened alertness of wizards and their acute sensitivity to being watched. Perhaps it was a necessary skill for wizards in this world, to guard against being spied upon. It was truly difficult not to notice. As expected, I was once again met with a fierce glare from Professor Snape, his dark, penetrating eyes boring into me. I only lowered my gaze when I saw his lips twitching, signaling my need to retract my own line of sight. If I did not, I feared he might become incensed enough to deduct points from Slytherin. Perhaps I would even set the record for the first time a house had penalized his own house. This would hardly be a matter of pride or honor for a Slytherin. I might very well be branded a pariah within my own house. Nonetheless, I was not overly concerned about my relationships with others. The self-study period felt interminably long for those lacking seriousness. Yet I merely felt as if I had lowered and raised my head, and suddenly, class was over. The annotations dazzled my eyes, and I longed for them. However, they were not mine, No matter how splendid they belonged to someone else. I rose, seeking out Professor Snape's figure and approaching him. The book felt somewhat large and heavy in my hands, and I lifted it with both hands, presenting it before him. Professor Snape, thank you for the book. Snape swiftly snatched the book from my hands, his dark gaze brimming with displeasure and ire. After casting a scathing glance my way, he departed the classroom without so much as a backward glance. The swish of his robes brushed past my head, plunging my vision into darkness, akin to the curtain rising at the commencement of a performance. I observed his tall figure enshrouded in black, and it struck me that he seemed somewhat more gaunt than before. Chapter 7. If I were not a Slytherin, the academic structure of this school bears a striking resemblance to my university life, comprising 2 lessons in the morning, each lasting approximately 90 minutes. There are 2 colleges that partake in classes interchangeably. For instance, both my first and second periods are shared with Gryffindor. However, the afternoon schedule includes a joint session with Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. At present, my focus should not be on the afternoon's curriculum, but rather on the luncheon offerings. I earnestly hope that a pair of chopsticks might grace the dining table, for I am utterly unaccustomed to using knives and forks. I invariably manage to send food tumbling off my plate while attempting to cut it. The students of Slytherin dine with remarkable elegance, predominantly hailing from noble lineages, and exhibiting impeccable table manners. It is precisely this that accentuates my sense of alienation. Even the young wizards of Gryffindor adeptly wield their utensils. Perhaps I should take a page from that fellow named Ron Weasley, who, with unrefined gusto, devours his meal with his hands, leaving a greasy trail in his wake. Yet, I must consider my sole garment. I remain uncertain whether that wondrous ability to change attire suddenly, as experienced on the Hogwarts Express, could grant me a fresh set of clothes out of thin air. Once more, I clumsily forked food from the edges of my plate into my mouth, pondering whether I might discover a spell to eradicate stains within the hallowed halls of the Hogwarts library. There is a charms class in the afternoon, and the most straightforward approach would be to inquire with the professor. However, it seems rather ludicrous to seek assistance solely to keep my clothes clean. Perhaps magic may be grand and illustrious, but I am not. Therefore, I would prefer to unearth this spell by my own means, even if it requires an abundance of time and effort. I find solace in not soliciting help from others. After satisfying my hunger to a modest extent, I finally rose at a leisurely pace. The hall was now nearly deserted, tables strewn with remnants of food. I felt a genuine pang of wastefulness, but this is Hogwarts, a magical institution backed by the affluent, who possess the privilege of deciding the fate of their food. I am but a penniless wretch, or rather, a bewildered specter returning to campus, feasting and drinking under the guise of an ambiguous identity. I am even uncertain of my own magical abilities. Oh, it suddenly dawned on me. I do not even know whether I can wield magic. What if I were to discover a spell in the library, only to find myself utterly incapable of casting it? I sighed, feeling a headache creeping in. The afternoon promises a charms lesson. Perhaps I could seize this opportunity to experiment. The long midday stretch could be aptly described as a magical school's version of a siesta. We have the option to return to our dormitories for a rest. Yet, I ventured into the library instead. I searched for a considerable time. Perhaps my memory is not the best, or the labyrinthine corridors genuinely disorienting. For it took me an eternity to reach the library. Inside, numerous students were engrossed in their books, fervently absorbing knowledge. I surmised that most of them were Ravenclaws, as their kind are known for their scholarly inclinations, treating learning as a near-religious pursuit. I mused that had I possessed a fervor for study, I might have gravitated toward Ravenclaw. However, it seems implausible. Ravenclaw students are exceptionally intelligent. Conversely, if their sole focus were on learning, with little regard for house points, perhaps the legendary 7-year winning streak of the Slytherin Cup would no longer hold the same esteemed status among Slytherins. Bookshelves stretched in endless rows, overwhelming my senses. Perhaps there is magic within the classroom. Otherwise, how could such a diminutive door lead to such expansive space? After half an hour, I finally unearthed a tome that appeared likely to contain the spell I sought, yet I realized I lacked the time to peruse it. The relentless passage of time reminded me that I must locate my classroom, as I pondered where I might acquire a clock to remind myself to avoid tardiness. A nearby young witch recited an incantation and waved her wand, conjuring a clock that materialized in midair. I gaped in astonishment, realizing that magic held such remarkable utility. How convenient. I despaired at my own wand, pondering how I might harness magic. I felt no different from an ordinary person. I sensed no unusual energy coursing through me. Recalling the incantation the young witch had uttered, I contemplated giving it a try myself. Tell me the time, I articulated fluently, albeit with an odd sensation. I felt something flow through my palm and into the wand, my wand, before a clock materialized in the air, displaying the time, 1:36 in the afternoon. I was momentarily bewildered. Was that all there was to it? merely wielding the wand and reciting a spell? Why did it feel so surreal, as though I were caught in a dream? I ought to be elated and astonished, yet I felt disoriented and burdened with melancholy. I questioned my very existence. Was I truly alive? Perhaps this was merely a figment of my imagination conjured in the afterlife. How absurd. I returned the book to its place. The library's volumes are not available for loan, and I could only memorize its location, praying that no one would misplace it elsewhere. Navigating through the throngs of students, I felt like a lost soul adrift in a sea of vibrant, spirited young wizards. I seemed utterly out of place in this world. Here, I had no sense of belonging. I could not fathom why I had appeared, nor when I might depart. Even the drifting ghosts seemed to possess more vitality than I. As the other young wizards dispersed, the once bustling corridor now felt desolate, with only me remaining. I gazed around in confusion, contemplating why I burdened myself with such thoughts. I should find a quiet corner and simply fade away, free from the worries of sustenance and the dread of soiling my garments. I had long outlived my time. No, perhaps I was already dead. This world is but a dream, a fantastical dream imbued with a hint of magic. Mr. Wuggacaven, a thunderous roar, filled with fury, jolted me back to reality. Instinctively, I turned to see Professor Snape, shrouded in black, striding towards me with an intimidating presence, exuding an air of menace and authority as he came to a halt before me. At this hour, you should be attending Professor Flitwick's charms class rather than wandering the corridors, brooding like a troll. Faced with Snape's ire, I could only lower my gaze. This is a dream, yet the figure before me is all too real. My timidity and silence only served to infuriate Snape further, who forcefully propelled me to the threshold of the charms classroom. I peered at the doorway but hesitated to enter, for Snape's wrath still simmered. Or perhaps he was merely brewing his venom. I am fully prepared to face a torrent of spittle. If you are not a Slytherin. He gritted his teeth, an unmistakable air of dissatisfaction and mockery surrounding him. Yet, I find myself devoid of any choice, for you are indeed a Slytherin. The busy potions professor must squander his time teaching the foolish troll the locations of each classroom. Yes, I am distinctly out of place amongst those noble elites. I am utterly inept at wielding a fork and knife, let alone dining with grace. Perhaps the sorting hat, in its old age, misplaced me. It proclaimed that I lacked courage, that Gryffindor would not have me. It declared that I harbored no thirst for knowledge, thus Ravenclaw rejected me. It deemed me selfish and divisive, leading Hufflepuff to turn me away. And Slytherin accepted me solely for my pure bloodline. I am, indeed, utterly worthless. Chapter 8. Ashamed of my timidity? Snape narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the young boy before him, whose head remained bowed in submission, and frowned slightly. Suddenly, he reached out, grasping my chin and forcefully lifting my head, which had nearly been buried in the ground. Perhaps someone ought to teach Mr. Cavan how to engage in conversation with others while maintaining proper posture. I felt the rough, lined palm against my chin and his warm body temperature. My gaze drifting towards Professor Snape. To me, Professor Snape loomed tall. My face barely reached his waist. I averted my eyes, attempting to escape the hold, feeling utterly uncomfortable. Apologies, I murmured. Snape withdrew his hand, his disdainful gaze appraising me with scrutiny. Instinctively, I lowered my head once more. A short, derisive chuckle escaped Snape, as if he were suddenly incensed. Is that all you know how to do? Apologize, Mr. Cavan? He clicked his tongue. You ought to be ashamed of your cowardice, especially as you are a Slytherin, a student of the Potions Academy. I remained silent, enduring the onslaught of Snape's vehement attacks on my character like a punching bag, devoid of emotion, offering no retort. It was only when Snape swished his black robes past my face that I was forced to step back, clumsily evading the gesture. The pain on my face momentarily stunned me. It seemed I finally grasped a semblance of reality. I touched my face, where a trace of pain lingered, pressing down, and more discomfort surged through my nerves. I felt it, so I must indeed be alive. But why do I continue to exist? An emotion spread within my chest, indefinable, oscillating between laughter and tears, rendering me a portrait of madness. I covered my face, inhaling deeply. Hey, Cavan, are you all right? A voice called my name. Yes, my name. I reined in my emotions, aside from a misty haze lingering in my eyes. Everything else felt remarkably normal. I responded to the concerned Draco Malfoy before me. Thank you. I'm fine, just splendid. Yet, Draco regarded me with an expression of skepticism, flanked by two sycophantic companions. Let us head to class. I smiled, taking a step aside, and Draco moved inward. Had you not been blocking the doorway, I would have entered long ago. I refrained from arguing, waiting for them to proceed before following suit. The seating was self-selected. Those who arrived early claimed the most advantageous spots, not the front row, as proximity would draw Professor Flitwick's attention. The second and third rows were deemed optimal. I found myself relegated to the very last row, the fifth. This was indeed a fortuitous position. Draco Malfoy strode directly to a young wizard in the third row, and with a mere glance, several young wizards dutifully gathered their books and vacated their seats, allowing Draco and his 2 bodyguards to take their places seamlessly. I discerned Draco's unassailable status among the aristocrats. Nearly all of them were averse to standing against him, while others were eager to curry favor. From my distant vantage point, I felt inconspicuous. Perhaps Professor Flitwick on the podium would not notice me, a quiet student without a textbook. Speaking of which, Professor Flitwick was the same short man I had observed yesterday. He appeared even shorter than I. I understood that such stunted growth was a rare condition. What was it called? Dwarfism. Isn't the magical world wondrous? Has no one managed to concoct a remedy for dwarfism? It seems magic is not omnipotent. Professor Flitwick stood elevated. Or perhaps it was a specially prepared platform to accommodate his stature. From this height, he could better command our attention, with an expansive window behind him, sunlight filtering through, casting a warm glow around him. I could not help but reflect upon my own dormitory, a space filled with coldness and gloom. I might liken it to a vast refrigerator, with us as the food preserved within. I rather fancied the deep green hues of the bedding. But the chill was insurmountable. Even the blankets offered no solace. I recalled the communal area in the center of the dormitory, which had a fireplace. Perhaps I could attempt to ignite it for some warmth. I firmly believed that Headmaster Dumbledore exhibited favoritism towards certain houses. Otherwise, why were Gryffindor and Hufflepuff situated above ground, while Ravenclaw's dormitory was even suspended in midair, leaving Slytherin relegated to the frigid dungeons? The pallor of Professor Snape's complexion likely stemmed from a similar lack of sunlight in his quarters, rendering him ghostly pale. Well, upon contemplating Professor Snape, another thought surfaced. I nearly forgot about my first lesson of the term, resulting in a month of mandatory servitude. Kevin, I snapped back to reality, a hint of bewilderment in my gaze. Furrowing my brow, I wondered why my name was being called once more. I looked up to find it was Professor Flitwick. Oh my heavens. Today we've only had 4 classes, and I've already been called upon by 3 professors. Have I been too conspicuous in my idleness? I stood silent, unsure of why Professor Flitwick had summoned me. We are to learn the levitation charm. Have you mastered it? I was momentarily taken aback, aware that Professor Flitwick had noticed my daze, yet he generously chose not to dwell upon my behavior and gently prompted me on what I should do. I glanced around, realizing that feathers had inexplicably appeared before everyone. Hesitantly, I grasped my wand, the incantation feeling surreal, leaving me uncertain if I could conjure it once more. Professor Flitwick demonstrated, making a feather float effortlessly. I mimicked his actions, uttering the words to levitate. It felt as though my pronunciation diverged from the intended charm, akin to claiming I was going to the restroom while others heard I was dining, a peculiar dissonance. The feather levitated successfully. Mr. Cavan, it appears you have grasped the concept quite well. Slytherin earns 2 points. I retracted my wand, and the feather gently descended. You may take your seat, Mr. Cavan. I complied, sitting down. At that moment, I felt akin to a prodigy, though I could not quite fathom the reason behind my newfound brilliance. As I waved my wand, it came to me effortlessly, devoid of any restrictions or difficulties. An unsettling sensation enveloped me, a feeling of unreality. I yearned for a hint of pain to anchor my perception of this world as genuine. Chapter 9. Neville's Memory Orb. I vacantly exited the classroom. The next lesson was supposed to be care of magical creatures, but for reasons unknown, it had been swapped with the flying lesson scheduled for a few days later. I heard that the flying lesson involves soaring on broomsticks. Truly, it aligns perfectly with my impression of wizards. The instructor handed each of us a broom, and as I grasped it, I felt its weight in my hands. My DNA stirred with excitement, and I couldn't help but sweep the ground a few times with it. It truly felt reminiscent of those school cleaning days. Wait, what on earth am I nostalgic for? A line of young witches and wizards stood in 2 rows under Professor Hooch's guidance. Professor Hooch, a figure who appeared somewhat strict yet benevolent, sported a short, tousled mane of pale yellow hair that frizzed under the sunlight. I positioned myself at the farthest end, observing as she initiated our lesson on how to control the broomsticks to lift off the ground. Amidst a chorus of up from the gathered young witches and wizards, I anxiously focused on the broom lying on the ground, feeling somewhat disheveled. In my understanding, a broom is merely a tool for cleaning, even if it could indeed fly. How could one possibly sit astride a mere stick without discomfort? Just the thought of it sent a pang of unease through me. More importantly, I had no confidence in my ability to control the broom. I could only imagine the sheer terror I would feel if it were to whisk me into the sky. I might even be frightened into losing control of my bladder. In that moment, I could very well meet my demise. Perhaps I wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Professor Snape, that particularly proud head of Slytherin, would personally escort me to meet the great wizard Merlin. Speaking of which, it seems wizards in this world have an affinity for mentioning Merlin, akin to invoking a deity. I tentatively extended my hand. And when Professor Hooch turned her gaze towards me, I feigned effort and uttered, "Up." To my astonishment, the broom soared into the air, landing precisely in my palm. It didn't hurt, but it startled me, and I instinctively tossed it back. Fortunately, my reaction went unnoticed, as their attention was diverted elsewhere. I squinted to see what had drawn their focus, only to witness a young wizard being lifted into the air by his broom. The broom began to zigzag chaotically, attempting to dislodge the young wizard. I could empathize with the fear coursing through him. That young wizard appeared to be Neville Longbottom. He came perilously close to colliding with a massive stone statue on the playground, which wielded a sharp weapon. My heart raced for him. Instinctively, I tightened my grip on my wand, and, as Neville was on the verge of falling, I discreetly cast a spell behind everyone's backs. The levitation charm. My voice was barely a whisper, for I desired no attention. As Neville began to plummet face first towards the ground, he momentarily halted before descending once more. I stood there, momentarily stunned, before retracting my wand and observing the unfolding drama. Neville slowly rose from the ground, glancing at his hands, and as Professor Hooch approached him with concern, he exclaimed, "Hey, I'm fine." Professor Hooch, ever observant, quickly deduced why Neville had not fallen. He wasn't holding his wand. Thus it could not have been his doing. She supported Neville, who was limping, and surveyed the crowd, seeking the one who had saved him from injury. However, this was not a time for accolades. It was a moment to escort the injured young wizard to the infirmary. She admonished the gathered students, warning, "Before I return, I must not see anyone flying around like a fly. Such behavior could very well earn you a letter of expulsion from Hogwarts." With that, she guided Neville away, limping as they departed the playground. I watched them go, contemplating whether, with the professor absent, we might now enjoy some freedom. No need to mount that perilous broomstick, flailing about like a rag doll. Just look at what had happened to Neville. As I pondered finding a place to sit, the circle of young witches and wizards nearby erupted into clamorous excitement. Upon closer inspection, I realized that Draco Malfoy, the scion of the Malfoy family, had discovered Neville's belongings. "Look what I've found. It's the memory orb sent by the stupid little fat boy's grandmother," Draco boasted, brandishing the orb for all to see. Curiosity piqued, I approached. "What is a memory orb?" I inquired, gazing at the transparent sphere that bore no distinction from a plastic ball. "What purpose did it serve? Did it store memories?" Draco, initially locked in a gaze with Harry, turned his attention to me upon hearing my question. Perhaps due to my Slytherin affiliation, Draco's demeanor remained relatively amicable. "You don't know what this is?" he exclaimed, somewhat surprised, yet proceeded to explain its function. "It doesn't store memories. It reveals if someone has lost a memory. If someone holds it, and the color turns red, it indicates they've forgotten something." I feigned astonishment, though in truth, I was indeed amazed. I had never encountered such a remarkable object before. "May I see it?" I extended my hand. Draco frowned, appearing somewhat reluctant, yet he relented, saying, Fine, take it to play with." Perhaps I did indeed appear like a bumpkin from the countryside, but merely because I was a Slytherin, Draco was inclined to grant me some leeway. The memory orb settled into my palm, and just as I prepared to examine it closely, it unexpectedly emitted a plume of red smoke. I was momentarily bewildered. Recalling Draco's earlier words, the presence of red smoke indicated I had forgotten something. Draco observed this, casting me a surprised glance before shaking his head, as if to suggest I was beyond saving. Had I truly forgotten something? This was quite unfortunate, as I couldn't recall what it was I had forgotten. After all, I had only remembered my name yesterday after several calls and confirmations from Professor McGonagall. It seemed this name was unclaimed, and coincidentally, I was the only one in this place who had forgotten my own name. Harry approached me, seemingly eager to speak, and I looked up at him. This shy boy with glasses, whom I remembered, appeared a bit nervous but spoke with determination. "Wuggacaven, I want to say that this memory orb belongs to Neville." Of course, I was aware of this fact, yet naive Harry, how fortunate you were to have spoken to me at that moment. Otherwise, I could easily imagine the ridicule Draco would have heaped upon him upon hearing those words. "Of course, Harry, I am well aware of that." I smiled at him and held the ball in the palm of my hand, eventually explaining in his puzzled gaze, "Perhaps I can safeguard it and return it to Neville in pristine condition the next time I see him." Harry exhibited a fleeting hesitation. Yet before he could utter any further words, the person beside him, Ron, interjected, "Who knows if you might hide it away?" I suppressed my smile and cast a cool glance at the outspoken young boy. Perhaps he had unwittingly shared his thoughts, oblivious to the offense they carried. Well, I wouldn't hold a grudge against a child. Chapter 10. It's about buying books, not selling me. I let out a hum of discontent, signifying my displeasure. What kind of thoughts reflect the character of the thinker, Ron Weasley? I turned my gaze back to Harry Potter, feigning a look of unjust grievance. "Is that what you think too, Harry?" I could discern that the shy young boy was somewhat innocent and naive. If I displayed vulnerability, it would likely soften his heart. Harry, flustered, quickly replied, "Sorry, Wood. Ron didn't mean anything by it." I sighed, feigning sorrow as I departed from their vicinity. Draco watched the unfolding scene with amusement, while Harry and Hermione chastised Ron for his bluntness. Clutching the red memory ball, I pondered deeply. I realized that what I had forgotten must be my own origins. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that I had completely forgotten everything prior to my time at Hogwarts. I vaguely remembered that I did not belong to this world, and all I could recall was being 25 before arriving here. The details of my past life, my profession, my family, the reasons for my demise, were all but erased from my memory. I only knew that I must have taken my own life. How peculiar. I stood beside my broom, lost in thought, my gaze dimming as I stared at the memory ball, as if struck by some fatal blow. A sense of melancholy enveloped me, at least in Harry's eyes, what appeared thus. However, preoccupied with my own musings, I neglected the happenings around me and paid no heed to how they perceived me. Professor Hooch soon returned, observing that the young witches and wizards were obediently refraining from flying, and she nodded in satisfaction. "Such well-behaved children," she remarked, before instructing us to line up once more for practice. Was there something amiss with my thoughts? After such a grave incident, shouldn't classes be suspended? Why was there such calm in proceeding? Or was it that such occurrences were frequent in the wizarding world, so much so that everyone had grown accustomed to them? Well, no matter how unwilling I was, it wouldn't alter the fact that I had to endure this wretched flying lesson. Professor Hooch, seeing that we had managed to grasp our brooms, began to teach us the next step, to ride. I held the broom, contemplating the possibility of feigning illness. Yet, it was evident that I could not ascertain whether my lackluster acting would suffice. After all, in this world, a wizard merely needed to wave their wand to discern any ailment in my body. The young witches and wizards began to mount their brooms one by one, and only when the majority had taken to the air did I reluctantly sit upon mine. As I pondered taking flight, to my astonishment, it obediently lifted me, hovering steadily at a modest height. What a strange sensation. I found myself harboring the belief that I could fly swiftly, far, and skillfully. I suppressed this unfounded whimsy and lowered the broom closer to the ground. In mere moments, I heard commotion from Draco and Harry's direction. They seemed to be engaged in conversation. I glanced over, noticing the two facing each other, Harry frowning, while Draco wore his signature Malfoy smirk. What? I was jolted from my thoughts upon hearing Professor Hooch call my name. Turning, I saw her looking up at me, accompanied by Professor McGonagall, who was observing nearby. I tilted my head slightly and gracefully descended to the ground, the solid feel of the earth beneath my feet bringing me a sense of relief. I jogged over, uncertain of the reason for my summons, yet as a dutiful student, I felt compelled to display proper respect. "Professor Hooch, Professor McGonagall." I greeted politely before looking up at Professor Hooch and inquiring, "Did you need something?" Professor Hooch waved her hand, revealing a smile. Her appearance was somewhat androgynous, and her short, tousled hair suited her well. She regarded me warmly before handing me over to Professor McGonagall. "Oh, good child. Professor McGonagall is looking for you. She needs to take you away for a bit." Professor McGonagall nodded. Though she was strict during class, outside of her teaching role, she resembled a kind grandmother. She attempted to take my hand, and I stiffened momentarily but soon relaxed. She first patted the back of my hand, and then smiled, saying, "Come along, Wood. This trip may take a while. Perhaps you should say goodbye to your friends, lest they wonder where you are come evening." While this may have sounded like concern, to my ears, it bore a resemblance to an ominous premonition of something dreadful to come. I shook my head. "No need, Professor McGonagall. After all, I had no one here whom I could truly call a friend, or rather, a young witch or wizard." I followed Professor McGonagall, oblivious to our destination. In truth, even if she were to escort me to the fabled wizarding prison of Azkaban, I wouldn't be particularly surprised. Wizards were so formidable. Perhaps they had already discerned that I was not of this world and were simply waiting to observe and test me. However, it was clear that I was overthinking, for Professor McGonagall soon clarified her intentions. She was taking me to procure books. What a surprise. I had expected to be lost in incomprehensible texts until I was expelled. After all, I did not believe I could endure here for long in my current state. In my recollection, I remained a thief who had stolen someone else's acceptance letter. I remained silent, and Professor McGonagall attempted to engage me in conversation. "You're far too quiet, Cavendish. Perhaps you should try communicating more with your friends." "Friends? No. I have never had friends." I lowered my head, watching my feet as I walked, observing the ground receding beneath me. Professor McGonagall's words echoed in my ears. Yet I absorbed not a single syllable. Caring for every young witch and wizard might be a professor's duty, but I wished for their silence regarding me. I craved a tranquil environment, a serene world. The clamor did not suit me. Perhaps my prolonged silence rendered Professor McGonagall unable to continue her monologue, for she furrowed her brow, concern flickering in her gaze. Just as I wondered when Professor McGonagall would complete her acquisition of materials, a pair of long legs appeared before me. I couldn't help but look up, only to find Professor Snape's grim visage. He did not appear pleased. Impatiently, Snape remarked, "Professor McGonagall, I believe you need to pay a visit to Headmaster Dumbledore's office. He requires your presence." Professor McGonagall hesitated for a moment, casting a glance in my direction before turning her gaze towards Professor Snape, a smile gracing her lips. "Oh, how unfortunate. I had intended to take this little wizard to Diagon Alley, but it seems this task must be entrusted to you, Severus." A mischievous glint, rather unbecoming for her age, flickered in her eyes, and I was confident that Severus would assist the poor young wizard in acquiring all that he required. With that, she turned on her heel, indifferent to the deepening scowl on Professor Snape's face, departing with an air of authority. I stood momentarily stunned, glancing between the resolute figure of Professor McGonagall and the visibly irate Professor Snape, whose eyes seemed ablaze with fury. I could do nothing but lower my head in submission. The sound of Snape's ire descended upon me like a storm. Damnable nuisance. This is not the path to procure books. This is the route to my own demise. Chapter 11. Well, indeed, I am a wretched little creature. The black cloak swirled and billowed, much like the tumult of my heart, as Hogwarts lacked the means for apparition. Professor Snape strode forward with long, purposeful strides, while I, feeling a mixture of relief and exhaustion, struggled to keep pace. At a mere 1.50 meters, I barely reached the level of his waist, and my short legs had to work fervently to keep up. I began to suspect that Professor Snape was deliberately taking out his frustrations on me, for no one in their right mind could walk with such fervor that their robes billowed in the air, remaining suspended as if by magic. Such minor vexations could not truly harm me, for Professor Snape's duty was to escort me in purchasing books. Even if I lagged behind, I trusted he would return, albeit with an irritable countenance. I found myself reminiscing about the sensation of being pulled along, where my exertion was unnecessary and I was effortlessly propelled by Professor Snape's formidable strength. Ah, yes, it suddenly struck me. Purchasing books hardly necessitated my presence. I could simply wait here. Surely the cost of the books does not fall upon me, nor upon Professor Snape, does it? Wouldn't Headmaster Dumbledore cover the expenses? The notion of providing a young wizard with books for free seemed improbable. It appeared that the financial burden would rest upon Professor Snape. Oh, I seemed to grasp the source of his profound irritation. To purchase books for someone unrelated, while footing the bill, if I were in his position, I would feel quite the same. Yet, this was for my benefit, and I truly had no funds to contribute. Perhaps I possessed some, but I could not recall where I had placed them. Mr. Cavendish. Professor Snape's voice, laced with fury, echoed from ahead, causing me to startle and quickly lift my gaze. Alas, I had been lost in thought, unknowingly slowing my pace. Are your feet counting ants on the ground? I had only slightly decelerated. Yet it was enough to fall behind Professor Snape's swift strides. It was as though he was perpetually aware of my movements. How else could he have noticed my faltering pace so quickly? Breathless, I stood before Professor Snape. He regarded me, this fragile youth, with palpable irritation. A wizard whose stamina was inferior to that of an equally aged young witch. How lamentably frail. His piercing gaze bore into me, and I found myself at a loss, unsure how to respond other than to appear contrite like a child caught in wrongdoing. Ah, but I am indeed a child, am I not? I understood that an angry adult could be swayed by the innocent antics of a child, diminishing the severity of punishment. A child who pouts may receive a sweet. However, I was acutely aware that I was not truly a child. Feigning cuteness was not my forte, nor was it necessary. I apologize, Professor Snape. My submissive demeanor only seemed to stoke the flames of his wrath. I ought to teach you how to hold your head high, straighten your back, and maintain the proper posture for walking. Professor Snape, with evident impatience, grasped my collar and led me to his office. His office, though cold, was devoid of dampness. As I had anticipated, it was a realm of chill and solitude. In stark contrast to his austere demeanor, the office was impeccably clean, orderly, and devoid of dust. Shelves adorned the walls, filled with an array of books, each meticulously categorized. I also espied vials of potions and open tomes, perhaps in moments of solitude. Professor Snape would sit there, quill in hand, diligently absorbing the knowledge contained within. I had heard that Professor Snape was the youngest professor and also the youngest master of potions. Surely, his past accomplishments were remarkable. I mused that perhaps this was the hallmark of genius, the true pride of the heavens. Have you grasped what I have shown you? Professor Snape inquired, his expression inscrutable as he grasped an object from his desk. I believe you will have ample time to understand this evening, or rather, throughout the month's evenings. I recalled the dread that had already begun to loom over my impending evening classes. It was somewhat disheartening, but not overwhelmingly so. The atmosphere here was no different from that in my dormitory. Both were cold and devoid of sunlight. Floo powder, Professor Snape stated. I hope your pronunciation is impeccable, for I cannot guarantee where you may be transported otherwise. I mimicked Professor Snape's actions, taking the floo powder in hand and reciting, Diagon Alley. Standing before the fireplace, I felt an odd sensation akin to Santa Claus taking shortcuts. It was disconcerting. In an instant, my surroundings blurred, and I found myself inexplicably airborne, instinctively shielding my head as I prepared to roll upon landing. Yet, a familiar grip seized my collar, and I should be grateful that my shirt was unbuttoned at the neck. Otherwise, I might have borne a crimson mark upon my throat. Perhaps Professor Snape was aware of this, which was why he so carelessly yanked me along, treating me like a piece of luggage, albeit a rather peculiar piece of luggage with legs. He cast a glance at me, then at the fireplace, perhaps curious about how I had managed to become airborne. With a disdainful huff, he released me, wiping his hands on his black robes as though I were something unsavory. Indeed, as I looked at the streak of grayish-white upon his cloak, it was clear that I was a rather filthy creature, covered in soot. I glanced at Professor Snape, who had also traversed the fireplace, yet his attire remained pristine, save for the speck of dust he had acquired from me. Perhaps this was the distinction between a novice and a seasoned practitioner? The experienced Professor Snape. I found a peculiar amusement in the thought, as if mismatched words had been applied to a meticulous individual. Just look at Professor Snape's attire. It was evident he was a man of conservative principles, as demonstrated by the way his buttons were fastened all the way to his throat, nothing revealed, save for his hands and face. Professor Snape narrowed his eyes. Damnable nuisance. How dare you drift off in my presence? I cannot fathom the reason, yet I perceive a heavy, oppressive atmosphere emanating from the headmaster. Oh, I've lost my focus again. Alas, I have been caught once more. Perhaps Professor Snape is about to call my name yet again. Weasley. Colin. Very well, Professor. I stand right before you. There is no need to raise your voice so dramatically. Merely summoning my name seems to be straining your vocal cords today. Chapter 12. I merely wish to return to the dormitory. Professor Snape abruptly thrust a sheet of paper into my face. Instinctively, I caught it and glanced at its contents. Neatly inscribed upon it were the titles of the books required for my classes, alongside ink and quill specifications, uniform measurement details, and even an owl was mentioned. I automatically struck through the measurement and owl details. This must be the checklist for young witches and wizards prior to the commencement of the school year. It seems Professor Snape, in a fit of laziness, simply pulled a page for me to peruse. Professor Snape unceremoniously deposited me at the entrance of a bookstore, commanding me with a fierce tone to wait for his return after purchasing the books. Hoping I would refrain from wandering amidst the bustling chaos of Diagon Alley out of curiosity, I nodded in acknowledgement, and upon seeing my assent, he turned on his heel and departed. Standing at the entrance, I gazed at the street, which could hardly be deemed crowded, even spacious by some accounts, and I fell into a brief silence. By the third second, my thoughts began to wander. I pondered the potential consequences of leaving without paying for the books. Yet, evidently, Professor Snape was more reliable than I had anticipated. A cheerful individual emerged from within, greeting me with a smile. You must be Mr. Khan. Professor Snape instructed me to assist you in selecting your required texts. Please, step inside. Following him through the now open door, I was greeted by the chime of a bell. In an instant, it felt as though the world had suddenly become clearer, as if I had been awakened from a stupor. My gaze instinctively drifted upwards to the bell, which was rather ordinary, commonplace even. The shopkeeper seemed to notice my curiosity and, with a smile, explained, a most useful alerting bell. It sharpens the mind. You see, some overly excited young witches and wizards often lose themselves in their excitement, becoming so enraptured by knowledge that they forget their purpose for coming. Perhaps envisioning such a scenario amused him further, for he chuckled heartily. Oh, what a dreadful predicament that would be. He then looked at me, asking if I remembered the items I needed to procure. I nodded, indicating my understanding. He gestured toward a bookshelf, stating, that would be splendid. Perhaps you could begin from there. I turned my gaze and, with deliberate steps, began selecting the necessary books from the list Professor Snape had provided. As I surveyed the pile of books I had amassed, I could not help but glance at my slender arms and legs, pondering how many trips it would take to transport such a weighty collection back to the dormitory. I estimated that after several runs, I would be utterly spent. Perhaps it would be wiser to simply make a run for it. Why should I subject myself to another day of classes? Resolved, I returned the books to their shelves. Weasley Colin. Professor Snape's voice thundered, causing me to flinch instinctively, my hand colliding with the bookshelf. I turned to face him, only to find his expression dark and foreboding. Is the only distinction between you and a snail the presence of facial features? Furthermore, his gaze sharpened, and with palpable displeasure, he demanded, Perhaps you could elucidate why you returned the essential texts for your major courses? His tone intensified, laden with resentment. Or do you harbor some deep-seated objections towards your venerable professor? And no, not at all, I thought. Though my peripheral vision caught sight of the very book I had just returned, the potions textbook. Well, this misunderstanding was indeed thickening the fog. For the first time, I felt a headache brewing. I needed to clarify things to prevent further misinterpretation. This particular book is not as effective as yours, Professor, I ventured. Your book is exceptionally detailed. I find it much easier to comprehend. Professor Snape's lips twitched, revealing a semblance of a smirk. I could not discern whether he was contemplating my apparent attachment to his meticulously curated teaching materials. After a prolonged silence, he let out a cold snort. Retrieve your books. Mr. Weasley Cohen. Each syllable was pronounced with a formidable emphasis. With a flick of his wand, the book I had set aside soared back atop the pile I had previously assembled. Very well, I sighed, resigned to the task of hefting the books once more. However, as I exerted my strength, I inevitably stumbled, sending the books cascading to the floor. Fool, is your brain stuffed with trolls? What a wretched nuisance you are. What else can you possibly manage? Professor Snape's irate voice echoed, accompanied by the sound of his approaching footsteps. With a heavy sigh, I meticulously restacked the books, preparing to lift them more cautiously this time. Professor Snape, perhaps unable to tolerate my foolishness any longer, derisively proclaimed, Mr. Weasley Cohen. You truly ought to engage that sluggish brain of yours. Perhaps you've even learned a convenient spell known as the levitation charm. I dare say, this is not something your potions professor should have to teach you. It was only then that the reminder struck me. However, despite my reluctance, I brandished my wand, hesitatingly twisting it. I was unsure if I could successfully cast the spell, but it was worth a try. So, I waved my wand and recited the incantation. The books began to levitate. With that, Professor Snape swirled his black cloak dramatically and strode towards the checkout counter. I followed closely behind, observing as he composed himself, his expression devoid of emotion while conversing with the shopkeeper. I glanced at the hovering books, feeling somewhat unaccustomed but undeniably appreciative of the convenience. The shopkeeper produced an object resembling a suitcase and handed it to me. Confused, I wondered if there was a complimentary gift with my book purchase. Yet, it was evidently for me, provided by Professor Snape, to carry the books. I was uncertain how this small suitcase, small enough for me to easily carry, could accommodate so many volumes. But it appeared I had underestimated the wonders of the wizarding world once again. As I placed the books inside, they magically shrank in size. Upon removal, they returned to their original dimensions. Truly astonishing. Professor Snape, observing my reaction, seemed to regard me as a muggle, perhaps for my evident lack of knowledge. After completing our purchases, Professor Snape did not drag me along, but rather allowed me to carry the seemingly light suitcase myself. In truth, it was remarkably light. As if it contained nothing at all. I followed him back to his office, and in the span of merely an hour, the flying lesson had concluded. This indicated that now was the time for leisure activities, albeit only for an hour. Professor Snape propelled me from his office, slamming the door with a resounding thud that sent a tremor through me. He glowered down at me with his dark, menacing gaze and stated, I shall see you in 1 hour, Mr. Weasley Cohen. I nodded fervently. To an observer, I must have appeared to tremble uncontrollably. However, I am acutely aware that some things cannot be judged solely by their appearances. Just like Professor Snape, who may seem intimidating and unapproachable, yet possesses an unexpected touch of tenderness. I grasped my small suitcase and began to follow Professor Snape closely behind. As he passed by the Slytherin dormitory, I silently bid him farewell. I committed this route to memory, and now I needed to remember another. Those cursed, spiraling staircases. As I ascended the stairs, preparing to descend, they unexpectedly twisted upward. I had no choice but to wait at the staircase's entrance, only to encounter fellow students moments later. Oh, familiar faces. The young hero, Harry Potter. Admittedly, I knew him to be a hero, yet the reasons for his legendary status eluded me. Was it a remnant of my subconscious from before my crossing? It felt oddly like a spoiler, yet not entirely complete, leaving me with a sense of helplessness. Nevertheless, these thoughts were of little consequence. What mattered was returning to the dormitory to stow my books before heading to the dungeon for my obligatory labor. Hey, Weasley. Harry seemed pleasantly surprised to see me here. I glanced over. Among the three of them, only Ron appeared distinctly displeased with my presence. Perhaps my deliberate show of vulnerability had prompted a reprimand from naive Harry? Ron leaned in to whisper to Harry, maybe we should keep our distance from him. After all, those dark wizards come from Slytherin. Upon hearing this, Harry's smile faltered slightly. He might have wanted to retort, yet he found himself lacking a valid argument. Standing at the top of the stairs, I looked down upon the trio, reminiscent of Draco gazing down at Harry. I chuckled softly and said gently, you are mistaken, Ron. Perhaps he thought his words were whispered softly enough to escape my notice. But I had heard him, and visibly, he appeared somewhat flustered. It is well known that notorious dark wizards hail from Slytherin. I added nonchalantly, and the little children, perhaps due to their positioning, sensed an invisible pressure. With a creak, the stairs began to twist again. Oh no! I exclaimed in dismay. I leapt down a few steps. But it was too late. The path downward had changed direction. Very well, I would have to wait once more. Harry glanced at Ron and Hermione, and ultimately extended a hand towards me, saying, perhaps we can take a different route together. I regarded him skeptically, yet I felt that Harry's innocent heart was genuinely well-intentioned. With someone to lead the way, I was quite pleased to avoid aimless wandering. They pushed open the grand door and stepped inside, but I hesitated, glancing at both the door and the peculiar ambience within. After a brief moment of indecision, I decided to follow. Ron turned to survey the surroundings and hesitantly remarked, "Do you think we ought not to be here?" Hermione, with a serious demeanor, asserted, "We definitely should not be here." She stated firmly, "This is the 3rd floor. It is off limits." The dim, shadowy corridor, dust-covered statues, appeared neglected, as if abandoned. I thought to myself, trouble was looming. Almost instinctively, I took a step back, ready to leave through the door, but a cat suddenly leaped in from outside. Behind me, the wall's torches flared to life in brilliant flames. Considering that I had already endured a month of evening study sessions, I dreaded the thought of the consequences should I be caught this time. How many points would be deducted? And how long would Professor Snape extend my evening study time? Though it mattered little, I could not ignore it. Who enjoys being confined to a solitary evening of study? Certainly, I do not. "We need to go," Harry shouted, but turning around, he found the doorway blocked by the cat, which meowed as if issuing a warning. Hermione quickly exclaimed, "That's Filch's cat. We must run." I felt a wave of exasperation. Why had I not realized sooner that Harry's reputation as a hero would lead him into such peculiar predicaments? Now, I foolishly found myself trailing behind someone resembling a main character. Look, trouble has indeed arrived. I could only drag my suitcase and follow them in haste. The flames ignited one by one behind us, as if guiding the demonic figures pursuing us. Ron appeared to spot a door and shouted, "Quick, hide behind the door." They all rushed over, trusting one another. I gazed ahead, a bit breathless, at an unknown door and an exceedingly long corridor. Very well. I acquiesced and joined Harry and the others. I simply wished to return to my dormitory to drop off my belongings. Why must today be such an exhausting endeavor? Harry rushed to open the door, but despite several attempts, it would not budge. In frustration, he declared, "It's locked." Ron glanced over, and confirming this, panically turned back, exclaiming, "We're doomed." I thought to myself, I too am in dire straits. Being caught might not be a grave issue, but if I were apprehended alongside Gryffindor, that would pose a significant problem. Professor Snape might very well extend my evening study for the entire semester. Hermione stepped forward and calmly stated, "Step aside." Ron moved aside, and Hermione examined the door for a moment before retrieving her wand and pointing it at the lock, saying, "Alohomora." With a click, the door swung open. Hermione pulled the door wide and urged in. We hastily slipped inside. As Ron closed the door, he remarked in confusion, "Alohomora?" Hermione leaned against the wall, explaining, "It's in Chapter 7 of Standard Spells." I quickly surveyed our surroundings and spotted, oh no, a gigantic 3-headed dog. It was sound asleep. Harry approached, wide-eyed, and halted beside me. Hermione listened intently for any signs of movement outside, saying, "Filch is gone." Ron added, "Perhaps he thinks no one has been here." They all gathered close. I felt a twitch at the corner of my mouth. I wondered what Harry was daydreaming about, as I quietly stepped back towards the door. Harry whispered incredulously, "There's a reason the door is locked." As he spoke, I drew my wand and aimed it at the keyhole. Recalling Hermione's incantation, I tentatively murmured, "Alohomora." Click. The door swung open. In truth, the door could be opened from the inside. I merely wanted to test whether I truly possessed the talent for magic by recalling the incantation. And it turned out, I truly am a genius. I opened the door, bracing it with one hand to prevent it from closing. The children had yet to comprehend why such a massive, 3-headed dog existed. Still dazed as they watched the creature yawn awake, I couldn't help but shout, "You lot, hurry up and run." They snapped out of their stupor and screamed for a few seconds before each bolting towards the door. As the last person dashed through, I quickly shut the door and locked it. The dog crashed into the door with a tremendous thud. The force of the impact made me question the quality of the door. I imagined it might hold, perhaps thanks to the strength of iron chains. Ron was thoroughly frightened, cursing, "What on earth are they doing? How could they lock such a colossal creature within the school?" They hurriedly began to depart, aware that lingering here posed the risk of being caught by Filch. Hermione, equally incensed, exclaimed, "What are your eyes for? Can't you see it standing right there?" Ron retorted, "I was too busy focusing on its feet. Did you not notice it has 3 heads? 3. She chastised Ron for nearly leading them to that dreadful dog. which could have made them its next meal. I suppose no one possesses X-ray vision. It was hardly Ron's fault. Despite Hermione's seemingly reliable and mature demeanor, she was still just a young girl. Indeed, children often struggle to cope with psychological stress, and now all they could do was complain in retrospect. I sighed heavily, feeling utterly drained. Clearly, fleeing was the wisest course of action. They seemed to have forgotten about me, the outsider. Hermione analytically voiced her hypothesis. That enormous, fearsome hound was guarding something of great importance beneath a movable wooden panel at its feet. I immediately parted ways with them at the corner, having already wasted too much time, and I was uncertain whether I could arrive at Professor Snape's office on time. How I longed to converse like those little wizards. Merlin's long beard. Chapter 13. The withered slug. Of course, while I did feel a tinge of urgency, after a day of travel, I was feeling lightheaded. It was akin to standing up abruptly after squatting for too long. I took several deep breaths and realized that my malaise was not due to fatigue or anemia, but rather hunger. I had squandered my evening break on the journey, including the time I could have spent dining in the Great Hall. My stomach did not outwardly signal its hunger, yet my energy was waning. Thus, when I arrived at the door of Professor Snape's office, it came as no surprise that I was late. Gazing at the tightly shut door, I could almost envision Professor Snape waiting inside. Having anticipated my arrival for quite some time, his face darkening with displeasure at my tardiness. Hesitation would only prolong my delay, so I knocked, but the door remained unresponsive. As I prepared to knock again, the serpentine sculpture on the door stirred. I stepped back instinctively, my senses heightened. The snake flicked its tongue, the forked tip exuding an air of danger. My mind immediately conjured the image of a guardian spirit. A magical creature tasked with guarding the entrance. The serpent lazily raised its head, casting a dismissive glance over me from head to toe, before shaking its head. It spoke, daring to stand up. Professor Snape, are you? You truly have some gall, young one. I gazed at it a moment longer, catching a whiff of an exceptionally tantalizing aroma. I sniffed around, realizing the source of the fragrance was, astonishingly, this very serpent. How delightful. I sensed my mouth watering uncontrollably. I licked my dry lips, staring at the animated snake, an inexplicable desire to consume it arising within me. How delectable. I must have been utterly famished to entertain such thoughts. I shook my head to dispel the absurdity. With a click, the door swung open. The snake recoiled slightly, glancing around with a hint of fear, as if it had sensed something dangerous nearby. It retreated, once more closing its eyes in a motionless state. Once the door opened, I stepped inside. I caught sight of Professor Snape's silhouette. The first thing that struck me was his tall, slender frame, shrouded in a black cloak that subtly accentuated his waistline. It was remarkably evident how well-proportioned he was, broad-shouldered with a narrow waist and a pert backside. Perhaps my gaze lingered too long on such sensitive areas, for Professor Snape abruptly turned his head. Today, his hair appeared particularly voluminous, perhaps a result of a casual trim. It cascaded in layers, the tips curling whimsically, swaying with his movements in an ethereal manner. Such beautiful hair, I mused. Aside from admiring his lips, I now found myself enamored with his fluffy black mane, appearing soft and inviting to the touch. Professor Snape, noticing that I was staring at him unabashedly, furrowed his brow in irritation. He uncomfortably gripped his wand, suppressing the urge to cast a hex upon me. Well, Mr. Wuggacaven, he drawled, his voice lowered with a mocking tone. Look who the old professor has been waiting for in his dungeon. Instantly, I comprehended his mood. It was exceedingly poor. I braced myself for a reprimand. Mr. Wuggacaven, you certainly have a grand sense of self-importance. Were you expecting your beleaguered old professor to come personally fetch you? I lowered my gaze, allowing his words to wash over me without resistance. A few remarks would not cost me much. The enticing aroma wafted toward me once more, prompting an instinctive twitch of my nose as I inhaled deeply. This scent was irresistible, and I honestly felt I could no longer suppress the urge to move my feet. It was simply too alluring. I rolled my eyes around, attempting to locate the source of the fragrance once more. Professor Snape's scathing remarks faltered as he realized, to his dismay, that Mr. Wuggacaven had once again zoned out. He seemed ready to jab his wand into my head to check if my brain was filled with nothing but dandelions. With a forceful thump upon the table, he created a loud noise that jolted me from my stupor. I glanced over to see Professor Snape's dark countenance, grinding his back teeth in annoyance, before he pointed his wand forcefully in a direction. Following his gesture, I beheld a large bucket, big enough to hold half of my body, filled with a murky substance, within which unidentified creatures squirmed and writhed. I then heard Professor Snape declare, I expect that by the end of this week, you will have filled an entire barrel with the mucus of slugs. Standing there, gazing at the slick, glistening slugs, I felt an unfamiliar emotion wash over me. Professor Snape noticed the change in my expression and, for a fleeting moment, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed his face. I caught sight of his pearly white teeth briefly glimmering between his lips, a triumphant smile that vanished just as quickly as it appeared, retreating into the shadows. Clearly, Professor Snape possessed a set of immaculate teeth. If he were to smile more often, it would surely be dazzling. I observed him as he sat down, effortlessly elegant, taking up a quill and beginning to write on parchment. I pondered whether interrupting him during his work to inquire about extracting slug mucus would result in him shooting me a glare before viciously prodding my head with his wand, chastising me for my foolishness. Reluctantly biting his teeth, I listened as he meticulously elucidated the intricacies of managing the slime of slugs. I mused. Perhaps I would relish witnessing such a scene, albeit merely as a fleeting thought. After all, I am not one to indulge in self-deprecation. I do not possess a proclivity for self-inflicted torment. Professor Snape, as the head of Slytherin, exuded an aura of intimidation with his venomous disposition, instilling fear in those who dared to cross him. Approaching the bucket brimming with slugs, I noticed a small stool nearby, its surface marred with scratches, suggesting frequent occupancy, perhaps by Professor Snape himself or other students subjected to his exacting standards. Strictly speaking, it is indeed true that a first-time offender like Wug could not expect to endure an entire month of compulsory labor. However, the irony lies in the fact that he shares the same age as the illustrious savior, the innocent Harry, the child of Lily, whom Professor Snape is sworn to protect. In a fit of agitation, Professor Snape, caught in a tempest of fury and conflict, witnessed Wug commit a grievous error that warranted a loss of points. Thus, in a manner of speaking, Wug could be viewed as a scapegoat for Snape's ire. With a sigh, I removed my coat, the voluminous sleeves hindering my movements. I folded it haphazardly and surveyed the array of jars, seeking a vacant spot to carefully place it. Rolling up my sleeves, I plunged my hand into the bucket teeming with the viscous slime of slugs. Upon grasping one, the slick sensation coursed through my body, initially eliciting a shiver of revulsion and disgust, only to be followed by an inexplicable comfort. I gazed in astonishment as the slug in my hand wriggled, exuding a string of nauseating mucus. Yet, the point of contact between my palm and the slug triggered an odd sensation, as if my hand had sprouted a mouth, siphoning something from the creature. In mere seconds, the thrashing slug ceased its movements, its body stiffening in my grasp as the slime rapidly dried. I pondered. Perhaps it had perished, and strangely enough, the discomfort in my own body was subtly alleviated, akin to the relief one feels after a prolonged hunger is momentarily quenched. I recognized the abnormality of my reaction, yet felt devoid of anyone to confide in. I could only suppress this absurdity. Fool, Professor Snape's voice cut through the air abruptly, prompting me to glance at the nearly desiccated slug in my hand before hesitantly turning to face him. Striding purposefully towards me, his gaze fixated on my hand, his anger palpable. You ought to learn to observe your surroundings, Wug Cavern. Instinctively, I scanned the vicinity and soon spotted a pair of rubber gloves on a nearby hook. The purpose became evident. Surely, no one would wish to engage with repugnant slugs using their bare hands. I nodded in agreement, acknowledging my lack of desire for such an encounter. However, Professor Snape, perhaps you could inform me sooner next time. With a derisive snort, Professor Snape retorted, I must have overestimated your intellect, assuming you possessed the foresight of a hawk. I felt a twinge of exasperation. Is there a trash bin, Professor Snape? Without uttering a word, he flicked his wand, summoning a trash bin that settled firmly before me. I marveled, discarding the desiccated slug, and inquired, what spell is that? Professor Snape replied, his tone devoid of emotion, the summoning charm. You shall learn it in charms class. As he glanced at the contents of the bin, his expression turned icy. What have you disposed of? Do not tell me that desiccated mass is a slug. I cast a cursory glance at the bin and nodded, indeed. Professor Snape, you need not doubt your eyes. It is, in fact, a slug. Hesitating, I added, I was unaware that handling slugs would result in such a transformation. Professor Snape scrutinized me, his gaze probing. No, he replied, you ought to be forthright, Wug Cavern. Your mischief will earn you no leniency. I could not dispute the truth of his words, for he had dismissed my claims. Slugs do not simply become desiccated without reason. I apologize, Professor Snape. I hastily began to express my regret, wishing to avoid further complications. I should not have wasted your materials for amusement. Seemingly satisfied with my explanation, Professor Snape emitted a brief, dismissive grunt, tossing me a booklet before resuming his duties. I examined the booklet, discovering it to be a handwritten guide to slug dissection. How fascinating. Upon completing my perusal, I felt equipped to tackle the task at hand. I stole another glance at Professor Snape, who was immersed in his work with the parchment, before attending to the bucket of slugs before me. The memory of that peculiar sensation lingered, an ethereal comfort that tugged at my senses, beckoning me back. Occasionally, when Professor Snape was not attentive, I would reach out discreetly, carefully discarding the desiccated slugs into the trash bin. The sound of his quill scratching against the parchment resonated throughout the room, each stroke seeming to etch a savage mark upon the surface. The sound of his rising drew my attention. "Enough," he announced, his deep, gravelly voice echoing in the chamber. I found myself entranced by the timbre of his voice, which resonated with the same addictive allure as the energy I had absorbed. "You would do well to return to your dormitory before the night patrol begins, and to remain obedient," Professor Snape instructed. I instinctively nodded, gathering the rubber gloves and the remnants of slime with an ease that suggested years of practice. Professor Snape observed me with a mix of surprise and disinterest, as I efficiently organized the supplies in his office. A mere child, he had little inclination to delve into the secrets I might possess. Given the numerous mishaps I had encountered due to my unfamiliarity with the surroundings, he begrudgingly deposited me at the entrance of the Slytherin dormitory. I uttered the password, and only then did Professor Snape swiftly vanish from sight. As I watched the door close, I caught a glimpse of his unruly black hair and billowing robes through the narrowing gap. A sense of unease washed over me, as if the slug incident had merely triggered an insatiable switch. Even in the corridor, I could detect an intoxicating aroma that stirred my senses, igniting an uncontrollable salivation. Even Professor Snape seemed to carry it with him. How delightful! I sighed, attempting to hold my breath, only to feel the scent infiltrate my very pores. Forcing myself to lie down, I sought solace in sleep, aware that the following day would bring a transfiguration class. The next morning, I awoke, unable to discern the time beneath the subterranean darkness. Thankfully, I had mastered the spell to summon time. "Tell me the hour." With a flick of the wand in the air, time revealed itself, 10:05 a.m. I pondered splendidly that I could now make it just in time for the end of Transfiguration class. Chapter 14. Behold, Mr. Wugo-Caven has miraculously returned to life. I rose from my bed and, after a brief survey of the room, contemplated whether skipping an entire day of classes would result in immediate expulsion from Hogwarts. Oh, the thought of no homework, no obligatory labor, and no early mornings sounded utterly delightful. Thus, I reclined once more, casting a glance at the emerald green ceiling, and closed my eyes under the soft glow of the light. It was not long before I reopened my eyes. The verdant ceiling had vanished, replaced by a radiant expanse that emitted a gentle, twilight-like glow, reminiscent of sunlight refracting through a prism. Had I crossed over again? "Madame Pomfrey, Mr. Wugguk has awakened." Upon hearing the sudden exclamation, I realized that I was still called Wugguk, suggesting an extraordinary bond with this name. I blinked, feeling no discomfort in any part of my body, and turned my head to the left, toward the source of the voice. There stood a young wizard clad in Hogwarts robes. It seemed there was no actual crossing over. This appeared to be the infirmary. So, why had I been resting peacefully in bed only to find myself transported here in the blink of an eye? Nevertheless, the infirmary bed was undeniably warm, far more comfortable than the Slytherin dormitory. "Oh, poor young wizard, you have finally awakened." Madame Pomfrey's concerned voice drifted from nearby. "Your head of house has been quite worried. You see, when he discovered you in a comatose state, he nearly flew off the handle to find me." My sluggish brain paused for a moment. "Oh, my dear head of house." Perhaps he was incensed over my absence from the first class, deducting points in a fit of rage. I paused, my nose twitching as I caught a more delightful scent wafting from the charming aroma that surrounded me. I could distinctly identify it as emanating from my recently cherished head of house, Professor Snape. Sweet, intoxicating, and utterly captivating. The door swung open with a clatter, and Professor Snape approached, his expression dark and foreboding, his footsteps causing his soft hair to sway. Well, Professor Snape snarled, "Look at that. The immobile Wugguk has miraculously returned to life. If it weren't for Madame Pomfrey's insistence that you were merely in a deep slumber, I might have believed that a Slytherin wizard had perished less than 2 days into the term due to my mandatory labor. I should be thankful that you didn't make the old professor the first to be immortalized in textbooks. Wugguk-Caven, indeed." He huffed, then turned to Madame Pomfrey, inquiring, "Perhaps I should ask once more, Madame Pomfrey, is Mr. Wugguk-Caven's health in a satisfactory condition?" Madame Pomfrey nodded, genuinely delighted that Wugguk-Caven exhibited no adverse effects. "Of course, Severus, he is quite healthy," she replied, smiling at me. "I have never encountered a Slytherin wizard with such remarkable sleeping quality." Should I thank Madame Pomfrey for her compliment? Certainly, I ought to express my gratitude. Yet, I wished for her to refrain from elaborating further. Professor Snape's expression was dark enough to be likened to thick ink. He fixed his gloomy eyes upon me, as though I were a delinquent who had failed to repay a debt. Indeed, I owed Professor Snape quite a sum. It was evident that my perceived expulsion had been inadvertently averted. They believed I had been unwell, resulting in my comatose state. In other words, they presumed I had fainted from hunger. Everyone accepted this explanation, except for Professor Snape, who cast a disdainful glare in my direction, clearly unconvinced. I knew all too well that this was absurd. However, I felt no need to clarify. If that was their belief, so be it. Especially since Professor McGonagall had not deducted any points from Slytherin as a result. Perhaps this was why Professor Snape could not be bothered to investigate the veracity of the situation. Points. What a curious concept. I failed to comprehend the value of these points that everyone seemed to covet. They were merely a defined number, devoid of significance beyond the walls of Hogwarts. Perhaps it was for the House Cup? A mere medal, indeed. Ah, that was a form of glory. I had heard that the noble and aloof Slytherin wizards were particularly fond of seeking honor. Professor Snape, a former Slytherin student himself and now the head of the house, likely relished in deducting points from other houses. After ensuring that I had not truly succumbed within his house, he left me with a menacing parting remark, "See you tonight." Wugget Cavan, before hastily exiting the infirmary. The enchanting aroma lingered, fading as I reluctantly watched Professor Snape depart. I then turned my gaze to Madame Pomfrey and her assistant, who were busy tending to the bedding. I began to analyze the myriad scents that permeated the air, each distinct yet familiar, emanating from them. And I alone could perceive these fragrances. After a brief moment, Madame Pomfrey addressed the now sitting Wugget, saying, "Good boy, your body is lively once more. Do remember to eat on time next time. I hope you won't become a frequent visitor to the infirmary." I then rose, locating my shoes on the floor and my jacket on a nearby rack. Once properly attired, I politely thanked Madame Pomfrey. "Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. I hope I haven't caused you any trouble." I exited the infirmary. With only one class in the morning, I now had free time. Upon stepping into the corridor, I was enveloped by an array of scents, each one unique as I followed their trails. Some emanated from the framed paintings on the walls, others from the teaching plants in the shelves, and many from the playful ghosts that flitted by. Yet, the most potent and enticing aromas came from the young wizards passing by. However, their scents were faint, lacking the allure I sought. I felt as though I had fallen into a world brimming with delectable delights. I was acutely aware that, should I desire it, I could effortlessly harvest the essence of those fragrant energies. Confirming my newfound ability, I began to grasp the nature of this remarkable skill. What a wondrous sensation it was. I could reap souls at will, regardless of their form, including those in frames that were animated. Chapter 15, The Cautious Professor Snape. What a marvelous boon. Yet, it seemed to hold little significance for me. Perhaps just a hint. Every time I absorb a fragment of soul energy, I feel as if I have dined heartily and slumbered adequately, experiencing an invigorating and delightful transformation. I revel in this state, as if indulging in the intoxication of life and dreams. Not quite. I am merely unexpectedly lucid, with an urge to accomplish something. Madame Pomfrey has urged me to savor the joy that culinary delights bestow upon me, yet it is abundantly clear that I am not hungry. I tentatively siphon the energy emanating from the passing young wizards in the corridor, observing their reactions. One young wizard shivers and remarks, "Why does it suddenly feel so cold?" Another interjects, "Come on, what month are we in?" I, too, felt a sudden chill creeping down my back. My heavens, could it be that the temperature has dropped? The young wizard's puzzled voice fades as he moves further away. Excellent. The initial response to a slight siphoning is a sensation of cold. As for overindulgence, I can only surmise, as evidenced by the withered slug, that it would lead to demise. I clenched my fist, sensing a surge of vitality, the inexplicable fatigue of recent days momentarily dissipating. I mused, at this moment, I liken myself to a battery, with souls providing the necessary charge to generate energy. I suddenly pondered what might transpire if I had not discovered this skill or had neglected to recharge. Would I, like this morning, succumb to an oblivious slumber? And perish in my dreams? What a dismal thought. Perhaps Madame Pomfrey was not mistaken. I did indeed faint from hunger earlier, and the food upon the table could not replenish my energy. I began to wonder where the sustenance I consume in my current state truly vanishes. I wandered aimlessly, my thoughts diverging as well. Even now, I remain unclear about the significance of my presence here. Yet, I possess no interest in probing the nebulous essence of that significance. My current fascination lies solely in evading my classes. Professor McGonagall approached, her gentle visage betraying a look of surprise upon seeing me. Professor McGonagall is a kind-hearted individual, yet her competence as a professor necessitates a degree of sternness to temper the youthful exuberance of the young wizards. Despite their endearing nature, the small trolls can occasionally provoke even this benevolent professor to exasperation. I harbored an unsettling premonition, one that has never led me astray. As anticipated, Professor McGonagall displayed a warm smile and inquired with concern, "Wug? It appears you have taken Madame Pomfrey's words to heart." I paused, slowly nodding in affirmation. Professor McGonagall continued, "Do not fret about your classes. I have arranged for a young wizard to assist you in catching up on what you have missed." Splendid, I thought. My premonition urged me to turn and depart. After all, Who wishes to engage in homework during their leisure time? Certainly not I. Professor McGonagall glanced backward, and a platinum-haired young wizard swaggered toward us, a rebellious smile adorning his delicate features. Hello, Wug Cavan. The arrogant young Malfoy raised an eyebrow, exuding confidence. I shall take it upon myself to help you with your missed lessons. Rest assured, no matter how dim-witted you may be, I will dutifully ensure you learn, as long as you do not possess the mindlessness of a Gryffindor troll. I regarded the self-satisfied young Malfoy, then cast a glance at Professor McGonagall, whose expression had turned stern, and began to mentally light a candle for this overconfident youth. Oh, Draco, you stand beside the leader of the Gryffindor trolls. I bid you luck on this journey. The next exit will be tumultuous. Professor Snape shall not pray for you. Nor shall I. I am too busy for such matters, Professor McGonagall remarked after a brief silence. She would not quibble with a Slytherin wizard, considering that all Slytherin wizards share an innate obsession and conflict with Gryffindor. With that, Professor McGonagall left Draco and me with a sense of relief. Draco raised his wand and declared, "Very well. This morning, we have ample time to master the art of transforming a stick into a needle." He gestured in a direction, saying, "Let us proceed to the grounds. There is ample space for demonstration." I tapped my forehead with my hand, then followed him to the grounds. The sunlight today is splendid, warmly enveloping the grass and my being. Draco had inexplicably procured 2 short twigs and handed one to me, using the other for demonstration. I accepted it and watched as he confidently and fluently recited the incantation, observing the diminutive stick, barely larger than my palm. I glanced at Draco as he transformed the stick into a needle of comparable size. Unreasonable. How could a stick morph into a needle of differing mass, yet identical dimensions? I took the silver needle from Draco's hand, examining it closely in the sunlight, even pinching it between my fingers. Draco, brimming with pride, exclaimed, "Look, isn't it impressive?" I marveled and earnestly praised. "Indeed, you are quite remarkable. How is this accomplished?" "Truly fascinating." Draco basked in the compliment, asserting, "The transformation charm is not something one can master at a mere glance. Save for me, as I am a genius. The Malfoy lineage is filled with genius. Just like my father and grandfather. I aspire to be as exceptional as my father. Do you know he achieved perfect scores in every subject during his schooling?" Once he finished speaking, I curiously inquired, "Can you transform it into gold?" Draco paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Why would one wish to transform it into gold? Professor McGonagall only taught us to turn it into a silver needle. Is that so? I replied, eager to encourage him. Why not attempt to transform it into something else? Professors teach a conventional framework, yet our aim should be to learn how to apply it flexibly and appropriately. I coaxed him as if to incite innovation. You must learn to be creative. After all, geniuses are never constrained by convention. Do you not desire to become a genius? An accomplished wizard like your father? Do you not wish to be the pride of the Malfoy family? Draco appeared momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend my words. Of course, I do. Perhaps convinced by my reasoning, his eyes brightened. Yes, Wug, you are correct. Geniuses never confine themselves to the classroom. I must learn more spells. I paused, uncertain how my words had been interpreted in the mind of this young master, but he became animated and excited. I lowered my gaze, grasped my wand, and recited the incantation Draco had spoken. The small stick transformed into a silver needle, and upon witnessing my success, Draco's jaw dropped in astonishment. My heavens, Wug, you succeeded on your first attempt. An extraordinary sensation coursed through my being, invigorating me, as I felt an enhanced capacity to wield my power. Thus, I decided to experiment with my thoughts. Once more, I waved my wand, transforming the silver needle into gold. With another flick, the golden needle morphed into a glass bead. With yet another wave, the glass bead became a flat, circular badge, intricately engraved with the emblem of Slytherin, a deep green serpent coiling gracefully. My word, Draco gasped, swallowing hard, his eyes wide with disbelief. Are you truly a first-year wizard? Or perhaps your family has imparted all of this knowledge to you in advance. Draco mused, gazing enviously at the badge. You truly are a genius, Wug. I have no doubt that even third-year wizards pale in comparison to you. I could not fathom the difficulty he spoke of, and thus struggled to grasp Draco's exaggerated comparisons. However, I deemed it imperative to calm him down, at least to quell his overzealous reactions. I refined the badge further, enhancing its elegance to match Draco's distinguished demeanor and golden locks, before presenting it to him. With a smile, I remarked, I hope you won't mind that its prototype was merely an ordinary twig. Draco beamed with delight, though a hint of shyness flickered across his face. Of course not, Wug. Perhaps this could be considered a token of our newfound friendship? His gaze grew warm and fervent, prompting me to linger on him for a moment before slowly responding, certainly. I was uncertain whether Draco's joy stemmed from the gift itself, the prospect of friendship, or the exhilarating realization of having found a kindred spirit. Perhaps it was a combination of all three. The young Malfoy was yet to grasp the nuances of long-term planning and strategy. I had previously expressed my fondness for his hair color. Thus, having a Malfoy as a friend was hardly a burden. We spent a considerable time on the playground, with Draco attempting to master the skill I had just demonstrated. Yet, despite my best efforts to convey my insights, he remained unable to comprehend my understanding. Ultimately, feeling defeated, Draco resolved to visit the library to research this transfiguration spell. His cheerful demeanor shifted abruptly, replaced by a disdainful and disgruntled expression as he remarked, "It's Harry, and oh, Oliver Wood as well." I turned to see Wood, who was opening a heavy trunk and handing Harry a broomstick. Draco continued, "Perhaps you are unaware, Wug, but Wood is the Gryffindor Quidditch keeper and also the team captain." He scoffed. I can't fathom what they were thinking, allowing a mere first year like Harry to become a seeker. It's an unprecedented precedent. His indignation was palpable as he exclaimed, "Why should it be him? Just because he is the so-called chosen one? Or perhaps due to his father, who once earned a Quidditch Seeker's honorary medal?" I couldn't help but think that Draco had a point. There might indeed be a genetic predisposition at play. Yet, to have a first year qualify as a Seeker, which typically required being a higher year student. Draco reluctantly nodded, "Yes, just yesterday." I glanced over to see Harry engaged in practice, chasing after the ball that Wood had thrown, and inquired of Draco, "Is he pursuing that ball?" Draco shook his head, clarifying, "No, he is chasing the golden snitch." In Quidditch, there are three types of balls: the quaffle, the bludgers, and the golden snitch. The Seeker is responsible for capturing the snitch. He pointed to the black, iron-like ball. "What you just saw was a bludger. Those fellows are quite formidable, often targeting nearby players and sending many flying off the pitch." He gestured towards the small object in Harry's hand. "Look, that is the golden snitch." I turned to see the tiny ball fluttering into the air, sprouting wings. The golden snitch is incredibly swift, making it difficult to catch. In Quidditch matches, it holds a value of 150 points. Capturing it guarantees victory. I nodded in response. "You seem quite knowledgeable about the rules of the game. It appears you have a keen interest in Quidditch." Draco gritted his teeth, "Of course. And I intend to become a Seeker, to rival Harry and defeat Gryffindor, claiming the top position." I tilted my head. "How do you plan to achieve that?" Draco hesitated, his confidence wavering as he replied uncertainly, "I haven't quite figured that out yet." But in the next breath, he declared proudly, "I shall inform my father. He will know what to do." I regarded him silently. Harry relied on his father, and so did Draco. It seemed a contest of parental influence. I shrugged, disinterestedly diverting my gaze back to Harry and Wood, who were deep in practice. I pondered over Draco's earlier mention that transfiguration spells could not only alter an object's density, quality, and form, but also animate inanimate objects. I twirled my wand in my fingers. Speaking of which, I had never truly examined this wand with the seriousness it deserved. It had simply been a part of me since the beginning. It resembled a pair of chopsticks, albeit elongated, measuring approximately 12 inches, with both ends adorned with an unknown gradient leather material. In the light, it exhibited a delicate white hue, while in shadow, it gradually faded into black. As I touched it, it felt cool to the touch, akin to glass or stone. The grip was textured with a simple pattern, perhaps designed to enhance friction for better handling. It was pleasantly tactile. I was quite satisfied. This was the first time I had closely scrutinized my wand, and I was astonished to realize that it seemed custom-made to suit my aesthetic preferences. Two of Draco's bodyguards arrived belatedly. Watching them approach, I asked Draco, "Are they your bodyguards?" Draco, looking less than pleased, replied, "No, they are sons of my father's acquaintances. They are here for mutual support." I surmised that the Malfoy family was indeed a prominent one, and those two followers were evidently tasked by their parents to cultivate a friendly rapport with Draco. As soon as his companions arrived, Draco's enthusiasm waned. He informed me, "I must return to the dormitory. Just a reminder. We have a defense against the dark arts class this afternoon, and Professor Quirrell is quite the stammerer." I nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Thank you for the reminder, Draco. See you this afternoon." Draco added, "Don't tell me you're planning to skip lunch again and faint in the corridor, Wug." I paused momentarily, replying, "Of course not." He chuckled lightly, "Then I shall see you at noon." With that, he strode away, his platinum hair glinting as he walked. I idly observed Harry, fiddling with my wand and absent-mindedly plucking a blade of grass from the ground, testing its limits of transformation. Ultimately, I transfigured the grass into a minuscule snake. I examined the creature from every angle, unable to discern any differences from a normal snake. Just as I contemplated skinning the little serpent for further study, I suddenly felt a familiar gaze piercing into me. I halted, recognizing that gaze all too well. Turning, I met the cold, steely eyes of Professor Snape. I couldn't ascertain whether he had just arrived or had been watching me for some time. However, The scent in the air suggested he had been present for quite a while. The reason I had failed to notice him initially was entirely due to Professor Snape's adeptness at concealing his presence. But why now did he choose to reveal himself? Perhaps Wug was unaware, but the moment Professor Snape discerned his adept manipulation of the transfiguration spell, a tempest of emotions surged within him. Shock and disbelief coursed through him, prompting an instinctive activation of his mental shields. An unusual young wizard, accompanied by an array of uncertainties, had caught his attention multiple times, particularly in relation to Harry. Professor Snape, ever vigilant, hurried to confront Wug, swiftly seizing his wrist and pulling him away with an undeniable force. Harry, perched upon his broom, was acutely aware of who was present and observed the exchange between Wug and Professor Snape. Adjusting his glasses, Harry pondered for a moment before being called back to focus by Wood. He dismissed his thoughts and immersed himself in the practice of seeking the quaffle in Quidditch. Professor Snape's menacing glare was unabashed as he warned. Perhaps we should pay a visit to Professor Dumbledore's office to elucidate why a first-year wizard is capable of casting advanced spells usually reserved for fifth years. I blinked, taken aback by his vigilance and suspicion. Surely, it could not simply be attributed to their lack of intelligence. It was that straightforward. Indeed, I affirmed, it was that simple. My nonchalant demeanor momentarily stilled Snape's expression. The audacity of my stance, devoid of any hint of guilt, caused Snape to narrow his eyes, casting a shadow over his gaze with his thick lashes. A brooding and oppressive atmosphere emanated from him. Perhaps it was the darkness of the corridor combined with his tightly fitted black robes that revealed only his harsh, scrutinizing eyes and perpetually pursed, downturned lips, rendering him utterly terrifying. Yet, as I uttered those words, I discerned a fleeting flicker of incredulity and reluctant agreement in his eyes. Without further pleasantries, Professor Snape dragged me to his potions classroom, retrieved a vial, and then escorted me to his office. Although few young wizards occupied the corridor, the sight of the stern-faced Snape and my reluctant departure evoked terror, causing them to huddle against the walls, holding their breath. Standing at 6 feet 2 inches, with an aura that felt much larger, it wouldn't be long before rumors of Professor Snape's alleged mistreatment of students began to circulate. I glanced up, observing Snape's hurried strides, his robes billowing behind him, and the slight swaying of his shoulders and hair. It seemed Professor Snape was due for a haircut. I noticed the gleam of his scalp reflecting light, though the ends of his hair remained elegantly tousled. The ever-cautious Professor Snape appeared particularly sprightly. I couldn't help but wonder how he would react if he were a proud little black cat startled by a cucumber placed stealthily behind him, leaping in fright and fluffing his fur in a comical display of panic. The thought alone brought a smile to my face. Chapter 16. The Infiltrated Mind Dumbledore. After uttering the password, Professor Snape hastened me up the spiral staircase to the headmaster's office. Upon entering, he called out Dumbledore's name. Dumbledore, engrossed in a newspaper, lowered it slightly upon hearing his name, revealing a pair of clear, discerning eyes. Perhaps you ought to see what this young wizard has done. Snape thrust me before Dumbledore's desk. A delightful aroma wafted through the office, nearly overpowering the surroundings. I felt my pupils dilate uncontrollably, forcing myself to concentrate. Severus, do not be hasty or irritable. Speak slowly and clearly, Dumbledore advised gently. Snape's countenance darkened further at Dumbledore's presence. You are indulging in those damn sweets again, aren't you? Listen, I am discussing a serious matter. Snape pointed an accusatory finger at me, fuming. This monstrous child. I seriously question his identity. I demand you thoroughly disclose his family background. Realizing Snape had seen through his disguise, Dumbledore quickly finished chewing the candy in his mouth before inquiring about the situation. He turned his attention to the silent, compliant young wizard before him and kindly remarked, I remember you, Wugcaven. McGonagall called your name several times upon your arrival. With a soothing gaze, he continued, well, perhaps you could elaborate on what has transpired. Before I could speak, Snape impatiently interjected, you should heed my words, Dumbledore. I said, this 11-year-old wizard who can perform spells meant for upper years is exceedingly suspicious. Severus, do not lose your temper. He is merely a child. What significant issues could arise? I sensed Snape was on the verge of cursing, yet he clenched his jaw, seemingly at a loss for words. Tilting my head, I mused that I could either waste an entire day here or risk being discovered as different from them and subsequently captured or imprisoned in the legendary Azkaban. I had no intention of concealing anything. In front of Dumbledore, I waved my wand and transformed his desk into a ferocious, gigantic serpent. Dumbledore recoiled in shock, stepping back several paces. The warmth in his gaze had vanished, replaced by apprehension. He stiffly tugged at the corners of his mouth and suggested, perhaps you could revert it back? I gazed at the serpent, flicking its tongue and coiling its body, and without analyzing the likelihood of success, I simply did as Dumbledore suggested, successfully transforming it back. Dumbledore's serious gaze fell upon me, and he addressed Snape. Severus, you were correct. This young wizard indeed harbors issues, and they are far from trivial. Such an advanced transfiguration spell can only be wielded with the finesse of a trained auror. This is not something a mere first year can master, regardless of innate talent. Even prodigies require a transitional phase, and according to my information, Wugcaven has only attended his second transfiguration class. Remain still, young one. I must ascertain your family's lineage. Caven does not sound like any noble name I am familiar with. Perhaps having exerted too much magical energy, I was overwhelmed by the fragrant aroma permeating the air, particularly the scent emanating from Professor Snape, which stirred a primal hunger within me. I longed to touch, to devour. My gaze lingered on Snape, and he quickly caught my eye, glaring at me with evident disdain. Your suspicious demeanor will not alleviate any doubts. Do not fixate your revolting gaze upon me. Snape observed the dilation of Wug's pupils, as though locking onto a delectable prey, and a chill coursed through him. Unable to restrain myself, I remarked, Professor Snape, has anyone ever told you that you are quite handsome? Snape was momentarily taken aback before erupting in a fit of indignation. If you wish to avoid being thrown out, close your mouth. No one had ever complimented Professor Snape's appearance, especially not with such flattering words. It was widely known that nearly all young wizards at Hogwarts referred to him behind his back as the greasy old bat, the ugly and brooding potions master. Wug's words were nothing short of a scathing irony directed at Professor Snape. Dumbledore turned the pages of Wugcaven's enrollment records. Each admission notice had been jointly signed and dispatched by Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore. As Dumbledore perused the page containing Wug's personal information, he furrowed his brow. It was entirely blank. Upon hearing this, I could not claim to be particularly surprised or astonished. Dumbledore inquired, well, Mr. Wugcaven, perhaps you could enlighten me as to who your parents are? I wore a puzzled expression, shaking my head and replying, I do not know. Dumbledore pressed further. Then who brought you here? I shook my head again, I do not know. Professor Snape, his countenance dark and mocking, remarked, it's a wonder you even remember your own name. Why not forget that along with your identity? I paused, my innocent gaze directed at Professor Snape as I calmly stated. In fact, I truly do not remember my name. The air descended into an instant of silence. Professor Snape stepped forward, declaring, do not play tricks. Dumbledore yielded his position, aware that Severus intended to employ the legilimency spell on the suspicious young wizard, and he harbored no objections. I tilted my head back, locking eyes with those dark orbs devoid of any glimmer. The world spun around me, and I could instinctively sense someone delving into my mind. I was plunged into memories. I found myself once again at platform 9 3/4, catching sight of Harry as I had on our first meeting. I saw the kind woman and her children once more. Yet there was another figure who had not previously appeared, Professor Snape. He stood beside me, watching the timid young Harry as he awkwardly inquired for directions. The scene shifted, and I was aboard the Hogwarts Express, gazing out at the passing landscape, attempting to extend my hand out of the window, only to be pulled back by Draco. Professor Snape appeared beside me, seemingly materializing out of nowhere. It was a peculiar sensation. He had invaded my mind, yet I offered no resistance. The next scene unfolded with Professor McGonagall calling my name, to which I did not respond. The images accelerated. Professor Snape appeared somewhat impatient as he rummaged through my memories, rapidly sifting through the few days of recollections. He stood within my memories, his expression far from pleasant. You truly are a genius, Professor Snape remarked, referring to my ability to successfully cast spells and wield my wand with precision on the first attempt. He then flipped to the moment I encountered Harry while returning to the Slytherin dormitory, where I had confidently informed Harry that notorious dark wizards hailed from Slytherin. I knew what was to come next, yet I did not intervene. Thus, Professor Snape bore witness to Harry and me boldly navigating the 3rd floor, his countenance simmering with barely concealed anger. The scene returned to the platform, where I heard Professor Snape comment, your previous memories are astonishingly blank. I felt the presence within my mind detach itself from my being. Released from the memories, I was met with the sight of Professor Snape's lowered gaze and his hollow, indifferent stare. He addressed Dumbledore, stating, if my assumptions are correct, he was subjected to a memory charm before his enrollment. I sifted through his mind, and he possesses no recollections prior to his admission, not even a semblance of recent clarity. He requires treatment at St. Mungo's Hospital. I blinked slowly, acutely aware of my current state, yet I refrained from contesting his suggestion, for St. Mungo's offered respite from classes and assignments. However, Professor Snape did not disclose our escapade on the 3rd floor. Dumbledore regarded me with hesitation and scrutiny, asking, what purpose could there be for an unnamed young wizard? Snape turned his head, responding, talent. Dumbledore paused momentarily. Snape continued, do you not see? What possesses a remarkable aptitude for spellcasting? The dark wizards beyond these walls employ methods far more heinous than the rumors suggest. Severus harbored no doubt that someone had recognized Wug's potential and erased his memories for some nefarious purpose, nurturing him for ulterior motives. Yet, what transpired afterward was shrouded in mystery. Wug had managed to escape. Of course, this was merely Severus's temporary conjecture. Dumbledore stroked his beard, stating, "Very well, Severus. I shall entrust this child to your care for the time being. I have matters to attend to." Snape's eyes widened, ready to refuse the task of overseeing a child, only to find the office chair now empty. His teeth were nearly ground to powder in frustration. Turning back to Wug, he found the boy's gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. I smiled, and Snape abruptly took a step back, his expression darkening as he distanced himself from me, then silently strode toward the office door, preparing to leave. It appeared that Professor Snape had no intention of concerning himself with me. I steadied myself, intending to lie down in the dormitory once he departed. "Did you not hear what Dumbledore said?" Professor Snape halted unexpectedly, his teeth clenched in reluctance as he said, "Until certain matters are clarified, aside from attending classes, you best remain in my vicinity at all other times." I do not appreciate repeating myself. Very well, I moved my feet and began to follow Professor Snape. The rich aroma enveloped me, intoxicating and alluring, causing me to slow my pace. The scent emanating from Professor Snape was overwhelmingly enticing, and I found myself unable to suppress my salivation. I felt like a beast driven solely by hunger, with Professor Snape as the delectable prey awaiting capture. Suddenly, Snape turned around, discomfort evident as he furrowed his brow. He sensed something watching him, glancing towards Wug. His intuition told him that it was indeed Wug who was observing him. My innocent lashes fluttered, my demeanor silent and compliant. Snape narrowed his eyes, commanding, "Follow me to the potions classroom. If Wug can effortlessly cast spells, what about potions?" Chapter 17. A delectable lunch. I arrived at Professor Snape's office, where he addressed me. "You appear to possess an exceptional memory." Now, Snape swiftly retrieved a book from the shelves, his right hand flipping through the pages with a rustling sound. It seemed he had discovered a relevant page. Pinching the top of the book and turning it towards me, he instructed, "Take note of this." I instinctively cast a glance at the section he indicated. Just as I finished reading it, he removed the book and gestured towards the workbench in the office, saying, "Now, replicate it." I was momentarily taken aback. It was evident that Professor Snape regarded me as a prodigy. However, I had no desire to indulge his assertions regarding my absolute talent, a pursuit I deemed utterly meaningless. Therefore, I replied, "I am sorry, Professor Snape, but I cannot do that." As the words escaped my lips, I noticed his grip on the book tighten momentarily. He was angry. He tugged at his thin lips, hesitating to speak as he opened his mouth, only to close it forcefully the next moment, seemingly unwilling to utter what he deemed trivialities. Without a hint of courtesy, he shoved my shoulder, leading me to the table, proclaiming, "Listen, I shall demonstrate once." Positioning himself adeptly at the workstation, he added, "You'd best not make me demonstrate a second time." With that, he plunged into his tasks with fervor. I stood motionless, my gaze fixated on the diligent Professor Snape as he scrutinized the apparatus. From a side view, his features appeared exceptionally pronounced, particularly his nose. The furrow between his brows rendered him perpetually sharp and unapproachable, emanating an air of anger and disdain. His deep-set eyes were perpetually shrouded in shadow, towering in height. He spoke from an elevated stance, his rapid tone lending him an intimidating presence. I tilted my head back, pondering how he might appear and behave if we were to meet at eye level. In that fleeting thought, my body momentarily froze, a sudden tingling sensation spreading across my limbs. I abandoned the notion of growing taller, and the peculiar feeling dissipated just as swiftly. I bizarrely sensed that I had been on the brink of some transformation. It seemed I could exert control over my own body. What if I were to suddenly mature into adulthood? Would the sensitive, suspicious Professor Snape retreat to a corner, warily drawing his wand and watching me with an intense gaze? The image of the composed Snape, resembling a startled kitten yet feigning composure, sent a thrill through me. I lowered my head, suppressing the absurd thoughts swirling in my mind. Who would find amusement in teasing a professor in his 30s? Just then, a sharp sound rang out as my head was struck. Dazed, I lifted my gaze, still reeling from the unexpected assault. "Wubbycaven, you are indeed the first in history." Professor Snape's irate voice boomed above me, and clarity returned as I realized he had struck me. I stood momentarily stunned, staring ahead. After a pause, I scratched my head, the scent of Snape infiltrating my senses, igniting an almost uncontrollable desire to absorb his essence. However, the burgeoning impulse was quelled upon noticing his pallid complexion, suggesting he was somewhat malnourished. His gaunt figure and the shadows under his eyes indicated a propensity for sleepless nights. An odd thought crossed my mind. How could I possibly fatten him up, only to devour him whole? I snapped back to reality, chuckling softly before addressing the glowering Professor Snape. Professor, will there be a reward if I learn this? His visible irritation intensified. You ought to understand, this is a lesson you are expected to master. Do you truly anticipate a reward? He spat through clenched teeth. Learning it is reward enough. I shook my head, retorting, no reward, then I shan't do it. Initially, I had intended to outright declare my inability, yet for reasons unknown. I felt compelled to probe Snape's inexplicable demeanor towards me. Perhaps there was an intriguing facet to him. I couldn't fathom why he was perpetually irate. While I found him fascinating, his allure surpassing even Dumbledore's, I yearned to draw closer, to partake in that enticing essence. I was eager to witness the spectrum of emotions he could display. Upon hearing my words, Professor Snape indeed revealed a different expression, one of astonishment and incredulity. He snapped the book shut with a resounding clap, a palpable tension emanating from him. He loomed over me, his head bowed, pressing his lips into a firm line. After what felt like an eternity of internal struggle, he finally spoke. If you manage to master these 5 potions today, I might consider granting you a reward. He casually flipped the pages, revealing several potion names, leading me to suspect he hadn't even perused what he had indicated for me to create. I tilted my head, responding, all right, but you mustn't go back on your word. The disdain and condescension in his eyes were nearly overflowing. Even having glimpsed my unusual talent through his memories, he could hardly believe a mere young wizard could brew 5 potions without guidance, regardless of the page he randomly selected. He smirked. All of them must be perfect. His challenge was unmistakable, and I was not oblivious to it. Yet, astonishingly, I succeeded in crafting them all within a short span and to perfection. The disbelief in Professor Snape's widened eyes was palpable. His large eyes, now further agape, resembled those of a bewildered hamster. But I preferred to envision him as a curious cat, intrigued by the unfamiliar. A proud, aloof little black cat. Impossible, he murmured to himself as he examined my freshly brewed potions, casting glances between me and the concoctions. Yet, what did it matter? I cared only for the results I desired. How effortlessly I achieved what I sought. It was a splendid feeling. From behind him, I said, Professor, you must fulfill your promise of a reward. He turned to me, and as our eyes met, I extended my hand, declaring, I want a hug from the professor. I spoke quickly, hoping to prevent him from offering some trivial reward to dismiss me. Professor Snape paused, his lips parting to retort, but my request halted him. A request devoid of significance. His instinct was to respond with a sneer, yet the words never escaped his lips. My eyes were brimming with anticipation as I urged. You will keep your word, won't you? With a potion bottle in hand, he stood frozen. Perhaps he was pondering why I sought his embrace as a reward. Finally, he set the potion down with a heavy sigh, impatiently striding over to lift me off the ground. As my feet left the floor, I instinctively wrapped my arms around his neck, causing him to stiffen momentarily. Wuggacaven was surprisingly light, and Professor Snape effortlessly hoisted him up. The contact of fabric and skin, his hand steadying my waist, and my chin resting on his shoulder, all contributed to a strange discomfort for him, especially as he distinctly felt the warmth of my breath against his neck and the rise and fall of my chest. Thus, just seconds later, he unceremoniously dropped me back to the ground, as if I had suddenly become a scalding hot potato. A moment of astonishment, 2 parts anger, 3 parts entanglement and complexity, followed by an awkward avoidance, all conspired to elicit a peculiar sense of pleasure within me. Very well, you should be satisfied now. Professor Snape pulled the fabric of his open black robe together, enveloping his upper body in a manner that instilled a sense of security. He turned his head slightly and quickly admonished, You'd best refrain from wandering about before afternoon classes. I shall have the house elf deliver lunch to my office. It was evident to me that Professor Snape possessed a rather strong sense of territoriality. His enunciation of my was pronounced, as in my books, my potions, my office. Such was his standard rhetoric. I observed him hastily tidying up the remnants of his office, and as he opened the door, I seized the moment to inquire. Where are you going? Visibly taken aback, he paused, then turned to regard me with an expression devoid of emotion, before finally responding in a huff, to class. He cast an impatient glance in my direction, the slight parting of his lips betraying his extreme reluctance to engage with me. I hoped that when I returned, the office would not be deserted. He shot me a fierce glare before forcefully closing the door. I could almost feel the dust on the walls disturbed by the commotion, settling in a flurry. In truth, Professor Snape's office was remarkably neat and tidy. Following a resounding thud, silence enveloped the room like a shroud. I found myself staring at the direction in which Professor Snape had departed, lost in thought. I affirmed to myself that I was merely gazing into a void. Time seemed to crawl, and the fleeting memories and scant images in my mind constrained my imaginative faculties. Thus, I began to ponder my brief encounters with Professor Snape over the past few days. I recalled his tone each time he addressed me. The way his fingers clenched when he was angry, and the force with which he would swing his robe, making it billow as he strode with purpose. I even recalled the expression of restrained rage on his face, the elegance he displayed while suppressing his inclination to curse. Although I had lost my previous memories, this world felt inherently different to me. I could clearly discern that this realm diverged from my own, imbued with a sophistication and elegance that seemed innate. It was a sensation I had never experienced before. In my understanding, a person's every movement necessitated meticulous and arduous training to ingrain those actions into their very bones and nerves, transforming them into the desired form. Yet, such an aura was not something I sought or cared for. My sole ambition was to devour what I desired. Just as I felt a ravenous yearning after Professor Snape's departure, my desires nearly overwhelmed my rationality. I remained motionless for an indeterminate span until I sensed another presence, prompting me to turn my head toward an empty space, aware that something was about to materialize. The house elf appeared, carrying a platter of food, and I observed the distortion of space around it, tilting my head in contemplation, pondering if this was the rumored art of apparition. However, I recalled that apparition was forbidden at Hogwarts, as a sort of sealing enchantment enveloped every corner of the castle. Discreetly, I rotated my wrist, realizing I could do so. I mused that I was no longer merely a normal genius. I was a monster, an unfathomable monster. The house elf respectfully bowed its head, stating, "Mr. Cavern, this is the lunch Professor Snape requested I bring to you." As it lifted its gaze, our eyes met, though it was more of an inadvertent connection. As the elf seemed momentarily frozen, panic flooding its features as it attempted to retreat, but found itself paralyzed in place, its head bowed in terror. I scrutinized it. This was my first encounter with a house elf. It was raggedly dressed, with pointed ears, standing diminutively, 2 heads shorter than I. I inquired, "Do I appear ugly?" It hastily waved its hands, attempting to clarify. No, you are quite handsome, sir. Please forgive my rudeness." Its speech was halting, the sound reminiscent of a chainsaw, jarring and discordant. I gazed at it intently and asked, "Then why do you seem so afraid of me?" The house elf trembled, stuttering, "No, Mr. Cavern, there is something about you that makes Belle feel very threatened. Belle doesn't know why. Please forgive Belle." I replied, "Belle, that sounds like your name." "Indeed, sir. That is my name," it confirmed. I arched my head slightly, the food on the table failing to stimulate my appetite. Instead, I found myself captivated by the essence of the house elf. A potent essence. An essence of energy. I smiled and declared, "I believe I am beginning to feel hungry." "Yes, sir, you may enjoy your lunch at any time. It is on the table," Belle replied. I felt an uncharacteristic cheerfulness bubbling within me. Indeed, I was about to indulge in lunch. Belle's body stiffened, enveloped by an aura of terror, and in an instant, it convulsed and collapsed to the ground. Yet, I remained rooted in the same spot, just as I had been when Professor Snape departed. I licked my lips, savoring the energy that felt like a refreshing spring, invigorating yet leaving me yearning for more. The flavor was exquisite, the sensation delightful. I reveled in the control over my own body as I instantaneously appeared beside the lifeless house elf. I carelessly took a small step forward, examining its pale, lifeless eyes and the rigid form devoid of vitality. My body felt incredibly light, akin to a feather resting upon the surface of water, weightless. I perhaps required more power. Acquiring strength would render me even more formidable. The situation had grown intriguing. I waved my hand, and the house elf's body dissolved before my eyes, as if transforming into sustenance for my own being. I turned my gaze to the food on the table and, employing the same method, consumed my lunch. As for the vanished house elf, what concern was it of a seemingly meek and innocuous little genius? Though I acknowledged my age, 25? Or perhaps 26, maybe I ought not to be like this. To have become so small, so harmless. I amused myself with my own thoughts. My afternoon included a defense against the dark arts lesson. As I awaited the passage of time, I fixed my gaze on the closed door, anticipating its opening, and the entrance of a scowling little cat bursting in with a torrent of complaints. Heaven knows how chilling it would be for Professor Snape to return to his office, only to find me standing motionless in the same spot, maintaining the same posture and expression as when he had left. I raised my chin leisurely and softly intoned, "Welcome back, Professor Snape." Standing at the threshold, he sensed that something was amiss, but after surveying the room, he could discern nothing out of the ordinary. He could only dryly inquire, "Did you not have lunch?" I cheerfully replied, "I did, and it was quite delicious." Professor Snape cast a skeptical glance in my direction, to which I responded with a subtle smirk and a demure smile. Chapter 18. His smile was utterly captivating. Professor Snape ushered me aside, and I remained quietly in my place, admiring his flurry of activity as he prepared lessons in his office, rifling through potion ingredients with a bewildered expression. Perhaps due to my waning hunger, the scent that emanated from Professor Snape had dulled slightly, and my overwhelming desire to devour him had lessened, yet he remained irresistibly alluring. It seemed Professor Snape sensed something, abruptly turning his head, strands of hair sticking to his cheek. He made no attempt to brush them aside, instead fixating intently on Woosley. The chilling sensation that had surged through my spine vanished in an instant upon meeting his equally dark gaze, as fleeting as an illusion. He scrutinized Woosley, attempting to ascertain whether that damned, discomforting gaze was emanating from him. But there were no flaws to be found, apart from the naive innocence that radiated from him. No other emotion was apparent. He glared at Woosley, saying, "Do not stand there like a wooden post. Perhaps you should take the initiative to complete your task, such as a bucket full of slug slime." Oh, I must express my gratitude to Professor Snape for the reminder. I had entirely forgotten about that matter. Very well. I shall heed your words. I averted my gaze, gliding lightly across the floor to find my place, then set down the bucket intended for the liquid, donned my gloves, extracted the slugs, and began to tap into the slippery secretion they produced. This time, I was in excellent form. I no longer needed to stealthily pilfer Professor Snape's ingredients as I had the day before. When my focus sharpened, time slipped away like an eel, elusive and ungraspable. As the first class of the afternoon approached, Professor Snape glanced at the clock, confirming that there was just enough time to traverse from the cellar to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom before raising his head and stating, "Time's up. Pack away your things, you must attend class." I was not particularly eager to go, as I had come to dislike being called upon in every class by the professor. Moreover, I had grown accustomed to the temperature of the cellar, where the scent of Professor Snape lingered comfortably around me, neither too close nor too far. I remarked, "I suppose I now belong to the category of dangerous individuals. Perhaps I need not leave the professor's line of sight?" Professor Snape turned his head, seemingly unable to comprehend my words, pausing for a few seconds before curling his lips into a mocking smile. "You? Very well, the dangerous Mr. Caven. Even if you are prepared to bring Hogwarts crashing down, it is not happening now, so off to class with you." I raised my head, contemplating how long it would take with my current abilities to upend the tiles of Hogwarts. Perhaps I was still too weak. My present capabilities could merely cause the cellar to tremble slightly and create some minor cracks. I pondered how much energy would be required to overturn Hogwarts entirely when Professor Snape expelled me from the cellar. To be precise, he grasped my collar once more and unceremoniously tossed me at the threshold of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. When Professor Snape glanced inside, he hesitated momentarily, blinking slowly before swiftly retreating. I surmised that he had locked eyes with the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts within. I too made eye contact with him. My nose twitched. I caught a whiff of a familiar scent. This aroma I had detected before on Harry Potter, the boy famously known as the boy who lived. However, the scent on Harry was far less pronounced than that of this professor. The Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor was called Quirrell. Professor Quirrell appeared somewhat timid, his eyes darting away as they met mine. I averted my gaze, casting a resigned glance in the direction where Professor Snape had departed before leisurely stepping into the classroom. I chose a seat at the back, awaiting the commencement of the lesson. Just before the bell rang, Draco spotted me and eagerly approached, taking a seat beside me with his books in tow. I raised an eyebrow. Was it not his preference to sit in the first 3 rows? Now, he whimsically chose to sit with me in the last row. Professor Quirrell began his lecture from the podium, seizing the opportunity while no one was paying attention. Draco leaned in to whisper in my ear. I noticed Professor Quirrell glancing our way, quickly averting his gaze as if he had seen nothing. Yet, I was certain he had. Draco, somewhat annoyed, remarked, "I didn't see you in the hall at lunchtime today. You might want to explain yourself. You'd best not tell me you were so engrossed in your studies that you forgot. What did Madame Pomfrey tell you?" So, the young master had come to settle accounts, though it hardly constituted standing someone up, as it was not my fault. I replied, "Professor Snape summoned me. So I had my lunch in the cellar." Upon hearing Professor Snape's name, Draco paused, pursing his lips. Perhaps he understood that Snape summoned people without needing a reason. He was careful not to pry further. He then shifted to a happier topic, saying, "Hey, my father said he would let me join the Quidditch team. I just need to wait for the notification." I knew my father could do it. Draco was thrilled to share his joy, even leaving his 2 sidekicks behind for this conversation. I sat quietly, listening, occasionally responding with a nod. "Your father is quite good to you," I remarked as Draco spoke of his father, his face alight with pride and delight. He truly held his father in high esteem. Professor Quirrell wore a large hat atop his head, and once Draco concluded one topic, he began another, exclaiming, "I really wonder what the Savior will think when he sees me on the Quidditch pitch. He will surely drop his jaw in astonishment. I can hardly wait." I opened my book to pass the time during this tedious class. Yes, Professor Quirrell was endlessly recounting the horrors of dark magic. often displaying expressions of fear and panic corresponding to the severity of the dark magic he described. Draco noticed me turn a page and followed suit, continuing. The savior probably can't imagine he isn't the only one who gets special treatment. I remained a silent listener, flipping another page as I had finished the previous one, and Draco mirrored my action. I glanced at the new page, murmuring, "Is the stunning spell considered dark magic?" Draco leaned in, taking a look and nodding. "Yes, it is classified as such. But honestly, the stunning spell isn't much of a dark magic. It merely renders one unconscious, causing no real harm. Its effects are far less terrifying than the Obliviate Curse." I feigned interest and inquired, "Obliviate Curse?" I recall Professor Snape mentioning something similar. He said I had been subjected to a forgetfulness charm. Draco raised his chin, pride swelling in his chest as he reveled in his wealth of knowledge, stating, "Indeed, that is a dreadful curse that can make you forget the most significant things. There exists a spell known as the Forgetfulness Charm, capable of leading one to forget countless memories. Once it is cast upon an individual, that person becomes susceptible to memory manipulation, erasing recollections of friends, family, aspirations, and even their own identity." As I pondered over the text, every word uttered by Draco seemed to resonate with my current predicament, yet it was not entirely so. The proud Draco elegantly raised an eyebrow, his eyes betraying an uncontainable question. "Am I not impressive?" Aware of his yearning for my praise, I generously remarked, "You possess an impressive wealth of knowledge. I was unaware of all this. Thank you for enlightening me, Draco." Flattered by my commendation, Draco's spirits soared, a youthful exuberance illuminating his face. Before long, he recalled another matter, inquiring, "By the way, I remember the last time you retrieved the memory orb. It emitted a red mist. What did you forget?" I was taken aback that he remembered this detail. "Oh, I almost forgot. Neville's memory orb is still with me. Perhaps I should find a moment to return it. Or simply hand it over to Professor Snape. It seems I am once again tasked with providing the busy Professor Snape with a trivial errand. I hope he won't be so vexed as to grind his teeth. However, he does appear rather endearing when angered." I shrugged and replied, "I am uncertain." The tedious theoretical knowledge had caused the young wizards beneath the desk to grow drowsy, their chins resting listlessly in their hands. In such dreary circumstances, Draco remained engrossed in his book, furrowing his brow and scratching his head in evident distress and turmoil. The proud and precious young master scribbled fervently, displaying remarkable diligence. After what felt like an eternity, the two classes finally concluded. Just as I stood up, I caught a whiff of the familiar, enchanting scent of Professor Snape. Glancing towards the entrance, I tucked my book under my arm and maneuvered around Draco to approach the door. I knew Professor Snape had arrived. Indeed, shortly thereafter. As I reached the entrance, Professor Snape, clad in his flowing black robes, strode towards me with an air of dignity. He nodded in a specific direction and commanded, "Follow me." Draco trailed behind, but after a few paces, he slowed his pace, and his little minion fell back in step with him. I inclined my head slightly, signaling farewell to Draco, while Professor Snape cast a casual glance at him, lingering for a moment. Draco, feeling somewhat apprehensive, straightened his posture. After all, Professor Snape was a close friend of his father, and he feared that any poor performance at school might reach his father's ears. Observing Draco's diminished arrogance, Professor Snape tilted his head slightly in satisfaction and addressed him. "Draco, your father wrote to inquire about your well-being these past few days. I briefly described your performance." "My father?" Draco's eyes reflected a mix of nervousness and surprise, perhaps not expecting his father to take such an interest. He eagerly asked, "What did Professor Snape say?" Professor Snape replied, "Very well. If you continue on this path, he intends to surprise you with a gift at Christmas." Delighted, Draco's face radiated joy, his smile almost bordering on foolishness. Like a mechanical messenger devoid of emotion, Professor Snape delivered this news before promptly whisking me away. Though I was spared the effort of moving myself, I began to ponder why Professor Snape seemed so fond of dragging me around like a piece of luggage. If he were to answer candidly, he would likely express his annoyance, saying, "It's because you move at the pace of a snail. It cannot be too slow." I checked myself, recalling that I had placed the memory orb on my person. After searching for a time without success, the orb suddenly appeared in my hand, as if by magic. Oh dear, it seems I have unlocked a new skill. I am truly a remarkable being. After a brief moment of astonishment, I looked up and gazed at Professor Snape's jawline, my eyes steady as I calmly inquired, "Professor Snape, do you know where Neville is?" Professor Snape slowed his stride and regarded me quietly, awaiting my elaboration. I continued, "Neville fell from his broom, and Draco found his memory orb. He gave it to me, but I have yet to return it to Neville." I offered the memory orb towards Professor Snape, the orb still enveloped in crimson mist. He scrutinized it for a moment before accepting it, the orb transforming back to its transparent state. With a hint of irritation, He stowed the orb in his pocket and gave me a gentle push forward, instructing, "You lead the way to the dungeon. Walk briskly, keep your head high, and do not allow me to catch up." With an expressionless face, he added darkly, "Do not let the tip of my shoe make contact with your backside. I trust you do not wish to experience such a sensation, so abandon your little shuffles and stride purposefully." I looked back in confusion. Why was this journey half finished? I attempted to rebel, yet Professor Snape did not grant me the opportunity to speak. With a long stride, he swiftly closed the distance between us and pressed down on my head with a firm hand. The pain was real, compelling me to take larger steps forward. Occasionally, I glanced back at Professor Snape, but it seemed that the more I looked, the faster he moved, adopting a fierce expression as he tousled my hair. I feared my locks would become a chaotic mess. My breath quickened, reminiscent of the last time I was breathless, when I inadvertently wandered onto the third floor at Harry's invitation and found myself being chased. I was nearly compelled to use apparition. However, in an unguarded moment, I caught a glimpse of the delighted curve of Professor Snape's lips and the playful glint in his eye. Just as I had thought upon first seeing him, when he smiles, he truly is exceptionally handsome. A sight I wish to cherish, reserved solely for my eyes. Chapter 19. You are famous, don't you know? I am unsure of who I was before, but I imagine I was a free spirit. As we journeyed halfway, Professor Snape received a summons from Headmaster Dumbledore, his momentary smile vanishing without a trace. He cast a glance in my direction and coldly instructed, "Return to your dormitory. Put away your belongings, do not wander, have dinner in the hall tonight, and wait for me. Do you understand?" I nodded, and only then did Professor Snape. His demeanor displeased, turned to leave. The afternoon stretched ahead, and the path to the dormitory felt interminable. Within the portraits lining the corridor, those who had long since passed. Oh, no, perhaps I should say, those who might have passed, left behind traces of their spiritual energy, animating the paintings. They were vibrant, articulate, and independent in thought, comparable to the living, if not superior. I found myself intrigued by these painted figures, wondering if such food could be replicated and reproduced. If the same individual were captured multiple times, would they possess the delectable energy of life? Might this signify a unique fast food experience reserved solely for me? I sampled a morsel, and the figures within the painting instantly became transparent. I ceased my consumption once more, not for any particular reason, but simply because it was unpalatable. The flavors lacked the delectable essence that flesh provides. The taste was akin to an unbearable combination of candle wax and white vinegar. The figure in the painting gazed around in terror before escaping from its frame. I cast a fleeting glance at it and moved on. At a nearby corner, I encountered Gryffindor, who had also just finished class. I looked up to find that this area was open air, revealing the drifting white clouds above. This reminded me of the ceiling in the Great Hall, which was not merely hollow but enchanted to present a visual feast of the seasons for the young witches and wizards dining below. If only such a ceiling could be installed in my dormitory, it would indeed bring me joy. Perhaps I had lingered too long, for I was abruptly collided with by a hurried young witch. Stepping back, I regained my composure and noticed a small witch with curly hair. Hermione lifted her gaze, and I observed the faint redness at the corners of her eyes. She sniffled and uttered a quiet apology before bowing her head and hastily departing. I glanced at the spot where we had collided, then at Hermione's receding figure. In the next moment, I heard Ron and Harry engaged in conversation. I could wager she definitely heard them. But so what? She merely wished to teach you a lesson, Ron. Perhaps you truly ought to apologize. Harry noticed me, and yes, I saw him too. He looked at me with a beaming smile, greeting me warmly. I thought perhaps I had left such a favorable impression on him that he felt emboldened to extend a friendly greeting to a Slytherin in public as a Gryffindor. Wugh, what a coincidence that we meet again. I observed the peculiar glances from passing Gryffindors, but I paid them no mind. I raised an eyebrow and replied, "Indeed. It seems we are quite fated." Ron tugged at Harry, urging him to be cautious and not to linger too closely with the Slytherin. Yet Harry appeared oblivious to the warning and continued conversing with me. Harry said, "I heard that Professor Snape has been rather harsh with you. My goodness, are you all right?" I blinked and replied, "Harry, why would you think the professor would resort to such measures? Hogwarts has strict regulations against that." Ron scoffed, interjecting, "It's not surprising to see the old bat act in such a manner." I paused. "Old bat? Really?" Harry added, "Well, it seems that's a nickname they have for the professor." I remarked, "No one enjoys being nicknamed, do they? Right? Harry, you're different from them." Harry hesitated, nodding slightly as he said, "They say Snape is quite unpleasant." Ron chimed in, "Indeed, several of my older siblings are his students. No one knows better than I how detestable the old bat can be." I looked at Ron and said, "Detestable? Why, he is quite charming." "Ron? Harry?" Ron began to dig at his ear, as if he had misheard. "Well, that's the most amusing thing I've heard all day, but considering you're a Slytherin, it's not entirely shocking. But wait, did you just say charming?" Ron's expression shifted dramatically as he regarded Wug. Had you used a different word, I wouldn't be so astonished. Harry pondered Snape's gloomy demeanor and failed to comprehend how Wug could associate him with charm. Wug, you must be mistaken. I tilted my head, unconvinced that my words were flawed. Do you not find Professor Snape charming? His lips, his gaze, his voice, all so captivating. Especially when he is angry. He clenches his fingers tightly, trembles with rage, his eyes widen slightly, and grits his teeth, resembling a disgruntled little black cat. Ron. Harry? Ron struggled to ask Harry, Harry, what do you think? Harry weakly replied, that is a tough one to assess. Ron gasped, Merlin's golden knickers. Even if you are a Slytherin, that is a bit too insane. Harry found it difficult to disagree with Ron's assessment. Ron attempted to dispel Wug's unrealistic fantasies, saying, wake up, Wug, think about his greasy, shining hair. Without a moment's thought, I said, what would happen if I placed my hand upon it? Harry retorted without hesitation. Professor Snape would be furious enough to throw you into the river. I replied, that would be splendid. Ron. Harry. The two exchanged glances, their expressions laden with bewilderment. Ron tentatively asked, you fancy Snape? I stated, he is so charming. Of course I do. Harry inquired, what do you like about him? I looked at them quizzically and said, everything, of course. Well, Ron said with certainty, you are undoubtedly a devoted fan of Snape. Harry. Harry observed the obsession and fleeting madness in my eyes and felt that the situation was more complex than Ron had suggested. It was not merely admiration. Sometimes, clarity is less preferable than confusion. Harry warned, Ron, did you notice? You ought not to disrespect Professor Snape any further, otherwise, Wug might unlock new knowledge for you. He whispered to Ron, consider his stellar grades, even when he is daydreaming in class. Ron shivered. Well then, in the face of absolute prowess, one must yield to the heart. Reluctantly, Ron conceded, actually, Professor Snape is quite perfect. You know, his past grades were all outstanding. It's just his character and temperament that leave much to be desired. I shook my head, declaring perfect? No. Ron and Harry looked at me in confusion. I smiled and said, what I admire is the fragility that dances within his features. I cherish his imperfections. Harry. Ron. The two chuckled awkwardly. The path was now nearly deserted, and Ron and Harry felt relieved that only they had heard Wug's eccentric musings. Harry suggested, let us return to the dormitory. Perhaps we can still enjoy dinner together in the Great Hall later. Ron, thinking of the sumptuous feast, no longer dwelled on Wug's words and eagerly urged a return to the dormitory. Once separated from Wug, Ron couldn't help but begin to vent, goodness. Am I insane, or is the world mad? How could anyone describe Snape as a cat? I can hardly fathom it. Harry smirked slightly, saying, perhaps Wug is the one who's lost her mind. Do you know anyone who would appreciate another's flaws? Ron asked, what do you mean? Harry replied indirectly, love makes one oblivious. Ron gaped in disbelief, glancing around incredulously. I think you've lost it too. Harry, you can't say such things. Snape is already 31. An old man, and he is so dark and terrifying. Wug is just 11, like us. Harry shrugged and replied, I read it in a book. It seems quite similar to Wug's situation. Otherwise, how could one explain her affection for all of Snape's flaws? Ron was somewhat swayed, increasingly astonished. Merlin's black stockings. This is the most unbelievable thing I've ever heard. Harry cautioned, this is merely speculation. It's best not to let anyone else know. Ron declared, rest assured, I give you my word. His solemn promise, however, quickly unraveled, within the briefest moment that Harry took to place an item down. Nearly the entire Gryffindor dormitory was already in the know. Harry found himself at a loss for words. Ron, what about your assurance? Ron blinked innocently, replying, they're not just anyone, are they? Harry could only concede. With a mischievous grin, Ron rummaged through his pocket, exclaiming, look at all these delightful treats. Harry cast a glance, incredulous. You're telling me this is how you divulged the secret? Ron shrugged, a fair exchange, I say. What do you mean they're not just anyone? That is merely an excuse. After placing his belongings in the dormitory, Harry lingered for a moment, only to find the empty room devoid of anything captivating. A bed, a trunk laden with books, and a solitary figure. It was so bare that it could easily facilitate a spontaneous departure or a dramatic escape from home. To put it more aptly, there was an utter absence of life. The atmosphere was stagnant, with the only person present resembling a stone, immobile, capable of sustaining a single position from beginning to end, just as he was now, lost in thought for an entire hour. Eventually, he lazily rose and ambled out the door. While descending the stairs, he encountered Draco. Draco remarked, I knew I'd run into you. Perhaps we could venture to the Great Hall together. After a few paces, Harry responded, of course. If you don't mind waiting to join Harry and Ron. What? Draco asked, perplexed. You've actually arranged to meet them, those Gryffindors? You truly are mad. Confusion etched on his face. Harry inquired, famous? In what regard? Is it for being dragged out like luggage by Professor Snape? Or for oversleeping and being mistaken for someone starved? Draco's eyes glimmered with significance as he stated, "The fact that you have a profound affection for Professor Snape." "Excuse me?" Harry echoed, astonished. Draco appeared taken aback by the notion of Harry being such a person. Indeed, the entire school is abuzz with it. "Your admiration for Professor Snape has reached an almost," he hesitated, "fanatical level. In a world where wizards were solely focused on their studies. The mundane little witches and wizards became overly excited upon hearing such sensational gossip. The variations of the story had proliferated to a degree that even Draco found them ludicrous, even if it pertained to the esteemed Professor Snape. Indifferent, Harry shrugged and continued walking alongside Draco. Upon encountering Harry and Ron, they proceeded towards the Great Hall together. Draco regaled Harry with various versions of tales involving Snape, speaking with great enthusiasm. Perhaps out of guilt, the instigator Ron remained silent, occasionally enduring Harry's scrutinizing gaze. Draco narrated how, as a child, Professor Snape had cradled Harry, and how Harry remembered the warmth of his embrace, igniting an 8-year-long infatuation. What nonsense, Harry thought. What could a 3-year-old possibly remember? Draco continued, "There's another tale, claiming that Snape slipped you a love potion in his office, which is why you are so besotted with him. That was utterly absurd. Professor Snape would never stoop to such antics." He continued with yet another story, and Harry found himself curious about how Draco had amassed so many tales in the span of an hour. Surely, he had only been absent for an hour, not a year. Harry glanced at Ron, who maintained his innocence, refusing to accept responsibility for the outlandish tales. "I didn't conjure these stories, they were fabricated by others. Not my concern." The absurdity of the stories was evident, yet they were undeniably captivating. Harry noted the curious and scrutinizing gazes, even some filled with pity. From those they passed. Silence enveloped him. Upon entering the Great Hall, they encountered Professor McGonagall, to whom Harry and the others obediently greeted. "Good evening, Professor McGonagall." She responded warmly, but upon seeing Harry, her expression mirrored that of the other young wizards, filled with astonishment, as she remarked, "Keep it up, dear boy. He.S. a fine individual." To Harry's surprise, he understood her words. Indeed, Professor Snape was quite an admirable person. McGonagall's eyes sparkled with mirth. She glanced over her shoulder and said, "Did you hear that, Severus?" A group of younger wizards stiffened and turned, finding the scowling Professor Snape, just as Harry had heard. When he was angry, he would grind his teeth, and his shoulders would tremble. Harry turned back, calmly meeting Snape's gaze. Professor Snape remarked, "If your subject were flattery, you would excel, your paper would earn an O." Harry smiled. "So, have my sweet words won your favor?" Snape retorted sharply, "No." Harry feigned disappointment. "Then the only grade I can expect is AP." Professor McGonagall nodded approvingly. Snape hesitated, his words caught in his throat, before he irritably swept his black robe and stormed inside. The young wizards at the door stood in stunned silence. Harry watched Snape's retreating figure, softly murmuring, "He still looks endearingly irate." Harry, Ron, and Draco, the family-shattering perceptions, exchanged incredulous glances. Draco could hardly contain his laughter. "Harry, you're even more terrifying than the rumors." This time, Ron joined Draco's side, nodding vigorously. Draco, observing Harry's enamored gaze at Snape's silhouette, struggled to advise, "Harry, good luck." Professor Snape isn't easily won over. Chapter 20, A Feast for the Eyes. I shuffled my little legs further inside. Tonight, the Great Hall was not themed by the season. Deep blue hues mingled with violet, a misty purple haze hung, and the midsection shimmered with azure tones as dark clouds gathered. Occasionally, white lights would curve down, fleeting and ephemeral, while lightning danced above, creating a haunting ambience that would have been even more eerie had it not been silent. Scattered throughout the ceiling were pumpkins, each carved with a sharp-toothed grin, their flickering lights adding to the enchanting yet mysterious magical atmosphere. I gazed upwards several times. Was there a special occasion today? Draco, fortuitously walking beside me, caught my inquiry and subtly wrinkled his nose. "Halloween is approaching. You didn't know? My goodness, have you never celebrated this holiday? Surely it's the favorite of all young witches and wizards." Realization dawned upon me, and I nodded. "Ah, I see. Halloween appears to be a splendid occasion for gift-giving." Upon entering, Harry and Ron parted ways with me, heading to the Gryffindor table. My gaze shifted towards Professor Snape, who had just settled into his seat. Sensing my scrutiny amidst the bustling crowd, he turned his head, precisely identifying whose gaze was upon him. His disheveled black hair rooted itself carelessly upon his head, while his youthful features lacked the plumpness typically seen at his age. His complexion appeared pallid, yet under the soft, golden glow of the pumpkin lanterns, it radiated a sense of health and vitality. No longer the lifeless figure I had first encountered, devoid of any semblance of human warmth. Professor Snape clenched his jaw, casting a disdainful glare before turning his head away in distaste. However, the timid Wug, who had once dared not meet his gaze, now fixated on him with his dark eyes, exuding a gentle yet helpless intensity. Recalling Professor McGonagall's teasing remarks at the entrance, along with Wug's forthright words, Snape's expression began to smolder with annoyance. Curse it! Irritated, Professor Snape began to scan his surroundings, his displeasure evident as he regarded the empty seat beside him. Simmering with wrath. Damn that Quirrell. Where has he scurried off to now? Draco tugged at Wug, urging him to stop daydreaming and take his seat. I smiled softly, moving forward to find a place where I could easily gaze upon Professor Snape. Draco glanced at Wug's spot before ultimately deciding to part ways with him. He still wished to enjoy his meal. Despite his admiration for Professor Snape, he did not want to be scrutinized while savoring his food. After all, Professor Snape was a close friend of his father, and should he falter in his dining etiquette, Snape might unjustly take out his frustrations on him, jeopardizing his Christmas gifts. The table was laden with a sumptuous array of dishes, catering to the diverse appetites of the young wizards. Yet, I found myself disinterested in the food. Perhaps it was the sight of them indulging in their meals that constituted my own delicacy. My appetite was not particularly strong. I could languidly consume the unseen energy they exuded to recharge myself. Thus, rather than feast on the food before me, I found myself captivated by the true culinary masterpiece that was Professor Snape. I admired the way he wielded his knife and fork, his deep-set eyes focused, cutting through the meat with a leisurely grace before bringing it to his lips. As he chewed slowly, I could almost envision the gentle collision of his upper and lower teeth, compressing the morsel into finer fragments. Each bite was savored, allowing the richly seasoned meat to dissolve within his mouth, his tongue deftly sweeping away the remnants as the food slid down his throat. Occasionally, his delicate tongue would peek between his lips, savoring the flavors that had inadvertently graced his lips, drawing them back into his mouth. After finishing one piece, he would proceed to the next, repeating the ritual with the same meticulous care. At times, larger bites would cause the remaining food to accumulate on either side, dissolving in stages. His cheeks would slightly bulge, lips sealed, jaw moving rhythmically, eagerly seeking the next delight. Truly, a feast for the eyes. I observed Professor Snape as he swallowed his last bite, then reached for the drink beside him, bringing it to his lips and taking a small sip. He grimaced slightly before setting the drink down. My curiosity piqued. I glanced at my own identical goblet on the table and took a sip. Pumpkin juice. An unusual flavor. It seemed Professor Snape did not favor pumpkin juice. I looked up again, noticing Snape's gaze flicker towards the empty seat beside him. I knew whose spot that was, Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. He had yet to make an appearance, and Snape was clearly attentive to that position. Narrowing my eyes, I perceived a hint of concern in Snape regarding Quirrell's whereabouts. Though he did not direct his gaze towards Wug, Wug's stare grew increasingly fervent. He could almost feel Snape's eyes traversing and pausing upon him. The normally composed Snape now appeared somewhat restless, and his earlier glare at Wug had failed to deter him. He began to reflect on Wug's previous remarks, which he had presumed to be mere mockery. Had Wug truly found him handsome? Was it not merely a veiled insinuation? Damn it, what was he staring at? What could possibly warrant such an intense scrutiny? Just as Professor Snape was about to rise in agitation, the door to the hall swung open with a resounding bang, revealing Quirrell, who rushed in, panic-stricken and terrified, shouting wildly, "A troll! In the dungeon!" His voice boomed, cracking under the strain. The commotion drew the attention of every wizard present. The sound of utensils clattering ceased, and the once lively hall fell abruptly silent. I watched as Snape halted mid-motion, and in that moment, I noticed him hastily swallow the last morsel of food. Grabbing a napkin to wipe his mouth vigorously, Snape's lips were thin, and he often unconsciously parted them slightly, giving him an endearingly daft appearance, quite charming indeed. The hall was utterly quiet, and Quirrell's voice rang out with heightened clarity. "There's a troll in the dungeon." I observed Snape's movements closely as Quirrell's voice suddenly weakened. I thought to myself, they must be aware now. It was as if he were gasping for breath, uttering his final words, only to be interrupted by a loud crash. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground. All the professors sprang to their feet. Snape, amongst the others, rose slowly, his eyes darting left and right, his lips parting slightly as if contemplating. As a realization struck him, he exhaled softly through his nose, his lips pressing together tightly. Outside, it had begun to rain, thunder rumbling ominously. As a flash of lightning illuminated the hall, it echoed with a resounding crack. The atmosphere in the hall erupted into chaos, akin to boiling water. The young wizards panicked, scrambling from their seats, unleashing piercing screams. I even heard Draco's voice among the clamor. Instinctively, Draco grabbed hold of someone and began to flee, screaming. Dumbledore's commanding voice resonated, low yet powerful. "Silence! His tone was as solid as rock, instilling a profound sense of security and reliability, momentarily halting the chaos. Please remain calm. Prefects, escort your respective housemates back to your dormitories. Dumbledore surveyed the young wizards, his authoritative presence compelling them to heed his words. Raising an eyebrow, he continued, Professors, follow me to the dungeon. With that assurance, the young wizards began to leave the hall in an orderly fashion, led by their prefects. Hufflepuff, over here. Gryffindor, come this way. Slytherin, stay close to me. I heard my house prefect's voice. I watched as Professor Snape scanned the surroundings cautiously, seemingly preparing to slip away unnoticed. But then our eyes met, an unexpected connection. He paused, his round pupils glaring at me with an ominous warning. He harbored some reservations. Yet time seemed to be of the essence, so he disregarded whether I had witnessed his actions. He turned abruptly, opened the door behind him, and stepped inside. Through the crack of the door, he cast a fierce glare at me for 2 seconds before closing it firmly, leaving me in contemplation. What could he possibly be defying Dumbledore's orders to undertake? I glanced at Dumbledore, skeptical that he would remain oblivious to the absence of a living professor among the few present. Nevertheless, Dumbledore maintained order, ushering the professors out of the hall as if nothing were amiss. The hall was nearly empty, yet I had no intention of departing. Professor Quirrell lay forgotten on the floor, but it was merely a fainting spell. He would awaken shortly on his own. I took a few steps, idly scrutinizing the individual who emanated such formidable energy. With no one around, the colossal battery loomed before me, and it was time for me to recharge. As I attempted to absorb the entirety of his being, Professor Quirrell shivered and suddenly opened his eyes. The prey stirred, yet this did not hinder my consumption. Quirrell felt an overwhelming chill envelop him, a voice from beneath the bandage on his forehead penetrating his mind. Go. Quirrell, bewildered by his discomfort, looked up to see Woogo standing motionless. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. It's not safe here. We should return to the dormitory. I must assist. And with that, he hurriedly fled from Woogo's sight. The hall was now deserted. I began to make my way outside, with such a significant event unfolding tonight. Perhaps my community service could be foregone. However, recalling Professor Snape's irate demeanor, I reconsidered, thinking it might not be so bad to complete my duties. The energy I had absorbed invigorated me, albeit slightly, yet I felt a notable enhancement in my vitality. I had consumed 2 soul forces. This Quirrell had a peculiar issue. He harbored 2 souls within him. And what of Harry Potter? He bore a similar essence to that of Professor Quirrell. Quirrell had mentioned something about a troll? Perhaps I should ascertain how to indulge in a feast. With a swift pivot, I headed toward the underground classroom. Following the trail of energy, I discovered the troll. Its essence was fresh. The troll wielded a colossal wooden club, moving sluggishly, appearing somewhat foolish. I licked my lips, eager with anticipation. My body, under the control of my mind, disintegrated into an intangible haze. The mist enveloped the roaring troll that sought to crush me with its club. In a fleeting second, the troll vanished, and I found myself in its place, the enormous club slipping from my grasp and crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. To consume souls, while simultaneously devouring the corporeal form, imparted a flavor that invigorated me even more. I squinted in satisfaction as power coursed through me, urging me to seek the next delectable morsel. My nostrils flared. I detected a familiar scent. It was Harry and Ron. I tilted my head, raising an eyebrow. Observing the single club left behind, I summoned flames that reduced it to ashes. Stepping back a few paces, my form dissipated into smoke once more, my vision expanding in an extraordinarily peculiar manner, as if my body had transformed into minuscule particles. Each particle became an eye. How fascinating. I concealed myself upon the ceiling, unseen by anyone as a thin veil of mist floated steadily above. I watched as Harry and Ron approached, then turned and dashed away, before I reconstituted myself. Just as I regained my form, I caught a whiff of a sweet, intoxicating aroma. This time, I had no intention of retreating. I was prepared to endure the scratching of the feisty little black cat. I was curious to see just how sharp its claws truly were. The sweetness was enveloped by other scents, indicating that it was not merely Professor Snape who was approaching. The hurried footsteps suggested someone was running. I glanced towards the corner, anticipating that the first to emerge would be Professor Snape. I longed to witness his astonished expression, the way he would scold me yet suppress his urge to utter profanities. A mixture of frustration and fury playing across his features. Alas, the first to appear was not Professor Snape, but Professor McGonagall. The second figure was indeed Snape. Upon seeing me, McGonagall slowed her pace, while Snape executed a sudden halt. He waved a hand to steady himself against the force of his rapid movement. The billowing black robe brushed against his thigh before settling, concealing his torn trousers. I paused, a faint scent of blood wafting beneath my nose. Lowering my gaze, I focused intently on Snape's leg. He was injured. Was it the troll? No, there was only one troll, and I had consumed it. So what had transpired? Harry and Ron, accompanied by Hermione, rounded the corner and collided fortuitously with McGonagall. Before she could reprimand Wugo for disobeying orders to return to the dormitory, she spotted her 3 young wizards emerging from behind. What are you doing? Were you not instructed to remain in your dormitory? Can someone explain this to me? She appeared exceedingly vexed. Wugo's gaze was familiar to Snape, and as Wugo's eyes fixated on his injured leg, Snape instinctively lowered his head to check, tugging at his robe to conceal his leg more thoroughly. He frowned as the strands of hair on either side of his face fell, partially obscuring his brow. I noticed him lift his gaze towards me, the tips of his hair revealing his taut jawline. His lips formed a subtle M shape. The upper and lower lips slightly parted, as if silently scolding me. The scent of blood intensified his aura, making it all the more intoxicating. I reveled in this aroma, yet restrained my primal urge to consume. McGonagall listened to Harry's explanation while I slowly approached Professor Snape's side. Professor Snape? I called softly. He bent slightly, suppressing his voice as he growled, Wugo, you will pay for your recklessness. It seems a month of community service is insufficient to curb your arrogance and conceit. I replied, how about adding another month? Considering Wugo's unabashed words and unguarded gaze today, he had no doubt that extending their nocturnal encounters would hardly feel like a punishment. Snape retorted sharply, not a chance. I countered, is that not enough? Then let us make it 2 months. Why not a whole term? Snape, evidently, and I were not on the same wavelength. He gritted his teeth, exclaiming, 3 times the amount of Snargaluff juice. He was riled once more. Chapter 21. Administering medicine to the kitten, a faint aroma swirled around me, and my pupils nearly dilated uncontrollably. They constricted and expanded in rapid succession. I lowered my head slightly, perhaps sensing that I was not quite myself at this moment. Possibly even my eyes were amiss. Therefore, I must conceal a few things, lest I frighten away the charming feline. Professor McGonagall took Harry, Ron, and Hermione with her, while I trailed behind Professor Snape. Before departing, Professor Snape exchanged a fierce glance with Professor Quirrell, delivering him a menacing warning. Quirrell, trembling and somewhat timid, averted his gaze and hastily declared, We should leave this place quickly. The troll may be lurking nearby. Despite his injured foot, Professor Snape maintained an erect posture, as though the crimson liquid seeping from his leg were merely an illusion. Yet perhaps the pain was affecting him, for his movements exhibited a subtle change. The acrid scent of blood mingled with the foul stench of decay. I discerned who had harmed my cat. I turned my head, exchanging a fleeting glance with Quirrell, who stood at the rear. The accidental contact of his gaze with that of the spectre instilled in him an instinctive shiver. Confused, he managed a dry smile, to which the spectre responded with a smile as well, but Quirrell found that smile somewhat unnerving. I quickly withdrew my gaze and hastened to catch up with Professor Snape. After parting ways with Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape remarked, you ought to return to your dormitory. I shook my head, replying, I know where I should go. Professor Snape, somewhat impatient, had a sheen of cold sweat on his forehead. I understood he was in pain. I added, about today as community service. Professor Snape halted, fixing his intense gaze upon my eyes, attempting to decipher some scheme or ulterior motive from my expression. Alas, all he could discern was his own reflection in my gaze. I placed my hand on Professor Snape's arm. He instinctively shook it off, yet did not succeed in breaking free. Professor Snape, you require assistance, I said slowly. I can help you. What? Professor Snape initially flinched, his eyes widening in surprise. He tugged at his arm irritably, attempting to withdraw it and distance himself. But he was unsuccessful, for my strength was surprisingly formidable. How delightful! I eagerly urged Professor Snape, guiding the struggling cat into his cold lair. What is going on? Professor Snape stumbled back several steps after I released him. At that moment, he began to stagger, drawing his wand and regarding me with a mix of wariness and feigned composure. Professor Snape was clad in his long-sleeved shirt and coat, yet the exposed section of his wrist bore the marks of crimson bruises. I focused intently on that spot, feeling a twinge of regret. It appeared I had momentarily lost control, squeezing too hard and reddening the cat's paw. There would not be a next time. The cat was far too delicate. What exactly are you? Professor Snape's voice echoed with inquiry. I raised my gaze, sealing this space unbeknownst to him. No one, not even magic or house elves, could penetrate this barrier. I softened my voice, saying, you are injured. Professor Snape took a step back, lifting his dark cloak, and retorted angrily. It's none of your business. I tilted my head slightly, replying, allow me to assist you. Professor Snape's leg must have been throbbing more intensely now. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, cascading off his chin. He pointed at me, venomously declaring, get out. His demeanor suggested that any further words from me might provoke him to unleash the most dreadful curse upon me. How endearing. Yet he was clearly agitated. I needed to appear harmless, at least not to instill fear in him. Damn it. I remained stationary, and Professor Snape, equally immobilized, eventually, lost in his thoughts, lowered his wand and sank onto the sofa, propping himself against the wall. I kept my gaze trained on him until he appeared somewhat relaxed, then took a cautious step forward. Suddenly, Professor Snape's eyes darted towards me, and he exclaimed, "What are you doing?" I replied calmly, "You are injured. I can help you." His watchful, defensive eyes bore into me, and he gritted his teeth, commanding, "Over there, 4th row, 3rd shelf, fetch the healing potion." At his words, I turned and swiftly retrieved the item, approaching Professor Snape's side. He extended his hand, demanding, "Give it to me." As I fumbled with the vial, my gaze fell upon his leg. How enticing. The alluring scent continually tempted me, urging me to consume it entirely. I suppressed my impatient greed, crouching down to grasp Professor Snape's ankle. This time, I applied little pressure, so when he recoiled, he easily broke free. He then lifted his foot and kicked me in the chest. I was caught off guard, and by the time I realized what had happened, I was staring at the ceiling. I blinked, the pain in my chest still lingering, a clear indication that his kick had been merciless. I pushed myself off the ground, only to meet Professor Snape's rigid expression and the involuntary tightening of his hand. I offered a nonchalant smile and, undeterred, reached for his leg again. Professor Snape instinctively recoiled, angrily pressing his hand against my shoulder. "I can manage on my own. Can you not hear me?" He snapped. His anger flared, and he growled, "Do not touch my leg with your filthy hands." I inhaled deeply, lifting my gaze to meet his, my eyes penetrating. I spoke softly, "Professor Snape, I believe you know." For a moment, confusion flickered across his features, but as I leisurely placed my hand over the one he had pressed against my shoulder, he appeared momentarily taken aback. "I like you." Professor Snape's eyes widened. I had to seize this opportunity. This was it. I spoke with utmost sincerity, while he was still in a daze. I tentatively grasped his ankle once more. Professor Snape opened his mouth, seemingly at a loss for words, but ultimately, with a harsh tone, he said, "Do you think you stand a chance? Huh. Instead of wasting time, you would do better to engage your mind, lest you end up as ignorant and fearless as the so-called savior." I tore open the fabric of his trousers, revealing the bloodied, mangled bite mark, and an inexplicable agitation surged within me. I suppressed the urge to act on my impulses and began to clean Professor Snape's wound. "I invest my time only in matters of worth," I replied, "just as I do in creating opportunities to be with you. I have never squandered it." "Professor Snape, huh? Is this your method to win me over?" I should feel honored. I chuckled, continuing, "Harry is unlike me. Perhaps he is ignorant, after all." A great burden rests upon his shoulders, compelling him to perform the duties expected of a savior. Upon hearing Harry's name, Professor Snape's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. "You better not be referring to the fool who runs headfirst into danger, wielding a silly stick against an overwhelmingly powerful enemy." Once I had cleaned the wound, I began to bandage the injured little cat. While the cat remained unaware, I carefully licked its wounds. Its scent was delightful, and its blood tasted remarkably sweet. Much like its demeanor, which appeared fierce yet was, in truth, irresistibly adorable. As soon as I had finished bandaging, he swiftly withdrew his leg from my grasp. "Your task is complete." Professor Snape observed me still half crouched on the ground, his gaze momentarily pausing as it traversed my chest, where his footprint lingered. "I believed you ought to remember how to return to your dormitory." I nodded, releasing the startled cat, and departed from his frigid lair. The torchlit corridor stretched ahead, its end shrouded in darkness. I turned my back to the door and spread my palm. There, stark against my skin, was the dried blood, which I delicately sampled with my lips. Its flavor intoxicated me, igniting my curiosity about what his soul might taste like, perhaps 1,000 times more delectable than his blood. A soft chuckle escaped me as the dried blood on my palm seemed to vanish, absorbed by my body. I licked my lips, recalling the startled retreat of Professor Snape at my touch, and a delightful laugh bubbled forth. My form dissipated, akin to air, arriving without a trace and departing just as quietly. I drifted leisurely down the staircase, as a fish glides through water, unperturbed by the unpredictable turns of the stairs. I arrived on the 3rd floor and slipped through a crevice into a forbidden chamber. Silently coalescing, I reformed into myself. The 3-headed dog lay in deep slumber. I lingered for a moment until it seemed to sense something amiss and awoke. Its eyes loomed large, akin to wandering orbs, as it began to growl, eliciting a smile from me. "Be good, pup." The images flashing through my mind were of that enticing leg of blood, as if I were conversing with the monstrous creature before me. "Growl." The 3-headed beast roared at me, yet its voice thinned as my gaze rose higher, transforming its furious bellow into a low whimper. Fear gripped it, and the chains clinked crisply as it recoiled. I grew taller, confirming my suspicions. I could become anything I had ever seen, even transforming into something more robust, more ferocious, more terrifying, capable of instilling dread in my prey. I consumed it amidst its fearful cries, leaving only the cold iron chains behind. I noticed a wooden plank on the ground, recalling Hermione's mention of hiding something. Once again, I transformed into air, spreading around and seeping beneath the plank. Below lay a web of intertwining vines, their tangles allowing just enough space for me to discern a passageway beneath. I drifted downwards, landing softly, and began to advance cautiously within. But soon I sensed the approach of someone. After a moment's contemplation, I retreated back to the vines and returned to the room housing the three-headed dog. Outside the door stood a figure, yet they did not enter. I glanced at the chains, pondering that the individual outside must have heard the dog's barking and come to investigate. After a brief moment of reflection, I focused my thoughts and transformed into a mist, slipping through the iron lock and coalescing into the visage of the three-headed dog I had devoured. Disoriented, I shook my three heads. 6 eyes relayed the surrounding scene to me. I lowered myself slowly, gradually parting my jaws to emit a dangerous growl. The door swung open. Darkness loomed at the entrance, and a figure resembling a stone stirred and squeezed through the doorway. I recognized this fellow. He was the one who had ferried the young wizards to Hogwarts. "Hello, Fong. I've come to see you, poor little creature. I hope you haven't been too lonely here." He held a massive sack, greeting me with warmth and fondness. Or rather, greeting Fong. "Ah, Fong. Such a splendid name." One of my heads turned toward him. As he approached, he reached out to pat my head. Without hesitation, I opened my jaws wide and took a bite, causing him to retract his hand in haste. "Oh, my Merlin." The hulking Hagrid clutched his chest, exclaiming, "I know you're still angry, but I didn't mean to take so long to visit you. Things have been rather unsettled lately." He lifted the sack with a cheerful flourish, saying, "Look what I've brought you." He placed the sack on the ground, and I focused my gaze to find several enormous fish and what appeared to be chunks of large animal meat. I raised an eyebrow. It seemed Fong was indeed this fellow's pet. The food delivered was too meager to satiate my hunger, but I thought it best not to refuse. Hagrid sighed. "It seems you've been quite put upon. I didn't even have time to play music this time, and you didn't bite me. Such a good boy." After a lengthy conversation, Hagrid reluctantly took his leave. All 3 of my heads exchanged glances, and suddenly, a remarkable new idea struck me. If my heads could split, what of my body? A wisp of smoke began to divide, swirling on the ground and coalescing into a human form. I transformed back into myself. Yet my vision had shifted from 3 to 4. The three-headed dog remained in place while my human form gazed up at it. The visual disjunction, the cacophony of sounds, and the overlapping imagery caused discomfort, while the reverberating echoes left my senses aching. The duality of existence made my head spin. After enduring this state for several minutes, I concluded the experience, allowing the three-headed dog to dissipate into gray smoke and merge with me. I stifled my discomfort and became mist once more. Drifting back to my dormitory, after some adjustment, I felt I was beginning to acclimatize to this state of division. In my dormitory, I separated once again, and I and my other self regarded each other, a remarkable sensation of duality beginning to unfold. I examined myself, marveling as overlapping voices resonated simultaneously. "So, this is what I look like." The words echoed eerily, yet with a sense of awe. One of me remained in the dormitory while the other departed, wandering. As my thoughts dispersed, I infiltrated Professor Snape's office, only to find it empty. I then ventured into his sitting room, which too was devoid of his presence. The disappointment of 2 fruitless searches incited a rising frustration, but I knew I must remain patient, so I began to seek out his scent. Eventually, I located him in Professor Dumbledore's office. Professor Snape wore a serious expression, intently scrutinizing Dumbledore. "So, you intend to keep a suspicious little wizard of unknown origin at Hogwarts, next to Harry Potter?" Dumbledore appeared equally troubled. Confirming that the acceptance letter had indeed been penned by him and Professor McGonagall, they had no grounds to dismiss him, especially since he was a remarkably talented young wizard. As you must have noticed, Professor Snape, unable to contain his exasperation, retorted, "Dumbledore, you cannot be so reckless. What if he is a spy? Can you guarantee that Harry Potter will remain unharmed?" "We can," Dumbledore stated resolutely. "Everything will proceed as planned." "Oh dear," I silently observed Professor Snape, who, despite his usual indifference and apparent antagonism toward Harry Potter, now displayed a peculiar concern. Concern for the Savior, indeed, was unexpected. Professor Snape stormed out of Dumbledore's office, and upon descending the spiral staircase, he felt a familiar yet strange gaze upon him. The gaze devoid of desire, emotion, and soul belonged to Severus Snape. He suddenly turned around, only to find nothing behind him. The corridor remained shrouded in darkness, with the cold moonlight failing to illuminate the outlines of any objects. Outside, the thunder roared and the rain poured, Amidst the flashes of lightning, an involuntary chill crept down his spine. As he looked at this place he had lingered in for so long, for the first time, Professor Snape experienced a bone-chilling sensation. Before him, I stood, our eyes locked. Yet he could not see me, yet at the same time, he perceived my presence. In his eyes, I was absent, replaced only by the sporadic illumination of the corridor. His pupils trembled slightly, his eyelashes quivered, and a fleeting expression of unease and fear crossed his features. He forcefully turned away, as if to bolster his courage, and hastily departed. I couldn't suppress a soft chuckle. It seemed I had startled him, much like a frightened cat. How endearing. Chapter 22. Endearing? This is madness. I trailed behind Professor Snape, observing him from a higher vantage point, appreciating the different facets of him. From this elevated perspective, he appeared increasingly delicate and petite. I had no doubt that with a mere arm, I could easily encircle his waist. His slightly curled hair swayed gently. I watched his chest rise and fall with each breath, his arms moving with an elegant grace, the shadows of his jawline casting a soft gloom, and the pale ears peeking through the strands of hair parted slightly. Concealed in an unobserved corner, I scrutinized his every movement. As Professor Snape entered his office, he still felt the weight of that gaze upon him, and he scrutinized the surroundings with vigilance, attempting to unearth the owner of that infernal stare. Taking a deep breath, he failed to discern the source of the gaze, compelling himself to commence brewing potions as he usually did. The tedious process did nothing to diminish the intensity of the scrutiny. Rather, it grew more fervent, increasingly palpable. He became ever more certain of whose eyes they were. Unable to contain his irritation, he exclaimed into the air, "Damn it, Wuggacaven, show yourself. I know it's you." I observed his shoulders tremble slightly, his brow furrowed. Teeth clenched, fists tightly balled in frustration. The air visibly writhed as Snape's unblinking gaze focused on a figure materializing before him. He instinctively tilted his head upward. For the man who had appeared loomed taller than he, requiring him to raise his chin to behold the man's visage. For the first time, facing Professor Snape as an adult, looking down upon him, he appeared even more endearing. His eyes were sharp and penetrating, deep pools of obsidian, seemingly impervious to any light. His brows were sharply defined, at first glance resembling a quintessential villain, brimming with arrogance and aggression, ever surveying those around him. His straight nose created a distance from his eyes, which imbued his gaze with an air of aloofness and indifference. His deep-set eyes, enhanced by his double eyelids, appeared rounder when observed closely, rendering him less menacing and more innocuous, even charming. Such a sweet little kitten, I couldn't help but gently caress his face, wishing to tuck away the unruly strands of hair from his forehead to reveal the tips of his brows, yearning to admire his eyes in greater detail. Yet, as I merely brushed against a few strands, he recoiled, as if springing back. "Wuggak?" he inquired, his voice quivering with uncertainty. I reluctantly withdrew my hand, then smiled and replied, "It's me, Professor Snape." I took a step forward, and he took a step back. He pressed his lips into a thin line, gazing at me, and remarked, "It seems your growth has been rather extraordinary." I gazed at Professor Snape, now leaning against the wall, tilting my head slightly as I stared at him dreamily. "Yes, I have grown." Suddenly, recalling something, I laughed, saying with anticipation, as an adult, "Perhaps I can appreciate you even more." "Yes, appreciate you better." Professor Snape stood frozen, for the tone of my voice bore no hint of jest. He struggled to part his lips, exclaiming, "What nonsense." He shifted his feet, distancing himself from me. "I don't even know what you are." After a moment's thought, I replied, "Well, I don't know either. Perhaps I am nothing." I glanced at his evasive movements, my gaze landing on his legs, recently bandaged. "You should sit down. Your leg isn't fully healed, so you ought not to move." To reassure him, I added, "If you're frightened, I won't move." Professor Snape attempted to take some action, but upon realizing he could not summon help through the fireplace, he resigned himself to sit down after a tense standoff with me, unwilling to compromise his comfort. Meanwhile, I remained stationary, merely observing him, just as he had stated. Professor Snape glanced at me, the grown version of Wuggak, clad in larger garments, with a clear footprint from his earlier kick still marked on his chest. The absurdity of the situation struck him. Wuggak appeared almost harmless, like a well-behaved large dog waiting for its master's command. Snape began to feel a headache coming on, as my unwavering gaze rendered it impossible to ignore me. This led him to ponder again. Did Wuggak truly harbor feelings for him? Absurd. I watched Professor Snape, who now resembled a startled cat, slowly retracting its bristled fur. I cautiously inquired, "May I move now?" The tentative tone of my question caused him to furrow his brow before quirking an eyebrow in confusion. He firmly replied, "No." I obediently remained still. The night was long, much like my patience, prolonged and silent. "Can I move now?" "No." Minutes later, I asked again, "Can I move now?" The answer remained a resolute negative. After denying me for the 10th time, Professor Snape's patience waned before mine, and he began rummaging for something. Upon confirming my compliance, he started to move about the room. Can I move now? I continued to gently inquire, earnestly meeting his probing gaze, accepting his cold and indifferent refusals. I knew I couldn't move. The timid little kitten had placed a minuscule trust in me, and I had to safeguard that trust, lest the kitten flee in fright. I observed Professor Snape as he occasionally checked to see if I had shifted my stance, while rummaging through a cabinet. Finally, he turned to me, holding a bottle and positioning himself just 3 steps away. Do you know what this is? He raised the bottle for me to see, but I was disinterested in the contents. My focus remained on Professor Snape, noting the hint of sarcasm and a touch of pride in his smile. It's a truth serum, I replied. A potion crafted by Professor Snape himself, and one brewed under my watchful gaze. His expression hardened as he commanded, drink it. He seemed to think I would hesitate. In truth, I felt no fear. Can I move now? Once again, I inquired, and as he hesitated, I added, you are too distant. Professor Snape paused, as if lost in contemplation for a moment before responding. If you wish to act, who can deter you? You can. I replied with a light chuckle. Taking a step closer, I reduced the distance between us, causing him to instinctively want to retreat, yet remain steadfastly rooted in place. Such a stubborn little cat, how adorable. I yearned to tease him, but the time was not right. He was far too sensitive, and I must refrain from triggering his distress. If he were to deliberately distance himself from me, I would find it impossible to resist the urge to devour him. He was so fragrant, appearing and smelling utterly delectable. I slowly edged closer once more, halting just a breath away from his face, extending my hand to accept his potion. I drank it down in front of him. The potions crafted by Professor Snape were like no other. Observing me finish the Veritaserum, he pressed his lips together and began. Who are you? Instinctively, I replied, you define who I am. I am who you say I am. Professor Snape paused, gazing at me with suspicion, and asked again, what is your name? I uncontrollably responded, whatever name you call me, that is my name. His bewildering answer caused him to furrow his brow, prompting him to change the subject. What is your purpose in coming to Hogwarts? I replied, originally none. He pressed further, originally? What is your purpose now? I answered, to obtain you. Professor Snape's pupils dilated, his lips parting in disbelief. I could not help but laugh at the words spilling from my lips. I gazed into Snape's eyes, relishing the fluctuations of his emotions. I stepped forward, and he instinctively took a step back. I whispered, almost in a trance, how can you be so adorable? Adorable? This is madness. Perhaps I had drawn too close. Sensing an uncanny pressure, Snape's irritation bubbled over as he exclaimed, no one would consider an old professor adorable. That is a revolting descriptor, especially when applied to me. I halted a few centimeters away, smiling as I replied, old professor? No, Professor Snape, I truly adore your scent. I admire your commanding presence at the lectern, the way you leisurely turn the pages of your books, how you savor your food, and the unwavering gaze you fix upon me. One hand pressed against my chest, he attempted to create distance, and I obliged, maintaining what I deemed a safe space. Professor Snape's breathing quickened, and his emotions surged uncontrollably like waves crashing upon the shore, tumultuously washing over his thoughts. His mind momentarily blanked, but once he regained his composure, he could only cover his face and grit his teeth, commanding, change back. I tilted my head as if I understood his words, my form dissipating until only a small version of myself reappeared in place. Though I did not grasp why Professor Snape wished for me to revert, it did not hinder my compliance. Taking a deep breath, Snape seized my collar and hurled me from the cellar. Behind me, I first heard his low, angry voice leave, followed by the resounding slam of the door. This time, it was I who wore a look of astonishment. I glanced at the door, which held no significance for me, and then considered Professor Snape's reaction, allowing a soft laugh to escape me. His response was utterly endearing. What to do? It seems I have grown fonder of him. Chapter 23. The dreadful canine Halloween arrived, shrouded in ominous gloom, ethereal mists enveloping me. The rumble of thunder lay hidden behind the heavy clouds, while a sinister wind dispersed the dreary haze, revealing the luminous, radiant moonlight. With nothing to occupy my time, I languidly drifted through the corridor, ultimately returning to the door of the cellar. The door was tightly sealed, obscuring the light within and the person I longed for. Yet I knew my old professor remained awake, diligently laboring over his potions despite his injuries. I was aware for whom he toiled. The corridor lay silent, the flames extinguishing automatically over time. Thus I found myself enveloped in darkness, merging with it. The wait felt interminable. I knew not for what I waited. Once more, I transformed my body into mist, slipping through the crevice into the professor's office. The dim light quietly illuminated the side of my old professor. I brushed against a vial resting on the desk, my touch causing it to wobble, the sound of liquid flowing becoming a melodious tune. Do not touch my belongings. The professor had noticed my presence and reprimanded me without hesitation. As I solidified, I gazed in rapt attention at his deft hands as he sliced and stirred. The bubbling of the potion surrounding us, yet all I could hear was the rhythm of his breath. Still busy? I conversed with him as if we were longtime acquaintances, discussing the mundane details of our lives. What are you making? My old professor momentarily faltered, his calm demeanor giving way to a terse response. Veritaserum. He huffed coldly, proceeding with caution, yet visibly impatient and irritable as he remarked, the last vial, and you drank it all. It only required a drop, yet that fool wug, as if he had stumbled upon some rare treasure, hastily consumed every last drop, leaving none behind. All right, my fault, I replied with a smile. Perhaps I know how to make amends. The professor dismissed my attempt, continuing his work as I, in my adult form, stealthily approached, inhaling his essence, his scent. When he lifted his gaze, he beheld 3 versions of me in his office. He paused, his fingers instinctively curling, shock momentarily constricting his pupils. The other 2 versions of me were engrossed in tasks, one flipping through books, the other preparing ingredients, gradually taking over his responsibilities. Meanwhile, the version of me behind him had unknowingly leaned against his shoulder, my breath warm against his neck, a searing heat creeping beneath his collar. The warmth transitioned to a chill, causing the professor's hair to stand on end and his body to shudder. He clutched his neck, elbowing the version of me that was nearly pressed against him, retreating in resistance. Enraged, he bellowed, "What are you doing?" In disbelief. He had already endured several such occurrences in a single day, more than in his entire life. I relished his reactions, reveling in his uncontrollable tremors and the flush that colored his cheeks, a hue he was unaware of. I longed to smooth his tousled hair, revealing his bashful ears, curious to see if they, too, blushed as his cheeks did. I cherished our contact, delighting in the way my presence transformed his stern voice into one quivering with emotion. I wish for you to recover swiftly. The professor did not comprehend, yet he recognized the weight and implications of my actions. A playful tease. In a situation he could never have anticipated in this lifetime, he found himself staring at me with a fierce glare, his anger palpable as he jabbed the tip of his wand against my forehead. If you value your life, do not provoke a merciless villain such as myself, Wugokaven. And remember, you are merely a child at Hogwarts. Be cautious, for I can ensure your demise will be most unpleasant. My gaze was abruptly interrupted by the wooden stick, and I slowly lifted my eyes to meet his, only to let them drop again, deeply observing my old professor. I noticed his hand tremble slightly from exertion. His hands, much like his appearance, were adorably endearing. I fixed my gaze on his eyes, my look imbued with affection. Gently, I placed my hand over the professor's clenched fist, feeling it stiffen beneath my touch. Professor, in truth, I am not just a child, can you not see? I am, like you, an adult. It seemed I possessed an irresistible charm over him, as he gradually relinquished his wand, inch by inch, following my lead. Lowering my head, I slipped my hand into his palm, grasping his wand. I noticed his discomfort as I pressed my lips against the back of his hand. A soft warmth radiated from his skin, reaching into his very being. The old professor seemed struck by lightning. His hand bore a thin layer of calluses, and as I traced the patterns on both the palm and back of his hand, the slow caress sent tingles through him, akin to electric shocks, ultimately pushing him to struggle against my advances. You best understand what you are doing, he exclaimed in exasperation. The scent of potions lingered on his hands, a myriad of fragrances that mingled with my own. I felt a surge of delight, and under his darkened gaze, I began to chuckle softly. I craved more contact. I drew closer to him, and he, unable to resist, found himself enveloped in my embrace. Our chests pressed tightly together. I could feel the powerful thrum of his heartbeat, quickening with each passing moment. The professor was pinned against his desk, his hand only able to brace himself against the surface behind him, anger radiating as he tried to maintain distance. Several books tumbled from the desk, but halted mid-fall, as if drawn back by some unseen force, neatly returning to their place. Nestling my head in the crook of his neck, I inhaled deeply, savoring the scent that belonged to Severus Snape, and exhaled a contented sigh. The professor, unable to resist, stared wide-eyed as he muttered, "What the hell? Are you some kind of dog?" My teeth tingled, and I instinctively ground them together. I gazed at his smooth neck, unable to resist the urge to graze my sharp teeth against it, yearning to bite down and savor the flesh, to consume it wholly, merging with him. Yet, it was merely a fleeting thought. His high collar was bothersome, and I wished to tear it away to touch more of him. In the midst of my musings, the professor gathered his strength and kicked me sharply. I did not evade, stumbling back several steps. His wand emitted a bright light, casting a spell that left me petrified, collapsing to the floor. Fortunately, the potion he had brewed was complete, and I was left alone in the office, unnoticed. Severus, startled, touched his neck, where my breath had lingered moments before. He ground his molars, perhaps for the first time encountering a rogue, leaving his mind momentarily blank. Regaining his composure, he kicked me once more in frustration. I watched him ponder for a long while before extinguishing the lights and retreating to his bedroom, seemingly choosing to disregard my presence. I closed my eyes, relishing the contact we shared, utterly unconcerned about my predicament. Today would suffice. I would begin to anticipate our next encounter. I channeled a bit of my energy into the professor, noting the distinct reduction of the metallic scent of blood. However, I remained uncertain about the healing of his wounds. Perhaps next time, I would seize the opportunity to tear away his pant leg and inspect his injuries. Lying on the ground, I whispered softly, "Good night, Professor," before dissipating into the shadows of the office. Meanwhile, Severus, leaning against the door frame of the common room, exhaled a sigh of relief upon sensing Wugokaven's departure. He stared at his legs, lips pressed together in silence, contemplating how much trust he might gain if he were to recount his experience to Dumbledore. He clenched his fists and, without uttering a word, proceeded to wash up. The sensation of my breath on his neck, leaving an eerie tingling in its wake, compelled him to scrub himself multiple times until his skin turned red, finding slight comfort in the act. He muttered curses as he climbed into bed. Damn that wretched creature. That detestable little pest. Chapter 24. The soft Professor Snape. I returned to my dormitory, merging with my languid form sprawled across the bed. Upon opening my eyes, an overwhelming wave of fatigue crashed over me unexpectedly, and I succumbed to slumber. The night's storm had ceased, and dawn had arrived. Half an hour before class, I roused myself, hoping to encounter Severus in the Great Hall, wishing that the events of the previous night had not disturbed his restful sleep. Descending the stairs, I crossed paths with Draco, who was grumbling as he prepared to leave the dormitory. Enough. How was I to know that the bloke beside me is the savior? I never intended to associate with a Gryffindor. Draco spoke irritably to his two bodyguards. Sir, we're just heading to breakfast. Yes, sir, you need not be so agitated. Though you will encounter Harry Potter in the hall. Draco shot them a glare. Shut up. His expression twisted in worry. Oh my God. I can't let my father find out about this. You better keep it to yourselves. The two bodyguards hesitated, exchanging glances with me. But sir, it seems you just let that slip. It was then that Draco noticed my presence. He fell silent. Why didn't you tell me sooner? The bodyguards, feeling somewhat wronged, explained, we just noticed you too. I tilted my head, leisurely descending the staircase. Don't worry, I didn't hear you mention saving a Gryffindor in a moment of peril. Draco, I said with a smile as I exited the dormitory. Draco, exasperated, walked beside me. That is not funny. Wugok, you have no idea what this means for me. I replied, I'm all ears. Draco pouted, his two henchmen still trailing behind him. Gryffindors are all brutes. My father will cancel my Christmas gifts if he finds out I'm mingling with them. I nodded. So, the gifts are what truly matter? Draco nodded vigorously, of course. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to my chest. By the way, I was just about to ask, why do you have 3 footprints on your shirt? His brow furrowed. What happened? Were you bullied? I laughed lightly. No one can bully me, Draco. I traced a circle of footprints around my chest with my hand, enamored, declaring, this is a signature, utterly unique, the autograph of Professor Snape. Draco stood frozen, swallowing hard, exclaiming, you were kicked by the professor? My heavens. I never knew he would resort to such measures. Immediately, Draco cast a peculiar glance at me and questioned, have you committed some unspeakable act? There must be a reason for the professor to kick you. I can only surmise it must have been something profoundly infuriating. After some contemplation, Draco concluded in astonishment. You must have stolen his undergarments and got caught. Though not entirely accurate, the level of anger was undeniably similar. I replied, of course not. As Draco sighed in relief. Curiosity crept in. Then what did you do? I can scarcely conceive of anything that could provoke Professor Snape to the extent of using his foot. With a radiant smile, I replied, I merely kissed him in the dungeon last night. Oh, is that so? Wait, what? Draco exclaimed, digging into his ears as though suddenly rendered deaf. You kissed who? He nearly leaped from his seat. Professor Snape? I grasped his shoulders, disregarding the 2 guards beside us, who were equally wide-eyed, and calmly said, steady yourself, Draco. Completely unable to maintain his composure, he gasped, by Merlin's golden lace trousers. You are the bravest Slytherin I have ever encountered. Draco, in a daze, remarked, that you are still alive to tell the tale is nothing short of miraculous. The professor, it seems, has shown remarkable mercy in not poisoning you with a potion. I raised an eyebrow in agreement. Indeed, he is quite a kind soul. Draco, I chuckled. You truly place your trust in me. He glanced at me and suddenly declared, what a remarkable find. I must tell my father. If he is pleased. Perhaps he won't replace my gift. I hoped he had heard my previous words. With 3 shoe prints on my chest, I made my way to the hall as Draco covertly scanned the area, seemingly anxious about encountering Harry. Yet, the more one worries about something, the more likely one is to face it. Just at the entrance, we stumbled upon Harry and his companions. "Good morning, Wug," Harry greeted me. He then turned to Draco, saying, "Good morning, Draco." In a cheerful mood, I replied, "Good morning, Harry." Draco, with a slight smirk, held his chin high, saying, "Hey, Potter, you look quite refreshed. Perhaps you're ready to take on Slytherin." As Harry opened his mouth to respond, Ron shoved him forward, saying, "Of course, Harry is ready. With him around, victory will belong to Gryffindor." Draco, irritated, muttered to their retreating backs, "Good intentions aside, you should refrain from boasting." I surveyed the hall, but did not spot Professor Snape. "That insufferable Weasley." Draco continued to grumble. Noticing I was searching for a place to sit, he approached, saying, "Please don't tell me you're looking for Professor Snape. I can't believe you're so eager to land yourself in trouble." I couldn't find Snape, so I randomly chose a seat. There were no classes today, as everyone prepared for the Quidditch match. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat not too far away in another row. Harry looked at me and said to Hermione, "Did you see what Wug is wearing?" Hermione took a bite of her pastry, replying, "Oh, if you mean those unmistakable shoe prints, of course, they are quite evident." Ron, resting his chin on his hand, said, "Harry, you should eat more. Don't forget to conserve your energy for the big match." Hermione added, "Yes, Ron is right. You ought to eat more." Harry, still curious, asked, "Aren't you all curious?" Hermione replied, "Why should we be?" Ron chuckled, saying, "Harry, if you really want to know, leave it to me. Right now, eating is your primary concern." With a resigned shrug, Harry began to focus on his meal. Professor Snape entered leisurely through the side door. I instantly locked onto his figure. He, too, felt the intensity of my gaze, as if there were an invisible switch that allowed him to recognize it with clarity. He paused momentarily, deciding to ignore my unwavering stare, and seated himself in his designated spot. Next to him sat the already arrived Quirrell, who timidly greeted Snape with a smile. I observed Professor Snape for a few moments before reluctantly diverting my gaze, sitting down to begin my breakfast with elegance. He maintained an air of neutrality while eating, appearing not particularly displeased. His hair flowed gracefully, softening his features, rendering him almost approachable. As Draco took a bite of pumpkin pasty, he glanced up to see my eyes gleaming with an almost predatory focus on Professor Snape's seat, which caused him to choke. After a few hearty thumps on his chest and a sip of his drink, he managed to regain composure and shook my shoulder. "For heaven's sake, do you truly wish to become famous at Hogwarts? What kind of gaze is that? My goodness, you're frightening me." I didn't retract my gaze and, without turning back, replied with a smile, "He looks rather delectable. Even more so today." "What?" Draco failed to comprehend. I joyfully replied, "He appears so soft." At that, Draco understood what I was insinuating. He instinctively glanced over, only to see Professor Snape, steamed and icy, meticulously slicing his food with a knife and fork. The glint of the cutlery sent a shiver down Draco's spine. His horrified gaze returned to me. "Soft? I hope you're joking." I asserted seriously, "I never joke." Draco rolled his eyes and entered spectator mode. "Why isn't he looking at me?" I asked. Draco remarked, "Could it be that you are simply too distant? Rest assured, it won't be long before Professor Snape notices you. After all, your gaze is truly hard to miss." I said he eats so little. Draco, while chewing, replied, "Come on, at least he is eating. You ought to make an effort as well. Trust me, if Professor Pomfrey finds out you fainted from not eating, she will fill your stomach with nutrient liquid, and you won't want to drink that a second time." I noticed Professor Snape finish his meal, wipe his mouth with a napkin, and then rise. I got up as well. Draco asked, "Hey, where are you going?" I replied, "I'm going to find Professor Snape." Draco, puzzled, questioned, "What do you need him for?" "There's no homework today." I responded, "Until next time." Draco had no intention of following. Despite his admiration for the protective Professor Snape, fear was still fear. Just a few steps away from his seat, Professor Snape encountered an audacious little pup. He paused, deliberately ignoring the pup, and continued on his path. I smiled and said, "Good morning, Professor Snape." Professor Snape warned in a low voice, "If your mind is not overrun with nonsense, you ought to wisely refrain from provoking me further." I pondered for a moment. Perhaps Professor Snape believed I was a curiosity to be exploited. If that were the case, he was mistaken. However, I would not elucidate my thoughts. Sometimes, transforming what I perceive as trivial into a secret might serve to threaten his sense of security. I could be threatened. How intriguing. I ventured to say, "Professor Snape, might we sit together during today's Quidditch match? I eagerly anticipate your company." Without a moment's thought, Snape replied, "No." "What a pity," I remarked. As Professor Snape prepared to exit through the grand doors, he strode purposefully, seemingly intent on shaking off my presence. Yet, as he passed by Harry, who was dining. He paused. I leisurely trailed alongside him. Harry sensed a shadow looming over him and instinctively looked up, only to find the brooding Professor Snape standing beside him unexpectedly. The food in Harry's mouth nearly escaped him in shock. Professor Snape took a step back in disdain, his voice laced with complexity. Good luck, Potter. Harry, covering his mouth, stared blankly at him, and Snape appeared even more put off. If you can bravely confront a troll, surely Quidditch should be a mere trifle for you. Even with Slytherin as your opponent. I leaned in, gazing up at Professor Snape's chin. His deep voice resonated like a meticulously aged wine, sparse yet intoxicating. Unable to withstand the scrutiny of the onlookers, Snape eventually turned away, casting a sharp glare before striding off with purpose. Harry turned to me and asked, "What are you doing?" I responded, somewhat evasively. His voice is remarkably enchanting. You must agree, right? With that, I resumed my pursuit of Professor Snape. His exasperated voice reached me. You truly ought to wash your coat. I retorted, that is out of the question. Harry stared in disbelief. Hermione lifted Harry's chin, urging him to close his gaping mouth. You're missing the point, Harry. Professor Snape is cautioning you about your Slytherin opponents, she said. Ron chimed in. Caution? He is the head of Slytherin. He should be warning Harry, not provoking him. Yet Harry countered, so, does that mean Wug is genuinely pursuing Snape? Ron rubbed his chin, glancing in the direction Snape and Wug had departed. This is truly unprecedented. However, I dare say, no one would wish to be Snape's woman. Hermione corrected him, so, Wug wishes to become Snape's man. Draco suddenly appeared, interjecting, gossiping about professors is unwise. Be wary of your precarious house standings, Gryffindors. Ron rolled his eyes. Eavesdropping isn't commendable either, Malfoy. Draco retorted, I wasn't eavesdropping. Your voices echoed throughout the entire hall. Harry took a sip of his drink and sighed. It's not that exaggerated, Draco. Draco scoffed and shot a quick glance at Harry before averting his gaze. As Professor Snape said, good luck, Potter. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Hermione remarked, Draco specifically came to congratulate you. Harry, you should feel honored. Ron chuckled, are you pleased, Harry? Receiving blessings from the old bat and the arrogant kid? Harry replied, well, it's tolerable. Suddenly, he smiled and lowered his gaze. In truth, Draco is rather endearing. Ron exclaimed, what? Hermione echoed, huh? Ron stared incredulously, my goodness, Wug's affliction seems contagious. I truly hope you recover, Harry. Professor Snape, unable to endure Wug trailing behind him, cast a cleaning spell, forcing Wug to become spotless. With a long, drawn-out sigh, Snape's lips twitched in irritation. Do not follow. I am not your shadow. I nodded and proceeded to walk ahead of Professor Snape. Professor, he glowered, gripping my collar, his patience clearly wearing thin. Are you incapable of understanding human speech? I replied nonchalantly, of course I can. I can understand nonsense as well, perhaps. Professor, I continued, I know a phrase that might serve as an opening line in my pursuit of you. Snape forcefully shoved me aside, growling, I have no time for your drivel. I watched as he, draped in black robes, moved through the corridor, the light from outside casting a silhouette upon him. I smiled and said, the sun is quite warm today. Shall we bask in its rays together? Snape immediately rejected me with a sharp, no. His reaction amused me. Professor. Silence. He commanded. I have yet to finish. Whatever you say is repugnant. Keep your distance, or I might inadvertently kick you off the second floor. Just the second floor? I teased. As we passed by, other young wizards whispered, alas, someone dares to tread upon the great bat's limits. Chapter 25. Professor, your robe is on fire, ah? Severus. You are quite early. I recall you showing little interest in these affairs, so it is rare to see such enthusiasm from you. Dumbledore remarked upon spotting Severus in the stands, his expression one of surprise. Snape glared at the headmaster, whose only enthusiasm lay in entertainment and feasting, his irritation palpable. His lips quivered slightly, ultimately forming a dry smile. Wug's gaze remained fixed upon him, and Snape found it intolerable. That little brat, you better watch yourself. Dumbledore stroked his beard, inquired, what troubles you, Severus? He chuckled, I've heard quite a few rumors about you. I've heard 3 versions of you pressuring Wug. Ha ha. How amusing. Snape's expression darkened. I hope you are listening to what I have said. Dumbledore's smile faded slightly as he whispered, thank you for the warning, Severus. I shall keep a close eye on him. You tend to your own matters. Seeing Dumbledore finally heed his words, Snape's countenance softened a fraction. Suddenly, Dumbledore recalled something. By the way, have you found Belle? Belle, the house elf of Hogwarts. Snape paused. No, this is not my responsibility. If you wish to find him, let others handle it. He turned slightly, catching sight of Wug smiling at him from afar, and grimaced before quickly averting his gaze. Before his disappearance, that fellow was the last known to have seen Belle. You should understand my implication. It is undoubtedly connected to Wug. Dumbledore nodded, understood. Now, Please take your seat. The thrilling Quidditch match is about to commence. Dumbledore gazed down at the verdant grass below, contemplating the unsettling fact that it was not merely one house elf that had gone missing. Nearly half of Hogwarts' resident ghosts had also vanished, all in an instant and without any prior warning. A flicker of gravity passed through Dumbledore's eyes, soon overshadowed by the vibrant atmosphere surrounding him. A sudden gust of wind, seemingly from nowhere, tousled his hair. Amidst the chaotic dance of dark strands, a solitary black figure had taken his seat. I smiled faintly and took a step back, gradually retreating into the shadows. Yet, inexplicably, Severus Snape, whom I had been observing, seemed to sense my impending departure at the last moment. He turned his head and looked directly at me. The gentle breeze caressed my face, and as my loose strands fluttered, his obsidian eyes, reflecting distant light, shone with a brilliant clarity. For a fleeting moment, those deeply inked eyes appeared strikingly transparent, filled with a mixture of curiosity and inquiry. I found myself enamored by his gaze. I took another step back, and those eyes vanished from my world. My movements felt aimless yet resolute. Each step I took was steady. I was acutely aware of my purpose. I needed energy, a replenishment for my depleted reserves. Recalling the conversation with the old professor earlier, I remembered the ineffable expression that crossed his face, and even in my unclouded state, I felt a lightness enveloping me. I truly relished witnessing his conflicted expression, one that seemed to plead for me to leave. Alas, the signature on my person had been smudged, but I was confident that by nightfall, my dear old professor would imprint a deeper mark upon me. How I looked forward to it. Suddenly, darkness engulfed me, and silence reigned. The familiar blackness, the comfortable oblivion, enveloped me as I felt as if I had returned to the beginning, plunging into a shadowy abyss, ensconced in formless, chilling waters. I recognized this state. I was teetering between life and death. I blinked, uncertain whether my eyes were open or closed, and whether light existed not far from me. It felt as though I had slumbered for an eternity. I should awaken. Abruptly, I opened my eyes, an inaudible wave emanating from me. Wug. I rose, discerning the voice that called my name. Hermione. She stood beside me, surveying me from head to toe, asking, Wug, why have you fainted here? I remained seated, silent, my gaze cast downward. Hermione, eager to assist, reached out to help me up, suggesting, let me take you to the infirmary. I evaded her grasp and sprang to my feet. I smiled and replied, thank you for your kindness, but I was merely napping. What? Hermione stood up, bewildered. No one sleeps in the corridor, Wug. What nonsense are you spouting? I tilted my head and insisted, I am not lying. Hermione, determined to pry deeper, pressed further until I deftly shifted the conversation, asking, has Quidditch begun? She smacked her forehead, exclaiming, right. Harry just went backstage. Since you're fine, let us hurry to watch the match. She added, though, I still recommend you see a doctor. With that, she prepared to leave. Muttering about the sudden chill in the air, Ron dashed around the corner, calling out, Hermione, what are you doing? The match has started. Hurry, I've saved us seats. I paused, closed my eyes, and reopened them. The air returned to its normal warmth. Hermione rubbed her hands together and responded, okay, I'm coming. I watched them depart before turning toward the innermost depths of Hogwarts. The young wizards had all gone to watch the match, leaving the corridors eerily empty. Considering I might linger here for a while, I abandoned the notion of pursuing a house elf. Instead, I ventured into the forbidden forest, blending seamlessly with the dense mist. I drifted silently, unseen, devouring the life of my unsuspecting prey. The forest teemed with potential sustenance. Birds in the sky, beasts on the ground, and fish in the water, all were my nourishment. I carefully controlled my consuming power, ensuring that I did not leave behind a trail of desolation with each step I took. After harvesting sufficient energy within a limited time frame, I retreated. I returned to the vicinity of the match. The Quidditch stands buzzed with excitement, a cacophony of voices contrasting sharply with the stillness of the corridors. My old professor remained in his seat, listlessly observing the Quidditch match. It appeared that I had not tarried too long. The game had yet to reach its climax, navigating around exuberant young wizards waving their house banners. I positioned myself higher up, casting a contemplative glance at the composed Snape. His initially languid demeanor shifted abruptly as he shot me a fierce glare, his eyes piercing. The sun shone brilliantly, casting a golden glow, illuminating his form as he sat there, clad in deep, somber hues, yet radiating a brilliance akin to gold. Today, unbeknownst to me, he had adorned his slender neck with a thick, dark brown scarf, thoroughly concealing the pale, soft skin that my lips had brushed against the previous night. From my vantage point, he resembled a fluffy, oversized ball, soft and endearing. I could not help but reminisce about the exquisite sweetness of last night, mingled with the slight bitterness I had tasted. The surrounding clamor fell momentarily silent. I shifted my gaze to the young wizards soaring through the air, or rather, to Harry, who had stirred a commotion. He was in trouble, having fallen from his broom, yet desperately clinging to it with one hand as it swung wildly. The surge of magic was palpable, and it revealed the identity of the one attempting to prank the illustrious savior. There he was, my meal. The defense against the dark arts professor, Quirrell. He sat directly behind my old professor, his eyes fixated on Harry, while my old professor's lips moved silently, murmuring incantations. The intense tug-of-war of magic crackled in the air. I did not comprehend the spell he was casting, as I had yet to learn it. My fingers twitched, and a wisp of haze escaped, transforming into a gray butterfly that fluttered toward Professor Snape. Within moments, it landed upon his shoulder. I made no effort to conceal myself, deliberately gliding through his line of sight. Lightly, I remarked, "You appear to be in need of assistance." Snape remained fixated, undisturbed by my sudden interjection, and clenched his fist, reciting the counter-curse. Damn Quirrell. Damn Wug. The internal curses and the tension in his body left him weary, yet he could not afford to lower his guard. The child on the broom was but a moment away from peril, and he could not allow that child to perish here. The old professor wished for no interruptions. I flitted from his shoulder to the crown of his head. As I prepared to delve into the mind of my prey, a sound from beneath the seat caught my attention. Hermione was stealthily bending down, scanning her surroundings before placing her wand upon the old professor's robe. Then, she ignited it. Me? I suddenly laughed, declaring, "Professor, your robe is on fire." Snape's fist visibly tightened further. After a fit of laughter, the butterfly transformed into two. One silently merged into Quirrell's body, causing an abrupt pain in his head, and he collapsed into darkness. A spark fell onto the ignited flames, extinguishing them. From a distance, I felt a burning sensation in my hand. It lasted merely a few seconds, yet the pain pierced through to my bones. It was a peculiar sensation. Before long, the anomaly in my hand receded like a tide. A fable came to mind, like a moth to a flame. However, I was more than just a moth. Thus, a mere flicker of fire posed no threat to me. Harry climbed back onto his broom, and the Gryffindor wizards erupted in cheers. Snape's incessant muttering finally ceased, and I circled around to his back. After Quirrell fainted, several individuals whisked him off to the infirmary, just as Snape sighed in relief. A cup of water was presented to him. He glanced at the water, accepted it, and drank it in one swift motion. I chuckled, so decisive. "Aren't you afraid I might have added something to it?" Snape first inspected his robe before responding. "At Hogwarts, I doubt you could concoct anything too devious." He shoved the cup back to me, mockingly smiling as he said, "What? Should I fear that you have some ulterior motive? A kiss from a 31-year-old decrepit professor?" My fingers casually grazed the cup, causing it to dissolve into mist. My sincere gaze fell upon his cheek, and then slid down to his lips. I replied, "Indeed." Snape was momentarily taken aback by my unequivocal affirmation. Perhaps something crossed his mind, leaving his expression ineffable. "Don't disgust me further." He shot me a dark look once more and warned, "Do not presume I am powerless against you. Your arrogance will not last long. Cherish your present days, Mr. Wugowan." I inquired with confusion, "Are you threatening me?" Snape sneered otherwise. I nodded in understanding. I could do the same, but I suspect you wouldn't appreciate it. "I thought you only spouted repugnant remarks." I smiled and remarked, "Harry is quite well behaved, is he not?" "Snape." I noticed him pause, and despite his efforts to mask it, I caught a glimpse of a more dreadful expression before the void and coldness consumed his pupils. I stated, "You do not appreciate what I said." As I stared into his suddenly impassive, calm black eyes, I helplessly questioned, "What is this?" Snape, clearly uninterested, rose and swept out of the room. His robe brushed past my line of sight, miraculously unscathed by the flames it should have touched. I, as a mist, filled in that missing piece. Perhaps my words had lacked weight, irritating the old professor. That very day, he went to Dumbledore and reported me once more. Dumbledore remained silent. I may have known why. Their order required a valid reason, and in a certain sense, I was without flaw. When Dumbledore once again presented my file to Snape, he too fell into an unspeakable silence. For my identity had been completed at some unknown point, a fallen pureblood aristocrat. I did not comprehend how I had achieved this. Yet everything unfolded seamlessly. For I desired, and thus I possessed. For the first time, Snape realized that under the constraints of the rules, he indeed had no recourse against a harmless and exceptional aristocratic young wizard. Not even expulsion. Snape, furious, demanded, "Why can't we simply expel him?" Dumbledore's gentle visage revealed a rare hesitation as he replied, "Perhaps we need a justifiable reason. At least for now, we do not have one." Snape gritted his teeth in anger. "You must discern the situation clearly. This suspicious, dangerous, bizarre individual. How dare you allow him to remain until graduation?" He reminded. "The missing ghosts and house elves, the vanished trolls, and three-headed dogs. Can you guarantee you can still execute your damned plan?" He spoke with heavy emphasis. "In such a chaotic state, Rest assured, Severus, Dumbledore calmly reassured the agitated Snape. The plan is still in motion. His eyes darted, as if concocting something, and he added, "This will be a part of the plan." Snape widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Are you mad? This old fool intends to place this uncertain factor on his chessboard, allowing an unpredictable entity that could shift at any moment to become one of his pieces. How dare you?" Snape could hardly comprehend Dumbledore's reasoning. He closed his eyes in frustration. "I truly hope you are right. Trust me, Severus." Dumbledore remained unfazed, as he always refrained from stating things outright. Snape was left to decipher his thoughts in vain. With no resolution, Snape could only leave in suppressed anger. Dumbledore sat in his chair, peeled a piece of candy, ate one, and suddenly grinned. "Would you like to try some? Fruit candies. At your age, you should enjoy them." I glanced at Dumbledore, who was talking to himself, before preparing to follow Snape out. I then heard him say, "Don't rush off. Care to taste?" I looked at him suspiciously. "Ah, caught you, have I?" It appeared so. I materialized into my young wizard form. He seemed not too surprised, yet exclaimed, "Wow, Severus was actually serious?" I thought he was jesting. After observing him closely, I confirmed I had indeed been drawn out. Sometimes, an excess of self-awareness can be detrimental. "Don't be so silent, young one," Dumbledore remarked. "From the moment I first met you, I knew you were exceptional." I replied, "Headmaster Dumbledore, perhaps I am not a child. Therefore, I do not require flattery. Nor does it cause me pride." Dumbledore said, "See, I knew you were extraordinary." I countered, "You are extraordinary as well." Dumbledore responded, "Thank you for the compliment." "You're welcome." Dumbledore burst into hearty laughter. Had it not been me conversing with him, I might not have found him such an inexplicably peculiar adult. "Wugwin, I've actually wanted to ask you. Your name sounds quite meaningful. It seems like 5. Perhaps you have several siblings?" A part of me followed Snape, so I was in no hurry to leave. I had ample time to engage with Dumbledore. However, aside from particular circumstances, I generally preferred to be direct. "Perhaps," I said. In fact, just as I had answered, "Perhaps there are, but I do not recall. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? I doubt you brought me out here merely to chat about my tragic background." Dumbledore kindly stated, "I appreciate your directness." I remarked, "If you were a bit more direct, you would have plenty of time on your hands." Dumbledore asked, "What is your aim?" I gazed in the direction Snape had departed, replying, "Clearly, it is not hard to discern." Dumbledore looked both understanding and puzzled. For him, I turned my gaze towards Dumbledore. His presence was formidable and intense, yet it lacked the intoxicating allure of the old professor. He was imbued with bitterness, yet undeniably captivating. I remarked with a hint of obsession that shallow individuals could never perceive the devout heart hidden beneath his profound gaze. Only you and I could discern a trace of sweetness amidst the bitterness of tea. You exploit this, and I am enamored by it. Dumbledore stood momentarily stunned. He remarked, "It seems you are quite serious." I replied, "I have always been earnest. You may need to remain at Hogwarts. Yet you must possess the self-awareness that neither I nor Severus can tolerate any uncertain potential threats." I inquired, "Do you wish to negotiate terms with me?" Dumbledore spread his hands, stating, "I am the headmaster." He was responsible for safeguarding the security of Hogwarts and the lives of its young witches and wizards. I cast a casual glance his way and said, "Let us hear it." Dumbledore instructed, "Conceal yourself well and avoid detection." I raised an eyebrow. "Is that all?" Dumbledore nodded. "Precisely. I understood, acknowledging that your plan could not accommodate any third parties." I queried, "And what are the benefits?" Dumbledore blinked and replied, "Assisting in the embellishment of rumors regarding Severus." I contested, "That is not mere embellishment." Dumbledore corrected himself, promoting the facts vigorously. I readily agreed, "It's a deal." Chapter 26, Healing Wounds. Good evening, Professor Snape. When Snape once again caught sight of Wug from his office, he wasted no time in unceremoniously tossing him out. Yet, upon turning back, Wug reappeared in his original position, his posture unchanged. I greeted him with a radiant smile, identical to before. "Good evening, Professor Snape." Snape found Wug to be as persistent as a bothersome adhesive, impossible to shake off, and he pressed his lips into a thin line in irritation. The exhalation of his breath disturbed the strands of hair that hung over his forehead. His cheeks puffed. "Wow, look at that." He maintained his poise, displaying a dismissive expression towards me. "What brings you here again? I hardly think my office holds anything of sentimental value for you." I observed his indifference as he rummaged through his belongings, growing in stature behind his busy silhouette. A low, sultry voice emerged from my throat. "I am here for community service, Professor." Hearing this, Professor Snape paused, turned sharply, and glared at me. In a cold tone, he remarked, "You hardly seem in need of executing my orders. I will heed your orders partially." Snape clicked his tongue in disdain. "So, should I award you a trophy for your honesty? Community service." Snape regarded me with a sharp gaze, gesturing with his wand towards a specific spot. It seems you haven't forgotten the quintuple amount of Snargaluff slime. Although I recall you mentioned 3 times. I chuckled softly, resignedly saying, but since you've stated it, I shall comply. With that, I set about completing the task assigned by Professor Snape. Snape's eyes were fixed on Wug with palpable distrust. After scrutinizing him for some time, he turned away, only to spot another Wug standing beside him. Snape's heart raced. The silent approach was truly disconcerting. I moved closer to Snape, suggesting, perhaps we should examine your leg injury? As I approached slowly, Snape was prepared. He did not instinctively jab his wand towards Wug's face. However, the urge to poke Wug in the forehead was rising within him, and as Wug drew nearer, nearly touching his face, Snape's wand was nearly uncontrollable. Snape swiftly slapped Wug's enlarged face away, pushing him back with a disgusted expression, his voice filled with resistance as he exclaimed, "My own body is not your concern." He stepped back, anger boiling within him. He growled, "Stay away from me." His palm pressed firmly against my face, the warmth of his hand contrasting with his cool fingers and soft, rounded nails against my skin. Instinctively, I flicked my tongue over the spot where his lips had brushed mine. Soft and warm, Snape recoiled suddenly, his hand retracting hastily. He exhibited a mix of disdain and anger, gazing at his hand and then at me. This is utterly revolting. I watched as his breathing grew uneven, the depths of his eyes swirling with greater intensity than the previous day, and I smiled brightly. "You little imp, it appears you have disregarded my warning." Snape's pale complexion flushed with anger. "I apologize, Professor. Perhaps I have been somewhat rash." I maintained my smile, observing every movement of his, admiring the tension in his clenched fists and taut nerves caused by his anger. I leaned in once more, causing Snape to take several startled steps back. His lower leg, as I anticipated, struck the low sofa, and Snape lost his balance, collapsing onto it. Perhaps having exposed a moment of vulnerability before me, he raised his foot in indignation, planting it against my abdomen. "Stop." I seized his ankle in response. He had just lifted his leg to kick me, and it happened to be the injured one. In order to avoid making my dear old professor feel cornered and prompting him to react in other ways, I slowly crouched down. Snape tugged at his leg, but did not withdraw it. I held his ankle in one hand and gently lifted the hem of his trouser leg with the other, softly saying, "Be careful, don't move. If you fidget too much, your trousers will tear." He indeed could not pull back, and without hesitation, he pressed down forcefully on my thigh. He fell silent, glaring at me with evident displeasure. I looked up, waiting for a moment before reluctantly withdrawing my gaze. I was still waiting for him to make a move, curious to see what attitude he would adopt towards me. This was not detrimental to my learning of emotional expression. Perhaps my curiosity and regret were transparently evident, for Snape's expression darkened further, and ultimately, he even smiled. "You'd best be careful. The next kick could land on your face." I blinked. Then I truly must be cautious. The only thing I can see now is that face. I spoke softly, yet my hands leisurely lifted his trouser leg, revealing his pale skin and the neatly wrapped bandages beneath. Indeed, it was the same bandaging I had done yesterday. My fingers lingered on his flesh, gently caressing and gliding over every inch of skin. Gradually, I loosened the fabric, revealing the unblemished skin beneath. Snape's skin prickled with goosebumps. He felt a rush of anxiety. My touch seemed to caress not his 30-something calf, but some rare and precious gem, worthy of careful examination. My grip involuntarily tightened around his ankle, lifting it slightly, as tendrils of dark mist coiled upwards, settling upon it. Snape recoiled as if burned, yanking his foot back sharply and delivering a kick to my shoulder. I let out a soft grunt, indicating that the kick had been rather forceful. "What are you doing?" He rolled up his sleeve and furiously rubbed the spot that had come into contact with the mist. "This is quite enough. Damn you, wretched pup. My patience has its limits. You had best not give me a reason to unleash my wrath, or I shall not hesitate to send you to your demise." He hurled an object from the sofa at me, cursing under his breath, "Return to your kennel." I caught the cushion he threw and placed it back. "Very well. The wound has healed completely." Snape seized another item and flung it towards me, bellowing, "Get lost." I caught it again and returned it. "You are a bit too pale. Dear old professor, you ought to bask in the sun more." Snape picked up yet another object and hurled it at me with fury, exclaiming, "Scoundrel." I caught it and placed it back, assuring him, "Do not be alarmed. I am merely tending to your wounds. There are no side effects." Snape chose a different object to throw, questioning, "Am I to believe you? Depart." I caught a sheet of paper mid-flight and neatly arranged it on the table. "Is this an unmarked exam?" Snape paused, perhaps realizing how much of his time I had squandered along with the ungraded papers. Infuriated, he rose and seized my collar as I stood up. "Do not trouble me again." He then tossed me out with a forceful shove. Behind me, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. I touched my nose, feeling the rush of air as the door swung open once more. "Get out." Another bang echoed behind me. Snape had unceremoniously expelled me, along with my quiet, sniffling self. We exchanged glances, chuckling softly. The overlapping, eerie sounds collided against the walls, resonating down the corridor, growing nearer, larger, and then fading into nothingness. A hint of cynicism, a dash of recklessness, and a touch of madness lingered in the air. In the next moment, the cacophony ceased abruptly, leaving the dim corridor devoid of any figure. The jarring transition from chaos to silence was chilling. Today, the old professor bore a pleasant scent. I detected a faint whiff of lavender emanating from his calves. The taste lingering on his fingers was bittersweet, reminiscent of almond blossoms. Chapter 27. The professor likes me. The morning sun shone brightly, and the fragrance of blooming flowers filled the air. As I descended the stairs, I collided with the platinum-haired Draco Malfoy. Clark, your gestures are incorrect. You ought to do it this way. Goyle, precisely, you are doing splendidly. Draco was engaged in conversation with his two bodyguards, seemingly instructing them in spells. Upon noticing me, he halted his movements. I knew you would rise at this hour. I blinked in confusion, and Draco continued, hurry, if we leave now, we can still partake in a warm breakfast. It was quite unexpected for Draco to wait for me. I nodded and casually inquired, what are you teaching them? Draco raised his chin, proudly declaring, transfiguration. He cast a light glance at his bodyguards, adding, I have already mastered how to transform a stick into gold. Clark and Goyle are nearly there. Draco then asked, have you prepared for today's lessons? The charms class and potions class? With a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, he remarked, look at me. Given your fondness for Professor Snape, how could you not have studied the potions textbook? I retorted, I like Professor Snape, not potions. Draco pressed, so, you did not prepare? I replied, of course I did. Draco, he responded, his expression one of utter disbelief. He glanced at the new, quite distinct shoe prints on my attire, and shook his head, saying, you truly are asking for it. No wonder Professor Snape kicked you again. Curiously, he leaned closer and asked, so, confess and be lenient. What mischief have you committed to annoy Professor Snape? I replied nonchalantly, I wanted to remove his trousers. He was unwilling. Goyle, Clark, and Draco simultaneously gasped in shock. Draco struggled to speak. Courageous, isn't it? For our future potions classes, let us temporarily sever ties. I do not wish to be implicated. I nodded, all right. Draco furrowed his brow, eyeing me curiously as he muttered, something feels off. Wug led the way, and Draco lagged 2 steps behind in thought, prompting Goyle and Clark to draw closer. Goyle asked, young master, what feels off? Draco retorted, if I knew, I wouldn't be asking. After a brief silence, Clark hesitated before suggesting, perhaps it is too tranquil. Draco looked puzzled. Tranquil? He scratched his head, unable to comprehend. Noticing Wug walking further ahead, he hurried to catch up. Last night, Draco had penned a letter to his father, detailing the events surrounding his interactions with Wug. His father had suggested that Wug might be a capable individual and advised him to befriend the boy while observing him. This observation revealed that Wug was not only a genius in his studies and strikingly handsome, but also an ardent admirer of Professor Snape. His demeanor was quite serene. With irregular eating habits, yet a remarkably regular schedule. He treated others kindly and with humility, and he possessed a thick skin. The Great Hall was bustling as usual. As soon as Harry lifted his gaze to spot me and attempted to greet me, Ron forcefully shoved his head down. Ron didn't even glance up. Merlin knows how horrified he was to hear Harry say Draco was cute. Harry must not be allowed to associate with Wug any further, lest he become infected. I could not fathom the image of Harry passionately uttering Draco's name in infatuation. Hermione slapped Ron's hand away, visibly annoyed. Why are you pressing down on Harry? He can't even eat properly. Ron, wincing from the pain, rubbed the spot he had been struck and complained, I was looking out for Harry. Wug has arrived. Do you not recall what Harry said yesterday morning? Hermione clearly remembered and chuckled. What does this have to do with Wug? He cannot control Harry's brain. Harry looked up, ruffling his hair, and sighed. I merely expressed my feelings. I am not mad. Ron replied, right, it is Wug who is mad, but you are not far behind. I glanced around in confusion before surveying the surroundings for my dear old professor. Unfortunately, the air lacked the intoxicating fragrance that captivated me, and my eyes did not catch a glimpse of the proud, black robes dancing in the air. He was absent. I lowered my gaze to the food on the table. Lost in thought, he was in his office, tidying his teaching materials and books. Snape paused in his organizing, his expression darkening, his weary eyes betraying irritation and impatience. This is my office. You had best not intrude without cause. He always seemed to sense my presence the moment I arrived. I brought you breakfast. I arranged the food I had brought from the hall on the table and began to tidy the piled-up books, organizing them neatly on the shelf. Snape gazed at the still steaming food on the table, pausing in confusion. How did you bring this? I confidently stated my skill. I stored it within my body. Your body? Snape inquired, incredulous. Indeed. He seemed poised to say something, but ultimately remained silent. I held a few extra books in my hands, asking, where should these be placed? The book was thick, especially when cradled in my arms, allowing me to hear its soft sighs and low growls. The world of magic is truly wondrous. Even books, infused with enchantment, are bestowed with life. For me, this constitutes a rather unpalatable snack. The titles inscribed upon the spines were lengthy. One was entitled The Secrets of Soul Refinement, another A History of Magical Creatures, and yet another Research and Exploration of Dementors, along with several others, primarily revisiting history and uncovering the mysteries of extraordinary beings. History, creatures, humanity. Amusingly, I remarked that the professor seemed quite intrigued by my origins, to the extent that he hardly rested throughout the night. Snape pursed his lips and shot me a glare, coldly retorting, "You are neither fully human nor entirely otherwise. The Ministry of Magic's interest in you far surpasses that of a mere potions professor." I seized upon the key phrase, my gaze fixated on the old professor, implying that the esteemed professor held some affection for me. Snape closed his eyes weakly. I smiled and expressed my delight. Off to class, then he snapped. "I shall remain here in the classroom, Professor Snape," I replied. After a moment of silence, Snape, clutching his books and other materials, prepared to exit. Gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, "I am going to teach." I tilted my head and gently pointed out, "But there are still 5 hours until lunch, Professor. Are you sure you wish to starve yourself?" With a sudden force, Snape slammed the door behind him. Chapter 28. Are you trying to anger me? Snape stormed into the classroom, causing the young witches and wizards to jump in fright, particularly upon seeing his visage, more ghastly than usual. 1 point off for Hufflepuff. Snape glared at a young witch who had just settled into her seat, for leaving her seat during class. "Professor, I merely, 1 point off for Hufflepuff. For speaking out of turn. No, 1 point off for Hufflepuff, for arguing with the professor." The young witch, desperate to explain, was silenced by her companion's hasty hand over her mouth. "No more," they urged. 1 point off for Ravenclaw, for whispering. At this, silence enveloped the classroom. During today's potions lesson, the young witches and wizards were rendered speechless, visibly aware of Snape's unusually foul temper. So, who had provoked Professor Snape? Damn Merlin. Curse that person to fall flat. May their potion cauldron explode. May they be thrown from their broomstick. May they choke on their food. May they sputter on their drink. The young witches and wizards, filled with exasperation, began to chop their ingredients. Clad in black robes, Snape stood rigid at the front of the classroom, his piercing gaze scrutinizing each young witch and wizard. Every student who met his gaze trembled involuntarily. Fastidious and acerbic, sullen and frigid, few could overlook such a penetrating stare. After class, the young witches and wizards dared not rush for the door while Snape remained. Only when he gracefully strode away did they exhale in relief. They could not help but murmur, "Goodness, did Professor Snape take a wrong potion today? His expression is far more dismal than any potion I've brewed." Originally, today's lesson was supposed to be defense against the dark arts. However, Professor Quirrell was inexplicably absent. Rumor had it he had fainted during the Quidditch match the day before. Oh, is he all right? Will he be back for the defense against the dark arts class the day after tomorrow? Please, I do not wish to endure 2 consecutive potions classes. The whispers gradually lost their veil of secrecy. Snape certainly overheard, yet he chose not to stir trouble unnecessarily. Quirrell had fainted? He was well aware of the circumstances. It was that wretched little cur's doing. Although at that moment, Wug had lent him a hand, the previous night had been a torment. With Wug wrapping something unknown around his calf, the icy, malevolent chill had caused Snape to furrow his brow deeply. The annoying sensation lingered in his memory. His previously unremarkable leg now felt strangely agitated, as if some force were flowing into him, climbing his body like a vine. No, alone in the emptiness. Snape grasped the side of his thigh. Though he felt nothing, he was certain something clung to his calf. In Hogwarts, apart from the peculiar little ghosts, he could not fathom what else it could be. He muttered under his breath, "Cavern." Upon his utterance, the sensation upon his leg writhed as if it had awakened. The icy presence slid against his skin, gliding up his back, adhering to his shoulder blade, and inching towards his neck, gradually encircling his ear. "Professor." A husky voice whispered near his ear. Snape pressed his hand to his ear, attempting to locate that damned thing, wishing to expel whatever Wug had transformed into from his person. "What are you doing?" Snape trembled with ire. "I missed you a bit." Snape realized the sensation upon him was beginning to warm, his body temperature gradually rising. It no longer felt like something resting upon him, but rather as though it enveloped his clothing. "What are you doing?" I chuckled softly. "Just warming you up, Professor." "You seemed a bit cold." Snape's teeth ground together audibly. "You presume I am powerless against you, do you?" I sighed. "Of course not." Snape clenched his fist. standing straight as young witches and wizards passed by. He hissed, "If you don't leave, I shall burn both you and your clothing upon my return." Enraged, Snape once again pushed open the door, the sound of his fury crashing before his presence was known. The classroom fell into an eerie silence. Unlike the upper years, first-year students focused on theoretical knowledge, thus Snape had to redirect the lesson for them. Upon entering the classroom, Snape beheld Wug, who regarded him with an unsettlingly gentle gaze. Struggling to suppress his anger, he felt an overwhelming urge to kick that insufferable Wug once more. His eyes narrowed, and a fresh wave of fury surged within him. That wretched Wug, still flaunting those shoe prints. "And Potter, what are you staring at? Why not read your book instead of gawking at him? What is so fascinating?" He asked, just like his good-for-nothing father. With a flick of his wand, he cleansed the bothersome shoe prints, wishing he could expel Wug from the classroom as well. Snape began the lesson with palpable impatience. I refrained from interrupting, waiting until he was momentarily free before whispering in his ear, "Light as a feather." "Are Harry's eyes very beautiful?" Snape paused, diverting his gaze. "Green, very light, crisp, transparent, and clean. Indeed, quite striking," I continued. "Do you fancy such eyes?" Snape ignored me, instead flipping through his book with a focused demeanor. "Adorable, fond." While admiring his feigned indifference, I slowly remarked, "I could possess such eyes as well." Snape's grip on the pages tightened, and he furrowed his brow with intensity. "Are you attempting to provoke me?" His voice was not particularly low, yet the young wizard below showed no reaction. It was merely a matter of diaphragmatic control, effortlessly executed. "No, I merely assumed you favored the color green," I replied with calmness. "It seems your preferences extend beyond just green eyes." With each word I uttered, Severus Snape grew increasingly agitated, much like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, bristling defensively and sounding the alarm. My dear old professor's first line of defense was Harry Potter. I had erred. I could sense Snape's unease, fleeting though it was, and in the next instant, he reverted to his usual composed, aloof demeanor. I observed the emptiness in his gaze as his emotions ebbed away like the retreating tide, prompting me to pose my question once more. "What is this?" Snape resumed his reading, his tone frosty as he stated, "I am under no obligation to answer your inquiries, and furthermore, be gone. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to expel you from the classroom." I inhaled his exasperation, a smile thick with mirth gracing my lips as I replied, "As you wish." Chapter 29. "Harry, have you ever met your parents?" "Weasley, go fetch my book from the office." "Yes, Professor." "Not that one. Go back and get the correct one." "Yes, Professor." "Not that one either. Return." "Yes, Professor." "Bring me the ink and quill from the desk." "Yes, Professor." "Weasley, the exam papers from the desk." "Yes, Professor." Thus, in the once quiet classroom, Snape's displeased voice rang out repeatedly. To the others, Weasley became increasingly occupied during the lesson. Professor Snape always found reasons to summon him from his seat to fetch, find, or retrieve items. And Weasley, without a hint of complaint, seemed to revel in it, as evidenced by his barely contained grin. "Professor, here's the pen you requested." "Professor, the book you asked for." "Professor, your chair, it would be more comfortable to sit." By the end, Snape himself was at a loss for what else could prompt this bothersome creature to vacate the classroom. No, he had never truly left. "Professor, you must have been too busy this morning to eat breakfast. I brought some food for you. Would you care to have a bite?" Snape barked. No one would dare indulge in eating during class. "Weasley, it appears you require detention to clear your mind." I remarked, "Detention takes time. Otherwise, Professor, would you care to kick me?" The last phrase was muttered softly, heard only by Snape. Indeed, he contemplated delivering a kick, but at Hogwarts, even with a reputation he did not need to uphold, he had to consider the attitudes of certain individuals. After all, he still had to remain at Hogwarts. However, he would not allow those who displeased him to linger before him. Snape remarked, "It seems you have thoroughly mastered the theoretical knowledge of this lesson." He scoffed. "Perhaps 3 essays on herbal studies would elevate you even further." After class, Professor Snape was eager to vacate the classroom that had become a source of his agitation. 3 essays, Ron said, his voice laden with incredulity as he held up 3 fingers, swallowing reflexively. The glances directed at me were a mixture of schadenfreude and sympathy. I paid it no mind. For someone like me, capable of multiple bodies, it was a trivial task. I merely lamented, "It's a pity the professor did not eat the breakfast I offered." As the classroom emptied, Hermione was busy gathering her books and organizing her notes. Upon hearing my words, she replied while packing, "Do not fret. Snape doesn't need breakfast. He ought to be having lunch." I nodded, "True. I shall go deliver lunch." "Professor Snape may very well go to the Great Hall for lunch, Weasley," Harry remarked. I was fully aware of that, but I wanted to see him eat what I brought. Ron looked puzzled. "What difference does that make?" Once Hermione finished tidying up her belongings, she spoke in a somewhat complicated tone, I doubt Professor Snape would appreciate being fed, especially when he appears particularly inclined to poison you at this moment. Without waiting for a response, she departed with her things. Ron gazed after her. Why is she in such a hurry? Is there something delicious in the Great Hall? Harry replied, Ron, I believe Hermione is off to attend to important matters. Ron pondered for a moment, then exclaimed, Oh, you mean? He abruptly fell silent. His expression one of dawning realization. Noticing the situation, Draco wished to eavesdrop on their conversation, but unable to catch Ron's next words, he frowned in dissatisfaction. Normally boisterous, their sudden quietude was suspicious. Something must be amiss. They were certainly up to no good. I exchanged a glance with Harry, catching sight of his emerald green eyes. Harry, I called. Unsure of why I beckoned him, he nonetheless responded, Have you ever met your parents? Harry froze. Ron stood up, a touch agitated as he positioned himself protectively in front of Harry. Are you looking for trouble? Want to fight me? Draco stepped forward beside Weasley. Weasley. He is one of my Slytherin compatriots. Are you trying to incite a riot? Crabbe and Goyle dutifully flanked Draco, making it 4 against 2, causing Ron to waver. Unyielding. Ron declared loudly. This was clearly Weasley's idea. Come on, Malfoy. Everyone knows Harry's parents were murdered when he was a child. How could Harry possibly have met them? I regarded him with bemusement, thinking him foolish. The deceased were not without their photographs. No offense intended, Harry, I said, looking at him. I merely wish to inquire whether you resemble your father or your mother, or perhaps another relative. Harry hesitated, his expression turning less than favorable, at least appearing somewhat unnatural. Perhaps memories of certain moments flickered through his mind, for I saw a fleeting glimpse of pain and desolation in his eyes. It's all right, Ron. Harry reassured him, pulling him back, though Ron's resolve faltered, retreating in the process. He could not guarantee a 2 against 4 victory. Harry said, They say I look a lot like my dad. Is that so? I replied nonchalantly. Is it merely an appearance? Has anyone ever mentioned your eyes? Harry shook his head in confusion. My eyes? No one has ever mentioned them. The most they talk about is my scar. The rumored savior. The only one to survive the clutches of the Dark Lord, Voldemort, the most feared figure in the wizarding world, vanquished him as an infant. I mused to myself how remarkably incompetent Voldemort must have been. Glancing at him, it seemed Harry could not provide additional information about his eyes. After a moment's thought, I said, Do not be disheartened. Harry chuckled softly. I am not upset, Weasley. It is nothing. I have grown accustomed to it. Accustomed to the haze and sorrow that accompanied mentions of his parents, accustomed to learning from others that they perished because of him, bestowing upon him the title of savior. What a grand honor it was. I shook my head, saying, No, what I mean is, do not mourn for past experiences. Harry was momentarily taken aback, his body stiffening as he fixed his gaze upon Weasley, sensing that certain matters of his had inadvertently been perceived. Draco, somewhat perturbed, inquired, What are you discussing? Instinctively, Harry opened his mouth to reply, Nothing, before turning to pull Ron away. I held the untouched book in my hands. Draco observed the hasty retreat of Harry and then glanced at the nonchalant Weasley, a question mark forming above his head. Feeling a twinge of annoyance, Draco pondered what could possibly be a matter beyond his knowledge. To satiate his curiosity, I replied without looking up, Can't you see? Harry is not having a pleasant time in his muggle abode. Draco questioned, Unpleasant? What do you mean? Are you implying he is struggling? He shook his head vehemently, asserting, Impossible. He is the celebrated savior. Who would be harsh on the savior? I retorted, I don't know. When we first met, his sleeves and trousers were noticeably long, suggesting they were not tailored for him. The collar had faded, and his hands bore calluses. This is hardly the treatment one would expect for a lauded savior. Draco furrowed his brow, deep in thought. He muttered, No wonder he appears so frail. But he remained skeptical, suggesting, What if it was intentional? A deliberate choice to wear oversized clothing? I countered, Would your family engage in such practices? Draco instinctively responded, Of course not. He paused, raising his head, only to find Weasley had already distanced himself significantly. Are you very hungry? Why the haste? Draco remarked. I replied, No, I simply cannot wait to see Professor Snape. Draco scoffed, eager to meet Snape. Do not forget the 3 essays. Good luck, Weasley, and do not return with double the assignments. Otherwise, don't expect to have sweet dreams tonight. I remarked, I never dream. Chapter 30. Professor, do you enjoy flowers? At noon, under the brilliant sun, I clung to Professor Snape's garments, remaining as still as a statue. Snape tugged at his sleeve, oblivious to the curious glances around him, and finally exhaled a sigh of relief, momentarily relaxing his demeanor. As delectable dishes wafted enticingly, Snape picked up his utensils and began to savor the culinary delights before him. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Weasley, who, contrary to his usual direct gaze from previous days, had now closed his eyes. Draco sat opposite him, with his back turned to Snape. Are you tired? Draco inquired. I I replied leisurely, not at all. Draco, perplexed, asked, then why are your eyes shut? I smiled and said, I fear that should I open my eyes, I might witness the old professor struggling to enjoy his meal. Draco's lips twitched, and he remarked, you are overthinking it. Professor Snape would only prevent you from eating. I smiled without responding. Nearby, a group of individuals who had been chattering quietly approached us, noticing the emblem on their robes. I recognized them as Hufflepuff wizards. One of them cheerfully greeted, Hi there, Weasley. I heard the unfamiliar voice and replied with a faint smile, Hello. I am Avendeth Trick. He introduced himself with enthusiasm. I responded, Pleasure to meet you. Avendeth, with curiosity gleaming in his eyes, inquired, I hear you're pursuing old bat. I mean, Snape. Is that true? He paused before continuing, Is this a fact? I slowly opened my eyes and looked at Avendeth. Why do you ask? I questioned. Am I not being obvious enough? It truly is. Avendeth exclaimed with a surprised laugh. Who could possibly fancy Snape? How enchanting. He continued, Honestly. You appear far too youthful to have an interest in Snape. You might as well pursue the arrogant Malfoy or the gentle savior. Draco, taken aback that gossip had turned to him, glared intensely at the table and stood up. Damn it, you Hufflepuff. Who are you calling arrogant? Avendeth shrugged nonchalantly. Look, even Malfoy is more suited for you than Snape. Draco glared at Avendeth. What do you mean? Are you suggesting my Slytherin headmaster is unworthy of Weasley? Avendeth waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. I did not mean it that way. Draco's emotions were evident, yet he still restrained his voice, mindful that Snape was in the hall, and he did not wish for the professor to overhear. I refrained from glancing at the old professor, casting a sidelong glance at Draco. Suddenly, Draco seemed to grasp something, hastily clarifying, No, Weasley, I meant no offense. I smiled indifferently, stating, Professor Snape is an unquestionably remarkable wizard. I spoke, my expression slightly enamored yet gentle, to Avendeth. No one could refuse Snape. I articulated each word with reverence and sincerity. His every gesture exudes elegance. Every glance and smile draws attention. His deep, gravelly voice, when addressing me, is intoxicating like fine wine. Though I had never tasted wine, I imagined it must indeed have a similar flavor. Avendeth fell silent for a moment before teasingly remarking, It is hard to imagine Snape smiling. I need not think. I immediately replied with delight and pride. I have seen it. I had witnessed the old professor smile, though it was fleeting, yet unforgettable. What? Draco instinctively turned to look at Snape, incredulous. Impossible. The professor would. Before Draco could finish, he met Snape's dark, brooding gaze, and awkwardly chuckled before quickly turning back. Merlin, what a fright for Malfoy. When did the professor start watching? He worried. Surely. He couldn't have overheard, could he? We're too far away for that, right? Weasley, seemingly oblivious to Snape's presence, nonetheless. The sensitive and suspicious Snape sensed something amiss. At the very least, the group encircling Weasley was undoubtedly not engaged in wholesome conversation. You are quite different from the other Slytherins, Avendeth remarked as he scrutinized Weasley. I replied, I believe everyone is unique. No, Avendeth insisted, you must understand. Every other little wizard in Slytherin speaks in such a loathsome manner, looking down upon everyone with their superior airs. Draco could not help but interject. Slytherin is the most noble house. Ron noticed the gathering crowd. What are they discussing? The professors are all looking that way. Harry glanced over and, with keen eyes, discerned that the individuals at the center were Weasley and Draco, alongside some unfamiliar faces engaged in conversation. Perhaps they were curious about why Weasley favored Snape, Harry speculated. His recent rumors are quite rampant, he noted. Ron pondered, stroking his chin. Curiosity? This could be an opportunity. What? Harry asked, puzzled. What opportunity? Ron took a few bites of food and replied, You'll find out when we return to the dormitory. The Hufflepuffs surrounded me, perhaps drawn by my somewhat familiar appearance. They showed little aversion to sitting with the less amiable Slytherins. While we were engrossed in conversation, a few Gryffindors approached. How is your pursuit going? I am quite curious. I patiently addressed their inquiries. I am pursuing him. It seems Professor Snape is also developing an interest in me. Interest? The individual chuckled, saying, Stop joking around. Just look at the dark expression on Snape's face. He seems ready to toss you into a cauldron and brew you into a potion. He was clearly irked with me. Huh. I recalled and explained, yesterday, I was volunteering and accidentally pulled down his trousers. Couldn't resist giving him a kiss. Wait a moment. He shook his head in disbelief. Did you just say what I think you said? I laughed softly. Indeed, I kissed him. The onlookers erupted in laughter. Ha, woo-goo, he gulped, casting me a strange look. True love. He gave me a thumbs up, acknowledging my audacity. Perhaps their shock rendered them momentarily speechless. I nudged a cup of water on the table, causing ripples that distorted Snape's reflection within. Only from my perspective could I see him absent-mindedly eating. I knew he had glanced over. He appeared to be enjoying his meal. Beneath his lashes was a shadow, and his dark eyes reflected the flickering flame of a white candle, illuminating his presence. Beneath his eyes were the lingering marks of fatigue. My old professor needed a proper rest. Do you know how to pursue someone? I gazed at Snape in the cup, saying softly, make him remember me, gaze upon me, and find it impossible to forget me. This hardly sounded like a pursuit. Ivan, his eyes darted around, seemingly contemplating an idea. You know, you must be romantic. No one despises romance. Prepare flowers, perhaps roses, choose a place, gaze at him amidst the crowd, call out to him, and then confess your love. Draco grimaced, saying, that's a dreadful idea, Woo-goo. You'd best not heed it. Trust me, Professor Snape would abhor such trivialities. I tapped my finger in the cup, creating ripples that shattered Snape's image, only for it to coalesce again moments later. Then what is he like? I pondered. For an old professor who immersed himself in the potions classroom, surely what he cherished were potion ingredients. Draco replied, exceedingly rare potion ingredients. Just as I had surmised. Draco provided a similar answer. What are you all doing? Snape's voice suddenly pierced the air, startling all the young witches and wizards. In an instant, the onlookers dispersed. A void formed beside me, marking my solitary presence. Draco shrank back, quietly shifting his position. I lifted my gaze to the tall figure standing not far away and sweetly greeted, good day, Professor. The scattered crowd deepened the scowl on Snape's face. These blundering oafs. Clearly, they were gossiping about him behind his back. With a fierce demeanor, he gritted his teeth, saying, no tricks. I stood up and approached Snape, sincerely asking, Professor, do you like flowers? Snape furrowed his brow, and the young witches and wizards aware of our conversation froze, their expressions a mix of confusion and terror. What the hell? Woo-goo actually asked him directly. What sort of outrageous behavior is this? Incredible. He truly meant to inquire. Snape, contemplating the question, cast a sharp, icy glance around the young wizards, who instinctively flinched, bowing their heads in silence. Perhaps he had guessed something, as he sneered, scarlet tulips, fur-lined flowers, parsley, goat's milk flowers, night-blooming cereus. He recited each one, each a remarkably rare and precious flower. Unbelievably foolish. Snape remarked, so, do you think these would win my favor? I pondered, feigning distress. Well, that was the intention, but it seems that using these would hardly bring you joy. With a flick of his sleeve, Snape dismissed any further conversation. Clearly, he did not believe I could procure such flowers. His assessment was accurate. I was unfamiliar with the flowers he had mentioned. Snape departed, and I had other matters to attend to, so I suppressed the urge to continue our conversation. My reputation had ignited some fervor. Draco, unable to endure the stares and whispers like a curious beast, left with Clark and Goyle. Upon arriving at the library, I encountered Hermione, who was sifting through books, already clutching several volumes. She noticed me and greeted, hi, Woo-goo. I nodded in response, good afternoon. We both resumed our search through the books. Although Hermione was engrossed in her reading, she had deftly managed to converse with me. What book are you looking for? She inquired. I'm searching for a spell, I replied. Hermione pointed without looking up. There are books on transfiguration over there, books on offensive spells there, and practical life spells over there. Which one do you need? It was evident she frequented the library, familiar with the locations of various texts. A spell that can temporarily clear emotions, I specified. Hermione frowned upon hearing this, snapped the book shut, and said, sorry, I've never encountered that type of spell. Glancing at the time, she hurriedly added, but I'll keep an eye out. If you haven't found it by then, I'll let you know. I'll be off now. You carry on. With that, she departed. I continued to browse leisurely through the books, which detailed the characteristics and habits of flowers. My fingertips brushed the pages, and my lips curved in a faint smile. The sunlight streamed through the window, casting a radiant glow upon me, illuminating the dust particles suspended in the air. I leaned against the shelves, casually observing the black shadow I cast on the floor, lost in thought. Chapter 31. Are you truly that twisted? At night, Snape burned his robes. A tendril of my consciousness lingered where the smoke coiled in the air. I exclaimed, Professor, how could you bear to burn it? Snape clenched his fist, glaring at his black robe with unrestrained fury directed at me. My youthful form gazed up at him, gentle as water, with a soft, lingering look. Snape appeared ready to toss me out, but I produced 5 sheets of parchment, saying, I'm here to submit my class assignment, Professor. I held the parchment obediently, my eyes sparkling with a desire for praise. However, it was evident that Snape had no wish to see this insolent creature. Snape turned and strode to his desk, where he picked up a quill and began marking assignments. He glanced up at me, pointing with the quill's feather to a corner of the desk. Don't stand there like a foolish giant. Place your work over there. I obediently walked over and set my papers down. Snape then resumed grading the stack of assignments on his desk. Yet he hadn't forgotten to assign tasks to the bothersome student. Upon discovering that Woo-goo could handle the work he tossed his way, Snape experienced an unexpected sense of satisfaction, as it significantly reduced his workload. After checking the neatly cut herbs and the orderly arrangement of bottles, Snape found himself regarding Wu Gu with newfound tolerance. Glancing at the time again, he felt a surge of annoyance. "All right, you may leave now." I halted my movements and, with a smile, replied, "I'm afraid that's impossible, Professor. I genuinely enjoy your company." The faint flicker of goodwill that had briefly illuminated Snape's demeanor extinguished immediately. He retorted coldly, "Are you a shadow, Mr. Cavern? I have no time for games. You behave. Return to your dormitory." Hearing this, I nodded and inquired, "What does the professor intend to do? Perhaps I could be of assistance?" Snape's displeasure flared at my suggestion. "Are you truly so oblivious?" He snapped, the three-headed dog on the third floor. His words struck a chord, as I was indeed familiar with the matter. Snape pressed on, "Where have you taken that beast?" Meeting his gaze, I replied nonchalantly, "I devoured it." "What?" I tilted my head, leisurely reiterating, "I was a bit hungry, so I consumed it." Snape's eyes widened, his brow furrowing in disbelief. After a moment, he queried, "The vanishing giant?" I nodded in affirmation. He regarded me with an expression that was a mixture of incredulity and exasperation, stating, "You truly have no restraint." Reflecting for a moment, I subtly furrowed my brow, conceding, "Indeed. Snape grimaced, because of you. I now have to guard that wretched place daily to prevent any audacious fools from trespassing." I replied, "That is my fault." "Of course it is your fault," he exclaimed, his frustration palpable. I chuckled softly, "I have been guarding it." Snape was aware of the peculiar abilities of the wug, capable of duplicating itself. Yet, he found it hard to believe such an impolite entity could be trusted. Thus, he strode off to patrol, burning the sole black robe he possessed. Preparing to don his outerwear, I transformed into a wisp of smoke, enveloping Snape. His expression darkened, and despite his attempts to evade me, he found it futile. "What are you doing now?" he demanded. The shadow coalesced into a finely tailored black robe. I cheerfully remarked, "I have an agreement. I cannot let others know I am not human." Snape tugged at his clothing, clearly uncomfortable, yet he had no recourse against the wug. Thus begrudgingly continued his patrol in the attire. Once accustomed to it, Snape surprisingly found the robe quite comfortable. And if he could disregard the wug's prying gaze and incessant chatter, he would feel even more at ease. The corridor on the third floor remained dark and frigid. Yet a remarkable warmth enveloped him, transforming his once icy fingers into conduits of warmth. As he approached the door, Snape hesitated, haunted by past wounds that left lingering shadows. However, the three-headed dog was no longer present. The wug assured him it was being watched over, indicating the wug's presence. Yet, upon opening the door and discovering the missing three-headed dog still there, Snape instinctively raised his wand. "Do not be afraid," the wug's voice resonated in his ears, infused with a soothing magic that quelled his trepidation. The three-headed dog within dissipated, and the adult wug approached Snape, exuding grace and calmness, embodying the warmth of spring, illuminating the dim room with his gentle demeanor. Unable to contain myself, I embraced Snape. Initially taken aback, he then attempted to push me away, bracing himself against my chest. I placed a hand on his waist, unable to resist exploring. Snape, wide-eyed, seemed unprepared for this turn of events, especially when he felt my hand on his waist, his frustration rendering him almost incoherent. "Fool, what are you doing? You." I had not seen him display such an expression in quite some time, and I truly missed it. I held him tightly, my chest pressed against his, my face nestled in the crook of his shoulder, brushing against his hair, my cheek resting against his ear. In the depths of night, two solitary souls found themselves in a perfect moment for a clandestine rendezvous. I could not resist pushing aside his erect collar and gently biting at the exposed skin of his neck. Snape abruptly lifted his foot, stepping on my shoe. I inhaled sharply. The connection between us was no jest. Yet, I still didn't relinquish my hold. In a pitiful whisper, I said, "Professor, I have done so much. Is it not reasonable to seek a reward?" Snape was truly at a loss for words, his teeth clenched. "I am not your reward. Get away from me." Such intimate gestures were foreign to the perpetually single professor. Snape's breath surrounded me, and I relished this sensation immensely. What to do? These garments were increasingly cumbersome. I pressed a kiss upon Snape's jawline, prompting him to flinch, and as I eased my grip, he broke free from my embrace. Leaning against the wall, he grasped his sleeve, repeatedly rubbing the spot where I had kissed him, while the wand in his other hand trembled, mirroring its master's startled state. I found his flustered demeanor, caught between being teased and powerless to resist, utterly endearing. The tips of Snape's ears flushed a shade of crimson, whether from anger or embarrassment. I could not tell. "Wug, Cavern," he bellowed. I responded with a light chuckle. "Here, Professor." With a swift flick of his sleeve, Snape growled, "I cannot discern whether you have lost your mind, or if you are simply this depraved." Acknowledging his age, Snape, now 31, bore the marks of time, including wrinkles. And he never anticipated encountering such lewdness at this stage in his life. I pondered for a moment before declaring, if being enamored with you makes one insane or deviant, I wouldn't mind becoming a bit more mad. I took a step closer, causing Snape's pupils to dilate with surprise. Chapter 32. His eyes, the air thickened with ambiguity, intoxicating the night that enveloped us, stirring the heartstrings. I pressed Snape firmly against the corner, feeling his uneven breaths and the frantic retreat of his movements, alongside the simmering dissatisfaction and hostility he harbored towards me. With a soft laugh, I lifted my gaze, saying, "Professor, do not be angry." One of my hands glided from his shoulder to his arm, gently clasping his wrist where he held his wand, rendering the old professor unable to raise his hand. Like delicate snowflakes settling on tree branches, my touch was both light and insistent, pressing down gently yet firmly. I understood my own uniqueness. With a mere thought, I could effortlessly wield my magic. The professor, however, was bound by the limitations of his wand, incantations, and the necessary buildup of energy, making him reliant on all elements working in tandem. As long as I kept his wand still, he seemed left with no recourse but to resort to physical retaliation against me. Nevertheless, the dignified and graceful professor would not act like a mindless lamb. He was akin to a serpent lurking beneath the cover of fallen leaves, poised to strike at the slightest sign of vulnerability. "You claim you will heed my words?" My thumb caressed his waist, and I could sense the intoxicating allure of his breath, wishing to merge his essence with my own. The old professor grasped the critical information I had bestowed upon him. I smiled and affirmed, yes. His voice, raspy and commanding, responded, "Very well." I paused my actions, knowing what he would say next. "Release me," Snape stated coldly. Though reluctant, I knew I had to comply. I let go. The warmth of breath receded, leaving Snape feeling a wave of heat dissipate, replaced by a chill that swept over him, as fresh air filled his lungs and he inhaled deeply. Snape took a step back. I observed a slight easing of his tension and wariness as he obediently retreated, moving to a safe distance, one that the old professor deemed secure. Snape's gaze was fixed upon Wug. The room was desolate, and he stood at its center, cold light streaming in from the window, casting a beam that fell from his waist to the ground. A faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, giving him an approachable demeanor, refined in adulthood, and even more so as a child, when his sweet, innocent laughter could easily deceive Harry into wanting to be around him. As Snape continued to stare at that smile, it began to feel increasingly surreal. He furrowed his brow and commanded, "Stop smiling." Though I did not fully grasp the severity of his tone, I naturally complied with the professor's wishes. Upon suppressing his smile, Wug appeared to Snape as a creature of shadowy uncertainty, lurking in the darkness. The gentle scene transformed in an instant, as gloom and chill inexplicably emerged. The warmth vanished, leaving behind an odd atmosphere. Particularly striking were Wug's eyes, which seemed to harbor a vortex capable of ensnaring one's very soul. After a lingering gaze, the unsettling sensation dissipated, and he could discern only a faint reflection, clear enough for him to recognize himself as the protagonist within it. "You," Snape said, shaking his head and pressing his dry lips together, "guard this place." He had not intended to look at me, yet he turned back to say, "Keep watch like a three-headed dog. No one is allowed in except for Potter and his lot." I nodded, once more raising a smile, and replied, "Very well." I tilted my head and added, "So, being this obedient, do I get a reward?" Snape shot me a glance and replied, "A reward? How about the cancellation of your subsequent community service?" I said, "That hardly qualifies as a reward in my eyes." Snape paid no heed to my words and turned to leave. The night watch was far from over. My consciousness briefly slipped into slumber, and it was not until the sun began to rise that I opened my eyes and stepped out of the dormitory. It was still early, and Draco was not waiting for me downstairs. I took a moment to sit on the sofa in the common room. It was the weekend, a rare opportunity for free time at Hogwarts. Snape was still in his office, diligently revising assignments. I sought out Dumbledore, but found his office empty. "I recognize you," a wall painting remarked upon seeing me. "Wug, are you looking for Dumbledore?" "Unfortunately, he is not currently at Hogwarts." My gaze swept across the surrounding portraits, which depicted past headmasters. One headmaster narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing me with authority, and remarked, "He did not enter through the front door." Indeed, I had not. The fleeting souls of the deceased that resided within the wall were not particularly appetizing, but those within the paintings had a penchant for gossip. Perhaps I should consume them. I mused. A brief chirp of a bird interrupted my thoughts. Dumbledore appeared in a flash of flame, his back turned to me as he stood at his desk. When he turned, his expression was one of surprise and delight. "Oh my, I did not expect you to find the time to visit me," he said, stroking his beard and smiling like a benevolent grandfather, if one could overlook the probing and testing glimmer in his eyes. "I have some questions that I need your assistance with." "Professor," I stated. Dumbledore, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, "Oh, what questions do you have? Do share." I inquired about having seen Professor Snape's eyes, which had shifted from a tumultuous storm to a placid lake in an instant. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore paused, his hand stroking his white beard slowing momentarily. I continued, "I trust you know the reason behind this, Professor." After a moment's contemplation, Dumbledore smiled and said, "Of course, I am well aware." He looked down at a small box on his desk, from which he retrieved an orange candy, unwrapping it with a crisp, bright sound as the golden foil crinkled. The sweet aroma wafted into Dumbledore's nostrils as he savored one, his eyes gleaming with affection as he regarded me. "Are you familiar with the brain closure spell?" I recalled having read about it in the library and shook my head. Dumbledore explained, "It is a spell that every adult wizard learns. Its primary function is to shield against external probing, protecting our minds." He grew serious, adding, "It guards our secrets." I interjected, "The soul extraction spell?" Dumbledore paused, somewhat taken aback. "You truly possess a wisdom that exceeds expectations." His brow furrowed in confusion. As it was unusual for Wug to be acquainted with the soul extraction spell, had Severus revealed it? I replied, "It appears that when Professor Snape employed it on me." I did not mishear. The brain closure spell is indeed a defense against the soul extraction spell. Having found my answer, I expressed my gratitude. "I apologize for the intrusion, and thank you for clarifying my doubts." With that, I took my leave. Dumbledore waited until I had completely departed before rubbing his arms and muttering, "Today's youth are truly combustible. Dumbledore, why do you not discipline him? Invading without permission is most disrespectful." Dumbledore, seated at his desk, adjusted his glasses and sighed. "Had I not been swift, where would you have found the opportunity to converse with me from the wall?" "What do you mean? Speak plainly, do not speak in riddles." I retorted. Another headmaster on the wall remarked, "A few days ago, I witnessed him effortlessly consume every soul within the paintings along the corridor." Dumbledore, "He is not to be trifled with." Dumbledore frowned and replied, "I have my own plans." The headmaster on the wall sighed. "You are the headmaster, with you at Hogwarts. There is certainly reassurance." The wind rustled the trees, creating a melodious sound, picturesque against the clear blue sky, each glance revealing breathtaking beauty. Hogwarts is renowned, first for education, second for its stunning landscapes. The nurturing of souls is done with wisdom, and the scenery is dreamlike. Vivid rays of light cascaded down to the ceiling. As Professor Sprout, the amiable witch, wielded her trowel to turn the soil, she was startled when she turned and found Wug standing at the door. It is known that anyone engrossed in their work can easily be caught off guard by unexpected occurrences. "Professor Sprout," I spoke slowly as she noticed my presence, and I offered a polite bow. "I apologize, it seems I startled you." Professor Sprout patted her chest, exclaiming, "My Merlin, young Mr. Wug, how did you suddenly appear here?" She waved her trowel, which was caked in dirt. "I wish to study how biological entities evolve, particularly magical plants imbued with power." I nonchalantly trod down the aisle, surveying the flowers and plants meticulously cultivated in their earthen pots. Professor Sprout was always enthusiastic in guiding eager young witches and wizards. We spent time in the various pots, learning how to cultivate, our hands covered in soil. Professor Sprout was quite amiable, and there were other witches from her house assisting her with the plants. They seemed to have heard of me, as they occasionally cast their gazes in my direction. Compared to the last time when a bolder Avon confronted me, they clearly lacked the courage to directly confront me with their gossip. Professor Sprout has shown me a modicum of care, and I can discern the flicker of curiosity igniting in her eyes. As the morning slipped away, at the culmination of our time together, I requested some flower seeds from her. Professor Sprout remarked that, although I now possessed the seeds, this season was ill-suited for planting, especially the night-blooming cereus, which required constant and tender attention due to its fragility. I absorbed her words, nodding in acknowledgement, yet expressed my desire to attempt it nonetheless. With a playful clap of her hands, she inquired, "You're not intending to gift these flowers to someone, are you?" Meeting her teasing gaze, I smiled and replied, "I wish to present them to my headmaster." Professor Sprout appeared unsurprised, saying, "Though I do not understand your fascination with Professor Snape, wisdom seeks knowledge in every form, and love knows no bounds." She produced a box and handed it to me, beaming, "Take this. Professor Snape will find these items useful." As I held the box, I could already scent the essence of the plants contained within, medicinal ingredients, indeed. My original intention was merely to announce the arrival of someone who would embrace Snape, warning any lurking hearts to steer clear of my affections. However, the outcome was evolving in an unexpected and delightful direction. After a moment's pause, I bid farewell to Professor Sprout and began my descent towards the dungeons. In Professor Snape's office, an uninvited guest had arrived. Severus? Snape, engrossed in sorting through papers, barely lifted his gaze as he set aside a stack of graded assignments. The visitor assessed Snape's attire with a mix of surprise and intrigue, exclaiming, "You've actually decided to don a new ensemble. How rare. It suits you remarkably well. I wonder if it is your discerning eye or that of others that is truly commendable." His words were laden with implications. Snape remained expressionless. "Lucius, I trust you have a pressing matter that compels you to seek me out?" Chapter 33. He will still have me in his eyes as a dear friend. Snape immediately grasped Lucius's purpose for visiting. It was merely to witness the spectacle at hand. He cast a silent glance at his own robes. Reflecting that this spectacle was not as splendid as it appeared, Snape shot him an irritated look, stating, "Your sources are quite astute. If your intention is merely to spectate, I advise you to return whence you came." Lucius, with his silvery blonde hair cascading to his shoulders, impeccably groomed, wore a long black coat that draped casually over his shoulders, adorned with silver cufflinks that highlighted his noble status. His gloved hands held a wand fashioned in the likeness of a serpent. Lucius approached Snape with an elegance befitting his stature, yet at that moment, he resembled a curious onlooker eager for revelations. "My dear Junior, do tell me, what is it like to be pursued?" he inquired, his excitement seemingly surpassing that of Snape himself. "What are your feelings towards him? Is there a flutter of the heart, a quickening of breath, or perhaps a stirring of emotion?" Snape interrupted, retorting, "How could you presume that a mere acquaintance would evoke such feelings in me?" Mid-sentence, Snape recalled a response once given to him by Wug, halting abruptly. In truth, he had come to realize that Wug was far from a childish individual. Rather, he was a formidable presence. And now, that presence had set its sights on him. Snape rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Lucius noted his hesitation and inquired with surprise, "Why have you ceased your discourse?" Snape remained impassive. He wished to articulate his thoughts, but certain matters, particularly those shrouded in ambiguity, were best kept from Lucius. "Wug is, in a sense, exceptionally gifted," he stated, fixing Lucius with a serious gaze. "However, I advise you to keep your foolish son at a distance from him." Recently, Draco had been spending considerable time with Wug, and given the Malfoy family's tendencies, it was evident that Draco would seize any opportunity to inform Lucius of his circumstances at Hogwarts. Lucius, while tempted to jest with Snape, held his friend's advice in high regard. If Snape felt compelled to issue such a warning, it must be based on something substantial. Lucius's expression shifted as he cautiously inquired, "Is it concerning him?" The way he referenced him was particularly nuanced. Snape paused, then slowly shook his head. "No?" Lucius exhaled in relief, the tension lifting from his shoulders. I listened intently to their exchange, observing the elegantly poised Lucius with a keen eye. In contrast to the elusive him they mentioned, I found myself captivated by Lucius's attire, yearning to don such garments when I fully matured. He was the first mature man I had encountered, aside from the elderly professors. Lucius remarked, "Very well. I shall convey this. It would be quite a loss to forfeit a potentially renowned talent." Snape sensed the all-too-familiar, unsettling scrutiny lingering around him. He frowned, wishing to caution Wug against approaching him too closely, but each time he issued such a warning, Wug never took it to heart. "I intended to mention this last time," Lucius said, lowering his voice as he gestured subtly. Snape understood immediately, replying, "Yes, I comprehend." Lucius nodded, smiling slightly. "By the way, you should join me at my home this Christmas." Snape contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. "No, I have other matters to attend to." Lucius appeared unfazed, merely expressing a hint of resignation. "You've said the same every holiday for the past few years. If you do not wish to come, I shall not press you. Yet, being alone does seem rather lonely." "I do not find it so," Snape responded. "You would do well to direct your unnecessary concerns towards your son." Lucius thought of Draco, whose performance at Hogwarts had been commendable, which pleased him greatly. "Little Draco has been yearning for the latest model of the firebolt," he mused aloud. "He wishes to become a seeker. I believe I know how to fulfill that small wish." Lucius had taken the rare opportunity to visit Snape, sharing much during their conversation. Snape remained silent, adopting the role of a listener. Once Lucius reluctantly departed, the old professor coldly remarked, "Did you enjoy the conversation?" A chair materialized out of thin air, and I seated myself across from the old professor's desk. Propping my chin on my hand, I let my tender gaze rest upon the professor, engrossed in his reading. "Only you can capture my interest," I declared. The old professor frowned, unaccustomed to such candid and ambiguous remarks, and retorted, "If you cannot express yourself properly, it would be wise to refrain from speaking." Upon glancing up and seeing me, he halted momentarily. I surmised that he must have been momentarily dazzled by my new attire. With a cheerful flourish, I showcased my outfit, asking, "What do you think? Have I enchanted you?" Severus Snape harbored no fondness for Weasley. Even though Weasley had discarded his student robes in favor of opulent attire, the madness in his eyes remained unmistakable, a fervent obsession that Snape had yet to acclimatize to. Truly, a lunatic. Unable to withstand such a gaze, Snape averted his eyes and returned to his book. I observed for a moment, clenched my fist, and extended my hand across the table, pressing it upon the tome the old professor was engrossed in. He appeared somewhat irked, and I smiled, spreading my palm open. He regarded the seed in my hand with a mix of intrigue and confusion. "What are you doing?" he inquired, his tone laced with impatience. "Do not disturb my leisure time," I softly replied. "I wish to perform a magic trick for the professor." Snape's response was one of derision. Discussing trifling magic within the realm of high-end sorcery? However, as the seed in my palm began to sprout and flourish, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. He instinctively placed his hands on either side of mine, a mix of yearning to investigate, yet cautious not to touch, channeling my life force into the seed. It burgeoned rapidly, vibrant, and full of vitality. At the moment the flower bloomed, its petals radiated a robust life force, intertwining with glimmering starlight that dispelled the gloom of the cellar, ushering in an unfamiliar dawn. Astonishment could scarcely encapsulate Snape's sentiment. "A night blooming Sirius," he murmured softly. "It blooms but briefly, it will wither away soon. Unless," I interjected, "I continuously nourish it with my life force, it shall not perish, nor fade. And the light within your eyes shall endure." When adorned with starlight, his gaze became irresistibly enchanting. I believed that in the days to come, his eyes would not merely sparkle with starlight, but also with my presence. After expending some energy, I was suddenly beset by a wave of hunger. I placed the flower into a pot I had procured from Professor Sprout and set it upon the old professor's desk. The night-blooming Sirius was not particularly rare. It was simply that its blooming period was fleeting and its fresh petals would be difficult to preserve for medicinal use. "This is for you," I said, my tone tinged with a hint of supplication. "Do you like it?" Snape clearly appreciated the gesture, pursing his lips and replying, "A gift? I certainly won't refuse. But do not expect a return gift." I gazed at him earnestly, stating, "A return gift? I have already received one. Your faint smile and joy are gift enough." Chapter 34. At your beck and call. My gaze lowered, reverting to a more youthful state. The desk seemed elevated, the glow emanating from the night-blooming Sirius lingering upon it. The edge of the desk resembling a dividing line, beneath which lay an impenetrable darkness. Fortunately, I was not so short as to be unable to see the surface. I could still make out the old professor's unwavering eyes following mine. The chair had vanished, and I stood on tiptoes, leaning over the desk, proclaiming, "It shall not wither." The old professor suppressed the emotions that had slipped through his veneer, and upon the conclusion of my words, he once again directed his gaze to the flower. His eyes turned hollow once more, and I could not discern his feelings. Frowning, I remarked, "Professor, overuse of the mental occlusion charm is detrimental to your health." Perhaps the charm was indeed taking effect, for his tone was cold and detached. "You need not concern yourself with my affairs." Indeed, I conceded, aware that I had no standing to interfere with his matters, yet I seemed not to be one who adhered to reason. With a mischievous smile, I continued, "However, seeing you in this state makes me uncomfortable." Snape turned his head to look at me, and I smiled, adding, "I dislike that feeling. So it would be best if you refrained from using it in my presence." My youthful voice belied an unexpected assertiveness and sense of dominance. Snape paused, retorting coolly, "Oh, if I choose not to comply, do you intend to take action against me?" His provocatively dismissive demeanor was clear. I recognized he was testing my limits. My gaze drifted from his eyes to his lips, and with neither haste nor impatience, I slowly replied, "Yes, I would kiss you." He faltered, his pupils constricting in surprise. I envisioned the shape of his lips, fantasizing about their softness, imagining my beloved old professor blushing, breathless from my kiss. Snape, once again the subject of my playful teasing, initially appeared stunned, but as realization dawned, his expression darkened. The volatility of his emotions stemmed from the undeniable truth that this seemingly harmless youngling before him was indeed capable of such audacity. He had, to his chagrin, been cornered. I sensed his capitulation and, satisfied, allowed a smile to blossom upon my lips, warm as springtime. "I must take my leave for a while," I announced. The old professor's expression clearly conveyed a desire for my swift departure. I casually explained, "I am hungry. I must find something to eat." Glancing at his dark robes, I added, "If you wish to summon me, just call my name, and I shall appear at once, any time, anywhere, at your beck and call." Snape regarded the notion of summoning me with disdain, casting me a scornful glance. His haughty and aloof demeanor made me yearn to tease him further, yet alas, that would have to wait for another time. I exited the office. Once Snape's gaze had departed, he resumed his examination of the text before him. His fingers traced a line of script, his mind echoing the words. Silently, when some young wizards suffer immense psychological trauma due to magic, instinctively, they will resist their magical powers, and in the absence of guidance, unable to harness and control their abilities, they will give rise to parasitic dark magical forces. Snape's eyes halted upon the next line. silently, in a form of intangible black mist. Weasley, when not coalesced, was but a wisp of formless darkness. Beyond this comparison, Snape found no further correlation. He had never heard of silently transforming into a person or a dog. Who the devil is this wretched individual? Snape massaged his temples, his peripheral vision falling upon the flower resting on the desk. He observed it in silence for a while, then gradually closed the book, placing it back on the shelf. He murmured to himself, I should not contemplate such matters. That night, after completing his nightly routine, Snape lay in bed. His room was predominantly adorned in shades of deep green, but in the darkness, colors were indistinguishable. He closed his eyes, attempting to drift into slumber, yet moments later, they snapped open. There were strange entities nearby. He must not approach. 2 doors stood before him. They needed to be breached. Yet he was uncertain which was the correct one. Snape did not recognize the 2 conversing figures, but one was familiar, Lucius. Snape realized he must be dreaming. They say dreams inflict no pain, yet he felt a throbbing in his temples. In the dream, Lucius remained impeccably dressed, his eyes brimming with affection for all. With 2 strangers and Lucius, there were 4 individuals in total. The dream was chaotic yet unexpectedly systematic. 2 unfamiliar figures cast their gaze upon a spot devoid of presence. Yet it bore an eerie semblance of conversation. Lucius stood alongside him, their mouths moving in silent discourse, but Severus could not discern their words. They chose a door, which they opened and ventured through, only for a head to emerge from within, grinning vacantly and uttering not a word. In a swift, vine-like manner, tendrils ensnared the 2 strangers, pulling them into the darkness, startling Severus. Although he was aware that it was merely a dream, the vividness of the scene instilled a sense of dread within him. A force tugged at him, and as he glanced down, he saw a hand resting lightly upon his chest. It flickered in and out of view. Though the figure remained unseen, he instinctively recognized who it was. Gawain Robarts. The professor's indistinct visage still bore his characteristic smile. Severus needed no clear sight to imagine Gawain's warm expression. Be cautious, Severus thought. The unfamiliar figures had just been conversing with Gawain. Lucius declared, through that door. Upon finishing his words, he used his serpent-headed wand to push the door open. The interior was shrouded in darkness, yet he strode boldly inside. Severus furrowed his brow, feeling a mix of curiosity and compulsion as he followed suit, with Gawain trailing behind. As Severus turned back, Gawain stepped forward, and another door suddenly swung open. Severus paused, watching as Gawain was effortlessly drawn within. Lucius stood beside him, clicking his tongue softly. Shall we take a look? He inquired. Severus remained silent. Lucius nodded in understanding and turned away, saying, Forget it, shall we go? Severus remained rooted in place, unwilling to depart. Lucius sighed, nudging Severus toward the door while gesturing, Take a look. Severus stared blankly at the door, unmoving. He frowned, feeling a surge of anxiety at the unknown within and Gawain's safety, despite knowing this was but a dream. Lucius seemed to see through him, stating, Do not forget. He is a creature. He is not easily slain. With trepidation, Severus pushed the door open. Inside, there were no horrific or sinister sights. Rather, it was a warm, intimate space. A large bed occupied the room. Severus strode in, observing 2 graceful women, one cradling Gawain's head and the other embracing his waist. Gawain lay there with eyes closed, appearing to be asleep. As Severus beheld Gawain's disheveled state, his midriff exposed, he initially exhaled in relief, only to be overcome by an inexplicable anger. The 2 women, enchanting in their elegance, giggled melodiously at Severus, yet their laughter only served to irritate him. He angrily flicked his sleeve, refusing to cast another glance at Gawain, and turned to exit the room. Lucius, however, appeared intrigued, admiring the room's decor. Such poor acting, he remarked. Gawain opened his eyes, and the 2 women vanished as if they had never existed. Speaking to himself, he lamented, The script should have had me taken away. Looking distressed, Severus, uncertain of his own actions upon leaving the room, suddenly awoke. A thin sheen of sweat adorned his forehead, and his back was damp. Sitting upright in bed, one hand cradling his head, he grasped the sheets tightly. Ever since mastering the art of mental occlusion, he had not dreamt. This dream was bizarre, bordering on nonsensical. In his peripheral vision, he spotted his black robes hanging on a rack, pressing his lips together. He realized that some of his energy had indeed been unwittingly devoted to this individual, resulting in such an incomprehensible dream. From a distance, I felt a gaze upon me. I looked toward the old professor and mused, He is thinking of me. What? I turned to see Chilo, who was anxiously moving around his bed. His head was still covered by a hat, as if everyone understood its significance. Perhaps Chilo had deceived them with his pitiful appearance. As Chilo's eyes met mine, fear crept into his expression. Using my magic, I lifted his hat. Chilo fell from the bed in shock, and as he struggled to rise, A fierce glare crossed his face. I glimpsed a countenance on the back of his head. Truly grotesque. You have seen what you should not have, Chilo hissed. His eyes filled with malice. Master, I should kill him. Chilo shed any pretense, readying his wand. But the face on the back of his head interjected. Wait. Let me speak with him. Obediently, Chilo turned around. I regarded that hideous face. These two arrogant beings appeared oblivious to their predicament. Narrowing my eyes, I inquired, Voldemort? The Dark Lord's face twisted in a malevolent grin. Indeed, I am the great Dark Lord. He noticed the Slytherin emblem on my chest and smiled approvingly. Slytherin, good child. You are one of my followers. Instinctively, I touched the emblem, regarding Voldemort with confusion. I require your assistance. Should you aid me, on the day of my return, you shall be my honored servant. I will grant you wealth, status, power, and fame. Anything you desire. I observed him perform before me, so horrid and self-important. His eyes alight only with ambition, violence, and malice. Such a being could become a Dark Lord? Dark Lord? What I desire. I chuckled, nonchalantly replying. No need to trouble yourself. Voldemort glared at me, displeased. I will seize it myself. As for you, I disdainfully remarked, let me toy with the position of Dark Lord. Voldemort was momentarily taken aback, but soon fury ignited within him. Truly audacious. He was somewhat arrogant, yet his bravado quickly waned. Chilo had no chance to attack me. He was frozen in place, while only Voldemort, clinging like a parasite to Chilo, could feel the icy terror crawling from his feet to the crown of his head. A windless gust arose, swirling into a tempest, and dense fog rapidly engulfed Chilo. Chilo's eyes widened in terror. There was no time for a scream before he was consumed. Along with him, a fragment of Voldemort's lingering soul. Fragmented images flickered past. I furrowed my brow as the scenes before me warped incessantly. I covered one eye with my hand, sensing a faint green glow in my vision. For reasons unknown, I began to laugh uncontrollably, yet in the next moment, I frowned again. Turning my gaze to the right, a fragmented version of myself coalesced into existence. For now, I shall refer to him as Number 1 Me. What an interesting sensation, he remarked. Number 1 Me's eyes glimmered with a deep green hue, reminiscent of the Voldemort I had just consumed. I understood what was occurring. The residual consciousness of Voldemort. This was my first encounter with such a phenomenon. I waved my hand, dispersing Number 1 Me. The scent of Madame Pomfrey wafted toward me. She was approaching. I cast a glance towards the door, transforming into the likeness of Quirrell. As the door swung open, in the guise of Quirrell, feigned a state of panic, my hands hovering uncertainly over my chest. Good evening, I stammered. Madame Pomfrey gazed at me with delight, exclaiming, You have finally awakened, Professor Quirrell. We have been arranging for someone from St. Mungo's to come and collect you. It is truly a stroke of fortune. I managed to smile, responding, It appears that I am indeed well now. I believe it is time for me to return. Thank you for your care over these past few days. Madame Pomfrey replied, There is no need for gratitude. It is my duty. As I made my way towards Quirrell's office, my smile gradually faded. Using Quirrell's visage, I cast my eyes downward, idly toying with my fingers. The absorption of Voldemort had alleviated my craving for the scent, and I seemed to have acquired some newfound abilities. Numerous, invisible tetherings connected me to various places, some robust, others delicate, some distant and unfathomable, while others were tantalizingly close. I perched upon Quirrell's desk, my gaze sweeping across every inch of the room until it settled on the upright window. The curtains were drawn back, allowing the moonlight to flood in unabashedly. Were the moon to be replaced by the sun, this office would be awash in warmth and light, a stark contrast to the frigid confines of the dungeon. No one relishes lingering in damp, dark places, not even the seemingly unwelcoming old professor, nor I. Chapter 35. Contemplating the professor as an animagus. The weekend had come to an end, and the young wizards, still yearning for merriment, reluctantly gathered their books and made their way to their respective classrooms. Though their identities were feigned, the knowledge they acquired was genuine. I spent the entirety of the previous night poring over the material for the defense against the dark arts class, prepared to regurgitate theoretical concepts to the wide-eyed, slack-jawed students before me. In the hazy twilight of sleep, their bewildered expressions vividly materialized before me, innocent yet foolish. Quirrell's pedagogical approach was nothing more than a shallow inundation of information, devoid of genuine substance, a mimicry I executed with ease, albeit with some struggle due to my unclear articulation. Across the room, Snape's lips curled downward, his brow furrowed, each step he took laden with unrestrained fury. His black robes billowed, intricate dark patterns subtly revealed. The passing students gasped in surprise upon seeing Professor Snape's new attire, especially the older students, who had never witnessed him donning anything other than his customary garb since their enrollment. Even during grand festive occasions, his attire remained steadfastly unchanged. embedded in the minds of all. Snape's mood mirrored the foul expression he wore. He had no intention of wearing the garb conjured by Weasley's antics. Yet the moment he stepped out, it had adhered to him as if by magic. The more he attempted to remove it, the tighter it clung, almost as if it were a second skin, pulsating with a life of its own, akin to a heartbeat. In his panic, he could not discern whether it was his own heart that raced or that of Weasley's. Only when he resigned himself to the garment did the incessant voice in his mind gradually dissipate. When he entered the classroom clad in this attire, he distinctly heard the whispers of his students. Those imbeciles, those foolish imbeciles, do they think I am unaware? From the podium, I can observe every trivial movement. Discussing the professor in my class, whispering secrets, fantasizing wildly, spouting nonsense, spreading hearsay. This is intolerable. Points deducted. All points deducted. Watching the hourglass representing the other house's points visibly decrease, Snape's spirits lifted slightly. Early that morning, he had heard that Quirrell had awakened, and he had wondered if that fool might simply perish in the infirmary. Reflecting on the task Dumbledore had assigned him, Snape's agitation resurfaced. Recent reports in the Daily Prophet regarding the Gringotts heist had sent ripples of alarm throughout the community. Quirrell's meddling had brought him no shortage of trouble. He would need to find an opportune moment to confront him. Just as he pondered Quirrell, a familiar figure approached. "Dear Professor," a melodious voice chimed, brimming with warmth. "Good day." Snape paused momentarily, his desire to curse suppressed by decorum, and shot a withering glance before striding past, intent on ignoring the interruption. I followed after him, somewhat exasperated. "Professor?" The old professor offered no response. During class, a butterfly fluttered in through the window. I casually remarked, "Its wings are blue, adorned with yellow spots. When it flutters, it resembles a fragment of a star." I recalled, "It appears more beautiful when illuminated." Snape, overhearing, interjected with evident disapproval. "Do not tell me you were only distracted by the errant butterfly during class." His voice brought me a sense of delight, and after a moment of contemplation, I shook my head, responding, "Of course not." I also noticed Professor McGonagall wielding her wand. Curiously, I continued, "I once read in a book about a spell that could transform an individual into a magical creature, referred to as an animagus. Those in their animagus form possess the traits of their animal counterpart. Professor McGonagall enjoys startling tardy young wizards by appearing out of nowhere. She transforms into a tabby cat." Snape interrupted, his impatience palpable. "You need not enlighten me about such matters." Once he finished speaking, I pressed on, though I lacked direct memories. "I understand that cats are inclined to chase after fluttering insects." Snape paused, turning his head towards me. With a glimmer of amusement in my eyes, I mused, "I wonder. When Professor McGonagall is in her animagus form and sees a butterfly fluttering by, does she ever find it irresistible to pounce?" From my sleeve, I produced a transparent glass vial, and Snape's gaze sharpened as he noticed the panicked butterfly, blue with yellow markings, flapping frantically within. Anticipating Weasley's impending antics, Snape couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. As I admired the flailing creature, Snape seized the vial, removing it from my grasp. He was indifferent to whatever absurd experiment Weasley might concoct. His sole concern was reducing the pretext for losing house points. Were the insignia on Weasley's chest anything but that of Slytherin, Snape would have no qualms about blowing up Hogwarts. With an impassive expression, he uttered, "Put aside your impractical notions. The item is confiscated." I paused momentarily, unable to suppress a smile, and inquired, "Professor, does everyone at Hogwarts have the ability to become an animagus?" Snape retorted, "Do you truly believe that animagi are as common as cabbages on the street?" I nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Then, Professor, can you?" Before Snape could respond, I continued, "Is your animagus form a cat, like Professor McGonagall's?" I then shook my head, declaring, No. If the professor were a cat, he would surely be even more striking, perhaps more dazzling than candlelight, or more delicate than the softest clouds." Lost in my reverie, Snape, upon hearing my musings, quickly interjected to halt my fanciful thoughts. With a scowl, he stated, "Rather than expend vast amounts of energy and time transforming into a useless creature, I would prefer to devote my efforts to researching new potions and engaging in endeavors of greater significance. I find it quite regrettable, after all. If the professor were to transform into a little kitten, nestled in my embrace, lazily purring and whimsically swishing its tail, what would you be pondering?" I glanced up, my lashes fluttering, to behold the elderly professor, furrowing his brow for reasons unknown. I mused to myself, what if the professor possessed the form of an animagus? Snape observed Weasley, his face adorned with a broad smile, his eyes twinkling with warmth and gentleness. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that the dog had no noble thoughts in mind. Class had yet to commence, and the usually punctual professor abruptly entered the classroom, neglecting to cast even a glance in my direction. Perhaps my incessant chatter had begun to irk him. The senior students attending the class had noticed my presence. I offered a cheerful wave when the professor inadvertently glanced my way. Without a moment's hesitation, Snape opened his book, concealing his face behind its pages. Upon the podium, which typically held merely equipment, sat an additional transparent glass vial, within which a butterfly fluttered, radiating a captivating azure glow, truly eye-catching. The early arrival of the professor, the intriguing butterfly, and the sweetly smiling suitor at the entrance led the assembled wizards below to unanimously conclude that their potion's master had received a gift, and possibly accepted it. A mere glance into their eyes told me it was time to gracefully withdraw. Snape, aware that Weasley had departed, lowered his book slightly, revealing his previously concealed visage. The desks in the classroom were cluttered with potion-making apparatus, and to prevent the young wizards from mistakenly selecting the wrong potions, the curtains were always kept half-drawn. Today, the sun shone brilliantly, casting angled rays through the window. Snape gazed at the butterfly carelessly placed upon the desk, now tinged with the hues of sunlight. Just as someone had once remarked, it was enigmatic, dazzling, and beautiful. The senior wizards hardly required his concern. Snape, enveloped in silence, even forgot to chastise the occasional inattentive young wizard in the audience. Perhaps the butterfly's vibrant movements rendered it impossible to look away. Snape unscrewed the vial's cap. The butterfly took flight. Too much brilliance only served to sting his eyes. Chapter 36. Of course, no need to worry about Galleon's Draco, who often awaited me downstairs. Had not made an appearance for several consecutive days. Even on the paths, he evaded my gaze, appearing exceedingly guilty. It was evident that Draco was a well-behaved child. With his absence, my world had grown significantly quieter. The amusing campus life was left for the younger wizards, while the saviors caught in the maelstrom busied themselves with their unknown agendas. I played both roles, embodying the persona I projected. The old professor had grown accustomed to my occasional intrusions into his life. At times, this would affect his mood, resulting in the small wizards in class bearing the brunt of his displeasure. In this regard, Dumbledore turned a blind eye. Once, as I passed by, I overheard Ron peddling something. It seemed as if he had been waiting for me. His smile was genuine as he inquired, "The latest cards, care for a set?" I glanced at him, preparing to leave, but then heard him add, "There's a Snape stand-up in there too." I looked back, and Ron, clutching the cards, showed no surprise at my pause. The small box contained hundreds of cards. I remained silent, and as I scrutinized him longer, Ron's confidence waned, his sincere smile becoming slightly stiff. Cards seemed rather childish to adults. Yet, I was still a minor. Particularly, I was curious about what the professor's card would look like. I purchased an entire box. That evening, I brought it to the professor's office, and before him, I began to unbox it. Hearing the sound of the box opening, Snape couldn't resist casting a sidelong glance. "What are you doing?" he inquired. "Unboxing a stand-up," I replied. Snape was familiar with such things. He wished to intervene, knowing the box contained not only stand-ups, but also those infernal jumping chocolate frogs. However, he was too late. The frog had already leapt out. Snape's expression darkened. I glanced at the contents and resolved to continue with the unboxing. I frowned. "Dumbledore?" I cast it aside and continued. "Dumbledore, Dumbledore, Dumbledore, Dumbledore." Halfway through, I discovered that half of the cards were indeed Dumbledore. Snape deduced what was amiss and remarked, "What? Do you wish for my stand-up as well?" I continued to unwrap, responding to the professor, "Of course, else I wouldn't have bought them all. However, it is evident that Dumbledore is exceedingly popular." I tossed aside another Dumbledore stand-up, stating, "His stand-ups are in abundance, while my dear professor is so rare." Snape stifled a roll of his eyes, but suddenly recalled something, asking, "Do you have any money?" I paused, remembering that it was the professor who had purchased my textbooks, and I had not reimbursed him a single canute. Snape narrowed his eyes at me, his meaning unspoken. I blinked innocently, saying, "I had some earlier, but now I do not." Snape was at a loss for words. "Do you think I care for your few galleons?" I contemplated. Certainly not. The professor's concern for me is sufficient. Snape, exasperated, instructed me to leave. I chuckled and gazed at a stand-up in my hand, caressing it. This one was the one I had longed for, the professor's stand-up. His dark hair curled slightly at the sides, clad in his customary black attire, yet his expression appeared exceedingly displeased. I sighed, remarking, "It lacks the finesse of the professor himself." That sense of regret felt akin to a peculiar hope that this stand-up might somehow embody the true Snape. Chapter 37. Learn? Enjoy? Despite only unveiling one stand-up from the entire box, I found the experience of unboxing quite delightful, though I lamented not uncovering more. However, in the brief moment I turned, the stand-up of the professor had vanished. I blinked, cradling the empty frame, and began to glance around. My footsteps were soft. Yet the old professor was still quite displeased. In fact, he wished to cast me out. He had done so before, though not entirely. The professor impatiently set down his quill, saying, "What are you doing now?" I pointed at the frame, sighed, and reluctantly stated, "I'm searching for the professor. He has disappeared." I held the empty frame before him, saying, "The professor is nowhere to be found. He has hidden himself. How am I to locate him?" Snape desperately wished to inform this foolish Weasley that he was right there in front of her, questioning the significance of a stand-up. Yet, he refrained from speaking. Who knew how this already peculiar-minded individual might misconstrue his words? The old professor sealed his lips, unwilling to engage further. I, unable to locate the concealed professor, experienced a momentary mental lapse, murmuring, "Why can't I find him? How could he possibly be lost? How is it even possible?" My perplexed expression drew the professor's attention. He observed as if he were a spectator at a grand performance, pondering the inevitability of elusive elements in life, wondering if one could truly consider oneself omnipotent. In truth, I did believe I was omnipotent. I fell into contemplation. Was I not? My gaze drifted to the old professor's desk, where the flower I had hastened to bloom stood in vibrant defiance. Snape blinked, wisps of delicate smoke coalescing beside him, the diminutive figure perched upon his desk. Lost in my reverie, my feet dangled idly, swaying ever so slightly. Snape remarked, "This table is not intended for your sitting." The chaotic thoughts in my mind, which had just begun to form a semblance of order, were interrupted by the professor's voice, prompting me to abandon my recent musings. As I leaned closer to him, his scent enveloped me, rich and intense. "Professor, do you realize you possess a rather delightful fragrance?" I ventured. Snape furrowed his brow. He had not bathed that day, nor passed by any blooming flowers, nor had he come into contact with anything related to perfume. His scent was rather a chaotic blend of herbs, unpleasant, bitter, and indescribable. He could assure that it was far from pleasant. Perhaps, however, Wooga had a penchant for such aromas. How uniquely unconventional. In the blink of an eye, the old professor's demeanor shifted, and Wooga's presence vanished from the desk, replaced instead by a powerful chest pressing against his back. The professor's grip on his quill tightened. He knew that Wooga had transformed back into an adult form. I leaned down, one arm encircling the professor's chest, the other gently resting upon his writing arm. I longed to nestle against his neck, inhaling his scent, yet the professor raised a hand to my face, blocking my advance. Is this never-ending? I nuzzled against his palm. Snape felt the soft strands of my hair brush through his fingers, a tingling sensation spreading across his skin. Wooga truly resembled an eager, large dog, drawing near without a hint of restraint, indifferent to his displeasure or reprimands. I delicately grasped the professor's wrist, my lips grazing the calluses on his palm. "Professor, do consider embracing my proximity." I chuckled, "You cannot escape me." My other hand slowly caressed one side of his face as I remarked, "There's a saying that rings true. If you cannot resist, learn to enjoy." Behind the professor, he inclined his cheek slightly, gazing at me with half-tilted head. Suddenly, he smiled, and the hand that had previously held my face turned to grasp the soft flesh of my cheek, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Enjoy?" I gasped involuntarily, withdrawing both hands as he pulled me closer, lifting me before him until I nearly knelt at his feet. His fingers pressed down firmly, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from me. I instinctively clung to his wrist, attempting to ease his grip, yet I hesitated to resist even a fraction. Snape narrowed his eyes, the first hint of amusement flickering in his expression. "Little brat," he quipped, his lips curling into a shadowy smirk. "Being conciliatory is hardly my style." He released his grip, then seized my chin, looking down upon me with a commanding gaze. "Do you truly believe that idle gossip could sway my opinion of you? Allow me to be unequivocal, it will not. Only a fool, overly concerned with reputation, would be susceptible to such manipulation." His icy gaze brimmed with derision. "Threatening me? With your clumsy tactics?" I gazed up at him, admiring the elegance of his jawline and the imperious droop of his eyes. This perspective was nothing short of breathtaking. "Professor," I managed to suppress the urge to laugh, continuing, "how could I possibly threaten you? But, dear Professor, how do you intend to handle me? I am rather formidable." I was certain that I delivered this line with authority, yet as the professor scrutinized my face a moment longer, the glimmer of amusement in his eyes appeared to surpass my own. He reached out to poke my cheek, and I felt the heat and pain radiate from where he had gripped me, finally comprehending the situation. The professor's grip had been no gentle matter. I sensed my face swelling from his touch. "Professor, you must take responsibility for this," I exclaimed, gesturing to my cheek. Snape, however, dismissed it as a trivial matter, not worth the effort of a healing potion. He simply kicked me aside and rose, leaving me on the floor as he tidied up and cheerfully resumed his night watch. I lay there, staring blankly at the ceiling, the signature I had just acquired now lost to me before I could even appreciate it. The professor had taken a turn for the mischievous. Chapter 38. I went to chop a tree in a dormitory devoid of visible sky, with perpetually damp floors and walls. A bed lacking warmth, and a modest suitcase, the atmosphere was stark and unwelcoming, as if no one had ever truly resided there. I ignited the lamp, the orange flame flickering and casting a layer of warmth upon the walls, breathing a semblance of life into the sterile surroundings. I opened a book, gazing at its pages, though I knew not what I was reading. Perhaps I sought the sound of the pages turning, reminiscent of the professor's daily routine spent immersed in literature. And brewing potions, patrolling the halls, and deducting points. Did he find such monotony tedious? I closed the book, staring at its cover, contemplating once more the notion of my omnipotence. It was not so much an obsession with my abilities, but rather a fleeting thought that danced through my mind, leaving me in a state of disorientation. It felt as though my very soul had quivered momentarily. Yet, I could no longer grasp that initial sensation. Accustomed to the passage of time, when the hour arrived, I descended the stairs. I walked down the staircase, past the entrance, into the corridor, and into the great hall. The sensation of scrutiny had faded, as the novelty of gossip had worn off, replaced by new rumors that piqued their interest. I settled in a seat not far from the professor's table, and as Snape entered, he immediately spotted me. I waved my hand, silently conveying, "Good morning, my dear professor." Snape shot me a glare before returning his gaze elsewhere. The old professor donned the garment I had gifted him, and I felt as though I could extend my voice through that very piece of clothing to deliver my greeting. Yet, I had no desire to do so. It was merely a feeling without reason. The food before me remained untouched, while my gentle gaze quietly observed the elegant scene of the professor dining. The culinary offerings at Hogwarts were ever-changing, delighting many a discerning palate among the young wizards. The professor appeared to have no dietary restrictions, as his plate was always cleared. Ron had tasted success from my table for the first time, and since then, he had sought out peculiar items that often left me bemused. For instance, a newspaper featuring Professor Snape's photograph, clipped and edited, showcasing figures that would only animate for a few seconds before repeating their actions, possessing only a meager amount of magic. It was insufficient to even fill the gaps between his teeth. The professor within the pages revealed no discernible emotions, as the absence of accompanying text left me ignorant of his circumstances. Yet, in those fleeting seconds, his eyes conveyed unmistakable displeasure, annoyance, and irritation. Ron excitedly proclaimed, "I cut this out from the newspaper. It's from long ago, and I knew you would want to see it." He cleared his throat, glanced around to ensure that no intimidating presence lingered, and then spoke up. "It is noteworthy that Professor Snape is the youngest potions master, and there was once a reporter from the Daily Prophet who visited his laboratory. It was said that at that time, a youthful Professor Snape had no romantic entanglements and was wholly engrossed in the art of potion making, leading the staff to remark that he was akin to a slave to his cauldron." Upon hearing this, I looked at the youthful visage of the elderly professor in the newspaper, and a frown unconsciously creased my brow. Ron shrugged and remarked, "Don't worry." Professor Snape retorted right back, saying that if anyone coveted his cauldron, they could purchase one from the Malfoy estate, which boasts a plethora of historical cauldrons. Ron emphasized that he had gone to great lengths to procure this information. I nodded, tucked it away, and settled the payment. Ron departed in high spirits. Harry watched as Ron conversed with Wug, grinning widely, momentarily at a loss for words. "Ron, when did you become so chummy with Wug? You seem quite merry chatting with him." Ron regarded Harry with an expression that suggested he did not comprehend. "What do you mean, Wug?" "That is my benefactor." A large question mark seemed to hover above Harry's head. Ron threw an arm around Harry's shoulder in a brotherly gesture, generously stating, "Once the holidays commence, I'll treat you to something good to eat, as a thank you for the snacks you shared with me on the Hogwarts Express." Harry adjusted his glasses, resignedly replying, "All right then, why the silly grin?" At an unpredictable moment, Hermione emerged, startling the proud Ron into a stumble. "Wow, can you walk without making a sound?" "Hermione, you nearly gave me a heart attack." Hermione, engrossed in a book, snapped it shut with a flourish and rolled her eyes elegantly. I was in defense against the dark arts class, and finding my own lesson rather dull, I dismantled the leg of my desk, perhaps too absorbed in her task. I only noticed Dumbledore's presence behind me when I caught a glimpse of him from Quirrell's perspective. Realizing that vandalizing school property might lead to a loss of points and provoke the old professor's ire, I hastily reassembled the desk leg. Dumbledore witnessed the entire episode. "Dismantling desks is not considered a commendable activity, Mr. Caven," he said quietly. I replied softly, "Headmaster Dumbledore, you interrupted my class. If I do not receive an O, please grant Professor Snape a day off as compensation for my loss." "Dumbledore, is there any correlation?" Why did he seem perplexed? "Correlation? Of course. Failing to achieve an O. My dear old professor, being a Slytherin, would sulk, and if he were upset, he would cease to acknowledge me. Just imagine how much time I would lose with him." Upon contemplating the potential consequences of Snape being granted a few days off, Dumbledore could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. He stroked his beard and said, "Young man, continue to apply yourself in your studies. Refrain from dismantling desk legs." And with that, he slipped away. I raised an eyebrow, perplexed as to why he departed so hastily. Is it truly so challenging to grant a day off? What a tyrannical employer he is, unable to dismantle the desk leg. I made my way to the herbology professor to borrow a small spade and a small saw. I strolled leisurely towards the outer wall. Just then, Harry and the others exited their class and encountered me. Harry asked, "Wug, where are you headed?" I cast a languid glance his way, sweeping over the scar on his forehead, and casually replied, "Chopping trees." Chopping trees? Harry appeared to struggle with the concept. Perhaps curiosity got the better of them. As Harry and his companion Ron decided to follow me into the grove, Ron looked at the towering tree before us, one that would require 2 people to encircle, and exclaimed, "A spade? A small saw? Are you planning to take this tree down?" Harry also looked up and said, "Wug, I think we should find a smaller one. At least 10 times smaller than this, if we are to bring back a tree today." I swung the spade at the tree, and with a crack, it splintered at the point of impact and came crashing down. "Harry? Ron." Ron could not contain himself, saying, "So? Why do I feel like that spade is utterly unnecessary? Don't you think it's quite superfluous now?" After a moment of silence, Harry responded, "Ron, is this truly something a normal person can accomplish? Felling a towering tree?" Ron scratched his head, uncertainly replying, "Well, I suppose it should be, right?" Chapter 39, A Handcrafted Gift. Will the professor appreciate it? Harry and Ron were quite curious about my motive for chopping the tree. As I held the saw in one hand and began to strip the bark from the tree with the other, I explained, "I'm preparing a gift for the professor." Harry pondered what kind of gift could be made from a tree and suggested, "Carving?" Ron, unable to contain himself, circled the tree and added to Harry's remark, "I hope you don't mean to carve a likeness of Snape?" I shot Ron a bewildered glance. "Of course not. However, your suggestion is intriguing. Perhaps I shall consider it for next time." Ron's mouth twitched several times, while Harry surveyed the surroundings and cautioned, "I hope you only need a little wood. You know Hagrid is patrolling this area, and if he catches you chopping down such a large tree, we will be in serious trouble." Ron interjected, "Wait. How is this our concern? We're merely here for the spectacle." Harry, somewhat exasperated, countered, "Do you really think anyone would believe we were simply passing by and observing?" Ron, puzzled, replied, "But that's the truth." While they conversed, I had already procured the part 1 needed, the core of the tree, the most tender and fresh portion. Harry was correct. Hagrid, that hulking figure, was lurking nearby, and sensing his presence, I swiftly turned and left. Ron glanced back, asking Harry, "Did you see what he took?" Harry replied, "A piece of wood, Ron. It's right in his hands, you can see it." Ron scratched his head, confused, as he had not noticed where the tree had been damaged. Perhaps it was obscured from his view? Not long after we departed, Hagrid appeared, spotting a tree stump. He looked around in a fury, for the stump was still fresh, clearly recently severed. "Hey, who's killed my little Ivy?" Unfortunately, no one would respond to his cries. And after a few angry roars, he mournfully embraced the tree stump. Just as I turned to leave, unnoticed by Harry and Ron, I consumed the fallen tree. Though my powers were feeble, I could not abide waste. After all, the old professor never squandered the food on his plate. Harry regarded me, as if he had something to ask, yet remained mute. I arched an eyebrow, inquiring, "Do you need something, Harry?" Harry smiled faintly, saying, "I was just wondering why you've been alone lately." I tilted my head for a moment, responding, "Draco's father disapproves of me and prefers to keep his distance." I shrugged, adding, "He is a good boy." Harry was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to continue. Ron shook his head in disbelief. "Truly, that's the Malfoy way." I chuckled softly and glanced at the scar on Harry's forehead. Since the first time I saw Harry, he had worn his bangs to conceal the scar, masking his underlying apprehension. His green eyes were clear and innocent, appearing quite easy to manipulate. Harry could not help but gaze at Wug, his lips pressed together, lost in thought. In the realm of wizards, those who hear his name and behold his scars regard him with fervent, passionate gazes, calling him the Savior. What a splendid title it is to be hailed as the Savior. Yet this figure, laden with expectations, remains utterly oblivious to the intricacies of the wizarding world. Few are aware that this so-called savior resides within the mundane realm of muggles, for he has never been embraced by anyone due to his sporadic outbursts of uncontrolled magic, especially not by his aunt and her family. He understands the suffocating weight of isolation, exclusion, and neglect. A profound sadness seeps through me as I ask, "Do you pity me?" Harry pauses, momentarily taken aback, his gaze darting away as he stammers, "No, I. Do not be anxious, Harry," I say, brushing aside the boy's fringe. "I am far more callous than you might imagine. I care not for Draco or for you." Harry's forehead is revealed, the lightning scar exposed to the air. Ron rolls his eyes and retorts, "What are you pretending? Callous? Then what about your feelings for Snape?" Just a game? You don't care? I falter, furrowing my brow, and respond, no, I am serious. I care. Ron falls silent. This interruption causes me to forget what I intended to convey to Harry. Harry brushes his fringe back down to conceal his scar. He remarks, it's evident that you seek Professor Snape almost daily. With a smile, he curiously adds, I must ask, is there nothing else in your life aside from studying and Snape? I look at him quizzically, does eating count? After a moment of silence, I conceal my acquired items within my sleeve. As night descends, the moment I have eagerly anticipated arrives, and I find myself in the old professor's office. Upon seeing me, the professor's irritation is palpable as he states, I truly hope you remember that knocking is a fundamental courtesy when entering someone else's office. I reply, if I were to knock, would the professor come to open the door for me? Snape, with an impassive expression, states, no. I let out an amused sigh. Positioning a chair for myself and sitting across from the old professor in a manner befitting an adult. Although the professor's desk initially bore only his belongings, gradually, a space has emerged for mine. I relish sitting opposite the professor, for with a mere glance, I can behold him. I softly call, Professor. He remains unresponsive. I repeat, Professor. He pauses, glancing up at me with impatience. What is it? I say, I would like a glass jar. The professor flicks his wand with force, and an empty bottle flies toward me. I examine it and remark, it's a bit small. He shoots me another glare and waves his wand again, sending a larger bottle my way. After receiving it, I cheerfully express, thank you, Professor. Snape retorts, do not bother me. I produce a small carving knife, while the professor marks assignments on the opposite side, and I begin to carve wood shavings. Of course, I ensure that the shavings do not scatter and disturb the professor. I carefully collect them all into the glass jar. When Snape finally looks up again, he notices that the empty jar is already half filled with fine, irregular shavings. My own task is completed just in time, and I rise to my feet. From my sleeve, I retrieve the Daily Prophet I purchased from Ron concerning the old professor. Under the professor's watchful gaze, I frame his newspaper. Snape's expression remains unreadable. I stand on the desk and inquire, do you like the frame I carved with my own hands, Professor? The professor's hand trembles slightly as he grips his pen, clearly agitated. This trivial past is of little concern to him, but its resurfacing does not evoke fond memories either. With a strained smile, he addresses me, what? I blink in response. He points to a wall not far away, saying, do you see that wall? I nod affirmatively. He commands, walk over. I stand and move closer. And then? I ask. Turn around, he instructs. I pivot to face the wall. What now? I inquire. Do not move. I respond, oh. Snape's gaze withdraws, redirecting to the freshly crafted frame on the desk. With a swift motion, he stashes it away, glancing at the trash bin, but instead, his hand diverts to the drawer. Though my eyes are ever observant, I need not be overtly attentive to discern that my dear professor is quite satisfied with my gift. A smile graces my lips, and my heart swells with joy. Suddenly, I recall Harry's question, is there anything in your life besides studying and Snape? I do not know the answer myself. The professor is curious about my origins, yet I too harbor my own curiosities. However, that nebulous past is better left unacknowledged. I do not dwell on bygone days. My focus is solely on the present. I yearn to quietly share this long yet fleeting time with the professor, who captivates my interest. I once told the professor that he cannot rid himself of me. I remain standing until the professor decides to take a break, at which point he remembers my presence. Yet today, I do not depart. Instead, I stand at the threshold of the professor's chamber, lifting my hand to knock. From the bed, Snape hears 3 polite raps on the door. Snape thinks he does not wish to converse. Knowing this is merely a formality, he anticipates that someone who disregards rules will soon saunter in. As if to validate his thoughts, within the next moment, mist envelopes the air, and I materialize at the head of the professor's bed. Snape slowly realizes what is unfolding, as the weight of my presence sinks into the mattress. His heart sinks in tandem. I smile at him, the professor nestled under his covers, only his tousled head visible. Even in the darkness, my gaze upon him burns with an intensity capable of melting icebergs. The professor is not ice. He will not melt away. He shall always remain. The professor remarks, some things simply cannot be grasped, yet whether they can or cannot, it all depends on my desire. I lean closer, and Snape remains still, though the gradual approach heightens his anxiety. Only anxiety, devoid of fear. He knows I will not harm him. He knows I will heed half of his words. He knows he holds a significant place in my heart. Therefore, he does not fear me. My lips brush against the corner of his mouth, and the professor simply gazes at me, neither retreating nor flinching. Good night, Professor. As that peculiar sensation dissipates with my departure, Snape exhales deeply. A sheen of perspiration forms on his palm as he rests one hand upon his forehead, closing his eyes. This night is destined to be dreamless. Chapter 40. Will you feel joy for my outstanding achievements? From the perspective of Quirrell, I have been perusing books in the office, maintaining this guise for several days without anyone uncovering my charade, not even Dumbledore. The kindness Dumbledore extends towards Quirrell is astonishing. His gaze is warm as one would offer to a beloved son. I became aware of this during the night, when under my assumed identity, I entered the chamber filled with forbidden tomes. I perused the texts, though my interest lies not in reading, but rather in the knowledge I lack, which hinders my communication with the professor. As I casually pondered the dark, serpentine mark upon the professor's arm, I halted my page-turning, slowly closed the book, and returned it to its rightful place before retreating into the shadowy corner of the bookshelf. It was not long before I discerned the sound of footsteps, soft, unhurried, yet resonant in the emptiness of the room. I recognized the visitor, my esteemed old professor. During my masquerade as Quirrell, I had been minimizing my encounters with him. I was convinced that my disguise was flawless, yet something within me whispered that he might see through it. Perhaps he would not recognize me immediately, but he would harbor suspicions. Positioned behind a bookshelf, I turned my head slightly, catching a glimpse of him through the narrow gap. I observed the professor's prominent nose, his thin lips naturally closed, and his tousled hair cascading down. His ears were obscured from my view. The high collar of his inner garment was pristine and pale, while he still donned the coat I had gifted him, subtle yet exquisite. The recent chill in the air did not seem to affect his attire. My coat was designed to provide warmth, ensuring he would not suffer from the cold. Who? Snape suddenly turned, hastily moving to another aisle of bookshelves. He scrutinized the individual before him, his gaze traveling from feet to head, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. Weasley, why are you not in your dormitory? What are you doing here? Almost instinctively, I reverted to my original form. I smiled as I casually pulled a book from the shelf. The old professor observed the book, which remained motionless despite being opened, raising an eyebrow. He appeared utterly unfazed by my presence. Snape turned to leave, making his way to another section to rummage through the books. Internally, he rolled his eyes at me, a look I had only ever witnessed from him. As he approached the restricted section, the books began to stir, emitting eerie cries and making a raucous noise. My gaze swept over them, and the cacophony abruptly ceased. The professor glanced at me without uttering a word, withdrew a book, and after a few cursory glances, closed it. You still haven't answered my question. Why are you not in your dormitory? I followed closely behind him, replying, it's too cold in the dormitory. And the professor is not there. Snape regarded me with suspicion, as though he were developing a new perception of me. You are afraid of the cold? I lowered my gaze, fixated on the bony fingers of the professor, and replied, yes, I am afraid of the cold. From the moment I became conscious, I awakened from the chill. I could see no light, only an unfathomable, endless darkness. From those two short words, Snape sensed a ripple of emotion. Though he could not discern the meaning behind fear, I leaned against his shoulder, wrapping my arms around his waist. Snape paused, uncertain if it were merely an illusion, but his chest felt slightly colder. I nuzzled his neck, inhaling his scent, which brushed against me like delicate shards of ice, causing him to instinctively shrink away. He firmly pressed my head down and pushed me away. Feigning innocence will not elicit sympathy from me. He pointed at his attire, his expression devoid of emotion. Aren't you quite adept at transformation? What is it? Is it so challenging to add a layer of warmth for yourself? Have you forgotten how? I smiled faintly and replied, water, when transformed into ice, remains water at its core. And I, transformed into clothing, am still myself. I cannot change my essence, nor can I warm myself. Snape's gaze fixated on a particular spot, his pupils revealing depths unknown. At times, the professor was easy to comprehend, while at other moments, he was shrouded in an impenetrable mist that obscured my understanding. Just as now, when he preferred silence and solitude. Occasionally, when I passed by Harry, he would engage in soliloquy for a while. Have the results of today's exam been released? I inquired. Snape slightly lifted his gaze and responded, yes, they have. Why? Do you wish to know your score? I answered, I wish to know your feelings. With confidence, I proclaimed, I performed exceptionally well. You saw it. Will you take pleasure in my good results? No professor would disdain a student with excellent grades. Yet Snape was reluctant to allow someone to become too self-satisfied. Does your score bear any significant relation to me? Or do you believe your intimate masquerade has deceived even yourself? I replied, this morning, I saw an owl delivering a letter to a young wizard. His family seemed genuinely concerned about his academic performance, as if excelling would bring them joy. Professor, as an outstanding student, do you feel happiness at my remarkable grades? Snape retorted mercilessly, are you indulging in fanciful daydreams? I am not your family. I countered. Then how can I become your family? Snape's voice grew low and clenched his teeth as he replied, you cannot. I persisted in my inquiry. Then how could it ever happen? After a prolonged silence, Snape chose not to waste his breath further. He began to wander around, his gaze darting about. Professor, What are you searching for? I asked, but he ignored me. I followed in his footsteps, matching his pace until he returned to his dormitory, where I remained at his side. As Snape prepared to undress for bed, he turned to see me still standing there and coldly uttered, "Out." Noticing his pause, I asked, "May I have a goodnight kiss?" Without hesitation, Snape replied, "No." I contemplated for a moment and said, "I can." I stepped closer, startling him, and his face darkened as he said, "I said no." I halted in front of him, disregarding his protests, and embraced him. His warmth and breath enveloped me, and I smiled contentedly. "Very well. I hope next time, the professor will take the initiative to kiss me." Once I departed, Snape clenched his teeth, shedding his garments and carelessly hanging them on the rack. I perhaps understood what the professor sought. He was looking for Quirrell. I thought that perhaps I would need to visit the hall tomorrow morning. Yet, I wondered when my dear professor would unmask my true identity. Standing atop the roof, the night sky loomed darkly, obscuring the moon. Yet, amidst the inky expanse, white flakes began to drift down. In my sight, they grew larger, finally settling gently in my palm. The snow lay quietly in my hand, unmoving, unmelting. I marveled at the celestial descent of white ink, sketching branches and painting the earthly realm. Chapter 41. The unusual nature of snow. I could sense a distinct aroma. When did this begin? Perhaps it was when I felt my head spinning from hunger, and now, my nostrils were filled with a medley of scents emanating from various species and communities, each with differing intensities. My outstretched palm gradually tightened, reshaping the soft snowflakes into new forms. What does snow taste like? I pondered this as I awaited the dawn. Returning to the ground, I walked towards the classroom, passing the stone fence where I brushed away the snow. In the morning hall, the owls were particularly industrious today, delivering warmth from the parents of young wizards to their children. I surveyed the hall and soon locked eyes with Professor McGonagall, who beckoned me over with a gentle wave. After a moment's contemplation, I approached her. "Good day, Professor McGonagall." Her smile radiated warmth as she handed me a steaming glass of juice, the vapors rising in delicate tendrils. "It has begun to snow, and the creatures outside have all gone into hibernation," she remarked, her expression betraying a cheerful disposition. "Indeed, this season makes one reluctant to part from the cozy embrace of warm blankets. Just look at them. They seem utterly devoid of energy, curled up like baby penguins." She gestured towards others bundled in layers, then pointed at my attire, advising, "You must take care to keep warm as well." I was aware of my atypical resilience to the cold, which perhaps paled in comparison to a fraction of what I had previously endured. "Thank you for your concern, Professor McGonagall," I replied with a smile. "Your scarf is quite lovely." She touched her scarf, beaming with delight. "Is it? I think so too." As I turned my gaze elsewhere, the familiar, sweet aroma wafted through the air. Professor McGonagall glanced in that direction, and there was Severus Snape, entering through the side door clad in his new black robes. He was instantly aware of my scrutiny. That gaze was impossible to ignore for even a single day. "Oh, look, it's Severus," Professor McGonagall commented. "No wonder you can't seem to take your eyes off him. He appears to be in good spirits," I observed. She nodded in agreement. "Yes, perhaps he has managed to rest well. The professors have been as busy as spinning tops these past few days, especially Severus, who has been concocting potions to replenish supplies while also grading the students' papers and patrolling at night. He must be utterly exhausted." "Indeed. The professors have been sleeping late these days," I noted, fully aware of his undertakings. Although, I could not claim to know everything. Before long, Quirrell entered, still bearing that anxious demeanor. From Quirrell's perspective, my professor cast a fleeting glance my way, his deep-set eyes issuing a subtle warning. I instinctively averted my gaze and took small, cautious steps to sit beside him, fixating on the food before me and picking up my knife and fork. It was then that I realized my oversight. During my time at Hogwarts, I had scarcely used utensils to eat. "It has been quite a while since I last saw you, Quirrell," an old professor's voice chimed beside me, laced with cold sarcasm. "I am genuinely curious. Considering how short the distance is at Hogwarts, how have you managed to avoid encountering me for several weeks? Or have you been up to something shameful that warrants such secrecy?" I stared down at my plate, forcing a hollow laugh. "I have been quite busy these days. And I, too, have not had a proper rest in ages." "You appear to be the same," Severus replied icily. "Well, if that is the case, then perhaps you have finished your tasks, and we might have ample time for a proper discussion." His voice dropped to a low, stern tone. "I warned you to cease your little antics. You should understand who possesses the true capability." Indeed, my professor was that individual, and far more adept than I. Was this truly the nature of the dynamic between the professor and Quirrell? I caught a glimpse of my old professor frowning slightly after delivering those words, glancing towards me from Quirrell's perspective. In Quirrell's view, I offered my old professor a sweet smile and waved. A peculiar sensation washed over me. Upon seeing this, my old professor's lips turned downward, and he swiftly averted his gaze, hastening his pace while eating. Instinctively, I pushed the glass filled with juice towards him. His eating momentarily paused, and he shot me a sharp glare, accompanied by a cold huff. He left without acknowledging Quirrell's gesture of goodwill. I could not quite articulate the feelings that stirred within me from remaining unrecognized. The role-playing dynamics held no significance for me. After Severus departed, he felt the weight of an intense gaze lift from him. It was peculiar how, despite the physical distance, I seemed to loom near him in spirit. Severus exhaled deeply, burdened by fatigue, perhaps due to matters concerning me, Quirrell, or even Dumbledore. Professor, Severus hesitated, that sensation of being watched returned, leaving him perplexed as to how I managed to evoke such warmth through mere observation. He looked at me, fatigue etched into his features, and weakly responded. Don't tell me you intend to follow me to the upper year classes? I chuckled lightly and replied, in truth, I can easily assist you with those courses. You are well aware of my capabilities, Professor. I approached my old professor, tilting my head back and extending my palm. Professor, I wish to show you the first snowflake of winter. In the palm of my hand rested a tiny white speck. Though Severus feigned disinterest, his gaze remained fixed. Observing the white flake, combining my words with the sight before him, he understood that the speck represented a snowflake. Indeed, a snowflake, Severus remarked, Mr. Weasley. Such snow is plentiful outside in the corridors. It is a mundane occurrence, hardly worthy of admiration. I reached out, taking his hand. I sensed his slight resistance. Yet perhaps knowing he could not deter me, he allowed me to grasp it. I turned his palm upwards, gently letting the snowflake fall from my other hand into his. It is never the snow that is special, but rather the meaning you bestow upon it. The delicate snowflake landed in Severus's palm, and before he could fully grasp the fleeting chill it imparted, it melted away. Severus's lashes fluttered, and that fleeting sensation brushed against his heart. A whisper of warmth lingering for a mere moment. Severus, he withdrew his hand. I waved goodbye, saying, class is about to begin. I shall miss you, dear professor. Severus watched as I gradually faded from view, the intensity of his gaze diminishing. He paused, lifting his palm, finding it empty, if not for his own experience. No one would have known a snowflake had once rested there. Insignificant, unable to stir any ripples. Too faint to leave even the slightest trace. Such was the nature of that tiny snowflake. Severus stared at his palm, flipping it over to inspect the back. In that fleeting moment, the almost imperceptible chill lingered not only in his palm, but also on the back of his hand, where they had touched, where our skin had met. Chapter 42. Can you transform into anything? This was the first sight of snow I beheld after waking, pure and immaculate, as though cleansed of all impurities. An object, carried by the wind, soared past me from behind. I tilted my head just in time for it to narrowly miss my ear, crashing into the snow-covered ground. Upon closer inspection, I discerned that it was a snowball, and upon impact, a corner of stone was revealed within. I cast a casual glance in the direction of the commotion, noting a flurry of startled birds scattering. The cacophony of their departure registered, and I realized the absurdity of being noticed for something as trivial as whether I had eaten. Though my assumptions were likely misguided, it was indeed a fortunate coincidence. I am not particularly concerned about such trifles. The snow holds little significance. I quickened my pace towards the cellar. In the bitter chill of winter, with Hogwarts offering no alternative refuge, I pondered where my dear old professor might venture beyond the confines of the cellar. Even if he were to roam elsewhere, I would discern his whereabouts the moment I opened my eyes. Indeed, I had bestowed upon him one of my eyes. Oh, perhaps countless ones. At times, I find myself unable to keep track. The magical creature stationed at the entrance opened the door of its own accord as I approached. Ever since I first laid eyes upon the serpent adorning the door, it had not reappeared. I knocked gently, and after a few moments, the professor's voice resonated from within. Enter. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The space, not particularly bright, was illuminated by a crackling fire, its soft yellow glow casting shadows upon the professor's profile. This time, the professor was not preoccupied with grading papers. Instead, he sat on the sofa, engrossed in a book. On the table rested 2 steaming cups. The room bore no other scent. Could I dare to think that the extra cup was prepared for me? I instinctively settled onto the sofa beside the professor. As I gazed into the flickering flames, I remarked, Professor, you've made a fire today. Without lifting his gaze, Snape replied, I must say, your eyesight is intact. That is indeed a cause for celebration. I chuckled softly, glancing at the steaming cup, and inquired, Is this for me? Snape lowered his eyes, studying the surface of the cup, watching the still water that also reflected his own image. Thank you, I said, I truly appreciate it. I slowly drained the cup and approached the professor, who then turned his attention towards me. As I took a couple of steps, a wisp of smoke parted from my form, prompting him to suddenly command, Stay there. I halted, a hint of confusion crossing my features. He reiterated, just like that. Come closer. I complied, and he grasped my shoulder, spinning me around. What? Though perplexed, I tilted my head back, presenting my best self. Snape queried, "Can you transform into anything?" I pondered what might be beyond my capabilities and replied, "Everything I have encountered, perhaps." The old professor scrutinized me for a considerable time. "Is that so? Transform into an owl, then." I recalled the owls I had seen and began to change. As I shifted through several forms, the professor named each one's owner in succession. Having previously transformed into a butterfly, I adapted swiftly to the sensation of flight, flapping my wings a few times. However, the shifting perspective required me to rotate my head, which felt somewhat disorienting. Then, I heard the professor say, "What about transforming into a human? For instance, Quirrell?" My thoughts stuttered for a moment, a tremor vibrating in my chest, as if a sudden jolt coursed through me. I reverted to my human form, gazing gently at the professor, a knowing smile gracing my lips. "Of course, no problem." Chapter 43. Do you like this? I transformed into Quirrell's likeness. Unlike his timid demeanor, I wore a smile in my eyes, my lips slightly upturned, exuding an air of elegance and affability. Naturally, if one overlooked the occasional dark mist swirling around me, anyone glancing my way would perceive a benevolent older brother. The professor observed me for a while, seemingly losing interest. "What do you think? Do you find him unappealing?" "But this is precisely how he looks." The professor flipped through his book, casually stating, "Not quite. Not quite." "Indeed," he affirmed, "Quirrell would never stand so erect. Nor would he speak with such conviction. Don't tell me you cannot discern his insincerity." Insincerity? My gaze fell upon the professor, as if drawn to him. Yet simultaneously as if I had just noticed his presence, everything appeared nonchalant. I reverted to my original form, my steps light and my posture graceful, advancing towards the professor. Perhaps those who knew would understand. As I approached, my perspective shifted. After all, the original me was certainly much taller than the duplicitous Quirrell. Gradually, I knelt on one knee, capable of presenting my confidence and strength, yet careful not to appear overly dominant or oppressive, as that might unsettle my esteemed professor and evoke a sense of unease within him. In my eyes, the professor resembled a noble, aloof black cat, solely occupied with grooming its paws. I extended my hand, displaying a warm and genial smile. Today, during herbology class, Professor Sprout had regaled us with tales of the mandrake. Initially, I had intended to acquire some seeds. A flicker of helplessness crossed my eyes. However, Professor Sprout deemed both the mandrake and its seeds exceedingly perilous and was reluctant to part with them. Thus, I took matters into my own hands. Snape had been ignoring me, feigning indifference as he perused his book, but then he paused, furrowing his brow as he regarded me quizzically. "What do you need the mandrake for?" I smiled and replied, "Of course, it's for you, a gift." Snape's gaze fixated on the seeds I was holding. I did not believe this would elicit much desire for acceptance from him. He clenched my open hand into a fist, and then pushed it away, leaning slightly to the side as he resumed his focus on his book. Not fond of it. The old professor, aware of my ability to cultivate seeds, warned, "You'd best not allow it to grow in my office. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee where it will end up along with you, its pot." "Very well. I certainly do not wish to be unceremoniously tossed out the door," I mused, gently exerting pressure to absorb the seeds into my being. I then produced another item, presenting it with my open hand. An orchid. The professor could not help but glance over again. He watched as the seed in my palm broke free from its shell, taking root and blossoming into a pristine white flower. Much like the night-blooming cereus, it was imbued with magical properties, encircled by a delicate halo of luminescence, exuding faint starry speckles. "Do you like this?" Snape scrutinized it for a moment, a slight smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Giving flowers?" "Oh, it appears Mr. Weasley has unwittingly applied his misguided charms to win over his professor." I devoted my time entirely to the professor. "You know, Professor," I said, my tone shy yet affectionate, "I recall you forgetting the past. So, how do you know that flowers are traditionally given as gifts?" The old professor regarded me with a cold, condescending gaze. Despite his seemingly haughty demeanor, I could discern the calmness within his eyes. I retrieved a book from my chest and earnestly stated, "I learned it from this." I transferred the flower to the table, arranging it in a vase alongside the night-blooming cereus. With my free hand, I gestured it too. "I am currently learning the second technique." Snape shot a glare at the book and snatched it from my grasp. "The universal 18 techniques for pursuing someone." The old professor turned a page. "Do you wish to embrace the one you secretly admire? Do you long to escape the torment of unrequited love?" Snape's expression darkened. He nearly ground his teeth as he continued to read. "Relentlessly pursuing, gifting, maintaining a smile, providing close care and sweet words, offering warmth, and presenting gifts as per their liking." He suddenly fixed his gaze upon me, declaring, "When did you acquire this haphazard book?" "Oh, last month," I replied. The venerable professor inquired, "What have you learned?" To which I replied, Personal attention. The old professor, taken aback, asked, "Who provided this to you?" I answered, "Ron." The professor gazed into my eyes, nearly crushing the book in his grip. I believed this book was quite remarkable and contemplated the possibility of reclaiming it. However, it appeared that the old professor was also significantly intrigued by its contents. I suggested, "If you find it appealing, you may take it. I have already perused it and memorized every detail." The professor's eyes widened in disbelief. "No memorizing allowed." Chapter 44. Are you jesting with me? How endearing. Perhaps it was only during those unguarded moments when the old professor's emotions inadvertently surfaced that his obsidian eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance. I relished the sight of his eyes imbued with emotion, be it surprise, vigilance, or delight. I had also witnessed a fleeting glimpse of trepidation in him, a subconscious expression of fear in the face of the unknown. Yet beneath that apprehension lay a fierce intensity, rich with aggression. I stared into his eyes, appreciating the depth within. I once read that a person's eyes are a window. When someone chooses to open that window for you, you can truly perceive their essence. Regrettably, I had yet to see the professor's window opened for me, and I pondered whether my efforts had been insufficient. Before my patience, shrouded in the unknown, was exhausted, I would gently and gradually pry it open. I longed to witness the moment he would unveil that window for me. "May I receive a hug?" Snape still clutched the book, and upon hearing my words, his gaze flickered momentarily to meet the earnest and hopeful eyes of Wu Ge. A tumult of emotions crossed his face, yet there was a glimmer of clarity within. This was the first time Snape scrutinized Wu Ge from above, examining the audacious little creature who had dared to challenge him repeatedly. He pondered for a while, and the person kneeling at his feet could not help but speak once more. "Does your silence imply consent?" Snape hesitated. A figure had nestled between his legs, hands inching closer, yearning to wrap around him. "What if my silence were a negation? What do you intend to do?" "I shall persist in my inquiries until you acquiesce." Upon hearing this, Snape felt a surge of irritation that almost made him chuckle. "Are you attempting to play games with me?" I shook my head, smiling as I replied, "Certainly not. I am merely selecting the answer I believe you would provide." The old professor queried, "Do you truly think I would give you an affirmative response?" I countered, "You have not offered me a definitive denial. Are you jesting with me?" I remarked, "The book states that jesting is also a form of interaction. Would you care to be my boyfriend, Professor?" "I would be most delighted." I successfully embraced the old professor's waist, though separated by fabric. The sensation was infinitely more comforting than I had envisioned. The professor, taken aback, felt his body stiffen slightly, and upon hearing my words, he struck my back with the book he held, albeit with some force. "How long do you intend to maintain this?" he inquired awkwardly. "If permitted, I would wish to hold you indefinitely." Snape fell silent, choosing not to respond, and tossed the book he had taken from me into the fireplace, resuming his reading of another text. Yet, I noticed that the sound of turning pages was absent. Perhaps my dear old professor was not wholly engrossed in his reading. In days past, the professor had never ignited the fireplace. Yet today, it blazed brightly as I nestled my head in his embrace, whispering softly against his chest. "Is this because of me?" "What?" Snape's breath hitched, and he scoffed. "You seem rather full of yourself. Why would you presume it is due to you?" I nuzzled against his chest, leisurely, smiling as I replied, "Because I mentioned I am afraid of the cold." The flames danced in the hearth, casting shadows upon the two figures seated on the sofa. Snape's lips curled slightly, his eyelashes fluttering as the shadows masked the flickering light. "Even so, this is merely fulfilling my obligations as a professor." He pressed my head down gently, adding, "After all, you are also a student of Slytherin." Chapter 45. So, does the professor enjoy it? I could not fathom why a chill crept down my spine. Harry glanced at Ron, who was rubbing his arms, and remarked, "Is it not because you are underdressed? It seems this snowfall has arrived earlier than in previous years." Ron replied, "You can sense that?" Harry paused. Hermione elbowed Ron sharply, facing forward yet speaking to him. "Perhaps the chill you feel is due to Professor Snape's gaze upon you." Upon hearing this, Ron instinctively turned to look, only to find Professor Snape, who had been scribbling notes, now glaring at him with a brooding intensity. Ron shivered. Snape offered a cold smile. "Mr. Weasley, it appears the cold has not stifled your lively spirit, allowing you the leisure to whisper to Mr. Potter during my class." Ron, feeling awkward, gave a dry laugh. "My apologies, Professor Snape." Snape retorted, 10 points deducted from Gryffindor. His attention shifted to Hermione, scrutinizing her for a few seconds before averting his gaze. This brought a sigh of relief to Ron and Harry, as Hermione had only spoken to remind them, and they feared further points would be deducted from Gryffindor. As the class neared its conclusion, an individual entered through the classroom door, clutching a stack of assignments, homework collected from the upper years. My old professor gathered his belongings and exited the classroom before the bell rang. Eager to claim credit, I announced, "Professor, I have gathered all the assignments." Snape cast a glance my way, stating, "Well done." His gaze fell upon a glass vial I held, the top uncovered, containing a beetle that scurried about in apparent distress at the bottom of the transparent container. "I found her in the corridor," I explained. Snape showed little interest in why I had chosen to capture such an unremarkable insect. Harry and his friends spotted me from a distance but did not approach. Instead, they waved at me before hastily retreating. Snape glanced at Ron, frowned, and turned my head to face him. "You would do well to refrain from acquiring such unnecessary items." I nodded, bewildered, then inquired, "What constitutes unnecessary items?" "Snape," I pondered, then remarked, "Are you referring to Ron's belongings? Yet, his items are rather commendable. He can procure the professor's newspaper." Snape's expression darkened, finally realizing who had unearthed those nearly forgotten items. I could sense the shift in my old professor's demeanor and said, "Very well, I shall refrain from purchasing them." I followed the professor to his office, subtly elongating my stride to match his pace. It appeared he did not notice. Upon reaching the office, I organized the assignments. Snape glanced over casually and saw that the papers had been graded, with annotations highlighting the areas needing improvement. He picked one up, observing, "This is too high." I tilted my head in confusion, but nodded nonetheless. "Very well." Snape regarded me skeptically, setting the paper down before resuming his work with the herbs. I stood quietly beside him, having wrapped the glass vial in cloth during our walk. At this moment, I lifted the cloth once more. As I tapped the sides of the glass container, the beetle, having seemingly exhausted its struggles, exhibited no further strength. Yet, with my prodding, it began to stir, as if endeavoring to curl itself up and hide. However, the confines of the glass bottle afforded it scant space. I set the bottle down upon the table, retrieved a cup, filled it with water, and took a sip. Addressing the beetle within the bottle, I commanded, "Roll over." Severus Snape, having taken note, observed the beetle's inaction as it continued its solitary crawling and wing flapping. I shook the bottle, causing the beetle to collide with the walls, the sound ringing clear. "Roll over." Snape appeared somewhat speechless as I scrutinized the beetle once more and shook the bottle again, this time producing an even louder noise. The beetle flipped over, perhaps a bit dazed from the impact. "She is looking at you," I said, somewhat reluctantly. "How can she look at you?" Snape could not restrain himself from delivering a light rap on my head with his book. "What trickery is this? Are you so idle? Go chop some herbs." I rubbed my head and replied, "All right." Before departing, I covered the bottle with the cloth. Snape entrusted the task to me and took his book to prepare for the next lesson, casting a fleeting, inscrutable glance towards the bottle. A mere insect hardly warranted his concern, yet he turned back to fixate on it once more. I paused in my herb cutting and looked up at the old professor. Affirming seriously, "Yes." After a moment's contemplation, I added, "Her gaze upon me is unsettling, hence I contained her." Snape ceased his reading, his mind processing for a moment before he coldly remarked, "An animagus. What do you intend to do with her?" I replied, "I read in a book that successful individuals must have strategies and contingencies, much like a squirrel preparing ample provisions before winter." "You plan to keep this creature as a reserve?" I nodded, "Indeed." "What do you typically consume?" he inquired. I pondered for a moment, counting on my fingers, ghosts, house elves, owls, trees, flowers, fish, spiders. "Stop." Snape rubbed his forehead, momentarily uncertain whether to be shocked by the illegal animagus encroaching upon Hogwarts or by the peculiar ingredients of our food. Observing the professor lift the cloth to inspect my provisions, I blinked in surprise, realizing my old professor had an interest in such sustenance. I leaned closer, asking, "Professor, do you fancy animagi? Shall I fetch another for you?" Snape turned, mouth agape, "Another?" I confirmed, "Yes." "So do you like it?" Snape clutched the glass bottle tightly, his gaze fixed on the beetle, which had now assumed a motionless state. He suppressed his emotions, forcing out a few words through clenched teeth. Like. After he uttered this, I said, "One moment." My eyes swiftly scanned the corridor, perhaps too rapidly, causing even a young wizard wrapped in robes to shiver involuntarily. I managed to capture another animagus in Ron's dormitory. When Snape beheld it, he found a mouse clutching chips. Upon seeing Snape, the mouse began to tremble, dropping the chips, though they did not touch the ground. How could I dirty the professor's office? Initially repulsed, Snape waved his wand to cast a spell. The mouse struggled fiercely, even biting my hand. A sharp sting radiated from my palm, yet I did not release my grip. I merely exerted a bit of pressure and calmly said, "Do not move." The mouse, squeezed and breathless, soon ceased its wriggling. Snape retracted his wand, frowning fiercely. "Are you a fool?" I replied, "Transforming into a mouse is indeed rather foolish." Snape regarded me, speechless, as he prodded my forehead with his wand. "I meant you." "Me? Chapter 46. I am an adult from a certain perspective. Snape discerned some truths. For instance, what appeared to be childhood was, in fact, adulthood. Yet the mind remained that of a juvenile. Wug possessed understanding, yet this was predicated on his absorption of knowledge. The bashful smile he exhibited bore a striking resemblance to that of Potter. It was uncertain whether his initial display of weakness had been borrowed from Potter as well. From Wug's memories, was it not the mischievous Harry Potter he first encountered? Furthermore, whenever Wug adopted an adult demeanor, after Lucius had visited once, he donned a similarly opulent attire, save for the golden hair, black gloves, and serpentine wand. Snape rubbed his forehead, temporarily confining the illegal animagus within a cage and casting a spell to prevent the mouse from escaping. He needed to ascertain whether that wretched mouse was indeed the individual he suspected, Peter Pettigrew. By his reckoning, Pettigrew should not be in such a pitiful state, lurking in the corners of Hogwarts, transformed into a mouse, sneaking about. After all, he was supposed to be a heroic figure who perished valiantly in the pursuit of capturing criminals. "Tell me, how old are you?" Snape inquired. I pondered, replying, "If we count from the moment I opened my eyes, I would be half a year old." Snape retrieved a potion vial from the counter and tossed it to me, saying, "Very well, Mr. Wugcavern, how old do you believe you are?" I stared blankly at the vial, contemplating. 24. A relatively precise figure escaped my lips. I grinned, declaring, "I am an adult, Professor. I possess the right to pursue you." Snape, preoccupied with recollecting information from past years, found no individual who corresponded to the description. "Don't act like a troll. Administer the potion, and don't tell me you can't." Clearly, Snape recalled that fateful night of his injury. For him, the uncontrollable developments began post-injury. His expression darkened. Blood formed round beads, sliding through my palm, spiraling around my pinky, then dripping from my fingertips. Snape noticed the droplets, which, before they could reach the ground, transformed into mist, merging with the air. I poured the potion onto my wound, feeling its icy coolness, and then no further sensation. After a prolonged silence, I called, "Professor." Snape looked over. "What?" I raised my hand, waving, and asked with a smile, "May I borrow your bathroom?" Snape pursed his lips, appearing reluctant. "If you wish to use it, can I prevent you?" I tilted my head back, saying, "Thank you, Professor." I lifted a piece of cloth to cover the cage, just as I had done with the beetle. In the professor's bathroom, I cleansed my hands. The water cascaded over my wrists, and I remained still, savoring the sensation. It was different from when I drank. In a moment of reverie, I looked up again to observe the professor's bathroom. At that moment, I realized something. I seemed to have gone a long time without bathing. The professor tended to his cleanliness every other night. Well, I have once again come across a task that demands my attention. When I stepped outside, the cloth covering the cage had already been removed. The professor stood nearby, casting a brooding gaze at the mouse. It was evident that he was the one who had unveiled it. "Let me ponder. How did you recognize the animagus?" This was the professor's inquiry directed at me. Professor McGonagall's animagus form is that of a cat. I approached her and spoke patiently, explaining that the essence of a human soul is distinct from that of an animal. Reflecting on this, I recalled the aversion I felt upon seeing the mouse in the compartment. What was the professor grappling with? Snape, gripping his wand, unconsciously twirled it with his fingers as he fell into contemplation. I focused on his fingers as they drew nearer, noting the pronounced joints, lacking in flesh. Perhaps he had been undernourished. He consumed but a meager portion each day, a paltry amount in comparison to my own appetite. Snape was deliberating the implications of handing this mouse over to Dumbledore. If this mouse were indeed Peter Pettigrew, then his evasion had monumental significance. His fingers tightened. He had not forgotten that it was due to Sirius's betrayal that the Potter's whereabouts were revealed, leading to Lily's demise. The arc of the professor's emotional turmoil prompted me to lift my gaze. With my line of sight somewhat low, I reverted to my adult form. The professor's emotional cadence abruptly ceased. Only after Snape subconsciously employed a mental blocking charm did he recall a remark made by someone. "Professor." The voice at my ears sounded suddenly, causing Snape to pause momentarily before he turned to meet my gaze, which shimmered with a gentle hue. We were in close proximity, the intertwining of our breaths palpable. The professor raised an eyebrow, as if challenging me. It appeared that he had grown accustomed to my affectionate demeanor. I chuckled softly. Surely. The professor remembered my previous words. Chapter 47. An eyesore in the blink of an eye. Black mist enveloped the glass vial and the cage. I severed the visual and auditory connection between the two animagi. I wrapped my arms around the professor's waist, pressing him against me. Snape, caught off guard by the weight, took an involuntary step back, his body leaning slightly as his hands braced against the table. I declared earnestly, "I am going to kiss you." Snape, under other circumstances, would have unceremoniously kicked me away. The distance between our faces diminished, and as our lips met, both our gazes were fixed intently upon one another. Snape's eyebrows arched, a look of unsurprised recognition crossing his features. After lingering for a moment, I pulled back slightly. The professor's lips were surprisingly soft. So soft that I felt the urge to bite. Snape regarded me, narrowing his eyes, parting his lips to cast a silent spell. Suddenly, I found myself unable to move. The professor knelt and swiftly slipped from my embrace. The spell's effect on me would not last long. As I twisted my neck and turned back, I saw the professor gesturing toward the glass vial, instructing me to release the spell. I looked at him and noticed that the initial disdain and irritation he exhibited in response to my closeness had dissipated. Instead, his gaze held an unfamiliar, enigmatic quality that I could not decipher. I removed the covering from the glass vial, and Snape began his examination of the beetle. Being an illegal animagus, he could not ascertain the true identity of the beetle. I pondered why the professor, so curious about their identities, did not simply reverse their transformations. Having previously researched animagi, I had also learned the incantation to revert their forms. I approached, casting the glass vial and the cage to the ground. Recalling the manner in which the professor had used the silent spell, and then I undid their animagus forms. A man and a woman were revealed. The mouse was a portly, balding man whose prominent front teeth jutted out, perhaps having been a mouse for so long. He had reverted to human form, still clutching two tiny paws, akin to those of a rodent. The beetle was a woman, her condition equally poor. Yet the professor appeared to recognize them. He glared at the individuals on the floor, his voice cold and low, more chilling than the snow outside. Peter Pettigrew and Rita Skeeter. Miss Skeeter, your unauthorized presence in Hogwarts requires a reasonable explanation. His dark eyes bore a dangerous warning. Pettigrew, if memory serves. You are supposed to be the so-called hero mentioned in the Daily Prophet. How do you account for your survival and the matter that has been concealed from Headmaster Dumbledore? Peter Pettigrew looked at me with terror in his eyes, instinctively retreating. Stammering in response to Snape's inquiry, he managed to utter, yes, I am still alive. I was afraid, so I hid. Rita Skeeter felt a moment of awkwardness before straightening up, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at Pettigrew. Oh my Merlin, look. The hero who captured the fugitive Sirius Black is still alive. Perhaps we could discuss your sudden resurrection. You seem to have endured quite a bit of hardship. I truly mourn your plight. She produced a notebook and pen from seemingly nowhere, scribbling notes. And you, Snape. She suddenly turned to me, her gaze brimming with disdain. Have you finally found yourself a lover? You two seem utterly mismatched. She completely disregarded the professor's pressing questions, making a mockery of our so-called incompatibility. With a slight mental push, the threads entwined within their bodies began to tug. Their faces drained of color, collapsing to the ground, convulsing in pain. Snape was momentarily taken aback, then looked at me. I smiled at him, calmly stating, a little lesson. Snape inquired, how did you accomplish that? In my line of sight, I could perceive numerous threads. Although the exact reasons eluded me, I was somewhat attuned to them. At the other end of these threads were living beings. Particularly, when I noticed a thread linked to my dear professor, it was conclusively confirmed. I lowered my head, observing the professor's arm. I had tied a thread to them and activated it, just like that. I took Snape's hand, saying, there is an unsightly thread on your arm as well. My tone softened slightly as I grasped the thread, stating earnestly, it would be best to sever it. Snape could not see the white thread, but as I held it, he seemed to sense something, suddenly grasping my hand and tossing it aside. I looked at him with a wounded expression. Snape's demeanor momentarily faltered, though I could not discern if it was due to the invisible thread or my gaze. I intend to hand them over to Dumbledore. However, having seen my adult form, these two individuals cast doubt upon whether I would release them. I merely sighed, lamenting the loss of two reserves, and allowed it to unfold as it may. Rest assured, Professor, they will not speak. I cast a fleeting glance at the two individuals on the ground, their eyes rekindled with fear. What is this? A more sinister dark magic. Rita had just uttered a remark that irked me, amplifying her suffering. I smiled and remarked to the others, if any of you dare to let slip a word, well, I shall be the one to collect your remains. I would consume her before the emergency rations perished. Food is not meant to be squandered. Moreover, I emphasize seriously, Professor and I make quite the pair. Severus. Chapter 48. You are indeed quite different. Severus spoke to the fireplace, and soon after, Dumbledore arrived. My dear old professor had reverted me to my youthful state. Dumbledore, observing the two illegal animagi, addressed Severus. Severus, you truly are an asset to Hogwarts. Your presence brings me comfort. Severus remained stoic, inquiring, are 2 vials of Veritaserum sufficient? Dumbledore pondered briefly and replied, I believe 1 vial will suffice. Rita Skeeter's intentions were evident. A journalist, after all, is merely a purveyor of information. Dumbledore's gaze fell on the timid Peter Pettigrew, and he implied, perhaps I should enlist some additional assistance. Dumbledore departed with the 2 animagi and the Professor's Veritaserum. Severus fixed his gaze on the direction Dumbledore had left, silent for a moment before diverting his attention to the shelves. I understood his intentions. He would need to replenish the missing Veritaserum. This was his duty. I possessed the knowledge to brew Veritaserum, so I retrieved the herbs he had not managed to collect. It was less an act of retrieving and more akin to the herbs autonomously soaring from their respective places, floating in midair before settling on the table. Today, the professor and I toiled in the dimly lit space, synchronizing our efforts to brew potions. As the night deepened, the professor paused in his cutting, the potion in the cauldron continuing to bubble. "Professor, it is time to rest." Yet he persisted in his work. "Not everyone possesses your penchant for idleness, Mr. Caven." I blinked, seemingly oblivious to the meaning of idleness. "Professor, would you like to hear a story?" Severus pressed his lips together, not lifting his gaze from the cauldron as he poured in the herbs. "Perhaps someone ought to inform you that during potion making, one should refrain from disruptive actions. Should you scald your handsome face with the boiling potion, do not come crying to me." I gazed into the bubbling liquid in the cauldron. "Scalding? What does that feel like?" The professor countered. "What does it feel like to be bitten?" I contemplated and replied, "Pain?" "Quite succinct," he stated. "Just know that it will be tenfold more distressing than mere pain." I stared at the bite on my hand, momentarily perplexed. After Severus completed the potion he was working on, I took my leave. I returned to my dormitory, having not visited for quite some time. I ignited the lamp on the wall, yet the pervasive chill remained unvanquished. The walls must possess magical properties, otherwise, with a frigid river separating us, it would have long been too damp to inhabit. I found myself missing the professor. Although he was often reluctant to let me embrace him, his mere presence beside me, within my line of sight, alleviated the feeling of solitude in this world. My hand bore no sign of healing. The professor's potion was indeed flawless. It was I who wished for it not to heal too swiftly. I stared blankly at the wound. This was the first time I had bled, and judging by the professor's reaction, transforming into a cloud of darkness post-bleeding was not a typical phenomenon. After spending the night, I prepared to attend class, carrying my books. However, upon passing a junction, I found myself leaning back. I spotted a familiar face I had not seen in ages, Draco Malfoy. His lackey was pressing against his forehead, which appeared red and swollen from colliding with the wall. Draco circled around me, so I had no intention of colliding with him. At noon, Ron, Harry, and Hermione regarded me with peculiar expressions. My instincts told me this was related to Draco. "Do not look at me like that, Harry. My heart belongs solely to Professor Snape." "Harry," Ron covered one of Harry's ears. "Do not listen. It's slander." Hermione looked at Ron's actions with exasperation. "Do not be foolish." "Ron, Harry's other ear is not deaf." Ron retorted, "Isn't the other one yours?" Hermione swatted Ron's hand away, with Hermione's hand in front of Harry's face. He straightened up and, staring intently at me, said earnestly, "Draco has been hurt." So the swelling on his forehead was indeed a result of being struck. I nodded and replied, "I saw it this morning." Harry asked, "Aren't you even a little curious?" Ron interjected, "I've begun to see Draco in a new light. It's the first time I've learned that Slytherins can stand up for their friends." Hermione remarked, "According to Malfoy, he merely found that fellow displeasing." I grasped the situation. Draco had struck the individual who had thrown a stone at me. Perhaps my demeanor was too nonchalant, as even Ron, who usually clashed with Draco, regarded me with suspicion. "Hey, Caven, what gives? Don't you feel you ought to, well, express some gratitude?" I pondered and asked Ron, "Do you have any books?" "Not the random sort." Ron's eyes lit up. "What book?" "As long as it's not forbidden, I can manage." Hermione kicked Ron's leg from across Harry. Harry silently lifted his leg, remaining somewhat mute. I glanced at Hermione, who leaned on the table and said, "You do indeed seem quite different. Tell me, what book do you seek?" Harry couldn't help but interject. "Aren't we discussing Draco?" Hermione shot Harry a look, prompting Ron to manually silence himself. "A book that can enlighten me about the intricacies of human relationships." "Ron," he replied, "do you really need that? You don't seem so innocent after all. And what's with your infatuation with Professor Snape?" Harry glanced at Hermione, scratched his nose, and muted himself and Ron. I regarded the two of them, finding their behavior rather odd. "You both seem somewhat abnormal." Ron and Harry turned to me in unison. After all, being called abnormal by someone already perceived as such would ruffle anyone's feathers. Chapter 49, The Unhappy Professor. Hermione lent me a book of fairy tales. "This is just for you to read. Return it to me once you're done." Ron was about to say something when Harry swiftly stuffed a chicken leg into Ron's mouth. While it was indeed perplexing that Hermione carried a fairy tale book with her, it seemed I was learning how to interact with others, which was commendable, Caven. However, you still have another task at hand. Hermione stated seriously, "Is Draco your friend?" I nodded yes. Hermione continued, "Go to Professor Snape and request a vial of potion. Then check on Draco's injury. Perhaps Draco does not wish to see me. I have mentioned he is a good boy." Hermione. Ron pulled the chicken leg from his mouth, exclaiming excitedly, "Harry, help me roll up my sleeves. It's time for me to knock some sense into him." Harry seized Ron, whispering, "Though I would prefer otherwise, you must think carefully. Perhaps you recall the fate of that tree outside." Ron silently retracted his claws and began to gnaw on a chicken leg. I returned to the cellar, yet did not encounter Professor Snape. The faint trace of his presence in the air indicated that he had not returned. With a mere thought, I opened my eyes beside Professor Snape. Not only was he present, but also several of his colleagues. They appeared to be discussing some matter that did not pique my interest. Snape sat upright, and upon feeling a hand gradually traverse from his back to his abdomen, his fingers instinctively curled upon his lap. When he touched his abdomen, he found it empty. There was nothing there. A few professors were gathered, but Quirrell was not among them. Dumbledore remarked, as he did regarding Pettigrew, indeed. Professor McGonagall, her astonishment still evident, added, "It's truly hard to imagine the dire circumstances Sirius faced while wrongfully imprisoned." Dumbledore responded, "Yes, an injustice indeed. The Ministry will release him shortly." McGonagall glanced over. Her voice tinged with concern as she murmured, "Severus, are you all right?" My professor's complexion appeared somewhat pale. The Veritaserum was brewed by my own hand, and I had no doubt of its authenticity. The professor tugged at the corners of his lips and replied, "I am fine." He rose and said, "Has the discussion concluded? Perhaps I should return to my lesson preparations." Dumbledore interjected, "Not yet, Severus, do not rush. Recently, Quirrell has been particularly subdued." Snape understood the implication. I knew what needed to be done. Subsequently, the conversation came to an end. "Professor?" Snape paused, his hair obscuring most of his face, revealing only the depths of his inscrutable eyes. He grasped his black robe with such force that it seemed he might have employed a silent spell. I discerned his anger as he extricated himself from the robe. I collected the garment, which transformed into swirling black sand that enveloped me, ultimately merging with my being. This fragment carried the professor's scent of aromatic herbs. The professor's silhouette bore a semblance of sorrow and indignation, reminiscent of a solitary warrior who had fought long and hard, yet remained alone in his battle. I regarded the professor's retreating figure and spoke. Draco. Draco, concealed in a corner, stared in my direction, a mix of suspicion and fear etched on his face. I turned around, caressing a fairy tale book, and said, "Thank you for standing up for me." Draco instinctively retorted, "I did not stand up for anyone." I raised a hand, gesturing into the void, and Draco's vision darkened as he succumbed to slumber. I subtly altered the scene he perceived. Then, I dropped a single droplet of water upon his wound, healing it almost instantaneously. This is not what you witnessed. Casting my gaze into the distance, I felt Harry's presence drawing near. I took a step back and began to mimic Draco's voice, calling out, "Harry." Upon sensing hurried footsteps approaching, I too departed from that place. I sought the professor's essence and found him around the corner. He seemed to have composed himself. However, he seized my collar and pressed me against the wall, his arm constricting around my neck. "What did you do to him?" My breathing became labored, and I gently squeezed his hand. "I merely induced a dream." I maintained a placating smile, reassuring him, "Do not worry about what I might do, Professor. Until my hunger becomes unbearable, I have no interest in them." The professor scoffed. Releasing me, I rubbed my neck. The sensation of his arm's pressure was not entirely unpleasant. I caught up with the professor, eagerly beginning to recount. "Professor, would you care to hear a story tonight?" I waved the book in my hand, smiling. I borrowed a fairy tale book from Hermione. Chapter 50. I do not wish to leave. It was evident that the professor was exceedingly reluctant to waste his time listening to my fairy tale, yet if I insisted, he had no choice but to endure it. As night fell, a young boy departed from his friend's home, carrying a small lantern as he walked along the path back home. I opened the book and earnestly recited its contents. However, as he passed through a dense forest, his lantern illuminated a massive stone, behind which he saw a green monster. Fear gripped him, and he abandoned the lantern, seeking refuge in his friend's house. Snape's expression was inscrutable. The terrified boy cried out about the monster, yet his friend, disbelieving in the existence of such creatures, encouraged him to uncover the truth. The professor's gaze suggested he was keen to silence me. However, I would not comply, for today, I wished to engage him in conversation. The boy returned once more to the spot where he had seen the monster, proceeding cautiously around the giant stone. I smiled and asked the professor, "Do you know what he saw?" Snape would not entertain such trivial inquiries. I was aware of the answer. He beheld a collection of oddly shaped stones and a cluster of flowers emitting a faint glow. Snape instinctively glanced at the night-blooming Sirius on the table. I turned my attention to the final line of the story in the book. Bravely seek the unknown. Only when we uncover the truth do we cease to fear. Our fears often stem from that which we cannot perceive. The tale was brief. I had conveyed it in just a few words. "Is it finished then?" Snape inquired. "Yes, it is finished, but there is more to discuss." Would my professor fear the unknown? Snape, like anyone, would worry about uncertainty, akin to riding a broom. One could never know when it might refuse to bear their weight and cast them down. My flying lesson had been AP, indicating I had not passed, and scored below average. Snape furrowed his brow. Your recent papers have all been P. I've even seen AD. What? Do you believe yourself to be exceptional? So arrogant as to neglect your assignments? Yet the professor stated he did not care about my grades. Coincidentally, I did not care either. Snape glared at me. Slytherin would not welcome a poor student. Since this is your expectation, I shall comply. It was growing late. Snape finished his tasks and intended to rest. Why have you not departed? I do not wish to leave. I walked before the professor, transitioning from childhood to adolescence. Our two pairs of dark eyes locked in a gaze, the professor refusing to avert his eyes, as if engaged in a silent contest. And I remained steadfastly by his side. Severus, do you wish to monitor me? I shook my head, not at all. I simply wish to spend more time with you, to cultivate our relationship. Severus, go away. Merely uttering go away was ineffective. Oh, it was ineffective for me. The professor was a conservative man. I could discern this from his attire, the arrangement of his home, and even his mannerisms. While he attended to his grooming, I would stand in a corner, maintaining a posture of reflection. The professor had discovered a way to ignore my presence, yet that was not the interaction I desired. The fairy tale book that Hermione lent me has indeed proven to be quite beneficial. After finishing Courage, I also delved into Respect. Perhaps I could disregard the notion of maintaining personal space, a distance of 1 meter or so. Leaning against the wall, I noticed the professor was in the bathroom, tending to his grooming. This wasn't my first encounter with such a situation, yet today, I found myself particularly inclined to gaze in that direction. Dumbledore's words to the professor seemed to weigh heavily upon him. His mood was utterly dismal, and no amount of storytelling from me could distract him. The door creaked open, and the professor emerged, wrapped snugly in his garments. A haze of steam enveloped him, lending an ethereal quality to his dignified demeanor. I called out to him slowly, Professor. He absent-mindedly brushed a damp lock of hair from his forehead, the wet strands quivering momentarily in the air before settling back down. I once heard Ron say that a person is at their most handsome right after washing their face. While I may not have a clear conception of handsomeness, to me, the professor is undeniably the most striking figure. His slightly parted lips were a vivid shade of red, perhaps due to the warmth of the water. I found myself pondering what his kiss might taste like. Snape, indifferent to my presence, slipped beneath the covers without drying his hair. Quietly, I approached him, channeling my magic to gently dry his locks. I knelt by the edge of the bed, leaning down. Was the professor in a bad mood? With his eyes closed. He offered no response. I consumed the source of his discontent. Though I had only heard half the story, the name still lingered in my mind, Sirius, and that rat. Or perhaps I feasted upon Dumbledore himself. The professor, upon hearing this, opened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon me intently. If you truly possess such abilities, then go consume the Dark Lord. The absurdity of his words caused Snape to fall silent. His unspoken thoughts compelled me to inch closer, eager to hear more. Alas, I caught no further words. Professor, I wish to sleep beside you. Snape extended his wand from beneath the covers, pointing it at my forehead. At this moment, silence spoke volumes. Professor, do you recall the first story I told you? Snape lazily raised an eyebrow, his eyelids half closed. Observing this scene, I felt an irresistible urge to caress his head, to play with his soft hair, to stroke his delicate neck and shoulders. Envisioning myself within the tale, I summoned the courage of a young boy, akin to Harry, whose bravery was bolstered by the support of his friends Ron and Hermione. Can you guess what role I play, Professor? Although Snape was not truly asleep, the relaxation in his brow indicated he was at ease. The words that escaped his lips were soft and languid. You wish to say that you are a pile of stones. How obedient. I couldn't help but smile. My voice unconsciously infused with tenderness. I am the one who arranges the stones. Well, not at this moment, but it will come to pass eventually. The tip of his wand, still directed at me, had softened and nestled upon the pillow. I grasped the tip of his wand gently and slowly lowered it, my fingers brushing against his. Perhaps due to his recent grooming, the professor's warmth was more pronounced than usual. I entwined my fingers with his, and he slightly lifted his eyelids, his fingers stirring ever so slightly. The professor was a light illuminating the stones, a flower quietly glowing. He intended to thwart darkness, yet unwittingly evoked fear. Snape, my insinuation seemed to baffle even him. Did it refer to the flower or to himself? If you disturb me further, I shall jab my wand into your throat. I held on to the tips of his fingers, leaning against the headboard. The warmth in my palm filled me with elation. Chapter 51. The holidays are approaching. Perhaps I was indeed a bit too noisy, disrupting the professor's tranquility and scattering his thoughts. Yet, throughout the night I kept watch. He surprisingly slept soundly. The professor never stirred in his slumber, compared to the myriad of sleeping positions I had witnessed among young witches and wizards. He was almost unnaturally well behaved. Unbeknownst to me, the act of holding his fingertips had led our hands to intertwine. Our overlapping hands rested upon the professor's shoulder, and his steady breathing occasionally brushed against my fingertips. I traced the outline of the professor with my gaze, at one moment counting the lashes revealed by his closed eyes, and at another, admiring the contours of his brows. Thus, we remained until dawn. Having long been accustomed to waking early, Snape opened his eyes. For the first time, instead of the familiar emerald green ceiling, he was greeted by a pair of sparkling eyes, large and round, brimming with tenderness, hazy like a dream. Unbeknownst to me, I had reverted to a youthful state. Sometimes my presence was so pronounced that upon my arrival, Snape would fixate on me. Other times, my presence was so faint that it hardly disturbed his light slumber. "Professor, good morning." Snape, still drowsy, was fully awakened by the familiar voice. He seemed taken aback, perhaps not expecting that I had remained by his side all night. He sat up, rubbed his eyes, and, ignoring me, began to change his clothes. The professor, with broad shoulders, a slim waist, and long legs, looked charmingly disheveled with his tousled hair upon waking. "Mac," the professor called, and a house elf appeared out of thin air. I glanced over, observing the creature named Mac, who seemed to tremble in his presence. "Mr. Snape," Mac stammered, his hands shaking. "Do you require breakfast?" "Yes," Snape replied, casting a sidelong glance at me before reluctantly adding, "2 servings." I smiled. Mac was swift, arriving with even greater speed. The table was soon adorned with 2 plates, each steaming with fried rice. I sat across from the professor, spooning the food into my mouth while he methodically chewed his rice. I rested my chin in my hand, watching him. "If you don't wish to eat, then you might as well return to prepare your textbooks. There will be a test in today's potions class, and if your score is the lowest, you shall count the bricks on the wall a dozen times." I instinctively glanced at the wall not far behind the professor. "I wish to eat something else." Snape looked at me. "Perhaps you surmise that my food differs from yours." "Professor, do not expect a teacher to fetch you animals for your meals." In truth, I yearned for the professor himself. No, that was not quite right. I merely wished to take a bite. "Professor," perhaps my deliberately lowered tone, combined with the natural innocence of a child, made my voice sound soft and pitiful. "Snape, spare me your attempts at playing the victim. Everyone knows I am not easily swayed by such antics." "Really?" I replied, feigning skepticism. "Perhaps I am simply not cute enough." I glanced at the professor, who momentarily appeared speechless, considering that he was undoubtedly far cuter than I, and at times even a bit proud. I pondered these thoughts until class began. Wug. Harry and Ron were seated in front of me. It was Harry who had called my name moments ago. Why do you look so?" Harry struggled to find the words, while Ron chimed in, "Silly. Like a lovesick fool." "Hermione." "Harry, what is a lovesick fool?" Ron shook his head at me. "Wug, you truly are the most bizarre and innocent romantic I have ever encountered." "Indeed," Hermione remarked, "he simply exhibits a touch of ignorance." "Harry, he is the one who consistently earns outstanding in every subject." "Ignorance? Are you certain you mean him?" Ron interjected, "Speaking of which, I surprisingly did not come in last in the recent exams. Thanks to you, Weasley, it's all you're doing." "Hermione, please, you are not even in the same house." I cast a sidelong glance at Draco, who had propped his book up, concealing his face behind it. How did he end up sitting next to me again? Draco peeked cautiously in Harry's direction, but upon noticing my gaze, quickly withdrew. It appeared he was not seeking my attention, and that was fine by me. As soon as class was over, I attempted to slip away, only to find Harry and Draco flanking me on either side. "Do you need something?" Harry nodded, "Yes." Draco shook his head, "No." The two spoke almost in unison. I paused for a moment. "Harry, I must remind you that we do not share the next class together. If we do not hurry, you will be late." After a moment of contemplation, Harry conceded, "All right. Draco, it seems some matters require your own intervention." He then addressed me. "Draco has something to discuss. I'll take my leave." Draco's eyes widened as he watched Harry depart. It seemed some other development had occurred between them yesterday. Perhaps a shared topic of conversation. I observed Draco's suddenly tense expression, realizing that this common topic was me. "Draco," at the sound of my voice. He appeared to grow even more anxious. I smiled. "With the holidays approaching, do you think Professor Snape will remain at Hogwarts?" Draco hesitated before responding, "It's highly unlikely. My father mentioned he would invite Professor Snape to our home for Christmas." I turned my gaze to the window, a fleeting sense of confusion washing over me. I held little expectation for the world outside, yet my dear professor existed beyond its confines. What lay beyond Hogwarts? Draco found the question rather peculiar. What could there possibly be? Isn't it all just the same? He seemed to ponder something, pausing. The magnificent architecture, expansive parks, cobblestone pathways, and the radiant white peacocks, though these may often go unseen, they were hardly precious. However, during Christmas, Crabbe and Goyle will also attend the banquet. If you are interested, you are welcome to join. Draco said this with a hint of excitement. Don't you admire the professor? On that day, you will have the chance to see him. I sensed Draco's genuine desire to assist me, even if I could manage on my own, or perhaps I simply did not require it. Thank you, Draco. By the way, we are nearly late. Draco, and our next class is Potions, Professor Snape's class. Chapter 52. Collect the exam papers and place them in the office. Draco rushed into the classroom just before Professor Snape entered, and our eyes met instantaneously. I gestured to the seat beside me, smiling as I observed him panting, alternating his gaze between me and the space behind him. You need to work on your stamina, Draco. Draco hurriedly took his seat. No, but how did you run so fast? Where did you come from? I didn't see you. That indicates my speed has reached a level beyond your perception. Draco was at a loss for words. Why don't you just say you operate? If that is what you wish to hear, then indeed I operate here. As Draco flipped through his book, he noted, apparition is not permitted within Hogwarts. I shrugged. The professor has arrived. Draco glanced over, yet saw no sign of any professor. You must be seeing things. Just then, Professor Snape entered, holding a stack of exam papers. Your eyesight is remarkably sharp. I rested my chin on my hand, observing the professor as he silently counted the papers. Suddenly, he spoke, Weasley. I blinked, rising to my feet. The professor looked up at me, his lips pursed, and commanded. Come here. Draco leaned slightly toward me, a hint of schadenfreude in his voice as he remarked, It appears the professor is finally prepared to poison you on the spot. I chuckled softly. The professor's voice has become increasingly alluring. Draco shuddered and quickly distanced himself. Good luck, Professor. As I approached the podium, the professor tossed the exam papers to me. I instinctively caught them and began distributing them. My only task was to hand them to the first row. Thereafter, I had little else to do. However, the professor unfolded one of the exams and pointed at the podium, instructing, You will sit here to take the exam. I walked over and stood at the podium. You will sit. I will stand for a moment, the professor stated emphatically. I will sit. I complied. And as the professor circled around me, satisfied with my obedience, he descended from the podium. This is a foundational knowledge exam on potion brewing procedures, assessing your comprehensive progress this semester. Professor Snape's deep voice reverberated through the classroom. I do not wish for anyone to explode their cauldron due to a lack of fundamental knowledge. Now, take up your quills and recall the ingredients you have learned. Do not behave like a headless troll, fumbling about. As his words settled, the classroom fell silent, save for the sound of writing. I glanced at the exam paper, which contained knowledge previously inscribed in our textbooks. I noticed a flicker of black mist across the parchment, and the words began to materialize on their own. I completed the exam and looked up to see the professor's tall, slender figure casually patrolling the rows of students. He was diligently monitoring the exam. I twirled my quill between my fingers. The professor's students often whispered unflattering remarks behind him, describing him with terms like gloomy and sinister. In truth, the professor simply preferred to wear darker attire. His jet black hair stood out amidst a sea of students with various hues, making him appear so distinctly unique. Pure black hair. Only Draco and I shared this trait. I found it to be a color I cherished. Finished? The professor approached, moving slowly, glancing at my exam paper. I nodded. Yes. Would you like to check it? Professor Snape merely cast a fleeting glance. He recognized my strong academic abilities. So seeing a paper likely to receive full marks elicited little emotion from him. It seems you are beyond suspicion. The professor had great faith in me, and I felt honored by it. Do not let pride swell within you. Since you have nothing else to do, keep an eye on those below. I do not wish for anyone to take shortcuts. With that, the professor turned toward the door, seemingly preparing to depart. Professor, I instinctively called out to him. And he paused. Where are you going? The students below couldn't help but glance up discreetly. The professor turned slightly, locking eyes with me before sweeping his gaze over the students who had been peeking, causing them to quickly avert their gazes. I have matters to attend to. You will monitor the exam. After class, collect the papers and place them in the office. With that, he exited. And only when he had moved far away did I retract my gaze. As the little wizards observed that Professor Snape had indeed departed, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. I noted their relaxed demeanor and gently reminded them not to whisper among themselves. In the absence of the professor's imposing presence, the young sorcerers began to write with newfound joy. I arranged my examination papers, and, as time elapsed, a few eager students submitted their completed tests. However, from the corner of my eye, I spotted one young wizard tossing his paper to the person behind him, followed by a brazen smirk directed at me. One must not be overly audacious, Birchitman. Draco submitted his paper and approached the haughty Birchitman's desk, reclaiming his test and slamming it down on Stedman's table. Stedman regarded Draco with increasing disdain, remarking, Malfoy, your injury seems to be healing remarkably fast. What is it? Did you go home to complain? Only to be dismissed by your father with a vial of potion? Draco's expression darkened. You don't appear to be faring much better. The dark circles under your eyes are quite unmissable. What? Not even a single potion from your generous father. Oh, I almost forgot. Your father favors your brother above all else. Stedman abruptly stood up. Malfoy, perhaps someone should inform you that true aristocrats never occupy Malfoy's position. Draco, undeterred, retorted, oh, perhaps your brother does, but you certainly do not. Stedman, nearly trembling with indignation, looked as if he were ready to strike. I organized the papers before approaching to collect them. Stedman shot me a glare, attempting to clutch the paper that was about to be taken. What are you doing? I raised an eyebrow, bemused by his reaction. Collecting the papers. Stedman snatched the paper back, lifting his chin defiantly. Want the paper? Perhaps if you plead. I might consider giving it to you. I hesitated, retracting my hand, and turned to Draco. Is there something wrong with the Stedman family? Draco paused in surprise, then chuckled. Isn't it quite evident? Stedman scowled. Now, do you recall what Professor Snape instructed? Gather the papers, and if you wish to collect them all, it would be wise not to provoke my ire. I raised a questioning eyebrow and glanced at the clock. It was time to head to the office. A circle of onlookers had gathered in the classroom, and I waved my hand, allowing those who had submitted their papers to leave. Some found the scene dull and departed early, leaving the rest to await any potential excitement. Draco. Hearing my voice, Draco inquired, what is it? I displayed a mysterious smile. Would you like to learn a spell that can silence a noisy individual? A noisy individual? Silence. Draco glanced at Stedman, then back at me, his eyes alight with curiosity. What is it? I secretly shared the incantation with Draco and demonstrated the wand movement. Is it like this? He asked, practicing the gesture. I nodded in affirmation. Precisely. You're quite impressive, having memorized the key so swiftly. Draco coughed modestly. Oh, it's merely a testament to my talent. Stedman, feeling overlooked, was visibly annoyed. Enough of this. Draco lifted his head, seemingly eager to try the spell he had just learned. I restrained his wrist, drawing his puzzled gaze. You can attempt it next time. This time, it's my turn. Chapter 53. A journey awaits as night fell. I had scarcely entered the cellar when the professor's voice echoed through the air. Did you cast a spell on Stedman? I strolled inside leisurely. Yes, he was somewhat unruly. Snape scrutinized me for a moment. Will you not elaborate further? After a brief contemplation, I replied. He attempted to provoke Draco's father. Snape remained silent for a while, then clenched his teeth, uttering, Are you a toothpaste? Why not mention that he attempted to threaten you and make you uncomfortable? Why not say that you were provoked yet brushed it aside so easily? Why, when bullied? Do you remain silent? The professor appeared somewhat agitated, despite his impassive demeanor. I pondered for a moment and approached to clasp his hand. If I were to report this, would you take vengeance on my behalf? Snape, feeling the small hand upon his palm, lowered his gaze. Are you not adept at feigning pity? If you were to appear even more pitiable, perhaps others would soften. He adopted a sardonic stance and continued. This way, no one would dare bully you openly. With that, he released my hand. I brushed my fingers over my palm, somewhat bewildered. The professor was well aware of my capabilities. No one could truly intimidate me. Snape rubbed his forehead, clearly perplexed, as if he were entrapped in a state of confusion. He gestured towards the wall. I reluctantly approached. Turn around. Do not look back until you have comprehended fully. Oh, that evening, I found myself reflecting silently against the wall. However, once the professor had finished his tasks, I could no longer suppress my urge to approach him. Professor, will you be leaving Hogwarts on Christmas Day? Snape turned his head away, pushing my inquisitive face aside. If I am not at Hogwarts, who will prepare the depleted potions? And keep your distance. I have no time to entertain you. He waved his hand dismissively, casting me aside with disdain. I heard from Draco that your father may invite you to, celebrate Christmas. Snape hesitated, his gaze sharpening. Indeed. But that has little bearing on you. I took a nonchalant step forward, just as the professor shed his outer robe. He had purchased a new robe. Yet that did not prevent my awareness from lingering upon it. Professor, I whispered, you would welcome Christmas spent with me, would you not? Snape opened the bathroom door and looked at me, standing a short distance away. Few choose to remain at the school. I trust you are no exception. With that, he closed the bathroom door. I murmured to myself, it seems I have been rejected. After a moment's contemplation, I deemed it inconsequential. Even if the professor did not welcome my presence, it would not deter me from staying near him. I rapped gently on the door, and the sounds within ceased immediately. I understood that although the professor appeared nonchalant, he remained wary of my sudden approach, always on guard against my intrusion, particularly when he seemed most vulnerable. I am hungry. The bathroom lay in silence, devoid of any response. Tomorrow marked the day when the young wizards could commence their departure from the campus, and I, too, was preparing for a journey beyond the confines of Hogwarts. I needed to gather some provisions for myself. I believed it would not consume much time. I shall embark on a journey, and I will return the day after tomorrow. I lowered my hand and continued, if the professor finds himself missing me, he need only call my name, and I shall return. Snape stood within the bathroom, his attire impeccably arranged, facing the door. After my words fell silent, no further sounds emerged. He placed his hand upon the door, paused for several seconds, then slowly opened it, only to find no other figures remaining. In the dim shadows, Snape gradually closed his door once more. I sat atop the roof, cradling a fairy tale book borrowed from Hermione, flipping to a new page. The rooftops were blanketed in a thick layer of accumulated snow, the wind seeping through my garments, chilling me to the bone as it brushed against my face. What does it feel like? Do you enjoy the snow? Dumbledore approached my side, his beard as white as the snow blanketing the ground. Flakes of snow danced and settled upon his flowing white whiskers. He extended his hand and gently patted my shoulder, dislodging a cascade of snow. My voice was faint, lacking the familiar warmth of my usual smile, rendering me even more aloof than the snow itself. Discontented, Dumbledore surveyed the campus, newly sculpted by the snow. His expression a blend of wonder and nostalgia, followed by a perplexed inquiry. If one disliked it, why then walk towards the very snow? Today, the wind blew in gusts, lifting the hem of my cloak and tousling Dumbledore's silvery hair. This sensation was one I knew intimately. It was the most profound awareness I had encountered since awakening, cold enough to numb, cold enough to etch itself into memory. Have you inscribed the address on that parchment of yours? Dumbledore squinted, his weathered hands exploring his white beard for a moment before he spoke slowly. Do you not know? I assumed this was your handiwork. I lowered my gaze. In truth, it hardly qualified as my masterpiece. I merely conceived the idea in my mind, and the outcome materialized. Noticing my silence, Dumbledore continued, in Abaddon, a remote and hidden locale. I had no recollection of this place, and upon finishing his statement, Dumbledore regarded me with an enigmatic stare. You gaze upon me as if there is more you wish to convey. Indeed, Dumbledore had more to say. It seems you are unaware of what Abaddon signifies. His demeanor turned grave as he earnestly informed me. Do you recall the rat Severus caught? The very Peter Pettigrew? He was once a hero in the pursuit of criminals, yet under the weight of overwhelming evidence and the scrutiny of Veritaserum, he divulged the truth. A false hero masquerading as justice. The image of the professor flickered in my mind, his subtle sorrow and rage, tinged with a sense of disorientation. Dumbledore proceeded. Peter Pettigrew shall pay for his lies, and his remaining days will be spent within the confines of the forsaken Azkaban. I awaited his further words. After a moment's hesitation, Dumbledore finally spoke, his expression a tapestry of complexity. And Azkaban, many years ago, was referred to as Abaddon. Abaddon? Azkaban. Chapter 54. Harry, are you preparing to infiltrate Professor Snape's office? Dumbledore continued to regard me intently, seemingly awaiting my response. The atmosphere fell into silence. It was indeed astonishing to hear. My words carried a hint of nonchalance. Though I expressed surprise, my eyes remained unruffled. Dumbledore queried, do you not care about this matter? I managed a gentle smile. Indeed. But it appears you care quite deeply. Dumbledore remained silent. I turned my head slightly, adding, yet, I am not overly concerned. Observe, you still possess the composure to converse with me. Dumbledore's eyes flickered, his wand resting inconspicuously at his side. It is far too cold. I must take my leave. Let Dumbledore enjoy this winter wonderland alone. I departed from Hogwarts, albeit only partially. After traversing a distance, the memories I shared began to fracture. After a brief estimation, I turned, allowing Hogwarts to fade from my view. Abaddon lies near the North Sea, and I ventured in that direction, gathering provisions along the way. I encountered a figure marked by a dark mark upon their arm. They turned upon noticing my sudden appearance, drawing their wand in alarm. Who are you? I cast a dispassionate glance at their features and the half-visible dark mark, a scar of unsightly nature. Having been away for a day, I found myself pondering the professor. How did he spend his days of respite? I consumed the bothersome individual, stepping over the wand that lay discarded on the ground. As I devoured more, my strength burgeoned. Ignoring the cold mists drifting across the sea's surface, I glided forward with deliberation. It was an island encircled by the ocean. I raised my gaze to behold 2-meter-high, formless entities floating erratically. The air was thick with a viscous scent. Those floating forms drifted past me, and without hindrance, I reached the island's edge. As my feet touched down, I stepped upon a chilling bone. Gazing into the obsidian waters, my body dissolved into a cloud of darkness. Plunging beneath the surface, the water muffled the cries above, leaving only echoes to linger. Below lay an abyss, and I cast a spell that illuminated the depths, rendering even the darkest waters transparent. Specks of light flitted about like fish, swirling around me before drifting away. The first scene enveloped in light revealed a towering silhouette glistening with dew. Upon closer inspection, it transformed into an amorphous heap, and upon further scrutiny, I discerned that this accumulation formed an island of disjointed, scattered bones. Guided by instinct, I turned aimlessly until I stumbled upon a severed finger. After a few glances, I picked it up, finally resurfacing. Examining the object in my hand, I involuntarily remarked, "It is rather exquisite." Having journeyed miles to this place, I remained oblivious to its significance. This keepsake would serve as a gift for the professor. I captured a flying creature and took a bite. Ugh, unpleasant. My return journey was swifter than my arrival. Within a few days, I found myself back at Hogwarts. However, night had fallen, and the professor would likely be resting. I resolved not to disturb him. I still bore the lingering scent of discomfort. It would be prudent to wait until the odor dissipated before approaching. Otherwise, the professor might not be so welcoming. There exists a distinct difference between being embraced willingly and being compelled to endure it. As I traversed the corridors, I collided with an invisible presence around the corner. I touched my nose, discerning the scent's owner, Harry. I focused on the source of the aroma, Harry. Harry appeared startled, for he was unaware that Wug would remain at Hogwarts. In the choice between revealing himself and feigning ignorance, he was momentarily taken aback by Wug's precise call of his name. He took a couple of steps, realizing Wug's gaze followed his every move. Harry swallowed hard, feeling as though he had encountered a specter. I curiously observed Harry. "What are you up to?" Harry resignedly removed the invisibility cloak draped over him. "Wug, good evening. Why are you still at Hogwarts? Haven't you gone home? Hermione and the others have returned." My gaze drifted over Harry's invisibility cloak, and I remarked, "This is..." Harry glanced around to ensure no one else was present before he spoke. "It's an invisibility cloak. It was my Christmas gift." A knowing smile crept across my face. At this late hour? An invisibility cloak? This hardly seems the attire or time for noble deeds. Harry's eyes widened as if struck by a revelation. "Your appearance at this hour doesn't seem to suggest that either." Suddenly, he leaned closer, whispering, "You're not planning to sneak into Professor Snape's office, are you?" I replied earnestly, "At this hour, the professor should be asleep. I would never disturb his slumber." Harry shrugged. "You needn't disturb him. You could merely observe from the sidelines." Although I share the desire to act upon this, the professor possesses an acute sensitivity to my presence. Should I materialize suddenly, he would surely awaken with a start from his slumber. The professor's sleep is exceedingly light, and even the slightest rustle in the environment could rouse him. While descending back into slumber proves to be a formidable challenge. Just a few nights prior, I was genuinely fearful that even the faintest movement on my part would disrupt his rest, compelling me to remain motionless until he stirred awake on his own. Harry donned the invisibility cloak once more, revealing only his head, and cautiously surveyed the surroundings before whispering to me, "I need to attend to a matter. Tonight. Pretend you have not seen me." Just as he was about to depart, he abruptly turned back. I pondered how other young wizards would react upon witnessing a figure in the corridor alongside a disembodied head suspended in midair. Harry cautioned me that the secret of the invisibility cloak should ideally be known only to the three of us. 3 individuals? Harry, myself, and perhaps Ron. Ron. With that, he took his leave, thankfully remembering to conceal his head as well. I observed for a moment before retreating in the opposite direction. However, after taking a few steps, I suddenly halted as fragments of my memories began to align. The rest was rather unremarkable. Transformed into Quirrell, I dutifully performed my assigned tasks, just as I had moments ago when Quirrell was rummaging through the shelves for information regarding Azkaban. Yet, an all too familiar scent lingered in the air. To my astonishment, Professor Snape, who I believed to be asleep, was traversing the opposite end of the bookshelf. I swiftly merged my essence with Quirrell's, hastily returning the book to its place. I contemplated whether to confront the professor in Quirrell's guise or revert to my original appearance. Alas, in my eagerness, I had forgotten that my own scent had yet to dissipate. While I was lost in thought, Professor Snape had already noticed me, clad in his customary dark attire. His gaze was as frigid as ice, particularly when directed at me. No, it was aimed at Quirrell. He rushed towards me, seizing the collar of my garment with a firm grip. I blinked in bewilderment. "You appear to be rather compliant, Quirrell," he drawled, his deep voice resonating in my ears. His fingers pressed against my throat. "Perhaps you are up to some mischief behind my back." Instinctively, I lowered my head, directing my gaze to his shoulder. "Professor Snape, what are you implying?" I struggled to comprehend. Chapter 55. I truly erred. Why do you avoid looking me in the eye? Are you feeling guilty? Under Professor Snape's scrutiny, I found it increasingly difficult to maintain my composure. It felt as though I was on the brink of revelation. The professor's grip was undeniably strong. I collected my thoughts and slowly raised my gaze. "Professor Snape, perhaps we can engage in a proper conversation." I gestured towards the collar he held, indicating that this was hardly dignified. Snape arched an eyebrow. In recent days, no one had disturbed him, granting him an abundance of free time, particularly after concocting only a few potions. With this newfound time, he began to ponder Quirrell's recent behaviors. Too compliant, he had done nothing of note. even teaching his lessons with unexpected diligence. Snape appraised me, narrowing his eyes, his lips parting ever so slightly. This cunning individual was now displaying a lack of caution. If you were not a coward, I would be able to have a proper discussion with you. Snape's cold gaze bore into my eyes, gradually loosening his grip. I leaned against the wall, standing tall, and asked slowly, "What would you have me do?" "Ah, I must commend you," Snape replied cryptically. "You have been performing admirably of late. Of course, I hope your actions extend beyond mere appearances." I whispered, indeed. I sought to amuse the professor, who seemed to suspect that Quirrell might engage in nefarious deeds. What could be so dire that Professor Snape felt compelled to keep watch? I recalled the room with the three-headed dog and the hidden passageway beneath the trapdoor. What lay beneath? Oh, Harry and the others had speculated about the Philosopher's Stone. I would never dare to stealthily abscond with the Philosopher's Stone. The collar was yanked once more with great force. Snape's voice was harsh. "You may be aware of what you were saying." His questioning gaze pierced through me, as if demanding to know how I had come to know of the Philosopher's Stone. Snape suddenly paused, gripping my face, inspecting me closely, then scrutinizing my eyes. "You are not Quirrell." Snape furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth. "Wuggo Caven. Huh, exposed already?" That was swift. I prepared to maintain my ruse. "Professor Snape." Snape's expression remained impassive. Quirrell's eyes were not so bright, especially when I had him cornered. "Really?" I instinctively touched my own eyes. Snape sensed he had been played and grasped my throat tightly. "Why are you not in your dormitory, masquerading as Quirrell? Or is it that you deliberately wish to mock me?" I raised my hands in surrender, explaining, "I merely came to peruse some books." Snape's skeptical gaze lingered. I shed Quirrell's visage, revealing my true self. My height seemingly increased. I placed my hand atop the back of the professor's hand, while the other retrieved a box I had prepared earlier. Snape shot me a sidelong glance. "What is that?" "A Christmas gift," I replied with a grin. Snape pursed his lips, withdrew his hand, and turned to leave. I hurried after him. "Aren't you going to take a look?" Snape's pace quickened. I circled in front of him, only for him to pivot and change direction. I was momentarily taken aback. I circled around again. "Professor? Are you angry?" "No." Snape halted, his tone devoid of fluctuation. "I simply do not wish to see you." With that, he attempted to bypass me, but I seized the opportunity, pulling him back and pressing him against the wall. "I was wrong. Snape, you are not at fault. I truly erred." Snape raised an eyebrow. "What is your transgression?" I blinked, earnestly stating, "I should not have transformed into Quirrell without informing you immediately." Snape remained silent. Even he was unaware of what he was truly irritated about. "Enough." "Wuggick," he began, but I wrapped my arms around his waist, ushering him into a nearby alcove to conceal ourselves. Our chests pressed together, leaning against one another. Snape instinctively braced himself against my chest. I lowered my head onto his shoulder and softly whispered in his ear, "Someone is approaching." Snape remained still, tilting his head to ascertain who I referred to. He neither heard nor saw anyone. "Who?" he inquired, yet did not articulate that he had seen no one. The professor placed an extraordinary amount of trust in my words. "Harry Potter." Snape raised his eyelids, scanning the empty corridor once more. Moments later, Harry's head emerged, followed by his hand holding a lantern. Harry ran his fingers along the spines of the books on the shelf, perusing the titles until he eventually selected one to read. The tomes of yore, once imbued with an air of temperament, today seemed particularly subdued. Snape cast a glance in my direction, perhaps aware of the identity behind my presence. I recalled that this space was strictly off-limits to young wizards. I might have appeared somewhat gleeful. Should I apprehend someone? "You?" "Indeed, under the guise of Quirrell." Snape regarded the figure before him, observing my evident enjoyment of the unfolding drama, and paused for a moment. "No need," he replied. I watched as Harry approached, moving toward myself and the professor. I tightened my grip, guiding the professor further back. Snape, feeling the discomfort of proximity, instinctively attempted to withdraw. Yet each step he took back drew me closer, as if I sought to eliminate any semblance of space between us. Yes, it was intentional. The warmth of the professor's body seeped through our garments, and I craved more of that comforting heat. "Professor, I have traversed quite a distance. All the while thinking of you." I gently grazed my lips against the professor's earlobe. Perhaps it was the warmth of my attire, or perhaps the urgency of our movement. But the professor's earlobe radiated heat. "Professor, may I have a kiss? Is that permissible?" Snape felt ensnared at the waist, leaving him with little option to refuse. He glared at me, and I responded with a smile. Our lips met, and my mind was flooded with images of the kisses I had witnessed along my journey. I mimicked the actions, playfully nibbling, and, under Snape's astonished gaze, I pressed his head back, parting his lips. Within the warmth of his mouth, I began to understand why such encounters could be so intoxicating and entangled. Chapter 56. That face. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged. Even the air we exhaled became heated and hurried. I stared blankly at Snape, somewhat entranced, as we stood in close proximity. I relished the intimacy of our distance and warmth. Yet it was evident that only I desired this closeness, while Snape was decidedly reluctant. Perhaps sensing the atmosphere's overly sticky tension, Snape, unable to endure, instinctively lashed out with an angry slap. Smack! The sting of his palm struck my cheek, causing a slight pang. Snape, now rendered speechless with fury, turned on his heel and departed. His dark, flowing robes remained elegant, yet bore a hint of disarray in that moment. I pursued him, though I did not approach immediately. Instead, I trailed silently behind him until we returned to the cellar. Snape opened the door and exchanged a glance with me. I immediately broke into a charming smile, attempting to convey an air of conciliation. In response, Snape swiftly shut the door. I touched my nose, contemplating whether I had indeed been overly clingy. While the solitary Snape likely preferred solitude, thus, his reaction was rather extreme. His emotional outburst, spurred by my presence, felt uniquely directed at me. The lingering sting on my cheek was a reminder, perhaps I had drawn too close. Reflecting on the situation, I concluded that it hadn't been excessively intimate. Yet the professor's scent was delightful. It was marginally less intoxicating than the metallic aroma of his blood, which had an allure of its own. Ignoring the barrier of the door, I stepped inside. Upon entering, I found the professor with his back to me, wand in hand. Perhaps he had heard my entrance or sensed my gaze, for he turned with unwavering resolve and cast a spell. Bind. A rope materialized, ensnaring me, and I instinctively recoiled. Colliding with the door, Snape, clad in his dark attire, approached me with deliberate steps. You will come to regret provoking me. He produced a vial, his expression frosty as he regarded me. Do you know what this is? After a moment of contemplation, I shook my head, unable to find any reference in the books I had perused. Of course, you do not know, Snape remarked. This is the culmination of considerable resources and half a year of research, crafted specifically for you. He held the vial toward me, uttering a spell. My corporeal form, composed of dark mist, began to dissolve uncontrollably, flowing into the bottle. For the first time, I found myself unable to control my own body. A sensation that both astonished and thrilled me. The professor was truly a genius. My eyes sparkled with admiration, inadvertently revealing my awed as Snape's cynical expression. His lips twitched as he observed me. You truly possess no concept of danger, do you? Perhaps this is the price of your arrogance. Snape concealed the vial, his demeanor shifting. Should you continue to lack reverence toward me, I shall confine you within that bottle. You would not wish to experience the sensation of being imprisoned, deprived of sunlight. I pondered this, then inquired, what if I were to offer myself to you? Would that allow us to share a bed? The warmth of the professor was inviting. I imagined that sharing a bed would envelop me in comfort, infused with his scent. Just the thought ignited a sense of eagerness within me. Snape regarded my sparkling eyes, which seemed to shimmer with anticipation, causing his grip to tighten instinctively. Humph. In the stairwell, Harry and Ron burst from the dormitory, only to find a figure seated at the foot of the stairs. Harry tentatively called out, Quirrell? I responded without turning, yes. Ron remarked to Harry, he looks somewhat glum. Perhaps something has transpired? I turned back, allowing them to see my profile. Harry's eyes widened, and he leaned closer. What happened to your face? Ron reached out to poke at my cheek, but I evaded him. In doing so, they caught sight of the other side of my face. Harry inhaled sharply. The slap mark is quite symmetrical. Ron shook his head. So, which young witch's heart did you break? No, wait, aren't you fond of Snape? Ron's expression shifted to one of revelation. You're not secretly flirting with both genders, are you? I scorn your betrayal of Snape. Ron waved his hand dismissively. But really, are you not being too hasty? Pursuing Snape at your age? I interjected. Let me clarify, I am not a child. I am 25, or perhaps 24. Ron replied, right, sure. Trying to fool a child, are we? Chapter 57. Unsendable keepsake, I sympathize with your plight, yet I have other matters to attend to. Harry tugged at Ron, and I stepped aside, only for Harry to pull me along with him into a room. With excitement, he pointed at the sole mirror within. Look, my parents are right there. Ron, previously lethargic, lit up upon seeing the mirror. Wow. Harry, I see myself holding the Quidditch Championship Cup. I'm still the captain. I glanced at the mirror, seeing no trophy. No sign of Ron or Harry, only a swirling mass of black mist. The indistinct form within resembled me, yet was not truly me. Harry's pale green eyes flickered with disappointment, and he could not hide his feelings. Did you not see my parents? Ron, captivated by the mirror's contents, wondered aloud. Is this a mirror that reveals the future? How cool. Harry pressed his lips together, looking somber. No, Ron, my parents are gone. Ron suppressed a smile. Harry, everything will be all right. I gazed into the mirror, where the distorted visage of a human face stared back at me. After a while, Ron, finding the scene somewhat monotonous, succumbed to drowsiness and bid farewell. I stood before the mirror, poking at it. Harry, initially melancholic, couldn't help but remark, "I feel like you might break the mirror with all that poking." I tapped the glass and leaned in to listen. A mirror that could reveal the desires of a person. How intriguing. Curious, are you? I took a few steps back, observing the incessant fluctuations within, yet the ominous black mist remained ever present. My desire, I added. Harry had shifted from standing to sitting on the floor. Not desire, but yearning. I replied nonchalantly, "Sounds like no difference to me." After examining the object for a while, I concluded that it served no purpose beyond being consumable. "Harry, aren't you going back?" Harry shook his head. "Well then," I glanced out the window, "I shall take my leave. Good night." Harry nodded. "Merry Christmas, Wug. Sweet dreams to you too." I opened the door and left without looking back. Merry Christmas, Harry." The next day, as the cellar door swung open, Snape beheld me, who had been waiting eagerly. My smile was radiant, as I held out the gift box I had failed to deliver the previous night. "Good morning, Professor Snape. Merry Christmas. Please accept my gift." Snape cast his gaze downward, extending a finger devoid of emotion, and poked my forehead, nudging me aside. I touched my forehead and glanced at the gift box. What if the professor didn't want my present? Ron brought over some colorful ribbons. Although I held no fondness for Snape, he was still a professor. "Your gift-giving is rather hasty. You didn't even wrap it." I examined the gaudy ribbons, surmising that Professor Snape would not appreciate such vibrant colors. However, there was a deep green ribbon that matched the tones of his office decor. Ron pointed at the box, suggesting, "Perhaps your box is too ordinary. You ought to replace it with something a tad more luxurious, something that exudes elegance." No one would refuse that. Harry, tidying the scattered ribbons, asked, "Do you think Professor Snape is a vain person?" I held the box in my palms, looking at Harry as I countered. "What do you think?" Harry shook his head, recognizing that while most did not favor Snape's teaching style, it was undeniable that he was far more diligent than Professor Quirrell. "Ron, if Snape didn't often target Harry, he would indeed be a commendable professor." Harry inquired, "Wug, what did you gift him?" I raised an eyebrow at their curious gazes and replied with a faint smile, "Just something quite ordinary." I opened the box to reveal a translucent white bone. Ron stared at it for a long moment, unable to ascertain what it was. He turned to Harry, asking, "Harry, do you recognize what it is?" Harry frowned. "It looks like a bone." Ron gasped, "You sent Snape a leftover bone. You should be grateful he didn't accept your gift." Ron mimicked the gesture of having his throat cut. "He might accidentally pour poison into your dinner," Harry suggested. "If you truly wish to give that, I recommend reshaping it." "But what kind of bone is it?" "Chicken, duck, fish, perhaps," I replied. "Harry, I've killed chickens. Chicken bones don't look like that." Ron exclaimed, "You've killed a chicken? I never heard you mention that." I closed the box. "Thank you for the suggestion. I think it's quite good. Perhaps I could try making it into a brooch?" Ron, distracted, pushed a plate of snacks toward me. "Eat more, Wug. This might be your last supper." He then whispered to Harry, "I bet next time his face won't bear fingerprints." Harry looked at Ron in confusion, to which Ron added, "But rather a shoe print." I pondered for a moment, deciding to forego the box altogether. I found the professor in the corridor and presented the item in my palm. Snape had initially noticed me from the corner of his eye, but the next moment, he focused directly on me. Human bone. Seeing that the professor had noticed, I felt a sense of accomplishment. "Yes, a souvenir from my outing. How about I make it into a brooch for you?" Snape appeared somewhat disdainful, likely unsure of which deceased it originated from. Noticing his disinterest, I shrugged and casually tossed it out the window of the corridor. I retrieved another box, significantly larger, adorned with a dark green ribbon. Perhaps this gift would be more to the professor's liking. Snape turned to leave. "Aren't you going to open it? It's a marvelous find from the underground." Snape, uninterested, continued to walk away. I felt a tinge of frustration. "It's a snake shed." Snape halted at the mention, turning back to look at me. Sensing an opportunity, I lifted the box, adding, "Centuries old." Snape approached, pulled out a vial from his robe, and handed it to me, taking my gift in exchange. "Merry Christmas, Mr. Caven," he quickly said before striding away, evidently eager to reach the potions classroom to continue his research. I watched his retreating figure, caressing the potion vial, still warm from his touch. A reciprocal gift? I chuckled softly, delighted beyond measure. This was indeed an unexpected joy. I tucked the potion vial into my bag, then took it out again, cradling it close to my heart. "Wug," Harry's voice called from outside. I took a few steps toward the open space, peering over the railing. Below, I saw Harry and Ron engaged in a snowball fight. Harry waved at me. "I knew you were here. Want to join us?" Ron packed snow into a ball, and upon seeing Snape, Harry guessed I was likely nearby. He curiously shouted, "Did you deliver your gift?" I pulled the present from my chest and grinned widely. "Yes, I did. And I received a return gift." Upon seeing my toothy grin, Ron realized it had worked. No surprise with Snape. He actually accepted such an outrageous gift. But it's likely he took it without a glance. "Just to be rid of you." Ron tossed a snowball at Harry, who blocked it and retaliated with a snowball of his own. I chose not to partake, as I had other matters to attend to. I returned to the dormitory. The room, long uninhabited, bore no dust. I opened my suitcase, clearing space to store the potion vial inside. As I walked to the common room, I noticed several items under the Christmas tree, being the sole representative of Slytherin. I looked closer and discovered a pile of gifts addressed to me. It appeared they had been there for about 5 days. I had not anticipated receiving Christmas gifts myself. I began to unwrap the gifts. The first, presented by Draco, was exquisitely packaged. He had gifted me a set of clothing. The second was from Harry, who had crafted a handmade origami crane. Ron's contribution consisted of snacks, while I also received a storybook from Hermione. There were several names I did not recognize among the gifts, which I chose to leave untouched. After collecting Draco's and Harry's presents, I set off in search of a professor. Along the way, I encountered Professor McGonagall, who appeared to be searching for someone. "Have you seen Professor Quirrell?" Upon mentioning him, I suddenly remembered that I too had a role as Quirrell. I gestured in a direction, recalling having seen him moments ago. Chapter 58. Where have you taken Quirrell? The professors had gathered again for a meeting. I entered the headmaster's office from Quirrell's perspective. Upon entering, I immediately spotted Snape, standing there with a scowl on his face, clutching the gift I had given him. It seemed he had been summoned abruptly, without time to set down the present. Snape cast a fleeting glance my way before diverting his gaze elsewhere. Once everyone had assembled, Dumbledore began, "I have several matters to address. Firstly, Peter Pettigrew has confessed. He revealed the whereabouts of James and Lily. The wrongfully accused Sirius Black has been released. Minerva, Severus, be vigilant during your patrols. Sirius may be eager to slip back in." I blinked, noticing a subtle pause in Snape's demeanor at the mention of James and Lily. It was evident that those present were privy to the situation, while I, the imposter, remained in the dark. In the absence of understanding, I resolved to listen more than inquire. Professor McGonagall appeared somewhat troubled, and Dumbledore noted that the portraits had recently been unusually silent. After a moment, Dumbledore reassured her. "It's all right, Minerva, they are likely celebrating their own Christmas. Keep in mind, they can traverse all the campuses." McGonagall's concern was palpable as she replied, "You know I am not referring to that." Snape's gaze lifted slightly as he interrupted their exchange, casually remarking, "If I discover an uninvited guest has intruded upon Hogwarts, I may inadvertently toss them into the lake." As he spoke, his hand subtly twitched, as if already anticipating an imminent confrontation. McGonagall, drawn in by his words, stepped forward to reassure him. "I doubt he has the energy to make such a journey after all these years." I surmised that the individual they discussed was Sirius, with whom the professors shared a contentious history. Dumbledore cleared his throat. "Indeed, he is recuperating." Other professors had additional inquiries to raise. "The ghosts have vanished," one said gravely. "My students have begun to ask me about this. They have noticed." They turned to Dumbledore, perplexed. "Where have the ghosts gone?" Dumbledore, unwilling to delve deeply into this topic, had already surmised their likely whereabouts. He glanced at the silently brooding Snape, knowing that the elusive figure often lingered around him, perhaps observing Snape's every move from some hidden vantage point. However, Dumbledore was also aware that this figure possessed an uncanny ability to identify promising individuals like Snape. The thought weighed on him, as it did on McGonagall, who had unwittingly become embroiled in the matter, despite her protective instincts towards Snape. McGonagall's initially worried expression shifted as she noticed the item in Snape's other hand. "What is this?" Snape, taken aback by her swift change of focus, instinctively concealed the gift from Wuggy. He averted his gaze, staring into the void. Yet McGonagall seemed to recognize the gift's origin, her expression betraying a hint of playful mockery. Unable to withstand her probing gaze, Snape bit his lip and replied, "I encountered him on the way, and he presented it." He refrained from specifying who had given it. But McGonagall was already aware. "It was Wuggy, wasn't it?" "Yes," he confirmed. Dumbledore, observing the exchange between McGonagall and Snape, allowed a smile to emerge, relieved. He deflected the other professor's questions and summoned Quirrell aside. I discreetly withdrew my gaze, engaging in Dumbledore's inquiries. As the conversation unfolded, I realized he was subtly imparting information to me. It was quite veiled. Had I not been privy to the three-headed dog situation, I might have missed it. He was indicating that there was an issue with the three-headed dog. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught Snape's gaze, but he quickly looked away. After the meeting adjourned, I feigned a path toward Quirrell's office, only to be abruptly pulled aside by Snape. I looked at his bony fingers gripping my wrist, the tension in his grasp igniting an unsettling thrill within me. Snape thrust me against the wall, demanding, "Listen, where have you taken Quirrell?" Initially, Snape had not considered the implications of Wuggy's disguise as Quirrell until just now. The realization dawned upon him that Quirrell may have been replaced long ago. This would explain Quirrell's uncharacteristic behavior over the past few months. "Quirrell?" I gazed at the professor's agitated expression, a smile playing at the edges of my lips. He has been consumed. He caused you harm. I recalled the professor's leg, savaged and bleeding. I swallowed hard, feeling a knot in my throat. Snape's attention shifted to Wuggy's eyes, recognizing the fleeting glimpse of emerald that stirred a familiar dread within him. He instinctively exerted force, attempting to dispel the troubling memory of those overlapping eyes. Your eyes. Snape's voice trembled uncontrollably. In that instant, a surge of hatred welled up only to be reined in almost immediately. I was momentarily taken aback, my dark eyes clouded with confusion. I had not misinterpreted. The professor had just directed a lethal intent toward me. I suspected I understood why. I steadied my breath, reverting to my true form, the familiar visage soothing Snape's agitation. Professor, do not fear, I said softly. In consuming Quirrell, I also ingested a soul. Snape scrutinized me. What do you mean? I recalled the appearance of that entity and tentatively suggested, I can transform for you, if you'd like. He is the Dark Lord. Snape's pupils dilated as he contemplated the Dark Lord's visage and then glanced at Wuggy before declining. No need. He did not wish to behold that face. Snape released his grip, comprehending for whom Quirrell had been working. The Dark Lord likely intended to use Quirrell to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Though the timeline of their collusion remained unclear, it was evident that they had crossed paths with Wuggy, the odd individual Dumbledore had accurately described as another variable. However, Dumbledore surely did not anticipate that Wuguway possessed such transformative abilities. Otherwise, he would not have chastised the imposter Quirrell alone today. Snape rubbed his forehead, then lifted his gaze to meet mine. Do not resist. I blinked and nodded. A wave of dizziness washed over me. The sensation of soul extraction was one I found all too familiar. Snape unearthed images from months prior, witnessing Wuguway devour Quirrell and converse with the Dark Lord in their entirety. He felt a chill of trepidation. Who would have thought the Dark Lord was so perilously close to him? The Dark Lord, reduced to a shattered soul, had sought a host to inhabit. The very notion was repulsive. What surprised Snape even more was that Wuguway, this fellow, could genuinely consume the Dark Lord's soul. Snape questioned, You haven't altered the memories, have you? Memories? They can be altered? My bewilderment was evident on my face. Snape paced anxiously for a few steps before halting, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. I adjusted my disheveled collar. I noticed the expression in Professor Snape's gaze upon me. It seemed I had inadvertently acquired a subtle role in one of his schemes. Chapter 59. I shall unhesitatingly cast you out. The subsequent conversation was somewhat veiled. Snape, wary of speaking outside, promptly drew Wuguway back into the cellar. Listen, assist me with something. Naturally, I was more than willing to aid the professor, but I could not do so without some form of compensation. Thus, I sought to negotiate a benefit for myself. Of course, I readily agreed, inching closer to the professor and, with a tone both polite and ambiguous, continued, So, what benefits might you bestow upon me, Professor? Snape appeared unperturbed by my inquiry, perhaps in his eyes. I would only instill concern if I offered my assistance without seeking any reward. Are you not coveting my body? Snape gazed at me calmly, then seized my wrist, compelling me to lower my head and meet his gaze. I shall give it to you. His eyes bore no struggle, as if this were a mere transaction. No, indeed. It was a transaction. Deal. Once I acquiesced, Snape became mine. Thus, that very night, I clambered onto Snape's bed. Although Snape had consented to this arrangement, a certain individual seemed a tad too eager. Snape gritted his teeth. Get off. I lay on one side of the bed, squirmed a bit, and innocently blinked my eyes. But Professor, did you not say you would give yourself to me? Snape pushed me away, attempting to dislodge me from his bed. That is a matter for after the deed is done. I widened my eyes in disbelief. What? I have no desire to wait. I pouted, remaining still and silent. The joy of anticipation was fleeting. Was it not to occur now? Snape felt a vain pulse on his forehead. He paid no heed to Wuguway's woeful demeanor. Just as he believed the matter had settled, the occupant of the bed rolled over and embraced him through the covers. It's fine, I smiled. We can acclimate in advance. Acclimate my foot. As the holidays concluded, the young wizards returned to campus. Having never utilized an owl, I returned a favor to Draco when he returned to school. Observing my attire, Draco expressed his dissatisfaction. Why aren't you wearing the clothes I gifted you? Do you not like them? I shook my head. Gifts are meant to be cherished. Draco was at a loss for words. Come on, that was meant for you to wear. What else would I gift you? I nodded. Then I shall change when I return. With that, I turned to leave, but Draco yanked me back. Check the time, foolish Wuguway. Class is about to start. Do you wish to write a paper? Or perhaps you prefer losing points? Draco raised an eyebrow. If Professor Snape discovers you caused Slytherin to lose points, he may very well not show you any favor for the rest of the term. Although Professor Snape appeared never to show anyone a favorable countenance, I agreed with Draco. To ensure I could still share Snape's bed, I needed to perform well. If the professor used that as an excuse to deny me access, it would be disastrous. Draco measured my height with a glance. Have you grown taller again? Naturally, I was not an ordinary person. I secretly elevated my stature a bit, facilitating my ability to walk alongside the professor in the future. Draco, feeling somewhat aggrieved, remarked, Potter has also grown taller. I wonder what you all have been consuming? Did Dumbledore secretly enhance the diet while I was away from Hogwarts? I smiled in silence. Draco exclaimed in frustration, that's utterly outrageous. Although he well understood that the meals at his home were far superior to those at Hogwarts, he merely felt disgruntled that everyone else appeared to be growing while he remained the same. As Draco and I entered the classroom, he noticed the ghosts drifting through the corridor. They're back. I understood he was referring to the ghosts. All the ghosts at Hogwarts had been consumed by me. However, the professor wished to avoid complications, so he instructed me to revert them to their original forms. Thus, the young wizards returning to school, especially the somewhat perplexed professors, could finally set aside their trepidation. However, the number of ghosts I had devoured was substantial. I had split far too many, which had a significant impact on me. By evening, I could only meet the professor in my juvenile form. To conserve my energy, I had to handle many tasks myself. I meant that the chairs I could previously conjure now had to be moved by me. Unable to transform into adulthood, I had to climb onto the chairs. Just as I ascended, I looked up to see Snape, who had been diligently grading papers, drawn by my movement, bending down to observe my actions. My large, watery eyes blinked with a hint of grievance, as if I had never before faced such indignities since my arrival in this world. Snape felt a sudden urge to laugh, but found it somewhat unkind, so he suppressed it. It seems your abilities are still somewhat strained? My capacity was called into question. I am quite strong, I earnestly explained. I merely wish to conserve excess energy. Snape regarded me with a hint of skepticism. Oh, is that so? I resolved then not to remain seated on the chair. I descended once more and scampered over to Snape's side. First, I attempted to cling to his leg. Snape paused, looking down at me with a raised brow. What are you doing? I innocently pointed to the chair, saying, it's cold on the chair. Snape replied, so, you wish to sit on my lap? I eagerly nodded, my eyes gleaming. Snape fell silent for a moment before unhesitatingly pushing me away. You take advantage. I clutched the professor's cloak, shaking it gently, and mumbled, Professor, would you care to witness a display of crying, tantrums, and desperate measures? Snape remained unamused, contemplating Wugue's nonchalant demeanor. He could not envision the scene of Wugue rolling on the ground, crying, and throwing a fit. You are no longer a child. I reminded him with a hint of melancholy, but I am a child now. Snape remained impassive, stating coldly, I shall unhesitatingly cast you out. I squinted my eyes, preparing to adopt Harry's innocent, yet melancholic expression, only to discover that I could not conjure a single tear. The professor's voice echoed once more. I was not referring to the corridor, but rather to being cast out from Hogwarts. Chapter 60. Do you only speak when I ask? It was my first experience of digging my own grave. Although I could not interact with the professor in a mature manner, he seemed to harbor a greater sense of ease regarding my current state, which I found quite agreeable. Through my relentless efforts, I finally managed to climb onto the professor's lap. However, it seemed that the professor had developed a fondness for pinching my cheeks. I adjusted my temperature so that when the professor held me, it felt akin to cradling a warm water bottle. The season had begun to warm up, and the professor appeared to have grown accustomed to using me as a hot water bag. Aside from clinging to Severus, I had little else to occupy my time, though I occasionally collected assignments in his other classes. Perhaps for convenience's sake, the professor had formally appointed me as his teaching assistant. This made it much easier for me to accompany him everywhere. Upon learning of this arrangement, Professor McGonagall summoned me for a private conversation. Wug, while I understand your desire to stay by Severus's side to assist him, you must rein yourself in for the sake of your studies. This pertains to your future. I was indifferent to the notion of a future. What mattered to me was my present desires, particularly regarding Professor Snape. Considering the relationship between Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, I opted for a response that might satisfy her. Thank you for your concern, Professor McGonagall. I have never neglected my studies. Although I do not attend every professor's class, I assure you that my grades remain exemplary. Clutching my potions textbook, I smiled brightly, already planning to propose to Professor Snape once I came of age. Wherever the professor would be, I would be there too. Professor McGonagall paused, taken aback by my earnestness, then began to chuckle. In the wizarding world, age is hardly a concern, so when McGonagall learned of someone's intention to pursue Severus, she did not dismiss its possibility. It was the first time she had encountered such a resolute intention directed towards Severus, perhaps having endured the hardships of his earlier life. Severus was destined for better days ahead. McGonagall saw this as a positive turn for him, especially given his recent change in attitude towards Wug, a fact known to all the old codgers. While McGonagall felt a sense of comfort, she did not forget to issue a word of caution to Wug. Having him in your plans is undoubtedly a good thing, but do not neglect to inquire about his opinions. The professor's opinions? I could not help but laugh. I had already asked. Professor McGonagall was intrigued. What did he say? I replied with a smile. He said my thoughts were too fanciful. McGonagall was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ah, that certainly sounds like him. Professor McGonagall, I must take my leave, I said with a gentle smile. Professor Snape may already be waiting for my return. McGonagall waved her hand dismissively. Go on then. Since you can assure me of that, do as you wish. She winked playfully. I will speak to Dumbledore on your behalf. I expressed my gratitude. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. As I ventured into the cellar, I happened to catch sight of Snape opening the door. I rushed over. Professor. Snape, bewildered, did not comprehend my exuberance. The start of the term was the busiest time. Preparing ingredients, brewing potions, organizing teaching materials, scheduling and adjusting classes, and addressing inquiries from upper year students, all of which had been largely handled by Wug. This little rascal seemed utterly unfazed, and to make matters worse, he would sit by his bedside wide awake until dawn, seemingly without sleep. He had the audacity to smile so charmingly. If it weren't for that face, he would appear just a tad too mischievous. I caught a flicker of disdain in Snape's gaze, and I hesitated momentarily. I was certain that I looked as pristine as ever today. Yet, the professor's disdain for me was undeniably sincere. What are you dawdling about for? If you don't come in, I shall close the door. I stepped inside, and Snape instinctively lit the fireplace, enveloping the office in a warm glow. The ingredients were all prepared. Snape wiped his wand and set it aside, then picked up various bottles and jars to begin his work. Professor Snape was researching new potions, a task that did not require my assistance, so I refrained from interrupting him. Instead, I squatted by the fireplace, occasionally glancing at the professor, who was deeply immersed in his own world, and then admiring the dancing flames. The warmth radiating from the fire enveloped me, and I comfortably squinted my eyes. Glancing at the time, I prepared to summon the house elf. Mick. Mick appeared in an instant, hesitating to find words upon seeing me, so I got straight to the point. Prepare the professor's dinner. It should be ready on the side table in half an hour. Mick nodded eagerly. Yes, sir. That phrase rolled off his tongue smoothly. I caught a whiff of a dangerous scent and turned to look towards the professor, who was staring at a steaming pot, evidently having noticed the issue as well. It appeared that this concoction had failed. Snape quickly seized his wand and cast a spell on the cauldron, which promptly exploded. He inspected the remnants, confirming that the cauldron was beyond repair. Snape's cauldron was undoubtedly of the highest quality, and I was curious as to what he had placed inside to render it unusable. Snape picked up a book and began flipping through its pages. I pushed the chair closer, climbed up, and began to write the bottles that had toppled over from the explosion. One bottle contained a white powder. When I touched it, a peculiar sensation coursed through me. I blinked and leaned down for a closer look. Snape reached over and took the bottle, asking, "What's wrong? Why are you staring at one bottle for so long?" I leaned on the table and shook my head. Professor, after all this time, why haven't you asked where I got those snake skins? Snape replied coolly, If I ask, you will tell me? I will. Chapter 61. You are quite clever. Help me analyze this. Where did that thing come from? From underground, I replied slowly. I ventured underground, where there is a passage that houses a snake. I casually raised my gaze. It has quite a strong vitality. I intended to keep it as a reserve. Snape was momentarily stunned by my words. There was a hidden chamber within Hogwarts, sealed off and containing a creature. Even Dumbledore would exercise caution around it. Yet here was Wug, who had effortlessly entered and intended to keep it as a reserve. Snape's perception of Wug's capabilities shifted anew. Indeed, this was a person who dared to devour even the Dark Lord. How could such an individual profess affection for him? Snape let out a self-deprecating laugh. Surely no one could possibly like him. No one. Professor? I produced a box from my belongings, opened it, and raised it high, straining to present it to Snape. Though the height difference was still a challenge. Care for some candy? Snape's eyes were indifferent. Sweet confections are only favored by old bees and little bees. I revealed my face and looked at the professor, saying, Little bees? Are you referring to Harry? Snape hesitated. Harry gifted me a box of candies. As I picked one up and took a bite, I mused that all the candies from Harry were sour. Upon hearing Harry's name, Snape's gaze lingered on the box with increased intensity. The professor seemed reluctant to partake in these sweets, so I placed the box upon the shelf. Should he wish to indulge, he need not be shy. I could not finish the sour candies. This evening marked the professor's night patrol, yet he appeared somewhat distracted. Thus, I ventured out to patrol the corridors. I strolled through the hallways, my eyes fixed straight ahead, the sound of my footsteps echoing off the stone floors and walls. Holding a lantern, its flickering flame cast shadows upon my silhouette. However, the shadow on the ground remained still at my feet, not swaying with the light, creating an eerie atmosphere. The light danced upon a mural on the wall, awakening its figures, who, still half asleep, began to grumble. Who lacks the sense to dim that wretched light? It nearly blinds me. I halted, the lantern in my hand coming to a steady stop. As the figures in the mural opened their eyes, they felt a chill breeze sweep through their frame. Too bright. One of them suddenly stiffened. If I were blind, it wouldn't be so bright. Though they were merely painted figures, they seemed to sense a second death looming. I turned the lantern to illuminate the opposite side of the corridor. Harry, Draco, where are you headed at this late hour? Harry and Draco felt an unsettling chill. Beneath the invisibility cloak, Harry and Draco exchanged glances. Harry gestured to Draco. I told you we would be discovered, yet you did not believe me. Draco looked taken aback. What, is Wug going to sniff us out? Ha ha, good evening, Wug. The moon is exceptionally beautiful tonight. I raised the lantern, casting light on their embarrassed faces. So, are you two preparing to admire the moon together? Draco suddenly realized he and Harry were holding hands, and he panicked, letting go and stammering. Harry mentioned a magical mirror that shows you what you desire. I didn't believe him, so he brought me to verify. Draco flung off the invisibility cloak, fuming. What a wretched garment. I'm not going. He turned to leave, and Harry picked up the cloak, somewhat exasperated. Draco? Draco. No, wait. Harry hurried after Draco as they departed. I stood in place for a long while, and when I regained my senses, the surrounding frames had frozen into icy stillness. Slowly, I exited the corridor, and the frost dissipated accordingly. I pushed open the door to the cellar, and a wave of warmth enveloped me as the fire in the hearth crackled robustly. I noticed that the two flowers on the table were missing. However, as I possessed the ability to sense their whereabouts, I could feel their presence. I found myself somewhat idle, so I took out the storybook Hermione had given me to read. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening reached my ears, and Snape emerged, clad in his night attire. My gaze instinctively turned to him, and I noticed his complexion appeared somewhat pale. I paused, setting down the book and approaching him. I transformed into my adult form, leaning against him and wrapping an arm around his waist. Just who had harmed my professor this time? Professor? Snape's expression was grim. He sensed the dark mark on his arm stirring restlessly. He murmured in a daze, "He is coming back." I guided the professor into his bedroom, ensuring he was seated comfortably before lying down, allowing my power to flow gently into the area surrounding him. Soon, he drifted into slumber. With eyes closed, he lay quietly on the bed, brow furrowed, troubled. I hovered my hand above his forehead, gently stirring the air, the soft breeze caressing his cheek. This continued until dawn. Snape slowly awakened, propping himself up and surveying his surroundings, only to spot a tiny figure at the edge of the bed. A diminutive being, no larger than a 5-year-old. Lay there, trembling for a moment before fluttering open its eyes. Wug. I heard the professor's voice and scrambled to my feet. Professor. I rubbed my eyes. My voice soft yet youthful. As I finally focused on the professor's face, I was suddenly lifted into his arms. My feet dangled momentarily. The professor effortlessly spun me around, and I wobbled on my toes, attempting to explain my newfound diminutive form. Today is your first class, and since you looked so peaceful, I didn't want to wake you. I yawned mid-sentence and continued. So, I went alone to conserve energy, and my body shrank a bit. But it's no big deal. Snape pinched my cheek, rendering me somewhat tongue-tied. Did you transform into me? I wanted to shake my head, but with his hand on my cheek, I couldn't escape. It's not that I'm thin, it's just, well, you know. Snape seemed to grow bored and set me down, then retrieved clothes from the hanger to dress. I rubbed my face, watching his back. His nightwear slipped away, replaced by a pristine white shirt, topped with a sleek black coat. After completing his morning routine, he adjusted his collar and, noticing my wide-eyed stare, approached, poking me with a finger until I flipped over in surprise, satisfied with my reaction before departing the bedroom. I was perplexed, yet my heart raced. What did that mean? Even as Snape entered the classroom, I couldn't decipher his actions. Why did the professor poke me? Snape took over the lesson, and I stepped down from the podium. He cast a cheerful glance in my direction before heading off to lunch. I obediently nodded, all right. As I stood at the door, I glanced back to see upperclassmen watching me curiously. Snape, without lifting his head, busied himself with the prepared ingredients. The materials you seek are not over there. So manage your gazes appropriately. The attention that had been on me quickly diverted. Just as Hermione exited the professor's door, I pulled her aside. My expression turned serious. Help me analyze something. Hermione jumped at my sudden appearance. Wug, are you trying to scare me to death? Ron, pushing Harry out the door, spotted this scene and joined us. Why are you only asking Hermione? What about us? I turned to them. If someone poked you for no reason, what would that imply? Ron, huh? They're provoking you. Didn't you fight back? Need help? I then turned back to Hermione. You're the clever one. Help me analyze this. Ron looked offended. What does he mean? Harry quietly restrained Ron. Some matters were beyond their understanding. Hermione asked, was it truly without reason? I nodded yes. Did he seem pleased afterward? I pondered for a moment and nodded again. Indeed. Are you perhaps a bit dazed? Yes. Was it Snape? Yes. Perhaps I have a clue as to why. I can only say congratulations. You finally caught Professor Snape's attention. However, I need to ask you one last thing. I gazed earnestly at her. What is it? Do you wish to be the top or the bottom? What? Top or bottom? Don't tell me you don't understand. Ron interjected. Yes, just pretending. I gazed at Harry with a sense of bewilderment. He met my gaze for a few seconds before averting his eyes with an air of guilt. I don't know, Ron stated, fixing his stare on Harry. He's just pretending. Chapter 62. What I found on the ground. You have a fondness for Snape. It shouldn't matter to you whether he's up or down. However, Professor Snape is an exceedingly proud individual. He is the youngest potions master at Hogwarts. A prodigy in his youth. The fact that he has now taken notice of you and seems intrigued enough to tease you indicates that he has begun to accept you. Hermione remarked, giving my shoulder a gentle pat. Maintain your current state. You may very well achieve your desires after graduation. A word of caution. Snape is a man of immense pride. You must understand the implications of that. I queried, what does that mean? Hermione replied. It means he will never yield, so you must be the one to soften. I furrowed my brow. Hermione shook her head in exasperation. You truly are slow to grasp things. It's quite a feat that you've developed such an infatuation for Professor Snape. With that, Hermione departed. And Harry pulled Ron away with him. I returned to the Professor's side, standing by the table where he was engrossed in his research. He handed me his book, instructing, keep an eye on this. Don't let them ruin their cauldrons and endanger others in the process. I glanced at the cauldron the professor was working on. Recalling that it had broken just yesterday, I nodded in acknowledgement. All right. I may not have been tall, despite my efforts to appear so. And as I walked among students who were several years my senior, some of them visibly relaxed upon recognizing me. The position of teaching assistant was not easily attained. At first, their resistance was suppressed due to the professor's presence. However, on one occasion when he was absent, their defiance surfaced, and they attempted to challenge me with various questions. Yet, after I answered a few trivial queries, they realized there was no issue and began asking more. Ultimately conceding to me, they ceased wasting time on futile provocations. A wise choice indeed. My patience, however, varies from person to person. Come here, I heard the professor's voice, prompting me to rush over. He gestured towards a herb on the table, instructing, go to the storage room and fetch 3 leaves of this. Understood, I replied hastily. As I returned with the requested items, I noticed students whispering among themselves. Is the outside world so enticing to you? Do you wish to venture out for a while? Shall I assist you? Snape's voice sent a tremor through the air. Upon returning, I swiftly presented the items to the professor with both hands. He accepted them and organized them neatly. I watched as he stirred the cauldron with a stick, akin to a wand, moving it methodically from left to right. Whispers began to circulate among the students, their gazes riveted upon the professor. One girl lowered her voice, saying, a few days ago, when I visited the professor's office, I noticed 2 flowers on his desk that were not there before. I can assure you, they were absent previously. It was obvious who had sent them. Those have been there since before Christmas, and you just now noticed? What? Oh my, what should we do? This is so exciting. I found it rather amusing to witness someone pursuing the professor to the extent of becoming a teaching assistant. I regretted not being able to witness the moment when the student would become an adult and interact with the professor. Their voices grew increasingly loud, and I noticed the professor's hand falter momentarily. He cast a glance in my direction, and I took over stirring the cauldron as he returned to reprimanding the gossipers. What amusing tales do you have to share with me? He asked, catching them off guard. The students, already unfocused, were startled into silence. Had it not been for the professor's quick reaction to cast a spell on them, they would have likely found themselves in the infirmary. Snape's words dripped with disdain. Those who cannot concentrate in class and cause a cauldron to explode shall lose 20 points for Hufflepuff. As he turned, the onlookers quickly shrank back. With half-closed eyes, he surveyed our fates. The professor assigned grades, and half the class failed. They left with grim faces, having earned themselves an essay to write. On my way, I spotted a small notebook on the ground. It appeared new, likely dropped by someone in a hurry. I picked it up and brushed it off, intending to place it on the bookshelf, only to discover my name and the professor's inscribed on it, concluding with Chapter 5. My curiosity piqued. Yet before I could open it, the professor approached me, casting a fleeting glance at the book in my hands, his brow furrowing. Where did you acquire this? I shook my head and handed it to him, explaining that I had found it and intended to return it to the shelf. Snape casually flipped it open, revealing an illustration of a figure strikingly similar to him, pressing down on another figure resembling a more mature version of me, their expressions overtly lascivious. He snapped the book shut, his face flushing briefly before turning pale. What is it, Professor? What does the book contain? I inquired, intrigued. With gritted teeth, he muttered. It's all rubbish. Confiscated. What on earth is wrong with students today? Are they so idle? Go tell the class that each of them must write me an essay. All right. The students began to don expressions of despair. Why not just deduct points instead? I concurred wholeheartedly. Would you dare to suggest that to Snape? Better to write essays. Chapter 63. Will I become your prey? In the basement office, I still occupied my diminutive form. Though somewhat inconvenient, the professor seemed to appreciate it. However, a question lingered in my mind, and after a moment of contemplation, I finally asked, "Who is Lily?" Snape paused, his demeanor shifting almost instantly, his eyes turned hollow. Devoid of emotion, cold. I halted as well, feeling a twinge of regret. Should I have refrained from asking? He did not face me, his back turned. I pondered. Surely the professor could not be oblivious to the principle that one does not expose their back to another. I leapt from the table, my form transforming into that of an adult as I approached him slowly. After a moment's silence, he replied in a flat tone, "You truly ought not to inquire." If I couldn't ask the professor, I could always seek answers from others who might know. I stepped behind him, wrapping my arms around his waist, resting my chin on his shoulder. The professor should have taken my words to heart. At the sound of my voice, memories surged through Snape's mind, months prior, when I had kissed him after employing a mental block. He recalled the days when I had trapped him between the bookshelf and my arms, stealing a kiss that was both clumsy and tender, obsessive yet possessive. Did I intend to repeat that today? Snape weighed his thoughts. After all, he had already surrendered himself. What did one kiss matter in the grand scheme of things? The professor's form felt delicate in my embrace, effortlessly cradled within my arms, radiating warmth and his essence. That Lily must be Harry's mother. Snape remained impassive, allowing me to nuzzle against his neck. The professor harbored a disdain for Harry, yet he found his attention perpetually diverted by him. In that fleeting moment, I found myself at a loss, unsure whether to envy Harry or to feel jealousy towards that Lily. From the very beginning, I was captivated by the essence of Severus Snape, and that fascination persists. I ought not to concern myself with Snape's past. I am not human, yet it seems I have begun to develop human instincts. It is insufficient for me to merely inhale the professor's scent. I yearn to impart my essence upon him. However, upon contemplating my own scent, I grimaced. For it is one I do not favor. Perhaps it is best left unpursued. Snape remained silent. I released him and settled onto the sofa with my adult form. "Professor, do you enjoy music?" I inquired, producing a small rectangular object. Professor McGonagall gifted me an instrument. She mentioned it is a harmonica. I toyed with the harmonica, lamenting, alas, I do not know how to play. Do you? Finally, Snape shifted his gaze towards me, responding curtly, "I do not." Having completed his work for the day, Snape prepared for slumber. As he lay down, he sensed the bed dip, a clear sign that I had arrived once more. I remained motionless, my form gradually shrinking until I transformed into a 5-year-old version of myself, cloaked in swirling shadows. As the professor readied himself for sleep, I stealthily unveiled Hermione's storybook, suspending it in midair and gently flipping through its pages. The book told delightful tales of camaraderie among people, how to justly retaliate against malice, and ways to repay those who have shown kindness. Yet, on certain levels, these narratives reeked of naivety. Though I may be ignorant, I possess my own thoughts. Instinctively, I rejected the notions of fairness depicted in the book. I turned to the history of Azkaban, recalling the creature of which I had once taken a bite, the Dementor. I was familiar with that place. I belonged there. In other words, I had once been trapped within its confines, and perhaps I had endured profound suffering. Otherwise, why would my first conscious thought be a desire for death? I ought to be grateful that I lack those memories. I have already tasted death once. Why should I torment myself anew with memories that do not exist? Snape opened his eyes, initially unable to sleep, but he had suddenly felt a chill. The small child at the edge of the bed stared blankly at the book, his complexion devoid of color, pale to the point of translucency. After a lengthy silence, Snape reached out, covering the back of my hand with his. The icy touch caused him to frown. "It seems you have recalled something from the past," he remarked. My body began to warm, reaching a temperature typical of a living being. I closed the book and smiled back at him. Indeed, there is a hint of truth in that, though it is not memory. Rather, it is instinct. Snape inquired, "Instinct?" I nodded, gazing at him as he tilted his face slightly to meet my gaze. My small hand could only encompass his fingertip, and that gentle grasp contained all that I cherished. At all costs, I wish to retain everything that matters to me, I stated, my gaze locked onto his, my smile tender and sincere. I detest regret and refuse to dwell on missed opportunities. Severus appeared taken aback, as if scalded, and he averted his eyes. "Do not be naive. It is impossible." It seemed a thought crossed his mind, his voice becoming obscure, laced with a hint of derision. How could one not have regrets? I regarded him for an extended period. "Severus Snape." He halted, his dark pupils fixated upon me. "The moment I grasped you, it was destined that I would never regret it." I chuckled softly. "Yet, It appears you seem quite regretful of having met me. But life offers no what-ifs. Snape inadvertently succumbed to sleep. I relinquished my reading. He did not withdraw his hand. So I continued to hold on to his fingertip. The professor's countenance during slumber was softer than in daylight, with his prominent nose, disheveled short hair, and even in relaxation, the corners of his mouth drooping. Each feature was utterly captivating. I eagerly anticipated the day when Severus would no longer guard himself against me. For that, I was meticulously plotting. Professor, will I become your prey? I mused. Indeed, it shall come to pass. Turning a corner, I was walking alongside the professor when he abruptly turned his gaze upon Harry and his companions. Observing the disdainful expression on Draco's face, Snape posed a profound question. Since when have Draco and Harry become so close? I glanced over and saw Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Draco loudly conspiring. It seemed they were speculating about a traitor among the professors of Hogwarts, intending to steal the Philosopher's Stone. It has been a while. Yet they do not appear particularly astute, I added. Perhaps Hermione has forgotten to educate them on the notion that walls have ears. There are no walls. Are there any trolls to eavesdrop? Snape retorted, seemingly aware that Miss Granger herself had overlooked this detail. I nodded in agreement. Snape pivoted on his heel and strode back, silently positioning himself behind them before abruptly interjecting into their discourse. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ron jumped, swiftly retreating to Hermione's side. Draco stiffened, hesitating to turn his head, yet he ultimately did. Godfather, he uttered, inadvertently drawing the attention of Harry and the others. Godfather, they chorused in astonishment. Only then did Draco realize he had let slip a secret in his anxiety. Snape seemed unfazed, merely raising an eyebrow at the astonished group. It appears Draco has not disclosed this to you. Yes, I am indeed his godfather. Young people like you should not confine yourselves indoors, especially while acting so furtively. Snape's gaze lingered on Harry's eyes. Be cautious, lest people begin to think. Snape paused, and Harry felt an overwhelming pressure, a cold sweat breaking upon his brow. You are up to no good. Snape's tone shifted, addressing Draco, who promptly responded, Professor. Draco was summoned away, his demeanor tense. Snape could discern his unease. Draco, Malfoy has asked me to relay a message to you. Draco listened attentively. Snape continued, maintain a respectful distance from the savior. Draco paused, absorbing the weight of Snape's words. Next, I shall impart my counsel. If you wish to continue enjoying the honor and protection afforded by your family, it would be prudent to understand what actions are expected of you. Draco bowed his head. I understand, Godfather. Excellent, Snape replied, placing his hand on Draco's slumped shoulder. Your father has one more thing to say. He will always stand behind you, as will your mother. With that, Snape withdrew his hand and turned away without hesitation. Meanwhile, Harry observed Draco being led away and felt an urge to follow. I remained with the professor, preventing Harry from advancing. He looked at me in confusion. When did you appear? I smiled. I have always been here. Your attention was directed elsewhere. It is no wonder you did not see me. Chapter 64. You are starved for love. Would you like to play a game, Harry? Harry appeared eager yet composed, for Snape was not merely a professor. He was also Draco's godfather, a revelation he had only just discovered. Ron perceived everything and expressed his bewilderment. Hermione swiftly swatted Ron's hand from her shoulder. What game do you wish to play? She inquired. I took a few steps forward, and Hermione instinctively recoiled, leaving a space that I promptly filled. With a swift turn, I isolated Harry from the group. You cannot participate. I shall only question Harry. Ron was the first to protest. No way. Hermione immediately pulled Harry towards her, both of them shielding him from me. I raised an eyebrow. They usually paid me no mind, yet now, at my slightest utterance, they became overly sensitive. How amusing. I reached out, and Harry fell into my grasp. As Ron and Hermione attempted to reclaim him, I denied them the opportunity. Each time their hands neared Harry, I would tug him away, ensuring they could not reach him. Ron was infuriated, nearly jumping in frustration. He gasped, how can he be so agile? Harry, feeling a bit dizzy from the spinning, could hardly withstand it. All right, we'll go. What game do you want to play? I released Harry, and Ron quickly pulled him behind himself, eyeing me warily. This was the first time Ron perceived Wu-Gu as something beyond his control. He found Wu-Gu somewhat unnerving, even though nothing untoward had transpired. I regarded Harry with a smile, tossing him a glance laden with meaning. See you on the third floor tonight. The trio watched Wu-Ge's retreating figure. Ron expressed unease. I feel something is off. He gave me a strange feeling just now. Hermione furrowed her delicate brows, grappling with the inexplicable, yet cautiously offered her counsel. Harry, you mustn't go. Nothing good will come of it, I can assure you. Harry shared her sentiments. Yet he believed that Wu-Gu wouldn't truly harm him. He trusted his friends, but even more, he relied on his instincts that had spared him from numerous misfortunes. Nodding, he acknowledged Hermione and Ron. I understand. I located the professor, who awaited me around the corner. Sensing his presence, I felt a surge of anticipation. "What have you been up to?" I casually brushed aside the loose strands of hair from my forehead, responding with a feigned nonchalance, playing a game with Harry. Snape stood at a distance, unable to overhear their conversation. He merely witnessed them resembling a fox that had snatched a chick, darting about in pursuit of one another. Wu Gu was indeed that crafty fox, cunning yet masquerading as an innocuous rabbit. Snape mused that perhaps this was merely a new game among children. Today, Harry donned new clothing, appearing as though someone had finally noticed that his attire was several sizes too large. "It's evident Harry likes it. He's even trying to cover up with his coat," I remarked. Snape chose not to respond, having observed for the first time Harry's ill-fitting, faded garments. He could surmise that Harry was not faring well with his relatives, but he was Snape, and Snape did not concern himself with the well-being of the savior. "Professor, do you plan to go out today?" I inquired. "Yes," he replied, needing to procure a new cauldron. Otherwise, the amassed potions could not all be concocted in the classroom. He also had to manage those foolish trolls, whose diminutive brains frequently placed themselves in peril, oblivious to their own ignorance. Perhaps within their hollow minds resided only flour and water, or even a thriving patch of reeds. "I finished the fairy tale book Hermione lent me, as well as the one she gifted me," I eagerly stated. "Would you be willing to purchase a few new storybooks for me? Without them, I wouldn't know what to do while you're busy and don't require my assistance." Snape furrowed his brow, contemplating how Wu Gu could almost replace my help. "It sounds as if you wouldn't accompany me outside." The professor had his own circle, and I merely wished to integrate myself into a part of his life. Not the entirety. Yet, I would still follow, albeit with my eyes closed. Though the professor was indeed strong enough to need no one's protection, I was not merely human. I possessed the ability to multitask. Why should I conceal it? I had also arranged to play games with Harry tonight, a detail I had not yet fully disclosed to the professor. As night fell, I stood in the place once occupied by the three-headed dog. The moonlight cascaded onto my shoulders. The night was enchanting, and the storybooks the professor had brought back were delightful, imbued with his essence, albeit the endings were somewhat tragic. The noble prince, while patrolling, encountered a lonely princess from a neighboring kingdom. Captivated by her beauty, he endeavored to orchestrate a chance meeting and eventually wed her. On the wedding day, the neighboring princess fatally betrayed the prince and poisoned the king's ministers during a feast, colluding to seize power and ascend as the new queen. Quite inspirational. After perusing the next tale, the door creaked open. Harry stood at the threshold, cautiously peering inside. I knew what he sought, yet he would not find the three-headed dog within. Even if he did, it would be transformed. "Good evening, Harry. Please do not worry. There is nothing else here apart from us." Once Harry confirmed the absence of the fearsome three-headed dog, he boldly stepped inside. "Where did it go? Where has it gone?" Harry inquired. I leisurely closed the book, replying, "It has gone to a place every creature eventually visits." Harry paused, understanding only that such a place was death. Perhaps Wu Gu referred to another realm. He simply had not considered it. "You tell me a story, and in exchange, I shall share one with you," I proposed. Harry appeared somewhat perplexed, yet he seemed to grasp something. "Is this game what you meant?" I nodded. "Indeed." Harry remarked, "I find this rather pointless. And I have no story to tell." I regarded him with a subtle smile. "You seem to crave affection, do you not?" Harry was taken aback. "Why would you say that?" I circled him slowly, scrutinizing him closely. "You have a history with Draco, yet your current relationship with him is rather intimate. Do you have anything to say?" Harry reflected, recalling that he initially disliked Draco due to his behavior, which reminded him of his aunt's son. Harry had grown up in his aunt's household, where her son, Dudley, was a relentlessly unreasonable bully, often tormenting Harry. However, upon interacting with the arrogant young master, Harry discovered that Draco was different. He did not lash out like Dudley, throwing his grievances in Harry's face. Well, perhaps Draco appeared somewhat dashing when he defended Wu Gu. Even in the midst of a fight, not all Slytherins were malevolent, were they? Hagrid's assertions were merely colored by prejudice. My gaze fell upon the new garment beneath his robes. It looked splendid. Harry nodded slowly, yes. He raised his eyes to Wu Gu, feeling the current atmosphere stifling and tormenting, as though time had never dragged on so painfully even during his time at his aunt's house. "What do you wish to express?" I inquired. "I wish to hear your story." I endeavored to appear amiable, yet it was evident that Harry did not share this sentiment. "Very well, let me rephrase," I said. "I wish to hear the story of the Savior." Chapter 65, Nighttime Adventures and Deductions. Do you see the book in my hands? I have not read an abundance of tales, yet each narrative encompasses a protagonist. Some are valiant, while others are timid. Occasionally, a dash of cunning coupled with ineptitude leads to a chaotic aftermath. I rapped lightly on the tome and nonchalantly inquired, "What about you, the Savior?" Harry fell into a contemplative silence, tinged with anger. "Do you truly believe I would falter in everything?" "It is not merely my belief. Rather, there are those who desire for you to fail, I sighed. After all, someone must eventually clean up the mess. Savior, you are not exempt from this duty. Savior? Harry chuckled sarcastically. An ignorant savior? Surely. No one aspires to be such a figure. His aunt had claimed that his parents perished in a car accident, yet Hagrid had divulged the truth. They were murdered, sacrificing themselves to protect him. Harry's emotions surged. Regardless of the narrative, he had lost his parents. He often envied his aunt's family, longing for their harmonious laughter, while he was relegated to hiding in a cupboard, amidst the dark corners where spiders lurked. I nodded. You have endured a tragic childhood. Harry was momentarily speechless. As tragic indeed encapsulated his past 11 years. I stepped upon a wooden plank in the chamber, its hollow underside producing a clear sound underfoot. Harry possessed a flicker of courage and a hint of cunning, yet it was still insufficient. He was too weak. Weak enough that the professors had to focus their attention upon him. Thus, Harry, you must grow stronger, capable of confronting danger alone and effortlessly navigating through it. Curious, are you? What? He asked, as I gestured toward the plank beneath my feet. What lies beneath? I replied. Harry paused, perhaps sensing that I was privy to what lay concealed below. I smiled and told him, before I arrived, I observed someone entering this place, and then he vanished. Where do you suppose he went? Harry's eyes widened. Wug. Why did you not say so sooner? During this time, he, along with Hermione and Ron, had deduced the location of the Philosopher's Stone, even devising precautions against potential theft. The stone had the power to resurrect Voldemort, the very being who had slain his parents. That wicked and terrifying entity. Should he rise again, the consequences would be dire. Suddenly, Harry fixed his gaze upon me. Are you stalling for time? He shook his head. No time for explanations. I must stop him. Without hesitation, Harry leaped down, while below, another eye of mine awaited. Harry struggled as vines ensnared him, constricting his breath. Wug, he called out, desperation in his voice. I, beneath him, calmly remarked. It seems the tale of the so-called savior, named Harry, is nearing its conclusion. Don't joke, Wug. I can't breathe. I shrugged. Alas, I am powerless to assist. Best of luck, Harry. Oh, look, someone is concerned for you. Meanwhile, Hermione attempted to open the door, but a spell-locked entrance seemed impervious to her efforts. Ron, in a frenzy, exclaimed, I saw him leave through that door. He must be looking for Wug. Hermione frowned. The door won't budge. Ron pressed his ear against the door, shouting through the gap. Harry? Are you in there, Harry? Hermione worried that Ron's shouting would attract the patrolling guards. Be careful, Ron. There's a three-headed dog inside. Ron replied, I haven't seen any three-headed dog, but I did see Wug. Hermione peered in as well. Harry, hearing their voices, looked up to see Wug reappear above. He could not fathom how Wug had managed to teleport. He felt as though he were being strangled. I leaned slightly, exchanging a glance with Harry, and, under his furious and desperate gaze, I closed the plank. The barrier severed the sound of Hermione and Ron, as Harry nearly suffocated, watching the sole source of light extinguished. In that moment, he was transported back to the narrow stairwell, the slot in the door where letters were delivered, his only glimpse into the outside world. He recalled the sight of his aunt's family on the sofa, coaxing Dudley, who was reluctant to part with his old clothes. His aunt's husband glanced at him, then impatiently approached, grumbling as he shut the slot. Harry thought, this world is utterly unfair. Some events are unpredictable. Much like I had not foreseen that after failing to open the door, Hermione would make a beeline for the cellar. This was far from ideal. Snape was busily cleaning his newly acquired cauldron, while a tiny Wug warmed himself by the fire. An owl flew in through a hidden passage, clutching a letter in its beak. Snape took it, extracting several coins from a box and placing them in the owl's leg pouch. He then opened the letter. I observed the missive with a foreboding sense of dread. Indeed, my apprehensions were justified. Snape's countenance visibly darkened. He approached and tossed the letter into the fire, the scorching air rushing forth. Perhaps we can have a more detailed discussion regarding this game you mentioned. I have been accused. It was evident that aside from Dumbledore, Hogwarts had other means of uncovering my clandestine actions. The professor hoped the savior would not be foolish and reckless. I replied earnestly and innocently, leave it to me. I shall ensure he is made aware. Snape's somber expression was as frigid as winter's chill. Who permitted you to act on your own accord? Before Hermione could reach the cellar, she spotted Snape storming toward her, his black robes billowing as he marched with fury. Professor Snape. Without so much as a glance, he proclaimed, 20 points deducted from Gryffindor for nighttime escapades. Hermione, 20 points deducted from Gryffindor. Ron was still shouting when he suddenly heard Snape's ominous voice resound behind him, causing him to jump in fright. Ron. Bloody hell.